This was a room that was almost completely bare, with only a small table and a few bamboo baskets. On the table, a small lamp flickered with a flame no bigger than a bean, casting the room into alternating light and shadow. In the middle of the room, a shaman dressed in a black robe with embroidered edges was dancing wildly, occasionally letting out strange, piercing cries as if calling upon vengeful spirits. Her cold, stern eyes were fixed on the young man lying on the floor. The young man appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old. He lay on an old straw mat, dressed in coarse linen clothes. His face was slightly elongated, with eyebrows like swords, a high-nose bridge, and a handsome appearance. His skin was slightly dark, his body tall and muscular, with arms and legs unusually thickened by years of hunting. But now, he seemed ill, lying unconscious, muttering strange phrases in a dialect incomprehensible to the locals. Old Fang Yangshuo has been there a few times already. Let's try a different place. I'm afraid I won't make it in time and miss the train. What should I do? This soul had transmigrated from a previous life. In his former existence, he was a renowned rock climber, possessing a strong physique, an intelligent mind, and a tenacious character. During an outdoor mountain climb, he fell into an unfathomable cave. His soul did not perish but instead traversed 1800 years of space-time, attaching itself to a 16-year-old boy who had also fallen into a crevice while hunting. He had experienced an immeasurably long journey through the dark void of time, witnessing the shifting of stars and the passage of ages. When his soul finally awoke, he had already traveled through 18 centuries in the vast tunnel of time. The young hunter had been rescued 2 days ago. He had regained consciousness only once before slipping back into a coma. He wasn't sick, rather, it was as though his soul had left him, uttering bizarre words that terrified the villagers. In a corner of the room crouched an elderly man, around 60 years old, the boy's grandfather. The boy's parents had long since died of illness, entrusting their child to him before their passing. If anything happened to the boy, how could he face his deceased son? At this moment, worry weighed heavily on his heart. His grandson had fallen into a crevice at Ghost Sorrow Cliff but had miraculously survived, caught by a sturdy bush. However, the boy who returned was like a changed person, speaking incomprehensible gibberish that frightened the villagers. The people of the village believed he had been possessed by a ghost after falling into the crevice, and some even suggested burning him alive. The old man sighed deeply. No matter what, this was his grandson, and he had to save him. All his hopes rested on this female shaman. Outside the broken window, a group of people stared hatefully at the boy on the ground, whispering among themselves. Did you hear that? He's talking nonsense again, something about a train. What's a train? Have you ever heard of it? Everyone shook their heads. No one had heard of a train. One man, trying to sound clever, shouted, I know. It must be the chariot of the fiery ghost king. Heavens! He's a demon. An elder glared at the boy, gnashing his teeth. He'll bring disaster to our village. We must burn him alive. Burn him alive. The villagers outside roared in agreement. Just then, a distant cry of anguish erupted, followed by the frantic barking of dogs and a sudden burst of firelight. Everyone froze, unsure of what was happening. At that moment, the young man came running frantically, shouting in panic, Village head, it's bad news. Cao Zhang's army is rounding up conscripts. In the 6th year of Jianeng, the Battle of Runan broke out. Liu Bei had recruited tens of thousands of yellow turban remnants led by Lu Pai and Gongdu in Runan Commandery, advancing toward Su province, intending to take advantage of Cao Cao's absence in the north to launch a surprise attack on Su province. By this time, Cao Cao had concluded the Battle of Sangting and returned to Su province. He personally led his army south to confront Liu Bei, vowing to annihilate Liu Bei once and for all. On the plains north of Wangcheng County in Runan Commandery, a cavalry unit of over 1,000 soldiers from Cao Cao's army was herding several thousand civilian conscripts across the wilderness. These conscripts, forcibly taken from various parts of Runan, numbered around 5,000 to 6,000 men. They wore no armor, carrying makeshift weapons like broken swords, rusty blades, hoes, wooden clubs, and more. Some were even unarmed. Their clothing was a chaotic mix. Some wore short hemp garments, others donned scarlet robes, and still others were shirtless, wearing only short trousers. They moved in disorganized groups, aimlessly running across the fields. The cavalrymen galloped past them repeatedly, mercilessly whipping anyone who lagged behind. "Run faster, damn it!" they shouted. Exhausted beyond measure, many collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, the cavalrymen impaled them with spears. "Run faster! Anyone pretending to be dead will be executed immediately." Screams echoed across the plains, filling every conscript with terror as they ran desperately eastward. Among the group, a tall youth moved with agility, neither lagging behind to be whipped nor rushing ahead. This was the young hunter who had awakened from his coma. In his previous life, he was named Zhuge Liang, lawyer who loved outdoor activities and had a robust physique. Unfortunately, he had fallen into a deep abyss while rock climbing. Upon waking, he found himself inhabiting the body of a young hunter. His modern consciousness had entirely replaced the original boy's, leaving him utterly bewildered about this era. He didn't even know his name in this time. Before he could figure anything out, he was captured by Cao Zhang's army and forced into service. He wanted to ask those around him what year it was and where he was. He realized he had fallen into the Three Kingdoms period, and the large Cao character on the banners glaring down at him confirmed this. "Run faster!" A middle-aged man pushed him urgently. "The soldiers behind are whipping mercilessly." Zhuge Liang glanced back. About 30 paces away, over 100 cavalrymen were furiously lashing out with whips. Many were beaten until their heads bled, and anyone who fell was instantly speared to death. Zhuge Liang sighed. His only advantage over these poor, sheep-like conscripts was a bit more intelligence. He craned his neck to look behind him again. In the distance, a black line stretched across the horizon, several miles away, following them slowly. He already guessed what the Cao army intended to do. If he was correct, they were being driven to their deaths as cannon fodder. Ahead of them, thousands of enemy troops likely awaited. He didn't know how to survive yet, but one thing was clear in his mind: he mustn't rush to the front, nor fall too far behind. Only when the battle began and the Cao army was distracted would he have a chance to escape.
Chapter 2. The Pursuit of Life and Death. Zhuge Liang moved with remarkable agility, weaving through the throngs of people. Grateful for the divine grace that had bestowed upon him the form of a robust and nimble youth, granting him the means to preserve his life. In this lifetime, he existed as a young hunter, residing in the mountainous regions of southern Runan County, where he had spent countless years traversing steep terrains and battling fierce beasts. His speed was exceptional, and his body was both flexible and swift, blessed with a superior physique and the keen intellect inherited from a past life. Zhuge Liang possessed the fortitude to survive. Unlike others who succumbed to despair, he patiently awaited the opportunity to escape. Suddenly, chaos erupted ahead. Frantic shouts filled the air as the presence of an army became apparent, the Yellow Turban Army. Zhuge Liang's gaze fell upon a dense throng of soldiers, numbering around 20,000. Their weapons glinting ominously in the light, banners fluttering like clouds. Beneath a crimson banner, soldiers stood in formidable formation, with thousands of archers positioned at the front. Their bows trained coldly upon the terrified civilians who screamed and fled in panic. At that moment, the thunderous drums of the Cao army's advance resonated, shaking the very earth. 1,000 cavalrymen from the Cao army surged forward, ruthlessly driving the civilians towards the enemy lines, abandoning the use of whips for swords and spears. Groups of fleeing civilians were mercilessly slaughtered on the spot. Before them loomed the specter of death, while behind them lay a scene of gruesome carnage. Anguished cries echoed as severed heads rolled, and lifeless bodies piled high, blood splattering in every direction. Dismembered limbs flying through the air. Thousands of civilians, compelled by the threat of death, charged desperately towards the Yellow Turban Army, their war cries reverberating across the fields. The army ahead comprised the main force of the Runan Yellow Turban Army, totaling 12,000 men, led by General Gong Du. He had been dispatched by Biao to support Liu Bei's forces, but had not anticipated encountering the Cao army's ambush en route. General Gong. How can we be led by such rabble? One of his subordinates inquired, frowning. These are merely doomed civilians. The true Cao army lies behind. Gong Du replied with a cold sneer, commanding, archers, prepare. Thousands of bows were raised in unison, their icy arrows aimed at the oncoming tide of civilians. Lu Jian, caught amidst the throng, veered northeast towards a patch of woods he had spotted, recognizing it as his potential escape route. Skillfully dodging the frenzied crowd, he gradually maneuvered to the edge of the army, but his path was soon obstructed by a unit of Cao cavalry, sealing off his escape northward. At that moment, the Yellow Turban Army unleashed a hail of arrows, a dense swarm descending like locusts. The air was filled with anguished screams as countless civilians were struck down, their lack of armor rendering them defenseless against the enemy's assault. Panic ensued as thousands of civilians became a disordered mass, their cries echoing in despair. Surrounded by the advancing Cao cavalry, they were forced into a charge, met with ruthless slaughter at any sign of retreat. In the midst of the chaos, Lu Jian was knocked to the ground. Suddenly, he felt the earth tremble beneath him. He turned sharply, eyes fixed upon the horizon, where a gray haze loomed ominously. Dust swirling and obscuring the sun, painting the setting sky a ghastly crimson. In the distance, an endless expanse of cavalry appeared, a harbinger of doom. Soon, the earth trembled more violently, and the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from the northwest. A dark mass of cavalry surged forth, striking terror into the hearts of the laborers and soldiers, who cried out in panic. It was the cavalry. Thousands of laborers had already suffered heavy casualties. Their mission accomplished, they had disrupted the formation of the Yellow Turban archers. 1,000 cavalrymen from Chao's forces, tasked with escorting the captured laborers, abandoned them and charged ahead into the archers' ranks. At this moment, no one cared for the fate of these laborers. Lu Jian seized this opportunity, reacting swiftly. He shouted to the crowd beside him, "Follow me. Run into the woods." Lu Jian took off running, but soon realized the peril. The woods lay several hundred steps away, while the Cao cavalry was merely 200 steps behind, their speed far exceeding that of the fleeing laborers. Before they could reach the safety of the woods, they would be mercilessly slaughtered. Drawing upon his quick wit from a future life, Lu Jian immediately dropped to the ground in a hollow, piling 7 or 8 corpses atop himself, peering cautiously through the gaps. At that moment, the Cao cavalry had arrived, unleashing a volley of arrows. A few hundred laborers, lagging behind, were mercilessly struck down with anguished cries. This cavalry unit, led by Xiahou Yuan, consisted of 6,000 elite riders, ordered to launch a surprise attack on Liu Bei's reinforcements. The force split into two. 1,000 cavalrymen were tasked with escorting the captured laborers, while the remaining 5,000, under Xiahou Yuan's command, lingered behind, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The 1,000 cavalrymen escorting the laborers charged ahead into the enemy's archer formation, neutralizing the threat of arrows to the main cavalry force. They began their assault against the main contingent of the Yellow Turban Army. Xiahou Yuan, standing at an imposing height of 8 feet 3 inches, with a robust physique and piercing gaze, wielded an 80-pound iron spear as if he were a divine being. He bellowed, "Slay them all." The iron cavalry surged forth like a tempest, striking down all in their path. The cavalry moved like fierce tigers and leopards, severing heads and tearing limbs, a cloud of blood mist enveloping the battlefield. Desperate laborers were trampled beneath the iron hooves, their wails echoing across the field. The ground turned to mud beneath the onslaught. Gong Du, leading the Yellow Turban forces, stepped forward to confront Xiahou Yuan, swinging his great sword in challenge. Yet, after only a few exchanges, he faltered and fled. However, his steed was not swift enough, and Xiahou Yuan quickly caught up, piercing his back with a spear. Gong Du let out a final scream, succumbing to his wounds. Xiahou Yuan lifted his lifeless body high, laughing heartily. Is this the army of the great-eared thief? With their commander slain, the Yellow Turban forces swiftly disintegrated, plunging the fields into a brutal massacre. As the last warhorse leapt over Lu Jian, he sprang from the hollow and raced desperately toward the woods, hundreds of steps away, his only chance for survival. In merely half an hour, over 12,000 soldiers under Gong Du had sustained heavy casualties, with only a few managing to escape. The captured laborers, caught in the chaos, were nearly all slaughtered. The Cao cavalry seized some supplies, setting the rest ablaze, and then turned southward toward Anqing. Nightfall descended, blanketing the vast, blood-soaked fields in darkness, as packs of wild dogs emerged, feasting upon the corpses. At that moment, distancing oneself from the battlefield became paramount. Lu Jian ran for over 20 miles without pause. Cleverly, upon entering the woods, he circled wide and then headed northwest, towards the direction the cavalry had come from, thus evading their pursuit. Chapter 3. A bullock cart. He dashed into a low-lying hillock, where the dense foliage enveloped him in a serene embrace, free from peril. Finding a sizable stone, he sank onto it, panting and resting, while the several laborers who had fled with him scattered in different directions, leaving him in solitary desolation. Lu Jian sighed. Having traversed this era for 3 days, he finally found the moment to contemplate certain matters. In truth, he had begun to deduce the current period. His familiarity with the romance of the 3 kingdoms and snippets of conversation among the laborers regarding Runan County, the Cao army, and the Yellow Turban rebels coalesced into a vague understanding. This must be the time when Liu Bei, having departed from Yuan Shao, took over Runan with the remnants of the Yellow Turban forces under Liu Bei and Gong Du, preparing to assault Xuchang, only to be struck unexpectedly by Cao Cao. It was now the 6th year of Jianan. Suddenly, Lu Jian recalled that Liu Bei would soon seek refuge with Liu Biao in Jingzhou. Yet, he pondered his own course of action. Should he ally himself with Liu Biao or Cao Cao? Certainly, aligning with Cao Cao seemed the wiser choice. But on what grounds could he do so? A whirlwind of thought stirred within Lu Jian's mind, leaving him momentarily indecisive. At that moment, his stomach grumbled audibly, prompting him to reach into his bosom, where he fortuitously discovered half a flatbread, likely a remnant from his midday meal. Elated, he realized that this morsel would suffice to sustain him until the following morning. He retrieved the bread and took a couple of bites. The Han dynasty had yet to master leavening techniques, resulting in dense, unyielding flatbreads, notoriously dry and difficult to swallow, often referred to as water-infused bread, which required crumbling and soaking in water for consumption. Finding it exceedingly challenging to swallow, with his throat parched and burning, Lu Jian rose to survey his surroundings in search of a brook. This gentle, undulating hillock, slightly elevated above the plains, spanned over 10 li, entirely cloaked in verdant woods. An east-west thoroughfare traversed the forest, a vital route leading westward to Jingzhou. The night air was filled with unsettling sounds. The eerie cries of night owls pierced the silence, sending shivers down his spine. Lacking any means of defense, he dared not venture into the woods. The outbreak of war in Runan County had left a trail of lifeless bodies, with packs of wild dogs roaming the wilderness. Should he cross paths with them, his fate would be sealed. Lu Jian proceeded westward along the thoroughfare, covering a distance of 2 to 3 li, until he encountered a fork in the road. Straining his ears, he discerned the gentle murmur of flowing water ahead. Elated, he sprinted towards the bifurcation, and after approximately 100 steps, he beheld a narrow stream, about 10 feet wide, meandering through the trees. The moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting a mystical half-lit glow upon the riverbank. However, mere steps away, he abruptly halted, fixating his gaze on a thicket. Behind the bushes lay an overturned bullock cart, with one of its hefty wooden wheels raised high. Surrounding it were several corpses. An elderly man lay beneath the wheel, gruesomely mutilated, while the driver dangled lifelessly from the yoke, his back peppered with arrows. Not far off, a man clad in white lay prostrate. Within the cart, another body was sprawled, a youth, perhaps 15 or 16, of similar stature to Lu Jian, slightly shorter, covered in blood and pierced by multiple spears. Lu Jian sighed. In these chaotic times, a man is worse off than a dog. This group of individuals, though seemingly of some standing, what good is their status? In such turmoil, one must possess the ability to run and hide, just as he did, in order to preserve one's life. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the man in white stirring slightly. Lu Jian was taken aback. Was this person not yet dead? He hurried forward. The man appeared to be middle-aged, with a battered head, blood and flesh in disarray, yet other than that, he bore no visible wounds. Lu Jian reached out to check the man's nose. There was still a faint breath, indicating he had merely fainted. He tore off the man's robe, dipped it in the river, and slowly squeezed the water into the man's mouth, wiping his forehead as well. Perhaps the water worked wonders, for the man gradually opened his eyes, gazing hazily at Lu Jian, murmuring, "Encountered cavalry from Chao's army," informed Lu Zhouwu. Just as he finished speaking, he lost consciousness again. Lu Jian scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on. Which Lu Zhouwu was he referring to? He did not clarify. Was it Liu Bei of Yuzhou, Liu Biao of Jingzhou, or Lu Zhang of Yizhou? All three seemed to share the same name. Lu Jian set the man down and searched the ox cart thoroughly. Aside from a few broken and scattered bamboo slips, there was nothing else, which left him somewhat disheartened. A knife, even a simple one, would have sufficed. He scanned the surroundings once more, trying to extend his gaze, when suddenly, he thought he spotted something in a patch of grass a short distance away. Lu Jian hurried over and discovered a leather pouch nestled in the underbrush. The pouch felt heavy, stirring a wave of excitement within him. How could it have been left here? He quickly opened the pouch, and a short sword caught his eye. The sword's scabbard was exquisitely adorned, entwined with threads of gold and silver, encrusted with several gemstones. He drew the short sword, its gleaming blade remarkably sharp, unmistakably a weapon of great value. At that moment, a sense of alertness washed over him, an instinct honed through countless hunting expeditions, allowing him to evade danger almost involuntarily. He rolled to the left, propelling himself a yard away just in time. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed, 2 arrows striking precisely where he had just stood. Lu Jian then realized that 2 soldiers from Cao's army had appeared behind him, silently encircling him with their spears and crossbows. These were 2 cavalrymen, and the leather pouch had been their concealed treasure. They had returned stealthily to retrieve it, only to discover it had been claimed by another, igniting their fury. "You there. Drop that," one soldier bellowed menacingly. Lu Jian relinquished the pouch but drew the short sword, fixing a steely gaze upon them. The 2 men had effectively blocked his escape. If they were not intent on killing him, then what else could they want? He had resolved to fight. Even in death, he would take one down with him. "You really don't wish to live," one soldier shouted, discarding his bow and charging forward, thrusting his spear viciously at Lu Jian. These 2 cavalrymen belonged to Cao Cao's elite tiger and leopard cavalry, commanded by Cao Zhang, known for their rigorous training and formidable combat skills, especially in mounted warfare, which was virtually unstoppable. Had they not feared the sound of hooves alerting Lu Jian and allowing him to flee through the water, they would have already ridden in to strike. Despite being on foot now, their ferocity remained undiminished. Lu Jian deftly dodged the thrust, executing a swift roll that brought him directly before the soldier, and with great force, he swung his sword towards the soldier's lower leg. Chapter 4. A monumental gamble in both his past and present lives, his agility was unparalleled. In this life, he was a youthful hunter, endowed with a wealth of experience in the art of pursuit, knowledge that lay deeply embedded in his subconscious. Whenever danger arose, this instinct would awaken within him. He quickly discerned that the 2 individuals before him were cavalrymen, their legs bowed, indicating a lack of nimbleness. He recalled this as a common vulnerability among cavalry troops. With lightning speed, he struck before the soldier could brace himself. More significantly, his youthful visage led the 2 cavalrymen to underestimate him. A piercing scream erupted as the soldier's right calf was severed by a swift blade. Even Lu Jian was momentarily taken aback by the blade's sharpness. His astonishment was fleeting, quickly replaced by a ferocious assault akin to that of a tiger, as he knocked the soldier to the ground and drove his sword forcefully into the soldier's chest. In a sudden motion, he pivoted, eyes fixed on the second soldier like a leopard stalking its prey, slowly wiping the blood from his face with the back of his hand. This was a lesson learned from hunting beasts. Once one has slain a quarry, there can be no hesitation, lest one fall victim to another predator. The remaining soldier, standing several paces away, recognized the danger too late. Lu Jian was far too swift, leaving him no opportunity to intervene. The 2 faced each other, their eyes locked in an unwavering stare, neither daring to make the first move. The soldier from Cao had drawn his knife, wielding a spear in one hand and a battle blade in the other, mastering both reach and close combat. Suddenly, Lu Jian bent to retrieve the fallen soldier's spear. They resembled taut bowstrings, ready to unleash their fury at the slightest provocation. With a fierce roar, the soldier hurled his spear toward Lu Jian, followed by a violent charge, his blade aimed at Lu Jian's head. Lu Jian's feigned attempt to pick up the spear was merely a ruse to provoke his opponent into acting first, much like enticing a wild beast to pounce. He pretended to retrieve the spear, then rolled forward, narrowly evading the soldier's airborne thrust, leaping to the side to stab at the soldier's thigh. The Cao soldier, a sergeant towering at 8 feet with a formidable build, was far more formidable than the slain soldier. As his blade struck empty air, he sensed peril. Yet, he remained composed, swiftly countering Lu Jian's attack with a horizontal slash that sent Lu Jian's short sword flying. However, Lu Jian tackled him to the ground. Pressing the sergeant's hand down with his knee, Lu Jian seized his ear, forcing his head into the grass, while their other hands wrestled for dominance in the air. As time ticked by, Lu Jian suddenly heard the distant whinny of a warhorse, panic surging within him. A sideways glance revealed that the man in white had risen, staring blankly at them from a distance of 20 paces. "You fool, come help me," Lu Jian shouted in desperation. In that moment of distraction, the Cao sergeant seized Lu Jian's throat, a tremendous grip that nearly rendered him unconscious. Simultaneously, Lu Jian grasped an arrow from the ground and drove it fiercely into the sergeant's face. The sergeant howled in agony, desperately attempting to crush Lu Jian's throat. As they both fought to see who would claim victory in this deadly contest, Lu Jian, in a frenzy, relentlessly jabbed arrows at the eyes and forehead of the Cao army sergeant, who gasped and gradually loosened his grip. At that moment, a voice called out from several dozen paces behind him, "Over there!" Lu Jian leapt from the sergeant, seized the leather pouch from the ground, and hastily picked up a short sword. Stumbling, he dashed forward a few steps and plunged into the river, swimming vigorously to the opposite bank. Then desperately sprinted into the depths of the forest. The man in white, startled, scrambled to his feet and followed him, exclaiming, "Young master, wait for me." As dawn began to break, sunlight filtered into the woods. Lu Jian, concealed behind a large tree, slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his throat, which reminded him of the events of the previous night. The fierce battle with the two Cao soldiers had been the most harrowing experience since his arrival in this era, even surpassing the terror of being driven to attack the Yellow Turbans. Had it not been for the initial underestimation of the two soldiers, he would have been no match for them and would have surely met his demise. Reflecting on it now filled him with dread. His thoughts drifted to the leather pouch. Suddenly, he sat up, retrieving the pouch that hung from the tree. It was for this pouch that he had nearly lost his life. He wondered if its contents were worth such peril. He first took out the short sword, which lacked a sheath and was simply wrapped in cloth, from the pouch. He then extracted a heavy small box, intricately carved from top-quality golden silk Nanmu wood, adorned with various floral patterns. Excitement surged through Lu Jian. Could it possibly contain treasures of gold and jewels? Holding his breath, he cautiously opened the box, revealing a golden satin lining. Tied within was a knot, which he carefully untied. Inside lay a bronze official seal, shaped like a turtle, flat and only the size of a fist. Disappointment washed over him as he realized it was merely an official seal. He glanced at the other items, a letter and a bamboo slip, none of which appeared to hold significant value. He examined the bronze seal, squinting against the sunlight, and could barely decipher the characters inscribed. Marquis of Jinping Pavilion. A gasp escaped him as he recognized it as the seal of a marquis, leading him to realize the identities of the slain individuals were far from ordinary. Lu Jian lifted his gaze to a large stone beneath the tree, where the man in white sat, staring blankly at the rising sun. It seemed he had been sitting there since before dawn, burdened by heavy thoughts. Lu Jian understood his sorrow. All his companions were gone, leaving him in profound grief. Descending from the tree, Lu Jian approached him and placed the pouch on the nearby stone. "This is for you. It is of no use to me." The man in white sighed, reflecting on the futility of receiving it now that everyone was dead. "Thank you, young sir," he replied, extracting the letter and bamboo slip from the pouch. The letter, written on fine linen paper, revealed a bitter smile as he reread it. He had once vowed to his lord that he would certainly bring young Master Jing back to Xiangyang. Now, with the young master deceased, how could he return to face his lord? "Who is this Marquis of Jinping Pavilion?" Lu Jian inquired curiously. "He is my lord's younger brother. My lord is the governor of Jingzhou." In gratitude for Lu Jian's assistance, the man in white offered no further concealment. "Oh." Lu Jian finally understood that the Lu Zhoumu he referred to as Lu Biao. However, he still found it somewhat peculiar, as Lu Biao's younger brother should be at least in his 40s or 50s, while the person driving the ox cart was evidently a youth. Chapter 5. When in Rome, the individual who perished on the ox cart yesterday was none other than your lord's brother. No, he was his son, thus making him my lord's nephew. The man in white sighed deeply, stating, "I was tasked by my lord to retrieve him from our ancestral home in Shanong County, only to encounter scouts from Chao's cavalry last night, who tragically took his life. Alas, my nephew." Lu Jian suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The young man was indeed Lu Biao's nephew, slain unexpectedly by Chao's forces on his journey. This revelation left him astounded. He sighed once more and inquired, "What do you plan to do now? What else can I do? I cannot face my lord again. I must forsake my wife and children and flee." With that, the man in white rose, bowing deeply to Lu Jian. "I am Wu Xiu from Jingzhou. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, young master. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall repay your kindness." Having spoken, he picked up his leather bag and turned to leave. But Lu Jian called out to him to halt. The man in white turned back and asked, "Is there anything else, young master?" Lu Jian cast a glance at the hilt of the sword protruding from the bag and smiled. "That short sword you possess, if it serves you no purpose, might you consider gifting it to me?" The sword's sharpness had left a lasting impression on him. "Certainly." The man in white handed over the short sword, and Lu Jian accepted it with gratitude. He was exceedingly fond of the weapon, swinging it lightly a few times, though regrettably, the scabbard had been lost the previous night, necessitating the acquisition of a new one. "Farewell, young master," said Wu Xiu as he turned to depart. However, after taking a few steps, a sudden thought struck him. This 14 or 15-year-old lad, could it be that heaven was offering him a lifeline? He abruptly turned back, eyes widened as he scrutinized Lu Jian from head to toe. Their physiques bore resemblance, and their ages were similar. "What is your name?" And where do you hail from? Wu Xiao asked, his voice trembling. My name is Lu Jian, a hunter from the mountains. You share my surname, Lu. Wu Xiao's eyes began to gleam with realization. Truly, this was providence. Thoughts of his wife and children surged within him. Wu Xiao gritted his teeth, resolutely kneeling before Lu Jian. I beseech you, young master, to impersonate my family's young master and accompany me to Xiangyang. You must forget your original name and remember that you are Lu Jing, 16 years old, from Gaoping County in Shanong. You must keep your lips sealed and not make a single mistake. On a northern mountain trail, Wu Xiao repeatedly imparted the most vital instructions. If this young man were to be exposed, his life would be in jeopardy. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Jian responded, I shall be Lu Jing, and I shall remember. However, I recall that Lu Biao's courtesy name is Jingxing. Why should I not avoid mentioning it? You must never speak of your uncle's name, under any circumstances. This is imperative. Seeing the seriousness in Wu Xiao's demeanor, Lu Jian stifled his jesting tone and nodded. He reminded himself that Lu Jian was his former name, which had now perished. In this life, he would henceforth be known as Lu Jing. Wu Xiao's demeanor grew earnest as he remarked, Your name was bestowed upon you by your uncle, who holds you in great affection. He has conferred upon you the character Jing from his own courtesy name. Hence you are called Jing. Lu Jian, however, resolved to adopt the name Lu Jing from this moment forward, vowing to cast aside his former identity. He silently admonished himself that if he wished to navigate the complexities of the Three Kingdoms era, he must assume a persona befitting that time. The opportunity to be recognized as Lu Biao's nephew was one he was determined to seize. He repeated his new name in his mind, Lu Jing. This marks your new beginning. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jing furrowed his brow and said, Yet, I perceive significant loopholes in this plan. For instance, my parents must surely recognize me. What of our kin? Upon our first encounter, they might expose me. How shall I respond? Wu Xiao chuckled softly, You need not worry. Your father passed away 7 years ago, and your mother succumbed to illness last year. It was for this reason that your uncle decided to bring you to Jingzhou. As for the relatives, they relocated to Jingzhou several years prior. It is unlikely they will remember you. As long as your appearance is somewhat similar, it suffices, children inevitably grow. As he spoke, Wu Xiao handed Lu Jing a letter, smiling. This is a letter from your uncle to your maternal uncle. Your maternal uncle expelled you, and your mother 2 years ago. I cannot fathom his reasoning. Nevertheless, this letter was never delivered and has returned. You may read it for yourself. Lu Jing accepted the letter and examined it carefully. The contents expressed regret from Lu Biao. Noting that his nephew's father had died young and his mother had passed away the previous year, lamenting that he had never met his nephew, hence his feelings of guilt. Lu Jing nodded silently, then glanced at the bamboo slip, which turned out to be his yuan jian, akin to an identification document in later times. It contained his birth information and the names of his parents, intended for Lu Biao as proof of his identity. But what of my accent? I am uncertain how much it deviates from that of my hometown, he inquired. Your accent resembles that of Taishan County, though there are minor discrepancies. It poses no significant issue. You may claim you have been studying in Taishan, where there are numerous academies. With me by your side to assist in your disguise. We should manage to navigate this, Wu Xiao reassured him. I understand, yet I still have several queries, Lu Jing continued. Feel free to ask. We must meticulously consider every detail to avoid complications. By the way, remember the various customs and forms of address I taught you last night. Do not forget them. Wu Xiao replied. As the two conversed, they journeyed northward, still within the territory of Runan County. Upon traversing Reishanshan and walking another 100 miles, they would enter the realm of Jingzhou. The administrative center of Runan County is Anqing, located approximately 200 miles north of it. Surrounded by a hilly terrain known as Raoshan, characterized by undulating hills rising to about 100 feet. Without a mount, Lu Jing and Wu Xiao progressed slowly. Having gone a day and a night without food, their hunger causing dizziness. The surrounding wilderness yielded no game, not even a solitary hare. It was only at dusk that they finally caught sight of Raoshan in the distance, the sky darkening. As they entered a hillock, seeking a place to forage and spend the night, suddenly, a sharp arrow whizzed overhead with a piercing sound. Chapter 6. Falling into distress, nearly 100 soldiers of the Yellow Turban Army lay in ambush along the roadside, springing forth from all directions and encircling the travelers before they could react. Dozens of bows were drawn, their arrows aimed menacingly at the captives. Wu Xiao, possessing some experience, promptly raised his hands and shouted, We are but ordinary folk. Please do not harm us. Nonsense. A commanding officer strode forward, brandishing his battle blade and barking. You must be spies of Cao's army. Seize them. At this moment, Lu Jing remained composed, stating, Is Lu Huashu present? I am his nephew. and I wish to see him." A few soldiers who had been poised to pounce halted in their tracks, glancing back at the officer. The commander, taken aback, realized Lu Jing was indeed a relative of the imperial clan. He hesitated momentarily before quietly instructing a soldier, who then dashed away. Wu Xiao was astonished. Could it be that Liu Bei was here? Having traveled from Shanyang County and merely passing through Rennan County, he had no knowledge that Liu Bei had returned to this region. The thought of Liu Bei's presence filled him with hope for a resolution. Yet, Lu Jing harbored a quiet mockery. If Liu Bei truly was here, it would complicate matters, as they would be prime targets for Chao's forces. He proclaimed himself Liu Bei's nephew solely to avoid the indignity of being bound like a dumpling. At that moment, a tall general galloped forth. Standing approximately 7.5 feet tall, nearing 40, and sporting a thick beard, his arrival commanded the respect of the soldiers, who parted ways for him. This man was Liu Bei, the leader of the Yellow Turban forces in Rennan. Having narrowly escaped with over 4,000 remnants of his army after being scattered by Chao's troops, he was in search of Liu Bei when he received news of the arrival of the latter's nephew. Assuming it was Guan Ping sent by Liu Bei to locate them, he hastened on horseback, only to be confronted by two unfamiliar individuals. Liu Bei's fury ignited. He swung his blade, its gleaming tip pressing against Lu Jing's throat. "Who are you to dare impersonate the emperor's kin? Are you courting death? How do you know I am not the emperor's nephew?" Lu Jing replied, unflinching, locking eyes with Liu Bei. Since joining the Yellow Turban uprising in the first year of the Zhongping era, Liu Bei had traversed the land for over a decade, encountering countless individuals. Though he was uncertain of Liu Bei's familial ties, he possessed the ability to discern character. From Lu Jing's gaze, he perceived a confidence and an air of composure that set him apart from ordinary impostors, a tranquility that was seldom exhibited by mere deceivers. "On what grounds do you claim to be the nephew of the prince?" The prince was a disciple of Lu Ji and a friend of Gong Sunzan. In the early years of the Zhongping era, he, along with Guan and Zhang, rose in rebellion in Zhuge against the Yellow Turbans, achieving numerous military victories. However, due to the malice of the eunuchs, he was left unrewarded for his contributions, wandering aimlessly, securing Pingyuan, rescuing Shuzhou, and resisting the treacherous Cao. The emperor of the Han dynasty conferred upon him the title of prince and appointed him as the left general. He conspired with Dong Qing and others to devise the Edict of the Robe, aiming to eradicate national traitors. Can these serve as evidence? Liu Bei gazed at Lu Jing for a long while, slowly retracting his large blade, and coldly remarked, "If you dare to impersonate, I shall have you sliced to pieces." Lu Jing responded with a faint smile. "The prince is besieged by Chao's forces, surrounded on all sides. What benefit would I gain by pretending to be his kin at this juncture?" "Indeed, there may be advantages," Liu Bei retorted, observing their exhaustion. He gestured for preparations, commanding, "Set up a small tent for them, and provide a meal of meat. My lord, you possess remarkable ingenuity, managing to placate them. Should they suspect us of being spies for Cao, we would suffer greatly. There would be no meat left for us," Wu Xiao remarked, enduring hunger and devouring the meat porridge, mumbling vague praises for Lu Jing. Yet, Lu Jing appeared troubled. His temporary impersonation of Liu Bei's nephew was motivated not only by the desire for sustenance but also by the wish to avoid being mistaken for a spy and subjected to torture, ultimately leading to his capture. He needed to maintain his freedom to escape at any moment. He lowered his voice, stating, "Once we are satiated, we shall flee under the cover of darkness." "Why the sudden urgency?" Wu Xiao inquired, astonished. "We have likely entered a conflict zone. They are clearly defeated soldiers, and we may soon face encirclement by Chao's army. Staying with them is exceedingly perilous. We must depart swiftly." Wu Xiao nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "Your insight is profound. Regardless, let us fill our stomachs first," Lu Jing replied, genuinely famished. He lifted his bowl and began to eat heartily. This was his first meal of meat since arriving in the Three Kingdoms era, albeit unexpectedly composed of horse meat. At the third watch of the night, Lu Jing secured his water pouch and kicked Wu Xiao awake. Wu Xiao, still dazed, groggily followed him outside the tent. Lu Jing peeked into the left corner, noticing a soldier of the Han curled beneath a tree, fast asleep. "Hurry!" Lu Jing beckoned, leading the now awakened Wu Xiao swiftly toward the edge of the encampment. He had previously noted a gap in the northeastern corner that appeared to be inadequately defended. Upon reaching the gap, they discovered the defenses were indeed lax, with several guards dozing in the corners. Overjoyed, they sprinted towards the opening when suddenly, Lu Jing halted Wu Xiao, pressing him down. "What is it?" Wu Xiao asked, rubbing his eyes. Lu Jing squinted towards the camp's exterior. Under the dim moonlight, he discerned a group of shadowy figures stealthily advancing towards the gap, now mere dozens of paces away. Alarm surged within him as he realized this was a stealthy assault by Cao's forces. He grasped Wu Xiao's arm and bolted back, shouting, "Cao's army is attacking! Cao's army is attacking!" His cries roused the slumbering guards, who quickly became aware of the commotion outside and promptly sounded the alarm with drums and gongs. The jarring sound of the gong reverberated throughout the encampment, causing chaos among the yellow turban army. Outside, the forces of Cao Cao, poised for a surprise attack, shouted as they surged forward. The defenders rallied fiercely, arrows raining down like a tempest, while logs and stones were hurled from above. Lu Bai, brandishing his blade, burst forth from the tent, his voice resounding, "Brothers, rise to battle. If the Cao army breaches our camp, none shall survive." Over 4,000 yellow turban soldiers surged to the forefront of the encampment, which was strategically nestled against the mountains, its challenging terrain offering a formidable defense. With proper fortifications, the Cao forces would struggle to breach their defenses. At this moment, retreat was not an option for the yellow turbans. They were compelled to fight with their backs against the water, their morale gradually igniting. They fought valiantly, inflicting heavy casualties upon the attacking Cao soldiers, who left behind over 200 corpses in their hasty retreat down the mountainside. Meanwhile, the drums thundered below, and flames soared into the sky from all directions. From the north, a contingent of several thousand Cao troops charged forward, led by the formidable General Gao Lan. Simultaneously, from the south, another force advanced, commanded by the renowned Eugene, the supreme leader of this contingent of over 10,000 Cao soldiers. Chapter 7. Surrounded on three sides upon hearing of the failed ambush, Eugene could not contain his fury. "The yellow turban rebels dare to defy me. We shall launch an assault from three fronts." The drums of the Cao army thundered as 10,000 soldiers surged forth from the north, south, and center, advancing upon the encampment like a relentless tide, while rain of flaming arrows fell upon the stronghold. "Young master, we must flee to the rear hills," Wu Xiao exclaimed, trembling with fear, clutching Lu Jing tightly, terrified that he might abandon him in their dire straits. Lu Jing, however, had no intention of retreating to the hills. Having narrowly escaped danger just 2 days prior, he found himself once again embroiled in chaos. Though inexperienced in battle, his mind was clear. The Cao forces had likely sealed off their escape route, rendering flight a futile endeavor. Their only hope lay in the resilience of the yellow turban army. Otherwise, they were doomed. With a bitter smile, Lu Jing recognized the gravity of their situation. In this tumult, not even Liu Bei's nephew could save them, nor could he impersonate Cao Cao's father to find solace. "What shall we do? Are we to perish here?" Wu Xiao's voice trembled with despair, nearly breaking into tears. Lu Jing cast a disdainful glance at him. Initially, he had regarded Wu Xiao as a commendable scholar, well-read and rational, possessing a modicum of audacity in allowing himself to pose as Liu Biao's nephew. Yet, when faced with death, his cowardice became glaringly apparent. Lu Jing discerned the truth. Wu Xiao's masquerade was merely a means to appease Liu Biao, fearing repercussions, revealing him to be a fundamentally timid man. Annoyed, Lu Jing shook off Wu Xiao's grip and replied coolly, "None of us wish for death. But if it is our fate, what is there to fear?" Ignoring Wu Xiao further, he strode towards the front of the encampment, where the battle raged fiercely. The yellow turban forces, fortified by their advantageous position, hurled wooden beams and stones like hail, repelling the Cao soldiers time and again, while hundreds of warriors doused the advancing arrows with water-soaked rags. Despite the yellow turban's valiant efforts and high morale, Liu Bai stood anxiously under a tree, gazing into the distance. "What troubles you, General?" Lu Jing inquired with a smile. With a heavy sigh, Liu Bai lamented, "I fear the encirclement by the Cao army. Our provisions have run dry. We are left to resort to slaughtering horses for sustenance. If we are besieged for 5 days, we shall meet our end." "Have you considered surrendering?" Lu Jing asked. Shaking his head, Liu Bai replied, "I have heard that Cao Cao has issued an extermination order. Every last one of the yellow turban forces in Runan shall be annihilated. Surrender is no escape from death." As he spoke, Liu Bai clapped Lu Jing's shoulder firmly and smiled. "Regardless of whether you are indeed the nephew of the emperor, I must thank you tonight. Were it not for your timely warning of the Cao forces, we would be lost." Lu Jing felt a flush of warmth on his face. Aware that Liu Bai had seen through him, if he were truly Liu Bei's nephew, he would not entertain thoughts of fleeing under the cover of night. "What are your plans, General?" he inquired. "I wish to break through and return to Anqing. If that fails, we shall head south," Liu Bai resolved. Lu Jing shook his head, lamenting that Anqing had already succumbed to the onslaught of Xia Ho Yuan's cavalry, and General Gong's entire army had been annihilated. "On my journey, I encountered the general, and it was clear that retreating south was no longer feasible. I urged him to steadfastly defend the encampment, awaiting rescue from Lu Huashu. Upon hearing the news of Anqing's fall and General Gong's total defeat, Liu Bai's countenance turned ashen. This was his final glimmer of hope, now extinguished. Lu Huaxu was preoccupied with his own troubles, leaving no room to consider my plight. Despair engulfed Liu Bai as he turned wearily towards the tent. With Lu Jing following closely behind, asserting, "General, Liu Huaxu will surely come to our aid." A hint of derision flickered at the corner of Liu Bai's mouth. Is it solely because his nephew is here? Lu Jing replied urgently, if he fails to rescue us, he would cease to be Liu Huaxu. General, holding our ground in the encampment is our only path to survival. Liu Bai paused, contemplating for a moment, then responded, perhaps you are right. Liu Huaxu's benevolence is renowned. If he does not come to my aid, he will lose his credibility in the eyes of the world. Revitalized. Liu Bai expressed his gratitude to Lu Jing with a respectful bow, realizing he had nearly jeopardized their situation. He bellowed, hold the encampment. If it falls, none shall survive. The Cao forces had launched 5 assaults, all thwarted by the Yellow Turban Army, utilizing the advantages of terrain and timing, resulting in over 1,000 casualties. Although Eugene seethed with fury, he could do little but order a retreat of the attacking troops, acknowledging that nighttime assaults on the encampment would be decidedly unfavorable. At that moment, Gao Lan hurried in, flanked by 2 captured Yellow Turban soldiers. General, we have captured enemy scouts and bring good news. What good news? Eugene glared at the captives. Gao Lan forced the prisoners to kneel. Speak. One trembling Yellow Turban soldier stammered. The encampment is out of provisions. We can only survive by slaughtering our horses, and we can hold out for no more than 5 days. This revelation narrowed Eugene's eyes as he pondered. Gao Lan stepped forward, suggesting, since the enemy is out of supplies, let us besiege them. Eugene shook his head, replying, Liu Bei has already fled west. Our Lord has granted us but 2 days. I do not wish to linger further. Resolutely, he issued the command, relay my orders. The army shall withdraw immediately. At dawn, the Yellow Turban Army was astonished to discover that the Cao forces had retreated, resulting in a chorus of cheers from within the encampment. Liu Bai, filled with joy, promptly commanded, the army shall descend and retreat eastward. Upon hearing the order to descend, Lu Jing's heart raced with alarm. He rushed to Liu Bai's side, exclaiming, General, this is a ruse by the Cao army. Descending will lead to the annihilation of our forces. We cannot retreat. We must send someone to inform Huaxu and seek assistance. However, Liu Bai, having already run out of provisions and unwilling to sacrifice more horses, was deaf to Lu Jing's entreaties. His expression darkened, and he retorted, who are you to sow discord within my ranks? Speak another word, and I shall have your life. Lu Jing, caught off guard by the sudden hostility, sighed after a moment and replied, very well, I wish you a safe journey, General. Liu Bai let out a cold laugh. You dare impersonate the nephew of the emperor's uncle and now wish to flee? Such a dream. He commanded his subordinates to bind the two and present them before the emperor's uncle. Young master, I must say, you should never have sought him out. He is a Yellow Turban rebel. What regard for reputation could he possibly have? And now look at us, both captured, our lives hanging by a thread. Lu Jing and Wu Xiu were bound and forced to sit side by side on a single horse, with Wu Xiu's heart brimming with resentment, incessantly complaining. Chapter 8. On the brink of life and death, Lu Jing bit his lip in silence, his eyes occasionally darting towards the burly man escorting them, who bore a leather pouch containing the copper seal and other evidence on his back. The man, illiterate and unaware of Lu Jing's true identity, was nonetheless captivated by a short sword he wielded, swinging it with a determined air, already resolved to claim it as his own. My lord, what shall we do? We cannot return to Jingzhou. We may very well perish at the hands of the Cao army, Wu Xiu lamented, his despair growing until tears streamed down his face. Lu Jing shot him a fierce glare, silencing his cries. A sense of unease gripped Wu Xiu. He could not fathom why Lu Jing remained so reticent. At noon, a warhorse galloped from the distance, its rider shouting, the general commands a brief respite. Soldiers promptly settled down to rest, while the burly man roughly dismounted Lu Jing and Wu Xiu, tossing them aside with a menacing remark, take a moment to rest. We will mount again shortly. As the man sat down to toy with his newfound short sword, Lu Jing seized the opportunity, discreetly spitting out a sword tip he had concealed. Wu Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the reason behind Lu Jing's earlier silence. Hurry, cut the ropes. The Cao army approaches, Lu Jing urged, understanding that their halt after merely 20 miles must indicate some unforeseen circumstance. What about me? Wu Xiu stammered. Enough chatter, cut the ropes, Lu Jing muttered under his breath. The two men leaned back to back, and Wu Xiu grasped the sword tip, using its sharp edge to sever Lu Jing's bindings. Just as the ropes fell away, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, soldiers shouting frantically, "The Cao army is upon us." The enemy surged from all directions, effectively sealing off every escape route for Liu Bai's forces. Lacking any tactical advantage, the yellow-turbaned soldiers fell into chaos. Liu Bai, filled with regret, could only muster the courage to shout, "Do not fear. Follow my command and fight with all your might." As the situation spiraled into turmoil, Lu Jing swiftly maneuvered behind Wu Xiu and snatched the sword tip from his hands. At that moment, the burly man approached, seizing Wu Xiu and preparing to hoist him onto a horse. Seizing the singular opportunity, Lu Jing quickly severed the ropes binding his feet, lunging forward to crash the man's head against the saddle. The saddle was not a bridge style, but rather cylindrical, encircled by iron rings. A resounding thud echoed as the man's head collided with the iron, blood streaming from his forehead as he let out a pained scream. Clutching his head, Lu Jing capitalized on the moment, wresting the short sword from the man's grasp and thrusting it deep into his back. The burly man crumpled to the ground, and Lu Jing swiftly cut the ropes binding Wu Xiu's hands and feet, seizing the leather pouch from the man's back and slinging it over his own. Meanwhile, the Cao army surged into the ranks of the yellow-turbaned soldiers, shattering their morale. Panic ensued as the soldiers scattered, slaughtered like cattle, their cries echoing across the fields. "My lord, what shall we do?" Wu Xiu's voice trembled with fear. "You fool! Mount and flee," Lu Jing commanded. Though he could not ride, Wu Xiu was skilled enough to escape on horseback, despite the steed being aged. Perhaps if it were spurred into a frenzy, they might yet evade death. At this time, the war horses lacked stirrups, but there was a single-sided stirrup for mounting. With the feet secured in rope loops on either side, Wu Xiu felt weak all over, struggling to mount the horse. Just then, several arrows whistled through the air, striking the old horse, which let out a long whinny and fell lifeless to the ground. Numerous soldiers from Cao's army charged towards them. Lu Jing grasped Wu Xiu and turned to flee. After running for about a mile, amidst the chaos, Lu Jing suddenly threw himself into a pile of corpses, smearing his face and body with blood. "Hurry, don't linger," Lu Jing muttered under his breath. Wu Xiu then reacted, grabbing the blood from the ground to smear on his own face and body. "Surely this will allow us to escape?" he wondered. "I don't know. We can only take it moment by moment," Lu Jing replied, aware that they were surrounded by Cao's forces. Unless they had horses, their chances of escape were grim. Even with horses, they would scarcely survive under a hail of arrows. If Cao's army did not scour the battlefield, perhaps feigning death might spare them. But he quickly dismissed that notion. The Cao soldiers would ultimately burn the bodies to prevent disease. For the first time, Lu Jing felt a profound despair, uncertain if he could survive this ordeal. The war was gradually reaching its conclusion, and dozens of war horses galloped towards them, with the commander Gao Lan riding among them. Attached to his horse was the severed head of Liu Bai, a notorious yellow-turban bandit, slain by Gao Lan. The lifeless eyes stared wide open, blood dripping from the neck, falling ominously onto Lu Jing's head. Gao Lan bellowed, "Search the battlefield. All feigning dead among the yellow turbans shall be executed." Lu Jing's heart sank. He truly feared for his life. He had hoped to scheme for Liu Biao's estate, but now all dreams lay shattered. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the northwest corner, with soldiers shouting, "Liu Bai's army has arrived." In his despair, Lu Jing glimpsed a flicker of hope. He cautiously lifted his gaze, spotting a troop of several hundred charging into the fray of Cao's army, brandishing a large flag with the character Liu emblazoned in black on a yellow field. Indeed, Liu Bai's forces had come. Lu Jing sighed inwardly, tragically. They had arrived too late. Liu Bai had already been slain. Had they known, they would have undoubtedly retreated. However, Liu Bai's forces were too few and soon scattered by Cao's army. The general, undaunted, fought fiercely amidst the enemy, causing chaos and panic among the Cao soldiers. Gao Lan, seething with anger, exclaimed, "Who dares to charge in alone with such ferocity?" "General, it appears to be Zhao Yun." Lu Jing's heart leapt with a glimmer of hope. Just then, a piercing cry echoed from afar, growing louder, resembling a fierce dragon emerging from the sea. Under the sunlight, a figure in a white robe wielding a silver spear charged towards them. With a majestic steed and an imposing presence, he seemed to glide through the air, blocking Gao Lan and the Cao soldiers. It was Zhao Yun, who had come at Liu Bai's behest to rescue Liu Bai, but had arrived just a moment too late. "Where's Liu Bai?" Zhao Yun shouted from several paces away. Gao Lan let out a cold laugh. "Isn't he right beneath my horse?" Zhao Yun, upon spotting Liu Bai's severed head, was filled with fury. He spurred his steed forward, only to be besieged by dozens of cavalrymen from Cao's army, who closed in on him from all directions, brandishing their spears menacingly. Chapter 9. relentless pursuit. Zhao Yun galloped fiercely on his warhorse, wielding his spear with grace, reminiscent of fluttering pear blossoms. In an instant, dozens of Cao's cavalrymen lay scattered, their bodies strewn across the ground. Two soldiers, having fallen from their mounts, scrambled to their feet and fled. Zhao Yun propelled his steed forward, leaping over the heads of the fleeing soldiers, and with a swift motion of his silver spear, he struck them down, piercing their throats. Retracting his spear, he unleashed a lightning-fast thrust aimed at Gao Lan, his voice booming like thunder. "Traitor! Taste the might of Zhao Yun." Gao Lan roared in response, swinging his blade with formidable speed. Zhao Yun deftly parried the strike, using the momentum of his horse to drive the spear toward Gao Lan's face. Gao Lan's blade whiffed through the air as the sharp spearhead approached, sending a jolt of fear through him. He quickly turned his head to the left, and with a sharp sound, the spear grazed his cheek, leaving a deep gash and severing part of his right ear, blood gushing from the wound. Before Gao Lan could recover, Zhao Yun's steed surged past him, and in that fleeting moment, Zhao Yun executed a signature maneuver, the spear hammer, using the spearhead as a hammer to deliver a crushing blow aimed at Gao Lan's spine. Gao Lan felt a fierce wind at his back, his heart sinking in dread. With nowhere to evade, he thrust his sword backward in defense. A deafening thud resonated as the spearhead struck his blade with tremendous force, the impact akin to that of 100 pounds, shattering his grip and sending his sword flying. The scales of his iron armor were sent scattering in all directions. Gao Lan cried out, spitting blood, his bones nearly shattered. However, being a seasoned general, he seized the opportunity and urged his horse to flee, disappearing without a trace in mere moments. Although Gao Lan possessed considerable martial prowess, capable of contending with Zhao Yun for several rounds, the latter's fury and valor overwhelmed him. In contrast, Gao Lan, alone and disoriented, could not match Zhao Yun's ferocity. Their encounter, brief as a flash, left Lu Jing in awe, witnessing Zhao Yun's swiftness, strength, and the brutality of the clash, rendering him breathless with tension. Gradually, he sat up, his gaze fixated on the legendary general, a profound desire welling within him. He too aspired to become such a valiant warrior. Zhao Yun reined in his steed, casting a glance at Lu Jing and Wu Xiu, noting their bloodied faces, albeit dressed not as members of the Yellow Turban Army. Without further inquiry, he urged, "Flee. Pretending to be dead will not spare you from slaughter." As he turned to ride away, Wu Xiu implored urgently, "General, this is Lu Jing, the son of the governor of Jingzhou, trapped here. Please, grant us our lives, and the governor will reward you handsomely." Zhao Yun hesitated momentarily, but then shook his head. "I cannot save you. You must go." He spurred his horse forward, but after a mere dozen steps, Lu Jing shouted, "General Zilong, will you truly abandon us?" Zhao Yun's body quivered slightly, yet he did not halt. After covering 100 paces, he returned, leading 2 warhorses, and gazed intently at Lu Jing. "Quickly mount and follow me. We shall charge out together." Wu Xiu was elated. Salvation was at hand. He swiftly mounted his horse and grasped the reins. Zhao Yun, noticing Lu Jing's hesitation, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why do you not mount?" Although Lu Jing had learned the basics of riding, he lacked the ability to gallop with control. With a sigh, he replied, "You may go on. I cannot ride and would only hinder you." "My lord, we can share a horse," Wu Xiu suggested. However, Zhao Yun dismissed this proposal, spurring his steed forward. With a single arm, he grasped Lu Jing and effortlessly hoisted him onto the back of his horse, instructing, "Hold tightly to my waist." Zhao Yun urged his horse into a rapid gallop, fully aware that only his warhorse could bear the weight of 2 at such speed. Other mounts would slow them down and jeopardize their escape. Lu Jing, instead of clinging to Zhao Yun's waist, secured himself by gripping the horse's belly with his legs. Leaning against Zhao Yun's back for stability, he removed the round shield from Zhao Yun's back and gripped his short sword firmly. Lu Jing, sharp-witted as he was, knew that clinging to Zhao Yun would render him an easy target. Meanwhile, General Eugene, having learned of Zhao Yun's presence in the army, felt a surge of joy. After a night of assault on the stronghold that resulted in nearly 2,000 casualties, he was troubled by how to report to his superior. Capturing Zhao Yun could redeem his honor, and with resolute determination, he ordered the command to capture Zhao Yun alive. Soldiers of the Cao army surged from all directions. Yet Zhao Yun remained undaunted. He brandished his silver spear, cutting through the enemy ranks like a tempest, leaving chaos in his wake. Nevertheless, burdened by the presence of 2 companions, he refrained from engaging in prolonged combat and sought to break through where the enemy was sparse. Behind him, Wu Xiu clung tightly to the horse's neck, diligently following Zhao Yun, who was meticulous in ensuring that danger did not linger behind, thus sparing Wu Xiu from significant harm. However, this protective instinct heightened Zhao Yun's peril, as he found himself facing numerous foes that he could have otherwise ignored, compelled to confront them to safeguard those behind him, rendering his situation exceedingly precarious. At that moment, Lu Jing, despite his lack of equestrian skill, displayed remarkable agility, using his shield to deflect several attacks aimed at Zhao Yun. General, beware of the caltrops ahead. Lu Jing, with keen perception, spotted several taut ropes on the ground which Zhao Yun had failed to notice. Alarmed, Zhao Yun pulled the reins sharply, causing his steed to leap over the caltrops. With a deft motion, he flicked his spear, sending the ropes flying and ensuring the horses behind remained unscathed. As they galloped away, Zhao Yun broke into a cold sweat. He feared not the open battle, but rather such insidious ambushes. "Thank you, my lord," he expressed gratitude for the first time. Lu Jing felt a swell of pride and said, "I am not entirely useless, am I? My lord's reflexes are astute. You have the makings of a warrior. I suggest you train in martial arts. You will surely excel." Lu Jing laughed heartily, declaring, with such words from Chanshan Zhao Zilong, "I, Lu Jing, have resolved to pursue martial training. However, first I must master riding," he added. The two shared a hearty laugh, and Zhao Yun, invigorated, called to Wu Xiu, urging their horse towards the northwest corner. This was the final barrier, and once crossed, they would be safe. Chapter 10. Liu Bei arrives in the northwest corner. Eugene had been waiting for a considerable time. He removed his powerful bow and reached for the quiver on his back. However, upon feeling the arrow fletching, he hesitated and called to another soldier, "Bring me a poison arrow." The soldier retrieved a poisoned arrow and handed it to Eugene, who knocked it onto the string. His gaze icy as he fixed it on the rapidly approaching Zhao Yun. Standing beneath a large banner, he methodically drew back the bowstring. At that moment, Zhao Yun let out a fierce shout and plunged into the enemy ranks, his silver spear darting like blossoming pear flowers, akin to a flock of birds flocking towards a phoenix. In an instant, he pierced the hearts of several foes, causing the Cao army to cry out in alarm and retreat in disarray. "Go ahead," Zhao Yun shouted back, urgency in his voice. Wu Xiu, pale and trembling, spurred his horse and was the first to break away from the battlefield, galloping towards the northwest. Zhao Yun continued to stab at the enemy, thwarting those who pursued him. Just then, a remarkably robust officer on horseback surged forward, raising his hand to hurl a spear towards Zhao Yun's right side, its speed akin to a fleeting shadow. Lu Jing, witnessing the spear's trajectory, raised his shield in defense. Zhao Yun caught sight of Lu Jing's action out of the corner of his eye, and his heart sank. "Do not take it head-on," he shouted, but it was too late. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered, and Lu Jing's arm seemed to break under the force, eliciting a cry of agony as he swayed dangerously in the saddle. Zhao Yun, with a swift motion, deflected the spear with one hand while seizing Lu Jing with the other, preventing him from falling. Eugene seized this rare opportunity, releasing the bowstring. A cold arrow shot forth like lightning from the left, aimed directly at Zhao Yun's left chest. With Lu Jing in his grasp, Zhao Yun could only shift slightly to evade a fatal blow. The arrow struck his left shoulder with a thunk, causing him to shudder violently, nearly unseating him. Eugene, overwhelmed with elation, shouted, "Zhao Yun has been struck. Capture him." Thousands of Cao troops surged from all directions, and at that critical moment, Lu Jing steadied himself, driving a short sword into his steed's flank. The horse, spurred by pain, summoned its last ounce of strength and bolted from the battlefield, racing towards the northwest. Seeing his efforts thwarted, Eugene erupted with fury, bellowing, "Pursue them. I want to see them alive or dead." Hundreds of Cao cavalrymen charged after them. As the golden glow of the setting sun gradually faded, the sky, painted crimson by the evening clouds, darkened. The undulating mountains and forests transformed into a shroud of darkness. Night enveloped Rang Mountain, the path silent save for the towering trees that flanked either side. The dim light of the moon filtered through the saddle-shaped ridges and ravines, casting deep shadows of the woods, rocks, and peaks, rendering them particularly black and ominous. Clop, 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 a rapid sound of hooves echoed from afar, piercing the stillness of the mountain path with startling clarity. Under the faint moonlight, a weary warhorse galloped desperately, burdened by two figures. They were none other than Zhao Yun and Lu Jing, having escaped the battlefield, while Wu Xiu had become separated and was nowhere to be found. They had been pursued by the Cao army, fleeing from afternoon until night, desperately running for over 2 hours until the horse could no longer endure. At this moment, the poison from Zhao Yun's wound had rendered him weak and in a semi-conscious state. This was a slow-acting toxin, while it would not prove immediately fatal, it drained him of all strength. The warhorse could no longer endure, struggling to run, when suddenly it let out a long, anguished neigh and collapsed heavily by the roadside, throwing Lu Jing and Zhao Yun more than 10 feet away. To the right of the mountain path lay a deep ravine, while the other side sloped steeply, overgrown with thickets. Fortunately, both men landed in the soft embrace of the underbrush. Lu Jing felt an unbearable ache between his legs. Riding demanded considerable strength in that area, a quality he found himself lacking, despite his body aching as though it were disassembled. The dire situation compelled him to disregard the pain as he hastily rose and hurried to the fallen warhorse, which lay convulsing by the path, frothing at the mouth, clearly beyond saving. Lu Jing returned to shake Zhao Yun's shoulder. "General Zhao, you must hold on." The blood on Zhao Yun's shoulder had ceased flowing. Yet an arrow remained embedded in his flesh, the metallic scent of blood faintly detectable. He had been struck by a poisoned arrow. Lu Jing felt flustered. A myriad of urgent tasks demanding his attention, yet he was at a loss as to where to begin. Suddenly, the distant sound of pounding hooves reached his ears. The pursuers were closing in, their presence now only a few hundred paces away. In that moment of crisis, Lu Jing found an unexpected calm. He sprinted back to the warhorse, straining to push it into the ravine below, the weighty beast tumbling down into the depths, while he also cast aside some debris from the ground. Rushing back to support Zhao Yun, he half carried him up the slope towards a narrow mountain path. Just as the pursuers were within mere steps, another squadron of cavalry emerged from above, blocking their escape. With enemies flanking them on both paths, time was of the essence. Lu Jing had no choice but to retreat into a thicket, lowering their heads as much as possible. The thicket was just high enough to conceal them. His heart raced with tension as the sound of hooves drew ever closer. In a flash, a fierce wind swept past them, carrying the unmistakable scent of bloodlust. A troop of cavalry charged by, quickly fading into the distance. Once the cavalry had moved far enough away, they cautiously raised their heads. At that moment, Zhao Yun groaned in pain, his wound bursting open anew, blood seeping out once more. Lu Jing hurriedly laid him down, placing his left arm in Zhao Yun's mouth to stifle his cries, as he drew forth his short sword and, gritting his teeth, cut out a substantial piece of flesh along with the arrowhead. Zhao Yun let out a muffled cry that nearly severed Lu Jing's arm, then gasped heavily before whispering, "I have healing powder in my bosom." Lu Jing's heart soared with relief as he bore the pain in his arm. Retrieving a pouch of medicinal powder from Zhao Yun's garments, he thickly applied the powder to the wound, and then took out a piece of brocade wrapped around an official seal from his satchel to bandage the injury. Zhao Yun's complexion turned pale, revealing his profound weakness. After binding the wound, Lu Jing pondered for a moment. He lacked both water and clean cloths nearby, and they had to leave at once. Otherwise, even if they managed to evade capture, Zhao Yun would succumb to the poison. Lu Jing slowly helped Zhao Yun to his feet, noting his extreme frailty and difficulty in walking, and thus chose to carry him on his back. Ascending the slope towards the direction of their escape, Zhao Yun stood at a towering height of 8 feet and 2 inches, his physique robust and imposing. Lu Jing struggled under the weight of his burden, barely managing to take 20 steps when the sound of approaching hooves reached their ears. A voice rang out, calling, "General Zhao Yun, Lord Liu Bei is here. Where are you?" Lu Jing's heart soared with joy. It was indeed Liu Bei's arrival. Zhao Yun felt a renewed sense of vigor, recognizing the voice of Mi Fang. He quickly whispered, "My lord has come." Chapter 11. The bewitching potion for Eugene. Lu Jing hastened his pace, and amidst the night, he discerned a faint glimmer of a cavalry unit ahead. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. How could they audaciously utter the name of his lord? Such disrespect was intolerable. Typically, one would refer to General Zhao or merely state that the lord was present. Adding Liu Bei to the mix was superfluous, for this individual was not Liu Bei, but rather a cunning ploy of the Cao army. Lu Jing abruptly halted, yet in the shadows, figures began to perceive his silhouette. Calling out, "Who goes there?" His face turned pale as he thought, "This is dire." His mind raced, and he swiftly placed Zhao Yun into the thicket, urging him to hide. He turned and fled, while Zhao Yun summoned his remaining strength to crawl into a cluster of bushes. The young lad dashed away with the swiftness of a leopard as the cavalry pursued him like a tempest. "Stop." Zhao Yun was acutely aware that the boy was drawing the enemy away to save him. A silent lament escaped his lips. It was a tragic fate for this youth. Having sprinted a score of paces, an arrow whizzed past Lu Jing's head, compelling him to halt. Should he continue, death was inevitable. At that moment, dozens of cavalrymen galloped forth, encircling Lu Jing. The commanding general Eugene approached, and a soldier reported, General, it is a mere boy. It was Lu Jing's first encounter with Eugene, who donned an eagle-crested helmet and iron armor, his imposing stature complemented by deep-set eyes and a high nose. His gaze piercing like lightning, wielding a golden-backed tiger-toothed saber. Eugene scrutinized the boy, who stood bloodied behind Zhao Yun, his form obscured. The general failed to recognize him, as his men, loyal to Eugene, maintained their distance, merely spectating. Moreover, the night obscured Lu Jing's features, and much of the blood had been washed away by sweat, rendering him unrecognizable. With a swift motion, Eugene brandished his saber, positioning it against Lu Jing's throat, demanding, "Who are you?" Lu Jing forced himself to remain composed, responding with a bow, "I am the nephew of Lu Zhang of Jingzhou, en route to Xiangyang." Eugene furrowed his brow, contemplating. Lu Biao's nephew? He might have shown some deference to Cao Zhang's kin, but to him, Lu Biao's nephew was of no consequence. Eugene's curiosity piqued. How could a nephew of Lu Biao possess such a robust physique, devoid of any scholarly demeanor? His garb was stained with blood, resembling a bandit of the yellow turban. Abruptly, Eugene extended his hand, seizing Lu Jing's collar, dragging him closer, glaring fiercely. "You must be a fleeing yellow turban bandit." Lu Jing, having overheard the soldiers refer to him as General Yu, surmised this man was indeed Eugene. Sensing the imminent threat in Eugene's eyes, he shouted, "Yuwenza, do you intend to harm me?" The name Wenza was seldom known, even to the likes of the Xiahou brothers, causing Eugene to pause, bewildered by the boy's knowledge of his courtesy name. He instinctively released Lu Jing's collar. Eugene scrutinized Lu Biao's nephew once more, noting his youthful visage, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, yet his stature was remarkably tall, nearing 8 feet, with a physique reminiscent of a formidable warrior. "How do you know my name, Yuwenza?" Eugene coldly inquired. "Of course I know," Lu Jing responded, his mind racing. "I have always admired the heroes of the world, and I remember every heroic deed. General Yu, you were originally a subordinate of Bao Xin, earning numerous military achievements. You defeated Elbu's 2nd Battalion in the southern city, vanquished Gaoya and Su Chong, and slew Qiao Rui, a subordinate of Yuan Shu. Your performance in the Battle of Wanqing even mirrored that of Shou Yafu, earning you the title of Marquis of Yishouting from Cao Cao. The Three Kingdoms era differs greatly from later times. Transportation was inconvenient, and information was scarce. While Cao Cao's exploits may have reached the ears of many, the deeds of individuals like Eugene were perhaps known only to a select few, primarily Cao Cao himself. Yet, this young man before Eugene seemed to possess an impressive depth of knowledge, which surprised Eugene greatly. Lowering his weapon, Eugene curiously scrutinized Lu Jing's eyes and asked, "How do you know my background?" Generally, being knowledgeable about someone's past can be advantageous or detrimental. If one were aware of another's unsavory history, it could breed contempt. However, knowing of their commendable achievements could be seen as a form of flattery. Though Eugene's demeanor remained chilly, Lu Jing was aware that the information he possessed consisted of Eugene's proudest moments, which stirred a sense of pride within Eugene, causing his tone to soften slightly. Having been a lawyer in his previous life, Lu Jing was adept at reading faces and discerning the nuances of human emotions. He keenly sensed the shift in Eugene's tone and felt a surge of confidence. He detected a similarity in Eugene's accent to his own, while Wu Xiao had mentioned that his was from Taishan. Formulating a strategy, he spoke steadily. "I hail from Gaoping County in Shanong Commandery and studied at Taishan for many years. I have often heard tales of General Yu's military exploits, which I have committed to memory. When General Yu suppressed the Qishu soldiers during the campaign against Zhangshou and Wanqing, despite being reported to Cao Cao, you maintained your military decorum while constructing your camp to fend off the enemy, displaying the spirit of Zhou Yafu. You were rightfully bestowed the title of Marquis of Yishouting, earning the admiration of people throughout the land. Though Eugene was not originally from the foot of Mount Tai, he was indeed a native of Taishan Commandery." And Lu Jing's explanation was both reasonable and convincing, leading Eugene to believe him. What mattered most was Lu Jing's skill and flattery. Eugene, a man of considerable pride, lamented that the world did not recognize his achievements. Now that Lu Jing spoke so eloquently and emphasized his most prized accomplishment in Wanqing, Eugene felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With any hostility dissipated, Eugene, even if Lu Jing were a fugitive from the Yellow Turbans, found no desire to harm him. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Indeed, Lu Gongzi is no ordinary individual. You are truly the nephew of Lu Jingzhou. I am impressed." At that moment, Lu Jing produced a letter from Lu Biao, which Eugene examined by the light of the torch. It was indeed from Lu Biao's nephew. At this time, Cao Cao was keen to cultivate a relationship with Lu Biao to prevent him from allying with Yuan Shao. and Eugene was well aware of the necessity to avoid offending Lu Biao. Nodding, he said, "Very well. My apologies for the interruption, Lu Gongzi." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Mount your horses and continue the pursuit." Leading his soldiers forward, Lu Jing felt a cold sweat drench his back. He had narrowly escaped a dire situation. He realized that Eugene had begun to harbor doubts about him. Thankfully, he had promptly uttered Eugene's courtesy name. Had he faltered in his words, Eugene would undoubtedly have ordered his soldiers to search the area, and in that case, he and Zhao Yun would have met their end. Although he showered compliments upon Eugene, seemingly lacking the fortitude of a man, this approach was, in fact, the only viable strategy in that moment of peril. Eugene harbored no suspicion of Zhao Yun's presence nearby. His meticulous inquiries stemmed from instinct rather than doubt. The search around them was of little consequence. The crux lay within the thoughts of the commander. Chapter 12. A life and death crisis. Lu Jing deftly employed the scant knowledge he had gathered about the three kingdoms in his future life, along with his quick wit and eloquence honed as a lawyer, to dispel Eugene's intent to meticulously search the surroundings, thereby alleviating the immediate peril. Observing Eugene's retreat, he hastened back to the thicket, where he found Zhao Yun. Lu Jing, with Zhao Yun on his back, ascended the slope, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of an individual emerging from behind a towering pine tree. Taken aback, Lu Jing stumbled 2 steps backward, drawing his short sword and regarding the stranger with suspicion. "Young master, it is I, the scribe Wu Xiu," came the voice. Lu Jing's heart eased upon recognizing him. "What brings you here? Where is your horse?" he inquired, bemused. Wu Xiu lowered his gaze, unable to meet Lu Jing's eyes, and nervously replied, "I was thrown from my mount, which galloped away, leaving me no choice but to seek refuge in the mountains." Lu Jing, possessing the acumen of a shrewd lawyer from his previous life, discerned the peculiar expression on Wu Xiu's face. A sudden realization dawned upon him. The horse had likely been deliberately set free, allowing Wu Xiu to hide away. He surmised that once the Cao army pursued Lu Jing and Zhao Yun, they would retreat to their encampment, thus ensuring Wu Xiu's safety. Lu Jing's heart simmered with resentment. This man was exceedingly selfish. Zhao Yun had saved his life, yet Wu Xiu was solely concerned with his own escape. Though dissatisfaction brewed within, Lu Jing concealed his feelings. Unity was imperative at this juncture. Wu Xiu could assist in caring for Zhao Yun. "We must ascend the mountain swiftly. I fear Eugene may turn back and pursue us," he urged. Wu Xiu nodded, supporting Zhao Yun as they navigated a narrow path upward. Lu Jing's instincts proved accurate, although the immediate crisis with Eugene had been averted. Many affairs often falter due to seemingly insignificant details, as if fate itself conspired against them. After traversing 3 or 4 miles, Eugene abruptly reversed his course, having returned to his senses from the intoxication of flattery. How could Lu Biao's nephew be so easily dismissed? He ought to be delivered to the Lord for proper handling. Upon returning to the original location, he found Lu Jing absent, which piqued his curiosity. Where has that rascal disappeared to? At that moment, a soldier spotted bloodstains in the underbrush and called out, "General Yu, there are blood traces over here." Eugene rushed forward, observing the blood-spattered underbrush, indicating that an injured individual had concealed themselves there. Anger surged through him. He had been outwitted by this youth. Realizing Zhao Yun was hidden nearby, he bellowed, "Search the area." Before long, the soldiers uncovered the carcass of a warhorse in a ravine, along with Zhao Yun's spear. Eugene's fury escalated, his eyes blazing with rage. Resembling a vengeful deity reborn, "Relay my orders. Immediately summon 5,000 troops to scour the mountain." At this juncture, Zhao Yun had become inconsequential. Eugene swore to capture the boy who had deceived him, vowing to annihilate him in the most gruesome manner. In his lifetime, he had never suffered such a humiliation. The mountain was a rocky ascent, towering over 100 zhang, with thickets of brambles and numerous crevices and caves providing ample hiding spots. However, it was not a solitary peak. It was part of a sprawling hilly terrain, stretching for miles with numerous summits. Truly, anyone seeking to conceal themselves would be nearly impossible to find with merely a few thousand soldiers. Lu Jing, concerned for Zhao Yun's injuries, dared not venture too far. After ascending several hundred steps, he discovered a stone cave, softly illuminated by the pale moonlight. The interior was dry and devoid of insects or snakes, with remnants of a fire at the entrance, indicating that it had once been occupied, likely by a herbalist or woodcutter. Lu Jing gently laid Zhao Yun down, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. Suddenly, a cracking sound from behind startled him. He turned to find Wu Xiu at the cave's entrance, striking flint to ignite a fire, on the verge of success. Enraged, Lu Jing's frustration towards Wu Xiu erupted. He rushed forward and kicked the hay and flint aside. Glaring at Wu Xiu, "Have you lost your mind?" Wu Xiu, taken aback, soon realized his folly and lowered his head, murmuring, "I forgot. It was my mistake." Lu Jing, suppressing his anger, instructed him, "Go outside and assess the situation. Check if the Cao army is searching the mountains." Wu Xiu nodded silently and exited, while Lu Jing returned to Zhao Yun's side. He retrieved a water flask belonging to Wu Xiu's steed, only to find it nearly empty, having consumed most of its contents. Lu Jing offered Zhao Yun a few sips. The water proved beneficial, and Zhao Yun gradually regained consciousness, casting a grateful glance at Lu Jing as he murmured, "Thank you, my lord, for risking your life to save me. There is no need for formality, General. You were wounded due to my plight. It is only fitting that I offer my assistance," Lu Jing replied, feeling a pang of guilt. Historically, Zhao Yun had not suffered injuries. This alteration in fate was solely due to his efforts to save Lu Jing. Should Zhao Yun fall because of this, it would mean the loss of the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changban Slope. Lu Jing changed Zhao Yun's bandages, ultimately allowing him the last few sips of water. "Are you truly Lu Jingzhou's nephew?" Zhao Yun inquired. "I suppose so," Lu Jing replied with a smile, reciting, "I am Lu Jing, a native of Gaoping County in Shanyang. Summoned by my uncle, the governor of Jingzhou, to Xiangyang. I encountered the Cao army while passing through Runan, leading to the tragic demise of my family, leaving me as the sole survivor." "Ah, so you are Master Jing," Zhao Yun acknowledged with a slight smile, his once bright gaze now serene. Just then, a low call from outside interrupted. My lord, my lord." Wu Xiu's voice was laced with urgency. Lu Jing gently patted Zhao Yun's hand, rising to step outside the cave. "What is it?" "My lord, look." Wu Xiu pointed toward the mountainside, his voice trembling with fear. Following his gesture, Lu Jing's heart sank as he beheld a long procession of torches snaking down the mountain path, resembling a fiery dragon. The number of torches suggested a multitude, with countless flames advancing upwards, indicating that the main force of the Cao army had arrived, intent on a thorough search of the mountains. The spectacle of tens of thousands left Wu Xiu pale with terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Unable to contain himself any longer, he turned and pleaded, "Young master, it must be Cao Cao approaching. I can no longer bear this. He will surely drag us down. If we take him with us, escape will be impossible." Before he could finish, Lu Jing delivered a fierce punch that sent him sprawling to the ground, pointing at him in fury and rebuking, "You ungrateful wretch. Had it not been for him, you would have perished amidst the chaos of battle. Speak another word, and I shall end your life with a single stroke." Wu Xiu gradually lowered his head, a flicker of hatred igniting in his eyes. Had it not been for the fear of repercussions upon his return, he would have fled long ago, never to seek out this insufferable brat again. Lu Jing then turned and made his way into the cave, grasping Zhao Yun's hand with a smile, saying, "It seems we must find ourselves a new locale." Chapter 13. A night of heart-pounding suspense. Zhao Yun overheard their conversation outside and felt a surge of emotion. With a forced smile, he remarked, "In truth, Cao Cao would not kill me. Being captured is of little consequence." Lu Jing, however, paid him no heed and simply hoisted Zhao Yun onto his back, declaring, "As long as I live, you shall not perish." Carrying Zhao Yun, they exited the cave, with Wu Xiu leading the way as the three of them continued their ascent towards the mountain summit. On the mountain path, a throng of generals surrounded a middle-aged man, whose foot-long beard hung beneath his chin, a prominent nose graced his face, and his slender, piercing eyes held a sharp gaze. Adorned with a golden helmet and clad in a suit of golden chainmail, he bore the legendary sword, Etienne, at his waist, and rode a steed named Chao Huang Fei Dian beneath him. This man was none other than Cao Cao. Liu Bei had fled far away, and unable to pursue, he was compelled to lead his troops back to Rangshan. Yet, upon hearing of the injured General Zhao Yun hiding in the mountains with a young lad, who happened to be Lu Jing's nephew, Cao Cao could not suppress his intrigue. The location was not far from Jingzhou. If he could capture Lu Biao's nephew, he could use the pretext of returning the nephew to meet Lu Biao at the Han River, which would also serve to capture Liu Bei. Before Cao Cao, Eugene knelt on one knee, filled with immense regret. Had he known how much the Lord valued that young man, he would have never let him slip away. His foolishness weighed heavily on him. He dared not conceal the truth and recounted Lu Jing's words verbatim, expressing his deep remorse. "I was duped by him, allowing him and Zhao Yun to escape right beneath our noses. It is too late for regret. I have acted foolishly and jeopardized the Lord's grand ambitions. Please punish me." Cao Cao looked on with surprise. This young man was not only well-informed but also bold and astute, exhibiting remarkable wisdom. The existence of such a nephew of Lu Jing was indeed noteworthy, deepening Cao Cao's interest. He was determined to capture Lu Jing's nephew. He immediately issued a command. "Proclaim my orders. Do not set fire to the mountains. They must be captured alive. Those who seize Zhao Yun shall receive a reward of 300 taels, and those who capture Lu Biao's nephew shall be rewarded 500 taels." Cao Cao then instructed the general Li Dian, "You may lead 3,000 troops along the back paths to cut off their retreat southward." Complying, Li Dian led his 3,000 soldiers along a winding mountain route heading southwest. Under the allure of substantial rewards, countless soldiers of Chao's army ascended the mountain, torches in hand, transforming the hillside into a spectacular display of light, reminiscent of a blossoming tree of silver and fire. Meanwhile, Lu Jing and his companions had traversed the ridge and reached another side of the mountain saddle, which was lush with pine forests. At this moment, the poison from Zhao Yun's wounds began to take its toll, leaving him in a semi-conscious state, with blisters forming on his lips. Sometimes lucid, he uttered nothing. At other times, he groaned, "Water, water." His body burned with fever, and he appeared on the brink of dehydration. Lu Jing was frantic. Zhao Yun was in dire need of water and medicine, and their supplies had been exhausted. Water was imperative. Without it, Zhao Yun would surely perish. He straightened up and scanned the surroundings. As a young hunter, he possessed a modicum of experience, having reigned just the previous day. The pine forest would likely be devoid of water, yet perhaps a depression in the saddle might yield a puddle. He took his water flask and said to Wu Xiu, "Take good care of General Zhao. He has saved our lives, and we cannot abandon him. I shall search for water and return promptly." Wu Xiu nodded, reassuring him. "Do not worry, my lord. I will look after him." Though Lu Jing remained uneasy, he felt compelled to return. He leaped down from a dirt embankment and hastened towards the hollow of the mountain. Watching Lu Jing's retreating figure, Wu Xiu's expression shifted, turning grotesquely sinister. His eyes glinting with malice. "You wish to perish, but I have no desire to meet the same fate," he muttered. He withdrew a dagger from the pouch of the warhorse he had ridden, keeping it concealed behind his back as he approached Zhao Yun step by step. Fortune favored Lu Jing. After running a little over 100 paces, he stumbled upon a small puddle containing a scant amount of rainwater. Elated, he cautiously filled his water flask, but regrettably, the supply was insufficient, yielding only half a flask before it ran dry. Lu Jing was confident that finding one source would likely lead to another nearby, yet his concern for Zhao Yun compelled him to turn back and rush away. Wu Xiu crouched before Zhao Yun, his grip on the dagger hidden behind him, and whispered, "General Zhao, General Zhao." Despite having witnessed Zhao Yun's formidable martial prowess, he felt a shiver of trepidation. Should Zhao Yun muster any resistance, his own life would be forfeit. At that moment, Zhao Yun was regaining consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and, in a faint voice, inquired, "Where is young Master Jing?" "He has gone to fetch water. I am here to tend to you." As he spoke, Wu Xiu pressed gently on Zhao Yun's wound. Zhao Yun endured the excruciating pain, gritting his teeth in silence. "It seems the injuries you sustained are quite severe. Allow me to assist you in taking a few steps to stimulate your circulation." Zhao Yun, seasoned in battle, discerned the malevolence in Wu Xiu's eyes, which were now ablaze with a predatory gleam, his features contorted into a hideous mask. Instinctively, Zhao Yun understood that this man harbored ill intentions. In a moment of desperation, he whispered, "Young Master Jing is behind you." Wu Xiu, taken aback, abruptly turned around, only to find emptiness. There was not a trace of Lu Jing. A cruel smile crept upon his face as he realized Zhao Yun had merely jested. At this juncture, Wu Xiu comprehended that Zhao Yun had seen through his ruse, yet he also recognized Zhao Yun's inability to fight back. With a sinister grin, he declared, "General Zhao, I apologize. I shall ensure you are honored in death." He raised the dagger high, and Zhao Yun's heart sank with despair, realizing he would not meet his end on the battlefield but rather at the hands of a coward. Just then, Zhao Yun's eyes brightened as he fixed his gaze intently behind Wu Xiu. Wu Xiu sneered, "You cannot deceive me. Your fate is sealed." As he was about to plunge the dagger downward, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his back. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to discover the tip of a sword protruding from his chest. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of Lu Jing standing behind him, his face contorted with rage. Wu Xiu pointed a trembling finger at Lu Jing, desperately shouting, "You are an impostor." With that, he collapsed, lifeless. Lu Jing withdrew the short sword from Wu Xiu's back. Disgusted, he kicked the body aside, which rolled twice before a paper package fell from Wu Xiu's grasp. Lu Jing picked it up and inhaled its contents, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was a packet of high-quality healing ointment, which this wretch had been carrying all along. Damn it! Lu Jing cursed under his breath, realizing that his fruitless search for medicine had exacerbated Zhao Yun's wounds. This scoundrel had hoarded the remedy, yet refused to share it. With the excellent golden ointment in hand, Lu Jing's heart was suddenly ignited with hope. He hurriedly approached and supported Zhao Yun, inquiring with concern, "General Zhao, are you all right?" Chapter 14. You saved my life again, Zhao Yun murmured. You saved my life once more. No, Lu Jing retorted bitterly, to know a person by their face but not by their heart. I was blind to keep this venomous snake by my side, nearly endangering the general's life. Lu Jing carefully offered Zhao Yun a few sips of water from his flask. Smiling, the rainwater has likely lost its flavor. Once we reach Xiangyang City, I shall procure fine wine to atone for my misjudgment. Zhao Yun smiled faintly, replying, At that time, I shall treat you to a drink. Lu Jing proceeded to bandage Zhao Yun's wounds. The water and healing ointment soon worked wonders, gradually restoring Zhao Yun's body temperature to normal, alleviating Lu Jing's worries. At that moment, the sky seemed to brighten, and Lu Jing turned to see the mountain peaks flanked by torches. The Cao army had taken a shortcut and blocked their retreat. With a wry smile, Lu Jing remarked, Truly, Cao enjoys these underhanded tactics. Young Master Jing, you must go. Do not concern yourself with me any longer. Zhao Yun acknowledged the perilous situation and wished to spare Lu Jing further trouble. Yet Lu Jing shook his head with a smile. Do not speak such words. On the battlefield, you did not abandon me. How could I forsake you now? Zhao Yun silently regarded the youth, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. This young man was so loyal and righteous. How could he ever repay such kindness? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jing said to Zhao Yun, given the circumstances, I can only take a risk. Whether we escape this calamity depends on our fortune. Zhao Yun sighed gently, to perish on the battlefield alongside you, young master. I would have no regrets. Lu Jing rose, declaring, the Cao army may wish to slay us, but it will not be so easily accomplished. He surveyed their surroundings. They were situated between two mountain peaks. The majority of the Cao forces were concentrated on the northern peak, while the southern peak had only a few soldiers blocking their escape route, particularly sparse in the southeast direction. Brother Zhao, can you manage a few steps? Feeling a flicker of sensation return to his legs, Zhao Yun nodded. I shall give it a try. Lu Jing supported Zhao Yun, and, with Wu Xiu's lifeless body tucked under his arm, they limped towards the southeast. As they traversed the mountainside, Lu Jing soon spotted a cave that appeared to be unfathomably deep. He tossed a stone inside, and after a long pause, an echo returned. This cave is adequate. We can conceal the bodies here, Lu Jing noted, finding a low-lying area nearby. He smiled at Zhao Yun. Brother Zhao, please rest for a moment. I will return shortly. Zhao Yun lay down, closing his eyes, having entrusted both his honor and life to Lu Jing. Lu Jing covered Zhao Yun and Wu Xiu's bodies with branches, then oriented himself before dashing southeast. The search party of the Cao army was sparse in that direction, numbering only around 300 and scattered, thus granting Lu Jing a fleeting opportunity. About 200 paces from the cave, Lu Jing encountered a solitary Cao soldier. He casually tossed Zhao Yun's helmet to the ground, drew his short sword, and began to ascend a tree. Before long, soldiers of the Cao army approached, brandishing torches. He noticed a helmet on the ground, bent down to retrieve it, and as he examined the helmet, Lu Jing suddenly leaped from the tree, knocking the soldier to the ground, forcefully pressing his face into the mud, and plunged a sword through his back. He swiftly stripped the armor from the Cao soldier and donned it himself. Casting a glance around, he spotted another solitary torch flickering in the distance. Lu Jing dashed towards it, soon taking cover behind a tree, awaiting the enemy's approach. Suddenly, he sprang forth, brandishing his knife at the Cao soldier's chest, demanding the password. Startled, the soldier recognized him and hastily replied, "The net is drawn." The password was indeed "the net is drawn," not chicken rib. Lu Jing chuckled, then, feigning fright, pointed behind the soldier and exclaimed, "What is that behind you?" Instinctively, the soldier turned around, and in that fleeting moment, Lu Jing seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive blow that sent the soldier's head flying over a yard away. At that moment, Lu Jing felt an overwhelming anxiety as more searchers from the Cao army drew near. Time was of the essence. He hoisted two corpses onto his shoulders and sprinted towards the cave. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Jing, carrying Zhao Yun, who was clad in the same armor, and holding a torch, raced southward along the mountainside. He wagered that these soldiers would never suspect that their prey would willingly walk into their snare. Several Cao soldiers suddenly appeared before him, shouting, "Who goes there? What is the password?" Lu Jing, like one entering a password, anxiously awaited their response. Evidently, the password was correct. A few Cao soldiers approached, glancing at Zhao Yun with concern, inquiring, "What happened to him? He seems close to death." Lu Jing forced a smile. "He is my elder brother. He was bitten by a snake during the search. The venom is lethal, and bleeding him has proven futile. I must see the military doctor immediately." At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance, with distant shouts of, "We found it." The Cao soldiers immediately panicked, abandoning Lu Jing and Zhao Yun as they rushed towards the source of the uproar, driven by the allure of an 800-pound bounty. In an instant, all nearby Cao soldiers had fled. Seeing no more torches blocking their path, Lu Jing shouldered Zhao Yun and remarked with a smile, "Brother Zhao, it seems we can finally be on our way." Zhao Yun returned the smile. "It appears we need not perish on the battlefield after all." The two shared a hearty laugh as Lu Jing strode forth into the vast mountain ranges to the south. At the foot of the mountain, the valiant generals, Li Jin and Li Dian, knelt before Cao Cao, their expressions laden with shame. Li Jin, filled with deep regret, stated, "We have scoured the mountains twice, leaving no stone unturned, yet we have found no trace of them. We discovered only 2 corpses. One belonged to a middle-aged man, and the other was our comrade clad in Zhao Yun's armor." The soldiers initially believed they had captured them. Beside him, Li Dian, equally abashed, confessed, "I was tasked with intercepting from the south." Some soldiers spotted Lu Jing and Zhao Yun, but they were disguised in the armor of Chao's troops and knew the passphrase. Thus we let them go. It is likely that Lu Jing and Zhao Yun have since fled over the mountains. I do not dare to conceal any details and am willing to accept the Prime Minister's punishment." Cao Cao, seething with anger, exclaimed, "A group of worthless fools. Despite the efforts of thousands to search the mountains, they have managed to escape." He glanced at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground and turned to Eugene, inquiring, "Who is this middle-aged man?" Eugene promptly bowed and replied, "He is likely one of those who attempted to break through. I surmise he was a subordinate of Lu Biao, though I am uncertain as to why they fell into internal discord." Chapter 15. The first encounter with Liu Bei. The term internal strife evoked various thoughts in Cao Cao's mind. After a prolonged contemplation, he inquired of his strategist Cheng Yu, "What is Zhong to think?" Cheng Yu, understanding Cao Cao's intentions, gently stroked his graying beard and replied with a smile, "As General Yu and General Li have stated, this young man is indeed audacious and possesses remarkable strategies, managing to escape encirclement on 2 occasions. One cannot deny that he is a prodigy. If he is indeed Lu Jingsheng's son, the Prime Minister must capture him to eliminate future threats. However, if he is merely a nephew, sending him to Jingzhou may not be a misfortune. If my subordinate's deductions are correct, this young man will undoubtedly incite chaos in Jingzhou in the future." Cao Cao nodded, stroking his beard in agreement. He shared the same sentiment. If Lu Jingsheng's son were akin to a piglet, the addition of a formidable nephew would be like introducing a black fish into a pond, inevitably leading to great turmoil in Jingzhou. Zhongde pondered whether he could further assist him. Cheng Yu shook his head with a smile and said, "I believe the time is not yet ripe. We should concentrate on vanquishing Yuan Shao and pacifying the north. Jingzhou can be observed for now. If the Prime Minister is interested in this young man, it would be prudent to keep an eye on him. When the opportunity arises, we can use him to stir unrest in Jingzhou." Historically, the downfall of nations has stemmed from internal discord. There is no need for the Prime Minister to rush. Cheng Yu's words resonated deeply with Cao Cao. After much reflection, he ultimately decided to cease the search for the 2 and promptly ordered the troops to return to Xuchang. The terrain of Rangshan was a series of undulating hills, stretching for 50 or 60 miles. Lu Jing, carrying Zhao Yun, walked for nearly 2 hours and had covered over 20 miles, leaving their pursuers far behind. Now out of sight. At this moment, Lu Jing was utterly exhausted. As dawn's first light began to break, he located a tangle of vines around a tree root and gently laid Zhao Yun down. With medicine and water, Zhao Yun's condition had not worsened after a brief rest. His complexion had improved considerably, though he still appeared quite pale, the dark hues around his eyes having faded slightly. "Young Master Jing, you should rest as well," Zhao Yun suggested with a smile. "I feel a bit stronger now. Perhaps I can walk on my own shortly." The 2, having shared a night of peril, had forged a bond of camaraderie through their trials. Lu Jing took a sip of water and offered the flask to Zhao Yun. He had found a crystal-clear spring along the way and refilled it. As he gazed at the sun gradually rising on the horizon, casting magnificent rays that painted the sky and earth in resplendent hues, Lu Jing appeared pensive amidst the picturesque landscape. Wu Xiu is dead. Can I still go to Jingzhou? Though he still bore the semblance of his former self, without Wu Xiu's introduction, would Lu Biao still trust him? Perhaps he would. Perhaps he would not. All was uncertain. If he did not go to Jingzhou, where else could he turn? You should still go to Jingzhou, young Master Jing, Zhao Yun remarked with a gentle smile. You are Lu Biao's nephew. Regardless of Wu Xiu's presence, that fact remains unchanged. Zhao Yun sighed softly. Your journey to Jingzhou should not be merely about relying on Lu Biao's patronage, but rather about discovering an opportunity to showcase your talents. After this night, I, Zhao Yun, have witnessed in you a person of integrity, loyalty, and gratitude, someone who does not abandon others. I hold you in high regard. And I hope you find a favorable destiny. Zhao Yun's words painted Lu Jing's heart with the hues of dawn. He gazed at the sunrise as it burst forth, and a sense of noble ambition surged within him, a fervor befitting a man of stature. Indeed, there may be some risks involved, yet what endeavor is devoid of peril? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Lu Biao's nephew, the Marquis of Jinpingting, stood to gain immensely from the prospects ahead. Thus, any risk appeared trivial in comparison. A man of worth who cannot bear such a slight risk is not fit for any venture. Would it not be splendid to journey to Jingzhou, to seek Lu Biao's legacy and carve out his own achievements? Such efforts would not render his sojourn in the Three Kingdoms futile. With this thought, Lu Jing turned to Zhao Yun and smiled. If one day, Brother Zilong, you were granted the opportunity to showcase your talents and establish your own legacy, would you seize it? Zhao Yun smiled faintly. He comprehended Lu Jing's deeper intentions and was not naive. The words of Wu Xiuling before his demise had illuminated his understanding. After a moment of contemplation, he replied calmly, I shall not betray my lord, just as he has remained steadfast to me. My lord is currently facing tremendous adversity. How could I abandon him in his time of need? Zhao Yun's response left Lu Jing somewhat disheartened, yet he quickly reconciled with the notion. If Zhao Yun were to betray Liu Bei, he would no longer be the valiant Zhao Zilong of Changshan. More importantly, he realized he was thinking too far ahead. Now was not the time for grand ambitions, but rather a moment to ensure Lu Biao's recognition, thereby establishing himself in Jingzhou. This was the matter that required his focus. Gradually, Lu Jing's emotions settled and reason returned. He chuckled. In truth, my greatest desire is to master martial arts akin to Brother Zilong's prowess. Alas, such an opportunity eludes me. Zhao Yun remained silent for a moment, then regarded Lu Jing thoughtfully and remarked, You shall undoubtedly have your chance. Lu Jing merely spoke in jest. But then another thought crossed his mind, and he said, I intend to visit Xiangyang. Perhaps I might encounter Lu Huangxiu. Should fate allow our meeting, I would gladly lend my efforts, in honor of Brother Zilong's unwavering loyalty, to assist him in remaining in Jingzhou. Zhao Yun's heart swelled with joy. If Lu Jing could persuade Lu Biao to retain their lord, it could avert a dire fate and herald a new opportunity. Thank you, young Master Jing, for your righteousness. Zhao Yun expressed gratefully. Lu Jing nodded, noticing the vitality returning to Zhao Yun's demeanor, which was no longer as feeble as the previous night. With a smile, he remarked, The medicament that rascal hoarded was indeed commendable. Too bad it has run out. I wonder if there are any herbal remedies nearby. He rose and scanned the surroundings when, in the distance, he spotted a young Taoist priest carrying a bamboo basket approaching. Lu Jing's heart leaped with joy. He had been troubled by the search for a guide. He quickly approached, bowing respectfully, Esteemed Taoist, please stay your course. The young priest, around 14 or 15 years of age, of average height with thick lips and a flattened nose, bore a simple and honest expression, wielding a medicinal hoe. Startled by the sudden appearance of two soldiers in the desolate wilderness, he clasped his hands in greeting. Wuliang Tinzuan. Where do these two benefactors hail from? We are subordinates of Lu Huaxiu, dispersed by the forces of Cao. We have traversed mountains and valleys in flight. One of our companions has sustained grave injuries. Might you assist us? He and Zhao Yun were both clad in the armor of Cao's soldiers, unable to conceal their identities. They could only take a chance. For since Liu Bei's reputation for benevolence was renowned throughout the land, it remained to be seen whether this young Taoist would appreciate their gesture. Chapter 16. Audience with the Lord. Upon learning that they were subordinates of Lu Huangshu, the young Taoist monk immediately felt a surge of respect, bowing deeply in greeting. As they were indeed associates of Lu Huangshu, the young monk insisted on leading them back to the Taoist temple at the foot of the mountain, where his master could tend to their injuries. Lu Jing inwardly cursed. acknowledging that Lu De's reputation was indeed commendable, which explained his widespread popularity. Together with the young monk, he supported Zhao Yun and slowly made their way down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain stood a Taoist temple known as Tianxian Temple, home to approximately 20 Taoists. They lived a pastoral life, gathering herbs and farming. Self-sufficient and untroubled by the chaos of the late Han dynasty. The abbot, an elderly Taoist known as Zhongshan Jinren, was once a renowned physician. Despite his medical expertise, he could not save himself. After losing his wife and children to a fever, he renounced the worldly life, wandering the lands until he settled in Zhongshan. He devoted his time to providing free medical care and medicine to the local villagers, earning immense respect. Having heard of Liu Bei's benevolence, Zhongshan Jinren promptly ordered preparations for a quiet room upon learning of the plight of Liu Bei's subordinates. He personally attended to Zhao Yun's wounds. Although the poison from the arrow was severe, fortune favored them as the arrowhead had not struck any vital tendons or bones. With Lu Jing's timely intervention, the toxicity was managed, and Zhao Yun's condition was not dire. He would only require a month of rest to fully recover. Nonetheless, Zhao Yun was deeply concerned for Liu Bei, fearing that after this defeat, all foundations would be lost, and he wondered if his lord could withstand such a blow. He earnestly requested Lu Jing to deliver a message to Liu Bei, secretly hoping that Lu Jing could assist in persuading Liu Bei to remain in Jingzhou. Lu Jing, having already made a promise, could not refuse. After resting for a night, he set off for Jingzhou the following day. Westward from Zhongshan, a winding official road stretched for over 300 miles, leading into Jingzhou territory. Upon reaching Bishui, a tributary of the Han River, one could travel south along its banks for over 100 miles to arrive at Xiangyang. However, Lu Jing opted for a shortcut, reducing the distance by half. He strode vigorously across the gentle hills, continually referring to the map drawn by Zhongshan Jinren. By midday of the second day, he felt he was nearing Bishui. Finding a large stone, Lu Jing meticulously examined the map for his location. According to it, he was beside Bishui, yet he could not see the river. Rising, he scanned the surroundings and spotted a small hill 100 paces away, atop which stood a tall, straight tree, approximately 4 to 5 zhang high. He immediately dashed toward the hill. Before long, Lu Jing had climbed the tree, peering westward from its branches. His view expanded dramatically, revealing a long, ribbon-like river flowing quietly across the wilderness. He also spotted the official road, at the end of which appeared to be dozens of small dark dots resembling tents, stationed by the banks of Bishui. Found it! Lu Jing exclaimed joyfully, sliding down the tree and racing down the hill toward the distant official road. After half an hour, he finally arrived at Liu Bei's encampment. 100 paces from the camp, 2 cavalrymen swiftly approached and blocked his path. Entry into the military camp is prohibited, they declared. Lu Jing slightly cupped his hands in respect. Please relay to Lu Huangshu that General Zhao Yun has entrusted me with a letter. Please wait a moment, my lord. The cavalry turned their horses around, and, shortly thereafter, a scholar approached Lu Jing, bowing respectfully. This young gentleman was aware of General Zhao's circumstances. Lu Jing observed that the scholar, approximately in his 30s, sported a long beard, his eyes clear and his demeanor poised, exuding an air of cultured elegance. He smiled and said, I was rescued by General Zhao and managed to escape the battlefield, but alas, he has sustained injuries. We fled from the pursuit of Chao's forces. And now General Zhao is recuperating at the Tianxian Temple on Mount Rang. He entrusted me with the task of conveying his safety to you, Uncle Lu. Ah, I see, replied Lu Jing. Please accompany me. The scholar guided Lu Jing towards the camp, prompting Lu Jing to curiously inquire, May I ask your esteemed surname? The scholar smiled gently. I am Sun Qian, courtesy name Gongyu, hailing from Beihai County. Lu Jing nodded inwardly, realizing he was indeed Sun Qian. Sun Qian then remembered he had forgotten to ask Lu Jing's name, and quickly added, My apologies, I neglected to inquire about your esteemed name. I am Lu Jing, the nephew of Lu Biao. I passed through Runan and was saved by General Zhao Yun, Lu Jing replied. Upon hearing that Lu Jing was Lu Biao's nephew, Sun Qian felt a surge of respect. So you are young Master Jing. My apologies for the oversight. As the two entered the camp, they noticed a gathering of individuals by the riverbank. Sun Qian said apologetically, Please bear with me for a moment, my lord. My lord is currently conversing with the others and will meet you shortly. Not at all. Please attend to your matters, Lu Jing replied. Sun Qian expressed his regrets and hurried away. Standing about 100 paces from the group, Lu Jing leaned against a grain cart, arms crossed. Gazing calmly at Liu Bei and his subordinates in their meeting, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Wondering if it would unfold as he had imagined, Liu Bei first lamenting in despair, followed by his followers pledging their loyalty. Logically, this would indeed be the case. Liu Bei would surely provide his former subordinates with an opportunity to choose. He could not force them to follow him to Jingzhou. And this would also serve to test their loyalty, a dual purpose, indeed. At that moment, he heard someone angrily exclaim, "Brother, what are you saying? After fighting in the south and north for over a decade, when have we ever turned our backs on you? If you speak like this again, I, Zhang Ida, will jump into the river and end my life." This was Zhang Fei. Lu Jing chuckled to himself, finding his forthright nature amusing, though he was curious about his true character. Soon after, a calm voice interjected, "Brother, have you forgotten about the tale of Gaozu? After suffering defeats at the hands of Xiangyu, it was through the battle at Gaixia that we achieved success. You have endured many hardships and still stand firm. What do the legacies of Yuanshu and Yuanshao matter? You are merely facing a small setback now. You will rise again. Since we are now in Jingxiang, we may temporarily seek refuge with Liu Biao to strategize for a resurgence." This voice belonged to Guan Yu, and Lu Jing noted his imposing figure from behind. Lu Jing sighed softly. Despite Liu Bei's repeated setbacks, his resilience was indeed admirable. Moreover, his ability to connect with people was remarkable. Having fled, he still insisted on sending Zhao Yun to rescue Liu Bei, unwilling to concede defeat easily. It was no wonder so many were willing to follow him. "Young Master Jing." Sun Qian approached with a cheerful smile and bowed, saying, "My lord requests your presence. Might I trouble you?" Lu Jing nodded in agreement and swiftly followed Sun Qian to the carriage. Liu Bei, feeling slightly unwell, could not withstand the cold wind over the river and chose to return to the carriage. The carriage, spacious and sturdy, was a clothing cart, also known as a lulang cart. Originally used in the palace to transport garments, its design allowed for reclining and with windows on either side. It became a preferred mode of travel for those embarking on long journeys. Chapter 17. Entering Xiangyang. This is the carriage of Liu Bei's two wives. Exhausted from the journey and feeling unwell, Liu Bei, having been chilled by the river breeze, appeared notably pale as he lay upon the thick beddings, visible through the carriage window. "Dear nephew, I truly cannot endure any longer. I apologize for my discourtesy," came Liu Bei's slightly hoarse voice from within the carriage. This was Lu Jing's first encounter with Liu Bei, and his initial impression was that Liu Bei's large ears were indeed a distinguishing feature, while his overall appearance was rather ordinary. Were he seated in a tavern, he could easily pass for a mere shopkeeper. However, Liu Bei's warm smile exuded an inviting charm that instantly fostered a sense of affection. Inside the carriage sat two delicate young women, presumably Lady Mi and Lady Gone. Both were in their early 20s, possessing delicate features styled in the popular late Han falling horse bun and clad in straight, flowing skirts, one in green and the other in red. One had a fair, round face, slightly unremarkable in beauty, while the other radiated exceptional allure. Although Lu Jing could not discern which was Lady Gone and which was Lady Mi, he surmised that Liu Bei had married Lady Mi for her family's wealth, while Lady Gone was merely a concubine. Therefore, the strikingly beautiful lady in the green dress must be Lady Gone, as men often prioritize beauty in their concubines. Perhaps due to their prolonged companionship with Liu Bei through his tumultuous travels, both ladies had grown accustomed to the presence of soldiers and did not shy away. It is worth noting that Liu Bei and Liu Biao were kin, with Liu Bei being the elder. Throughout the journey, Lu Jing had been repeatedly instructed by Wu Xiu on the proper etiquette of greeting elders, such as the necessity of performing the kneeling salute, which had left him somewhat overwhelmed. Now, a dilemma arose. Liu Bei sat within the carriage while Lu Jing stood outside. Should he perform the kneeling salute? The shadow would vanish, rendering it inappropriate. Thus, Lu Jing opted for a deep bow instead. "Your nephew, Lu Jing, pays his respects to uncle," he announced. Liu Bei, squinting his eyes to observe Lu Jing outside the carriage, noted his impressive stature, standing at 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders, a slightly elongated face, eyebrows like swords, and a straight, prominent nose. He possessed an extraordinary demeanor that evoked Liu Bei's silent admiration for this formidable young man. Though Lu Jing was one of several nephews Liu Bei had heard of, the youth before him, despite his imposing figure and remarkable appearance, lacked the refined elegance characteristic of one well-educated. Rather, he bore a hint of rusticity. Nevertheless, Liu Bei's face remained adorned with gratitude as he spoke. "Dear nephew, there is no need for such formalities. I have just learned of Zilong's news, which has greatly relieved my heart. I am grateful to you for delivering this message. I shall promptly send someone to inquire after him. I wonder how he is faring now?" He was struck by a poisoned arrow, but fortunately, it did not harm his tendons or bones. After detoxification and a month of recuperation, he should recover. Oh, dear nephew, you must have endured quite a harrowing experience being pursued by Cao's forces, Liu Bei remarked. Fortune favored us, as Cao personally dispatched men to scour the mountains. Yet we managed to evade capture. I have heard that Cao's troops have since retreated north. Lu Jing spoke of his flight with a casual demeanor, reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. Liu Bei, however, inquired with genuine concern, how is it that you find yourself alone in Runan? What of your parents? A shadow of sorrow flickered in Lu Jing's eyes as he replied, my father passed away early in my youth, and my mother tragically departed last year. My uncle then sent someone to escort me to Jingzhou. We were 4 in total, traveling by ox cart through Runan, when we encountered the cavalry of Cao's army. My family met with misfortune, but Wu Shuzhua and I managed to escape by leaping into the water. We were later rescued by General Liu Bai and General Zhao Yun. At this moment, Sun Qian sighed softly, realizing that the young man was the son of Lu Wanxing. Lu Jing's heart stirred. Did Sun Qian possess knowledge of something? He hastily inquired, do you know my father, Mr. Sun? Sun Qian nodded. I met him once a decade ago, though we were not well acquainted. Just as Sun Qian was about to elaborate, Liu Bei cast him a meaningful glance, prompting Sun Qian to fall silent. Liu Bei sighed. In these tumultuous times, where life is as trivial as grass, it is indeed a stroke of fate that you have survived. Changing the subject, Liu Bei smiled and asked, are you indeed heading to Xiangyang? Yes, if Uncle Huang is also going, we could travel together. General Liu Bai and General Zhao have saved my life. I must express my gratitude to Uncle Huang, Lu Jing responded. Liu Bei understood the implication behind his words and nodded with a smile. Upon hearing that Sun Qian referred to Lu Jing as Liu Biao's nephew, Liu Bei had already conceived a notion, could this young man be a means to strengthen ties with Liu Biao? However, given that it was their first meeting, he refrained from broaching the subject directly. Yet, since the young man had proactively offered his assistance, Liu Bei decided to be forthright. I intend to seek refuge in Xiangyang from Cao's advancing forces, yet I am concerned about your uncle's convenience, placing me in a bit of a dilemma. The latter part of Liu Bei's statement remained unspoken, but he trusted Lu Jing would grasp the underlying message. Indeed, Lu Jing comprehended Liu Bei's insinuation. He was being asked to advocate on his behalf. This subtle favor was something he had already contemplated, knowing that historically, Liu Biao would likely acquiesce. More importantly, if he facilitated Liu Bei's journey to Jingzhou, his own status as Liu Biao's nephew would be significantly elevated, ultimately benefiting him as well. With a deep bow, Lu Jing declared, if my elders have entrusted me, I shall certainly be of service. After Lu Jing stepped aside to rest briefly, Sun Qian whispered, my lord, if he is indeed Lu Wenxing's son, I encountered him 5 years ago, though he appeared somewhat different then. That Lu Qigong was well-educated, composed, and refined, whereas this Lu Qigong seems a bit. Before he could finish, Liu Bei waved his hand dismissively. Such changes are natural. After 5 years, one is bound to evolve. Let us focus on the task at hand. Gua. We must persuade him to assist you in convincing Lu Jing to retain us. Having spoken, Liu Bei cast a significant glance at Sun Qian, who suddenly grasped the deeper implications of Liu Bei's words. There were indeed matters that could not be scrutinized too closely at present. The resounding chimes atop the walls of Xiangyang awakened the ancient city steeped in history, as the sun slowly ascended from the east, casting myriad radiant beams upon Jingzhou's foremost city, sweeping away the last vestiges of twilight that enveloped the citadel. In a grand mansion located to the west of Xiangyang, a middle-aged man adorned with a blue silk cap and clad in an elegant white brocade robe, his waist cinched with a purple sash, leisurely traverses a long corridor. The sunlight streams through the eaves of the corridor, casting a warm glow upon him. Standing at an impressive height of 8 feet, his robust physique is complemented by a fair complexion and a graceful beard. His deep-set eyes occasionally flash with a piercing intensity, evoking a sense of authority without the need for anger. Despite the broad sleeves of his attire that flutter as he walks, there is an ethereal quality to his movements, and each gesture exudes an indescribable refinement and gentility. Chapter 18. It is merely a matter of his identity as the General of the South and the Marquis of Chengwu. Liu Biao, the governor of Jingzhou. Having ruled Jingzhou for 11 years, he has transformed from the solitary Inspector Liu who first entered Jingzhou into a powerful lord commanding over 100,000 armored soldiers and an extensive territory spanning thousands of miles. Recently, Liu Biao has been in a somber mood due to the condition of his wife. She is the daughter of the Kai family from Xiangyang, and after several years of marriage without children, she finally became pregnant a few months ago. However, just 5 days ago, she suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain, prompting Lu Biao to summon all the renowned physicians from Xiangyang to save the fetus, but ultimately, they were unable to prevent the miscarriage, leaving him in profound sorrow. The continuation of lineage has always been a significant concern for families of officials, particularly for Madame Cai, as her son could have potentially become the future ruler of Jingzhou. Thus, her miscarriage has become a matter of great importance within the Lu household. For 2 consecutive days, chaos reigned in the Lu residence, causing Lu Biao to neglect official duties and remain home to comfort his deeply distressed wife. Upon rising early, he decided to visit her, uncertain whether her spirits had improved. As Lu Biao descended the steps and traversed a meticulously crafted stone path to a small courtyard, he approached a quaint red building, the residence of his wife. The bamboo within the courtyard stood tall and lush, of vibrant green. Just as Lu Biao reached the entrance, the door swung open, revealing a stooped elderly woman clad in a coarse gown, who emerged carrying a food container. Upon catching sight of Lu Biao, she was startled and quickly stepped aside, bowing her head respectfully, "My lord." This elderly woman had accompanied Madame Cai as a wet nurse and had resided in the Cai household. Following the miscarriage, Madame Cai had summoned her to attend to her needs. "How is the lady? Is she feeling any better?" Lu Biao inquired with concern. The old woman sighed and shook her head. "My lord, the lady is not in good spirits. What is the matter with her?" Lu Biao pressed. "The lady wishes to return to her family home for recuperation." "I understand," he replied, watching the frail figure of the elderly woman retreat. His expression darkened. His wife had mentioned her desire to return to her family home for recuperation more than once over the past 2 days. While it is not uncommon for a woman to wish to return to her familial home during such times, Lu Biao was acutely aware of his wife's underlying sentiments. She was attempting to transform her feelings of guilt towards him into feelings of guilt towards the Cai family. His marriage to the daughter of the Cai family was politically motivated, yet he genuinely cherished his young wife and indulged her in all matters, except for her attitude towards her family. Generally, it is natural for a wife to lean slightly towards her family, but there must be a balance. And Lu Biao felt that his wife had failed to maintain this equilibrium, showing excessive favoritism towards the Cai family, even resorting to her miscarriage as a means to express it. Lu Biao halted his step as he prepared to enter the courtyard, pondering for a moment before turning away. The Jingzhou governor's office is located to the west of Xiangyang, adjacent to Lu Biao's residence. This site serves as the political center of the Jingzhou region, encompassing 300 acres, bustling with over 100 officials and Lu Biao's aides engaged in various duties within the office. Under the protection of dozens of attendants, Lu Biao arrived at the official residence on horseback. Upon reaching the entrance, a clerk approached to report, "Esteemed governor, the envoy from your royal uncle, Lu Xuanda, has arrived and is currently awaiting you in the guest hall." A knowing smile graced Lu Biao's face, as if he had anticipated the arrival of Liu Bei's envoy. He nodded and dismounted. At that moment, the clerk hesitated before adding, "Accompanying him is also the governor's nephew, young Master Jing." Lu Biao was instantly elated. Just days prior, he had heard of the turmoil in Runan and, calculating the time, worried for his nephew Lu Jing, fearing for his safety and the possibility of him being captured by Chao's forces as a hostage. Now, hearing news of him filled Lu Biao with joy. "Where is he? Take me to see him," he urged. Young Master Jing had seemingly come alongside Lu Biao's envoy and was reported to have encountered him in Runan. Hastening towards the official building, Lu Biao had barely reached the corridor when a man in a purple robe emerged from behind a column, bowing deeply in greeting. "My lord, I have a word to share." This man, around 40 years of age, stood an impressive 7.5 feet tall, with broad shoulders and sturdy arms. His skin had a slight yellow hue, and his elongated eyes, paired with a prominent, hawk-like nose, gave him an air of cunning. He was Cai Mao, Lu Biao's maternal uncle and the current military strategist of Jingzhou. Among the 4 illustrious families of Jingzhou, Cai, Kuai, Pang, and Huang, the Cai family of Xiangyang held the highest rank, with Cai Mao as its head, wielding significant power in Jingzhou. Not only was he Lu Biao's foremost deputy, involved in military decision-making, but he also commanded tens of thousands of troops in Xiangyang, holding a pivotal position in the province. Having awaited Lu Biao for some time, he finally addressed him. "I advise my lord to refrain from meeting Liu Bei's envoy." Though Lu Biao harbored some dissatisfaction towards the Cai family due to his wife's insistence on returning to her family for her pregnancy, he was not so petty as to confront Cai Mao over such trivial matters. With his hands behind his back, he smiled lightly and inquired, "Does this envoy perhaps bear ill intentions?" This was his subtle way of indicating to Cai Mao that he was overreacting, lacking in composure. Cai Mao flushed slightly and quickly clarified, "The envoy is Sun Qian. It would be perfectly acceptable for my lord to meet him. However, Liu Bei is in dire straits and is surely seeking refuge with you. This could bring calamity to Jingzhou." As accepting Liu Bei would provide Chao's forces with a pretext to attack, Liu Biao glanced at Cai Mao with a smile, saying, "Let us meet the envoy first. It seems my nephew has also arrived. Have you encountered him, strategist?" "My lord must be referring to young Master Jing. I just saw him. He possesses an impressive appearance." But what?" Liu Biao inquired, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Cai Mao had intended to remark on Liu Jing's aura of martial ferocity, noting a lack of the delicate demeanor typical of Liu's kin, yet he swallowed his words and instead bowed, smiling. "Young Master Jing appears to be a practitioner of martial arts. As the saying goes, no one knows the lord better than his subordinates." Cai Mao had worked alongside Liu Biao for many years and understood his temperament well. Despite Liu Biao's professed desire for a balance between civil and military matters, he inherently favored the scholarly over the martial. Without needing to speak ill of Liu Jing, Cai Mao's mere statement that he was a martial practitioner planted a seed of disappointment in Liu Biao's heart. Liu Biao held an immense affection for his younger brother, Liu Bing. Liu Bing, frail and ailing since childhood, remained childless for 5 years after marrying. Eventually, he was blessed with a son, Liu Jing. Upon hearing the joyous news of his younger brother's offspring from afar in the capital, Liu Biao was overwhelmed with delight. He generously bestowed upon his nephew the character Jing from his own name, thereby naming him Liu Jing. Chapter 19. A battle of wits with Cai Mao. Cai Mao remarked that his nephew was a martial artist. Although this did not alter Liu Biao's affection for his nephew, it cast a subtle shadow in Liu Biao's heart. "Let us proceed," Liu Biao said, elegantly sweeping his sleeves as he hastened down the long corridor towards the reception hall. The architecture of the Qin and Han dynasties predominantly featured a combination of rammed earth and wooden frameworks, typically constructed using the tamped earth method. A distinctive characteristic of this style was its grandiosity. Not only the imperial palaces but also the local governor's offices were impressively monumental. In the square stood twin towers, a type of square watchtower symbolizing status and prestige, commonly seen in Qin and Han architecture. The reception hall was exceedingly spacious, surrounded by towering columns, with enormous satin drapes hanging on either side. Sun Qian and Liu Jing had been waiting in the hall for quite some time, each seated on a wooden couch adorned with soft mats, accompanied by a small table that held a platter of seasonal fruits and a cup of freshly brewed tea. During the Three Kingdoms period, tea was primarily popular among the elite in the south, while the north generally preferred beverages made from rice or fruit pulp. The Jingxiang region was renowned for its tea production, and the practice of brewing tea was widespread. Many scholars who had fled from the north gradually adopted the habit of savoring tea. The cup of tea beside Sun Qian remained untouched, not due to a lack of desire, but rather because he felt somewhat unsettled. A brief conversation with Cai Mao had left a palpable sense of hostility lingering in the air. "Did you notice anything peculiar earlier?" Sun Qian whispered to Liu Jing. Cai Mao's tone seemed rather resistant. "It appears the Jingzhou aristocracy does not welcome the arrival of the imperial uncle." Liu Jing shared a similar unease. His disquiet stemmed not from Cai Mao's animosity towards Liu Bei, but from his own fate. Cai Mao's demeanor towards him had been oddly peculiar, exhibiting a degree of concern that surpassed his interest in Liu Bei. The expressions Cai Mao directed at him were laden with surprise, confusion, and an unmistakable hint of disappointment. What could he possibly be disappointed about? Liu Jing vaguely acknowledged, "I have heard that Cai Mao aligns with the pro-Cao faction. His hostility is certain. The pivotal factor, however, rests with my uncle." Sun Qian nodded, fully aware of the power dynamics in Jingzhou. Liu Biao ultimately held the reins of authority, yet his stance was significantly influenced by the 4 prominent families. The Kai and Kuai clans were pro-Cao. The Pang family maintained a neutral position, while the Huang clan, led by the steadfastly anti-Cao governor Huang Zhong of Jiangxia, represented a strong opposition. Among these 4 families, the Kai clan was the most powerful, wielding considerable influence over Liu Biao. Despite the unsettling animosity from the Kai family, Sun Qian found a glimmer of hope in Liu Jing's words. The crucial element was Liu Biao's attitude. At that moment, a guard at the entrance called out, "The governor of Jingzhou, Marquis Chengwu, and General Zhenan have arrived." Liu Biao had come. Sun Qian and Liu Jing promptly rose to their feet, and they observed a tall, middle-aged man in an elegant crown stride into the hall, followed closely by Cai Mao and another middle-aged man. This latter figure exuded a commanding presence and an air of refinement. His extraordinary appearance contrasted by a deliberate modesty as he walked in Lu Biao's shadow, evading attention. Sun Qian had met Lu Biao before and immediately recognized the man in the tall hat as Lu Jingqing, the lord of Jingzhou. He hastily approached, performing a deep bow as a sign of respect. I, Sun Qian, a humble aide of the left general of the Han, pay my respects to General Jinnan. It is indeed you, Gong Yu. It has been many years since we last met. Lu Biao smiled graciously, his gaze shifting to Lu Jing, infused with a touch of familial affection. He had only seen Lu Jing once when he was 3 years old, and after so many years, he had long forgotten the visage of the young child. Now, seeing Lu Jing, who stood about 8 feet tall with broad shoulders, an elongated face, sword-like brows, and a straight, prominent nose, Lu Biao was instantly taken with him, silently praising, "Truly my nephew." Lu Jing stepped forward, kneeling with his thighs resting on his heels. Back straight, arms spread wide and pressed against the ground, shoulder width apart, and leaning slightly forward as he deeply bowed, saying, "Nephew pays his respects to uncle." This gesture, known as bai, is typically used by juniors towards their elders or by subordinates towards their superiors. The bow performed by women is termed su bai, which involves no hand placement on the ground, merely a slight bow of the head. For close relatives, such as parents or mentors, the act requires not only a hand bow but also a chi, which is a kowtow. A long bow is reserved for peers or less familiar individuals. And when a subordinate performs a long bow to a superior, it can be seen as a slight, as in the case of Yuan Shao bowing to Dong Shua, which left many astonished. Sun Qian's earlier gesture was also a long bow. He was not Lu Biao's subordinate, and as he represented Liu Bei, they were, in a sense, of equal standing. Lu Jing was obliged to perform the bow due to Liu Biao being his elder, yet he was not required to kowtow, signifying a distinction between Liu Biao and his parents or mentors. Having only arrived in this era a few days prior and being unfamiliar with the customs, Lu Jing was fortunate that Wu Xiu patiently taught him the etiquette. Although Wu Xiu was a despicable and ungrateful individual, there was no denying his significant assistance in concealing Lu Jing's identity. For this reason, Lu Jing resolved to look after Wu Xiu's family in the future. Liu Biao chuckled softly and helped Lu Jing to his feet, scrutinizing him once more. Despite Lu Jing's impressive stature appealing to him, Liu Biao noted a certain lack of refinement in Lu Jing's demeanor, which left him feeling slightly regretful. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Jinger, you have traveled a long way. Where is Wu Shuzhua?" Lu Jing replied, his expression somber, "In Runan, we encountered the chaos of Chao's army. My family and Wu Shuzhua met with misfortune, and I narrowly escaped by swimming, fortunate to have been rescued by Uncle Lu." Sun Qian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lu Jing was praising his lord. He smiled silently, accepting Lu Jing's words. Liu Biao sighed inwardly, concerned that his fears had come to fruition. He was grateful for Liu Bei's timely intervention, and his attitude towards Sun Qian shifted noticeably. "Gong Yu, it has been a difficult journey. Please take a seat." The guests settled into their seats, and servants brought them tea. Lu Jing presented the letter, the original document, and the seal to Liu Biao, items that were necessary to disclose as soon as possible. Liu Biao glanced over the items with little suspicion and then smiled at Kai Mao, inquiring, "What do you think of my nephew?" Kai Mao chuckled lightly, replying, "Young Master Jing is strikingly handsome and possesses an admirable demeanor. He truly lives up to being the nephew of the Lord." Chapter 20. Offering counsel, he pondered for a moment and then inquired with a smile, "Why does young Master Jing's accent seem somewhat peculiar?" This issue of Lu Jing's accent could not be easily dismissed, and even Liu Biao cast a curious glance at Lu Jing, having also noticed that his speech did not reflect their hometown dialect. Generally speaking, adolescence is a formative period wherein one's appearance, character, and even accent are established. Once formed, these traits are difficult to alter. Thus, this matter had been a topic of discussion between Lu Jing and Wu Xiu, and they had devised a response. Lu Jing smiled and replied, "I have studied at the foot of Mount Tai, traveling with my master for 6 years, traversing vast distances and reading countless volumes." However, Kai Mao was relentless. Feigning surprise as he queried, "May I ask who your esteemed master is?" Lu Jing initially intended to dismiss it as a mere unknown scholar, unworthy of mention. Yet he realized this could expose a flaw. Should Liu Biao take an interest and test his knowledge, he might find himself in a precarious position. Lu Jing felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Before he could speak, Sun Qian interjected with a smile, "I happen to know this. Young Master Jing has taken the renowned scholar Wu Xiong of Mount Tai as his teacher." Wu Xiong was an old acquaintance of mine, but alas, a great talent was lost to illness last year. What a pity. Having traveled with Lu Jing, Sun Qian was aware that Lu Jing lacked profound Confucian knowledge, and his willingness to vouch for Lu Jing was clearly a gesture of gratitude for Lu Jing's earlier praise of Liu Bei. Lu Biao had heard of Wu Xiang, known for his disdain for classical texts, earning the moniker the ghost talent of Mount Tai, as he specialized in the study of practical crafts. Upon learning that his nephew had become a disciple of Wu Xiang, Lu Biao felt a twinge of displeasure. However, this revelation conveniently alleviated the concerns regarding Lu Jing's accent. While Lu Jing's personal affairs were of lesser importance, national matters weighed heavily on Lu Biao's mind. He leaned forward slightly and inquired, "Might I ask where my esteemed brother Xuanda currently resides?" Kai Mao's eyes grew tense, fixated on Sun Qian. As Liu Bei's arrival was of utmost significance for the future of Jingxiang, leaving no room for indifference. Lu Jing, on the other hand, silently rejoiced at having accompanied Sun Qian, as this diverted Lu Biao and Kai Mao's attention from the accent issue that had troubled him. It could only be deemed a stroke of fortune. Yet, a different kind of unease gnawed at him. Had Sun Qian discerned something? Sun Qian inclined slightly and stated, "Your Highness, the imperial uncle has suffered defeat at Runan and is currently by the banks of the Water River. He seeks to ally with the governor. I wonder if the governor might be accommodating." Sun Qian spoke with candor and directness, emphasizing the necessity of clarity in weighty matters, leaving no room for ambiguity in the other party's stance. Before Lu Biao could respond, Kai Mao's expression darkened, and he urgently exclaimed, "My lord, this cannot be." Liu Bei first sought refuge with Tao Qian, who then passed away, followed by an alliance with El Bu, who met his demise at Baiman Tower, and subsequently with Cao Cao, leading to the calamity of the Edict of the Garment. The ministers Dong Cheng and others were executed, and finally, he turned to Yuan Shao, who suffered defeat at Guandu. This clearly illustrates that he is a harbinger of misfortune for his lords. Should we accept him? Cao Cao will surely escalate military action against Jingxiang, bringing imminent disaster. I implore you to consider wisely, my lord. At this juncture, Lu Jing interjected, "Uncle, may I offer a word?" Lu Biao smiled and nodded. "I would like to hear your thoughts, Jinger." Lu Jing had initially resolved to maintain a stance of silence, believing it to be golden. However, seizing the opportunity, he sought to showcase his insights, aiming to cultivate a favorable first impression in Lu Biao's mind. In his previous life, Lu Jing was an attorney and understood well the significance of first impressions. Like a pristine canvas, if he were to first create a magnificent painting upon it, any subsequent inscriptions, regardless of their quality, would not diminish Lu Biao's perception of him, thus achieving a perfect outcome. This approach is, in essence, a workplace strategy. To win the favor of a superior, one must first consider the nature of their initial impression. Concurrently, he felt compelled to repay Sun Qian for his earlier assistance. Rising to his feet, Lu Jing performed a respectful bow to Lu Biao and nodded towards Kai Mao. Then, with composure, articulated, "Although Cao Cao has mobilized forces in Ruyang, it does not necessarily imply that he will march southward to Jingzhou. While the Cao army has triumphed over Yuan Shao, it is worth noting that Yuan Shao still commands dominion over 4 provinces, maintaining considerable strength. At this juncture, Cao Cao's focus should remain on Yuan Shao, for even a dying insect retains its resilience. To thoroughly eradicate Yuan Shao, Cao Cao would require at least another 5 to 6 years, with the north in turmoil. How could he possibly divert his attention southward? During this period, the Cao army will not launch an offensive against Jingxiang. Therefore, Kai Gong need not be apprehensive about the Cao forces posing a threat to Jingzhou due to Lu Huangshu. Moreover, if Cao Cao truly intended to seize Jingxiang, why would he not take advantage of the opportunity to pursue relentlessly? Just as Kai Mao was about to retort, Lu Jing continued, "Even if Cao Cao were to contemplate an assault on Jingxiang in the future, Lu Huangshu would merely serve as a pretext. Do you truly believe that relinquishing Lu Huangshu would cause Cao Cao to retreat, thereby allowing a neighborly coexistence with Jingxiang?" Kai Gong underestimates Cao Cao's ambitions. A tiger does not relinquish its prey simply because of human goodwill. By accepting Lu Huangshu, Cao Cao could enhance the prestige of his uncle's dominion while simultaneously fortifying defenses against the Cao army. It is a proposition worthy of careful consideration. Kai Mao's face darkened with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. His opposition to accepting Liu Bei stemmed from concerns that Liu Bei's arrival would undermine the interests of the Jingxiang gentry, revealing his own selfish motives. Albeit he could not openly express them, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sun Qian secretly commended Lu Jing. who had intended to advocate for Liu Bei as a hero revered for his dedication to restoring the Han dynasty. Yet, it appeared that Liu Jing's pragmatic analysis of interests was far more compelling. No wonder the Lord insisted on bringing both himself and Liu Jing. The Lord truly possessed keen insight. At that moment, the three men turned their gazes towards Liu Biao, awaiting his final decision. Chapter 21. The Kuai and Kai families. Liu Biao stroked his beard, secretly admiring his nephew for his keen insight, clear reasoning, and profound analysis of the situation. He indeed possessed a certain level of discernment. Turning to the silent middle-aged man beside him, he inquired about his opinion. This reticent figure was none other than Kuai Yu, the third most prominent person in Jingzhou and a significant member of the illustrious Kuai family. Renowned in his youth, General He Jin had long heard of his reputation and appointed him as the East Song clerk. He had once advised He Jin to eradicate the eunuchs, but alas, his counsel went unheeded, leading to a tragic bloodbath. After aligning himself with Liu Biao, Kuai Yu achieved numerous accomplishments, being appointed as the governor of Zhongling and granted the title of Marquis of Fantying. He currently served as an advisor in military affairs, participating in critical decision-making, and was widely recognized as the third-ranking figure in Jingzhou. At this moment, upon hearing Liu Biao seek his strategy, he cast a thoughtful glance at Liu Jing and then said with a calm smile, "Uncle Liu is a hero of the realm. If the Lord accepts him, it speaks to the Lord's magnanimity. Since he seeks refuge with the Lord, to deny him would likely tarnish the Lord's reputation, a loss that outweighs the gain. I am in favor of accepting him." Kai Mao glared fiercely at Kuai Yu, who was undermining his efforts to uphold the interests of the Jingzhou aristocracy. Liu Biao nodded resolutely, declaring, "Xuanda is my brother. If he is in need and has come to me for refuge, how could I refuse him?" He then addressed Sun Qian, stating, "Since Xuanda is already at Bishi, I shall personally go to Bishi to welcome him into Jingxiang." Sun Qian rejoiced, recognizing the governor's wisdom and sagacity. The following morning, Liu Biao led thousands of officials and troops northward to Bishi to greet his brother, Liu Bei, a grand spectacle that resonated throughout Jingxiang. To the east of the city lay a sprawling estate covering nearly 100 acres, adorned with pavilions, rockeries, and ponds teeming with fish. The architecture varied from imposing and majestic to exquisitely refined, marking it as an extraordinary residence of a government official. This was Kai Mao's official residence within Xiangyang. Kai Mao hurriedly approached a small courtyard in the back garden. Pushing open the door, he entered to find a towering pear tree, its shade dense and branches laden with golden pears. Behind the verdant leaves and yellow fruit stood 3 rooms, the central hall flanked by 2 side chambers. The main door stood ajar, revealing a large bronze incense burner in the corner, intricately designed with a trigram's motif, from which a delicate wisp of fragrant smoke emanated. Seated in meditation facing the wall was an elderly man clad in a yellow Taoist robe and wearing a bamboo crown, appearing to be in his 60s. Kai Mao had already entered the hall, yet the old man seemed oblivious to his presence. This elder was Kai Su, Kai Mao's uncle and the former head of the Kai family, a devout practitioner of Taoism. He had temporarily relocated to Kai Mao's residence for cultivation due to renovations at the old family estate. "I sense your footsteps are filled with anxiety. What troubles you?" Kai Su asked, not turning around. Kai Mao knelt down and bowed respectfully, saying, "Uncle, Liu Bei has arrived in Jingzhou. Is his arrival truly causing you such distress?" Kai Su slowly turned, his frail and wiry frame contrasted by a pair of piercing eyes capable of discerning the depths of the human heart. He regarded Kai Mao intently and continued, "As the head of the family, you bear the weight of our lineage's prosperity. I hope you can remain composed, carrying your plans with confidence." Kai Sun spoke with a deliberate cadence, yet every word resonated deeply within Kai Mao's heart, prompting a sense of shame that led him to offer a wry smile and confess, "Nephew acknowledges his mistake." Satisfied with his nephew's demeanor, Kai Sun nodded and inquired whether Liu Bei's arrival would impact the interests of the Kai family. After a moment of contemplation, Kai Mao replied, "Liu Bei is a formidable figure. His presence will undoubtedly disrupt the existing power dynamics, and with that disruption, the Kai family's interests are bound to suffer." Kai Sun's gaze remained sharp, as if he could see through Kai Mao's thoughts. Kai Mao inwardly sighed, realizing that he could not conceal his true feelings in front of his uncle. "My primary concern is that Liu Bei's arrival may prompt Cao Cao to advance southward into Jingxiang. Should Cao Cao seize Jingxiang, the influence of the Kai family will inevitably be pushed to the periphery." This was Kai Mao's genuine worry. Although he aligned himself with Cao Cao, he did not wish for the latter's forces to invade Jingxiang. Otherwise, the Kai family's interest would sustain tremendous losses. Not only would the investments made under Liu Biao fade into oblivion, but more critically, as the foremost family under Liu Biao's governance. The Kai family's standing would be jeopardized if Cao Cao were to take control of Jingzhou. After a moment of silence, Kai Sun slowly articulated, while the north remains unsettled. Cao Cao will not be able to advance southward, as long as the Kai family can maintain its status as the preeminent clan in Jingzhou. Even if Cao Cao were to march south, we would still be favored. Thus, the urgent priority now is to fortify the Kai family's position in Jingzhou. The most effective strategy would be through a marriage alliance. Earlier this year, you expressed a desire to unite your daughter Shaoan with Liu Biao. What progress has been made on that front? Shaoan, the sole daughter of Kai Mao, was merely 14 years of age and still in her chamber, despite a relentless stream of suitors. However, Kai Mao held firm to his intention of marrying her to Liu Biao. With a sigh, he continued, I have discussed this matter with my second sister, who informed me that both young Master Qi and young Master Zhong are interested in courting Shaoan. But Jingzhou's stance remains ambiguous. 10 days ago, I broached the subject with Jingzhou directly. What was his response? Kai Sun inquired. Jingzhou suggested that his nephew should marry Shaoan. The nephew? Kai Sun furrowed his brow. Is it Liu Chang or Liu Hu? Neither, Kai Mao replied. It is his younger brother Liu Bing's son, Liu Jing. He arrived today alongside Liu Bei's envoy, Sun Qian, and I have met him. Liu Jing, you say? It seems Liu Biao holds a fondness for this nephew. Kai Sun scoffed coldly before asking, having met him today, what are your impressions? Kai Mao shook his head. He is still but a youth, around 15 or 16 years of age, lacking any charm or sophistication, exuding a raw and rugged demeanor. Were it not for a hint of acumen, I might have mistaken him for a mere yellow turbaned soldier in disguise. Uncle, I do not favor this individual and will not consider marrying Shaoan to him. Kai Sun nodded in agreement, recognizing that a union with Liu Biao's nephew held little merit. Only a marriage with Liu Biao's son could secure Jingzhou's future. Liu Biao is already 50, and his days are numbered. Do you grasp my meaning? I understand my uncle's intent, Kai Mao affirmed. Stop for a moment, Kai Sun remarked calmly, De Gouet, as the head of your family and a prominent minister in Jingzhou. Your every action bears significant weight. You must be vigilant in preserving your reputation. Many matters can be delegated to your kin. There is no need for you to step forward personally. Do you understand? Your humble nephew will heed your wise counsel, second uncle. At the very moment Kai Mao sought his second uncle Kai Sun's counsel on strategies within another grand residence of the Kuai family. Kuai was likewise engaged in discussions with his brother Kuai Liang regarding Liu Bei's entrance into Jingzhou. The Kuai family hailed from Lusher County in Xiangyang. Yet their influence extended into the southern regions, a testament to their lineage's long-standing service and high offices there, hence the saying, North Kai, South Kuai in Jingzhou. Kuai Liang, like his brother Kuai Yu, was distinguished in literary talent and possessed considerable strategic acumen. He had played a significant role in pacifying Jingzhou under Liu Biao, subsequently appointed as chief scribe. However, his health had declined, and he had been convalescing at home for the past 3 years, just arriving in Xiangyang the previous day. As the head of the Kuai family, Kuai Liang was not only erudite but also possessed unique talents, particularly in equine appraisal and celestial observation. Recently, he had been studying the night sky and noticed the southern star, the lord of the Zhuge palace, dimmed and lacking brilliance, while a guest star had entered the southern palace, shining resplendently. This indicated a new master emerging in Jingzhou, prompting his urgent visit to his brother Kuai Yu. Coincidentally, with Liu Bei's arrival, Kuai Liang surmised that this guest star represented Liu Bei, while the dimmed main star signified that Liu Biao's time was limited. Kuai Yu paced a few steps, gazing contemplatively at the ceiling. Noticing his brother's distracted demeanor, Kuai Liang inquired curiously, Do you believe someone else is involved? Kuai Yu shook his head and replied gravely, If the celestial phenomena are accurate, this guest star must indeed refer to Liu Bei, of that there is no doubt. Yet for some reason, I cannot help but think of another individual. Perhaps his impression on me today was simply too profound. Who might that be? Kuai Liang asked. With a wry smile, Kuai Yu responded, a mere youth, Liu Biao's nephew Liu Jing, who also just arrived in Xiangyang today. His insights were remarkable, and it was evident Liu Biao holds him in high regard. However, he is merely 15 or 16 years old. He cannot be the one. Oh. How did this young man analyze matters? Kuai Liang expressed newfound interest in Liu Jing. Kuai Yu recounted the spirited debate that transpired in the guest hall that day. Kuai Liang could not help but chuckle. For such a young lad to possess such profound understanding is indeed impressive. Could it be that Liu Bei instructed him beforehand? Not at all, Kuai Yu countered, shaking his head. I observed the expressions of those present today, Even Sun Qian was taken aback by the youth's words, indicating there was no prior communication. At this juncture, Kuai Yu sighed. Brother, this youth speaks with remarkable eloquence and insight, surpassing Lu Jing's other nephews. Might it be? Kuai Liang, however, was unconvinced by his brother's speculation. That guest star can only symbolize Liu Bei, not Liu Biao's nephew, he interrupted, stating matter-of-factly. We can only congratulate Lu Jing for gaining a talented individual who could one day safeguard Jingzhou. After a brief silence, Kuai Liang chuckled. Why do you now support the acceptance of Liu Bei into Jingzhou? I recall that just a few days ago, you wrote to me, stating that Liu Bei might suffer defeat in Runan and would seek refuge with Jing Sheng, urging him to decline. What has caused this change of heart today? Kuai Yu sighed. It was only until yesterday that I comprehended Jing Sheng's benevolent intentions. One could say that Liu Bei's arrival aligns perfectly with his aspirations. Why is that? Kuai Liang inquired, puzzled. Kuai Yu responded thoughtfully. If Cao Cao were to advance southwards into Jingzhou, threatening Jingxiang, we would find ourselves utterly unprepared. In such a scenario, we would greatly require a buffer force stationed in Nanyang. Jing Sheng shares this sentiment. It is one of the reasons he ultimately acquiesced to Zhang Xiu's occupation of Nanyang years ago. He sought to utilize Zhang Xiu as a barrier between Jingxiang and Cao Cao. However, with Zhang Xiu's demise 2 years prior and Chao's forces now eyeing Jingzhou, our protective barrier has vanished. At this juncture, what does my elder brother believe Jing Sheng desires most? He yearns for a new buffer. Kuai Liang grasped his brother's implication and smiled. The two brothers exchanged glances, and the remaining words were left unspoken. At this moment, Liu Biao was in urgent need of a new buffer force to defend against Cao Cao's southern incursion. Liu Bei's timely arrival in Jingzhou perfectly fulfilled Liu Biao's requirement. Should Cao Cao march south, would he target Liu Bei first or Liu Biao? While Liu Bei may not withstand the full might of Cao Cao's army, he could at least serve as an early warning system, buying time for Jingzhou to mobilize its forces. Though Kai Mao possessed considerable insight, he could not rival Liu Biao's far-sighted strategy. As soon as Liu Bei appeared, Liu Biao immediately recognized the potential of Liu Bei as a buffer. Chapter 22. A calamity of misfortune. In the inaugural year of the Chupu era, Liu Biao embarked on his solitary appointment to Jingxiang. Facing external threats from Yuan Shu and Sun Jian, while internally plagued by local tyrants and bandits, rendering Liu Biao's endeavors exceedingly arduous. It was through the unwavering support of the prominent clans in Jingxiang, including the Kai clan of Xiangyang, the Kuai clan of Nanjun, the Huang clan of Jiangxia, and the Pang clan of Xianyang, that Liu Biao was able to surmount these challenges, pacifying Jingxiang and establishing himself as a regional warlord. In gratitude, and as a means to solidify his position in Jingxiang, Liu Biao remarried a daughter of the Kai family, known as Lady Kai. Several years after the passing of his first wife, Chun, Lady Kai, merely in her mid-20s, found herself wed to Liu Biao, who was nearing 50. Creating a notable age disparity of over 20 years. This significant difference fostered a deep affection within Liu Biao for his new wife, rendering him compliant to her every whim. And consequently, the Kai family gradually ascended to prominence as the foremost noble house in Jingxiang, wielding considerable influence and power. Despite the lavish affection bestowed upon her by Liu Biao, Lady Kai harbored a singular lamentation, her inability to conceive. However, this past summer, she was elated to discover that she was finally with child, prompting her to exercise utmost caution in her care, closing windows to shield against the wind and avoiding any risk of falling while walking. Yet, perhaps by the cruel hand of fate, mere days ago, Lady Kai suffered a tragic miscarriage, ultimately failing to preserve the life of her unborn child. This devastating blow plunged her into profound sorrow, and it was only today that her spirits began to lift slightly. In a resplendently adorned chamber, suffused with a faint aroma of incense, Lady Kai sat upon a soft woolen blanket. The deep autumn air had begun to chill, and she was enveloped in an exquisite white fox fur coat, layered over a loose, enveloping robe that embraced her somewhat slender form. Her hair was styled in a loose bun, adorned with 6 2-inch-long hairpins, shimmering in shades of emerald green, pristine white, and fiery red. Lady Kai was petite and enchanting, her eyes akin to polished lacquer, lips reminiscent of vermilion, and her skin as delicate as fine oil. However, upon closer inspection, her beauty bore subtle imperfections. Her lips were slightly thin, her cheekbones high, lending her an air of severity, while her small nose and mouth suggested a lack of grandeur. Moreover, her complexion lacked luster, yet these attributes paled in significance to her identity as the Kai family's legitimate daughter, symbolizing the union between the Kai clan and Liu Biao. In the politically charged atmosphere of the Eastern Han Dynasty, where marriage often served as a strategic alliance, the role of a wife was predominantly that of a familial representative, rendering her status particularly vital among the aristocracy. At this moment, Lady Kai sat upright, attentively listening to a shaman as she sought to unravel the mystery behind her unexpected miscarriage. During the Qin and Han periods, the practices of witchcraft and divination were exceedingly popular, particularly in the Yangtze River Basin, where local lore spoke of Jing people and Yu spirits. In the face of extraordinary events, it was customary to consult a shaman for elucidation. Lady Kai's unforeseen loss left her bewildered. There had been no false or reckless consumption of medicine that could explain the tragedy, yet she was acutely aware of her husband's disdain for such superstitious practices, compelling her to discreetly summon the shaman, known as Qi Nu, while Lu Biao was away in Xiangyang to welcome Liu Bei. Qi Nu, a renowned figure in the Jingzhou region, was over 50 but possessed the appearance of one in her 30s, albeit with an inexplicable, otherworldly allure in her eyes. At this moment, Lady Qi was in her chamber, singing and dancing with grace, invoking spirits and banishing demons. Several maidservants flanked her, holding lacquered trays. And though they found her antics amusing, they dared not laugh, forcibly turning their heads away. Suddenly, Lady Qi sat cross-legged, trembling all over, her eyes tightly shut. With a sudden shout, she proclaimed the cosmic duality of yin and yang and the strife among kin. After her outburst, she was drenched in sweat, her face pale, causing the nearby maidservants to cover their mouths in fear. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes, exhaustion evident, and inquired, "Did you remember the words spoken through me by the spirit?" "I remember," replied Lady Kai, her sharp gaze fixed upon Lady Qi. "What does it mean?" "Just as I suspected." Lady Qi sighed, bowing her head in submission. "But I dare not speak." Lady Kai, her face flushed with anger, fixed her gaze on her. Trepidation gripped Lady Qi, and she implored, "If you spare my life, I shall speak. As long as your words are not fabrications, I shall not hold it against you." Lady Kai's tone softened slightly. With reluctance, Lady Qi stammered, "When you were first with child, I foretold that the child within you bore a fate of deep yin, which is most susceptible to the clash of yang. Do you recall?" Lady Kai nodded. Of course she remembered. She had taken great care to nurture her pregnancy, avoiding all encounters, yet tragically, she lost her child. Had it truly been due to the clash of yin and yang? "Continue," urged Lady Kai. Trembling, Lady Qi added, "The words of the spirit I invoked revealed that it was indeed the clash of yin and yang that led to the loss of your child. And what of the strife among kin? It signifies that within your esteemed household, there must be someone of overwhelming yang influence. I wonder if there has been a newcomer of late. I speak of the governor's nephew. What relation does he bear to this?" Lady Kai inquired, a hint of displeasure in her voice, reluctant to involve her family. Having ventured this far, Lady Qi pressed on, "Madam, the spirit's words indicate that the strife among kin refers to a conflict among relatives, and this must pertain to the governor's nephew. However, I have already consulted the fates of the 5 nephews of the governor, and they bear no relation to this. It must be a newcomer. I dare not speculate further." "A newcomer, a newcomer," Lady Kai murmured to herself, her expression suddenly shifting as she recalled the matter. Just the day before, her husband had mentioned that their nephew, Lu Jing, was arriving from his hometown. Could it be him? She swiftly turned to command her maidservants, "Bring me Lu Jing's birth chart." In a short while, a maidservant retrieved a chart from a box, which bore Lu Jing's birth date, information given to her by her husband, who intended for her to prepare a proposal to the Kai family. "Examine this chart. Does it not indicate a clash with my child's yang fate?" She handed the chart to Lady Qi. Those who practice divination surely comprehend the intricacies of destiny. Lady Qi took the chart, scrutinizing it with great care. Suddenly, her eyes widened in terror, and with a quivering voice, she exclaimed, "Madam, it is he." With 2 golden leaves in hand, Lady Qi hurriedly descended from Lady Kai's chamber, when a sudden loud crash echoed above her, causing her heart to leap in fright, and a shiver ran down her spine. "I must depart from Xiangyang," she murmured to herself, quickening her pace towards the gate. Not long after her departure, Lu Biao entered the courtyard. He had just welcomed Liu Bei from the banks of the Baishui River, where Liu Bei was temporarily residing in Fan City, planning to enter Xiangyang early the next morning. Liu Biao, concerned for his wife's health, hurried back to the residence to visit her. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the 2nd floor, causing Liu Biao to ponder what had transpired. He ascended the stairs swiftly and entered his wife's chamber, where he found several maidservants tidying up the shattered remains of a broken white-eared cup. The dressing table was overturned, with various cosmetics scattered across the floor. "Achan, what has happened?" Lu Biao exclaimed, noticing his wife lying on the couch, her face streaked with tears. Several maidservants were comforting her, and Lu Biao, alarmed, rushed forward, crouching down to embrace her. "Tell me, what is the matter?" "My lord," Lady Kai wept in her husband's embrace, "my child has met an unjust fate." The arrival of the renowned Lu Huang Shu created a stir in Xiangyang, drawing the townsfolk into the streets, celebrating and welcoming Liu Bei with songs and dances. Their spirits lifted in joyous anticipation. Meanwhile, at the same moment Liu Bei was being warmly received into the city, Lu Jing entered the governor's residence quietly and unobtrusively. As the lord of Jingzhou, Lu Biao's residence was undoubtedly grand and imposing, befitting his status. The estate comprised the main house and auxiliary quarters, with the latter serving as stables and accommodations for the servants. The main house featured front and back courtyards, both adorned with covered walkways. Though the architecture was relatively simple, it boasted numerous pavilions and towers, sprawling across several hundred acres. A small river flowed through the estate, and the rear garden was flourishing with autumn's bounty, emanating delightful fragrances that lifted one's spirits. "Ah Jing, this is the east courtyard, where the Lu family offspring reside. The courtyard we just visited is the guest quarters. Father wishes for you to reside in the east courtyard from now on." The one guiding Lu Jing through the estate was Lu Biao's eldest son, Lu Qi. Lu Biao had 3 sons and 1 daughter, Lu Qi, Lu Tsong, and Lu Xiu, with the latter being born of a concubine, while the other 2 sons and daughter were offspring of his first wife, Chen. Lu Qi, around 20 years of age, was tall yet remarkably slender, resembling a bamboo pole. He preferred literature over martial pursuits, having taken Pang De Gong, a renowned scholar of Xiangyang, as his mentor. His demeanor was gentle, mild, and generous, showing great affection for his newly arrived cousin. Lu Qi had been studying at Lumen Academy for the past fortnight, and upon hearing of the famed Lu Huangshu's arrival, he hastened back to the residence, fortuitously encountering Lu Jing, whom his father entrusted to him. Observing Lu Jing's lack of belongings, merely a leather pouch with no change of clothing, dressed in coarse hemp garments, Lu Qi noted that he appeared like a rustic, lacking the elegance typical of the Lu family. Although Lu Qi disapproved of Lu Jing's attire, he did not attribute it to Lu Jing's character. Given the turmoil of conflict, merely escaping with one's life was a stroke of fortune. At that moment, Lu Qi felt a surge of sympathy for his cousin. "I have several fine robes over there, all newly made. Our physiques are similar, if you do not mind. You may wear one for the time being." "Thank you, little brother," Lu Jing said with a smile, playfully patting Lu Qi on the shoulder. Lu Qi was taken aback. Can a gentleman's friendship truly permit such familiar gestures? Lu Jing's hand lingered on Lu Qi's shoulder, an awkward smile gracing his face. Lu Jing had not swiftly acclimated to the shift in roles. At times, he would inadvertently exhibit traits typical of a youthful hunter. These habits, cultivated in the wilderness, would occasionally reveal themselves unexpectedly. Lu Jing often reminded himself to exercise caution, to remain mindful of his status, and to refrain from carelessly striking Lu Qi atop the head. Among other improprieties, the casual pat on Lu Qi's shoulder, commonplace among the rustic folk, was indeed astonishing within the realm of scholars, where decorum and polite gestures were the barest essentials of etiquette. Fortunately, Lu Qi merely chuckled, dismissing the incident without concern. Yet, he felt it incumbent upon himself, as the elder brother, to guide Lu Jing in the ways of proper conduct and scholarly pursuits. "This is the courtyard where you shall reside," Lu Qi announced as they approached a modest courtyard. He pushed the door open, and an elderly servant knelt before them in homage. "Greetings, young master," the old servant intoned. "Rise," Lu Qi instructed, introducing the elder to Lu Jing. "This is Uncle Meng, who has journeyed from our hometown and has been with us for over a decade. He cared for you in your childhood." Chapter 23. Entering Lu Mansion, Lu Jing was no longer as anxious upon encountering individuals from his childhood. The coachman, who had just driven him, mentioned having seen him when he was 5 years old, while Lu Qi had also spent time with him during his early years, and neither seemed particularly surprised. It was likely that he bore a resemblance to the true Lu Jing. However, when an elderly gentleman claimed to have known him, having cared for him for a period, Lu Jing felt a flicker of nervousness. The elder quickly bowed to him, unable to suppress his delight. "When young Master Jing injured his leg, we all thought it would have lasting effects, yet look how tall you have grown." Lu Jing's heart skipped a beat. He had broken his leg as a child, and Wu Xiu had never mentioned it. Perhaps he was unaware himself. There were many matters Lu Jing needed to clarify, many details that awaited his understanding. At present, Lu Biao had yet to find the time for an in-depth conversation with him. Should they delve into such discussions, it would likely touch upon familial matters concerning his father, and he needed to prepare himself. Brother, let Uncle Ming stay in my courtyard, Lu Qi chuckled, noting, according to custom, you should have 2 maidservants attending you. You must consider this carefully. I have some recollection of Uncle Ming. Let him stay. I am not accustomed to maidservants, replied Lu Jing. Lu Qi nodded and instructed the elder. Then you shall remain to attend to Master Jing diligently, understood? Yes, the elder affirmed, taking Lu Jing's bundle. At that moment, a maidservant attending Lu Qi rushed in, her face alight with joy. Young master has returned. Lu Qi nodded and inquired with a smile, during my absence. Has anything occurred in the mansion? Nothing of note, except that the lady experienced a miscarriage, the maidservant replied. Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback. Yet a subtle glimmer of relief crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by an expression of sorrow. Such misfortune for the family, he sighed, addressing Lu Jing. You should rest for now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. I have several letters to write and will take my leave. Thank you for your arrangements, elder brother, Lu Jing responded. After offering a few more instructions to Uncle Ming, Lu Qi returned to his quarters. Observing his retreating figure, Lu Jing found it curious that Lu Qi seemed relieved upon hearing of the lady's miscarriage. Uncle Ming, are you familiar with my father? Lu Jing inquired. Indifferent to the lady's misfortune, which held no relevance for him, he was more concerned about his own lineage. Of course, I am well acquainted. In the past, I served as the steward to the 3rd master, accompanying him until you were 5 years old when we moved to Jingzhou. Back then, the 3rd master was frail. Unlike you, who was full of life, Uncle Ming recounted. As he spoke, Uncle Ming suddenly knelt, bowing his head in reverence towards Lu Jing's rear, trembling as he said, I pay my respects to the lady. Turning around, Lu Jing was astonished to find a young noblewoman standing behind him, petite and graceful, her features exquisite, adorned in opulent attire, accompanied by several maidservants. Lu Jing's surprise deepened. Was this Lady Kai or another distinguished lady? Without an introduction, he found himself at a loss as to how to pay his respects. Should she be Lu Qi's wife, a gesture of deference would be expected. Yet such a misstep would be quite embarrassing. The visitor was none other than Lady Kai. Upon hearing from her maid that Lu Jing had entered the estate, she could no longer contain her pent-up fury and hurried to the eastern courtyard. She was determined to behold with her own eyes the youth who had brought about the demise of her child. This action was somewhat irregular, typically. It is the younger generation who pays respects to their elders. If Lady Kai wished to meet Lu Jing, she ought to have sent someone to summon him, thus allowing Lu Jing to comprehend the identity of his interlocutor. However, her inexplicable arrival turned the tables, making it seem as though she was the one visiting a junior, which left Lu Jing perplexed and unsure of how to respond. Are you Lu Jing? He inquired, striving to infuse respect into his tone while wearing a smile. Scratching his head in uncertainty, Lady Kai's gaze was icy as she scrutinized him. Observing his tall stature and handsome appearance only intensified her feelings of resentment. You are indeed Lu Jing, she stated coldly. I am, madam. And you are, do not inquire about my identity. When I speak, you shall not interrupt. Although Lu Jing was aware that he should maintain a low profile upon entering the estate to avoid trouble, his character was one that distinguished between grievances and kindness. Had Lady Kai introduced herself with a modicum of civility, he might have even returned her greeting with deference. Yet, the countenance of this noble lady was harsh, and her tone was cutting, inciting deep discontent within Lu Jing. Throughout history, the essence of human interaction lies in courtesy, amiability, and thoughtful etiquette, which fosters harmonious relations. Conversely, if one greets another with harsh words and disregards their feelings, how could any rapport flourish? Suppressing his discontent, Lu Jing coldly asked, Is there something you require, madam? Humph. A disrespectful wretch. It is better left unsaid, Lady Kai retorted, casting him a fierce glare before storming off in anger. Lu Jing watched her retreating figure, shaking his head and muttering under his breath, What a deranged woman. Uncle Ming rose with a wry smile, cautioning, Young master, do not insult her. She is not someone to be trifled with. Who is she? She is the wife of the provincial governor, Lady Kai. So it was indeed her, Lu Jing thought, feeling utterly bewildered by how he had offended her. On his very first day in the estate, she had come in a rage to confront him. That night, after a long day dealing with Lu Bei's affairs, Lu Biao was quite fatigued. He soaked his feet in hot water, changed into comfortable attire, and slipped into the main tent to lie down. The petite Lady Kai nestled beside her husband like a cat, tears rolling down her cheeks. She had once believed that with a child, she would have a support after the general's passing. Now, however, she lamented, "What shall become of me, my lord?" Feeling a pang of guilt, Liu Biao gently embraced her, offering solace. "Since you have been able to conceive once, you shall surely conceive again. Once you have regained your strength, we will visit the temple to pray for a child. Your wishes shall be fulfilled." "Is that truly the case?" Lady Kai lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes misty as they searched her husband's. "Indeed, it is true. Now, rest and focus on your recovery." Lady Kai nestled closer to her husband, softly acquiescing, which only deepened Liu Biao's affection for her. "My lord, I encountered Jing'er today," Lady Kai spoke gently. "What are your thoughts on him? He possesses a strikingly gallant appearance, tall and robust, reminiscent of a general. I was instantly captivated by this child." Indeed, Liu Biao also expressed his sentiments, stating, "In Jing'er, I seem to glimpse the visage of my father, which brings me great solace. Alas, this child should be brought here sooner." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Lady Kai sighed. "Today, I specifically visited his residence to ascertain if he lacked anything. As his aunt, I ought to show more concern for him, but I found myself somewhat disheartened." "What troubles you?" Liu Biao inquired, puzzled. "Perhaps I am being overly critical." "Never mind. The general has toiled throughout the day and deserves rest. Do share what transpired that has piqued my curiosity and hindered my sleep." "Truthfully, it is nothing grave. The child seems rather unfamiliar with etiquette, even greeting me as an equal. I do not hold it against him, for he is but a child." Liu Biao fell silent for a moment before responding. "He is not so young anymore. He should be acquainted with these fundamental courtesies." For several consecutive days, no one disturbed Liu Jing. Liu Biao was preoccupied with official duties and could not attend to his newly arrived nephew, while Lady Kai appeared to have forgotten him as well. With no interruptions, Liu Jing seized the opportunity to diligently complete his studies. Under the guidance of Uncle Ming, he thoroughly familiarized himself with the Liu family lineage and his own childhood anecdotes. On that tranquil morning, the small courtyard was exceptionally quiet. Liu Jing sat in his room, meticulously organizing the information he had gathered over the past few days. Thanks to Uncle Ming, he had learned many intricate details, such as the fact that his father had become bedridden shortly after his birth, unable to venture anywhere. Should Liu Biao inquire about his father's condition, claiming that his father took him on extensive travels would surely expose him. During the day, Uncle Ming recounted the family's circumstances, and at night, Liu Jing documented the information on fine hemp paper. Within just 2 days, he had transcribed over 40 pages, amounting to more than 10,000 words. He then proceeded to organize and consolidate the relevant content. Having been a lawyer in his past life, Liu Jing placed great importance on the meticulous arrangement of documents, fully aware that success hinges on details. To establish a solid footing in the Liu residence, he could afford no missteps in this regard. With a brazier lit beside him, he continued his organization while committing the information to memory. After a thorough review, he memorized everything, placing the hemp paper into the brazier and watching it slowly turn a charred yellow as it burned. It took him over an hour to imprint the entire content in his mind, with the recorded papers turning to ashes. Liu Jing stretched languidly and sauntered into the courtyard, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy clouds. His spirits lifted. Having been cooped up indoors for days, his feet itched to wander. He yearned to stroll along the riverbank, breathe in the fresh air, and explore the local customs of Jingzhou, perhaps even pay a visit to Zhao Yun. Upon the mention of Zhao Yun, Liu Jing's visage betrayed a hint of helpless amusement. It was evident that this fellow would not be recuperating at the Tianxian temple. He likely had already arrived, though his whereabouts remained a mystery. At that moment, a melodious voice emanated from the entrance, inquiring, "Who are you?" Liu Jing then noticed a young maiden standing at the courtyard gate. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, petite and graceful, clad in a crimson robe adorned with purple flowers, featuring flowing ribbons that danced with the breeze, presenting an exquisite sight. In the coolness of late autumn, she wore a light yellow silk top beneath her robe. Observing her countenance, her complexion was relatively fair. Her hair was styled in a 3-loop bun, with strands of dark silk cascading over her forehead, a style befitting an unmarried maiden. Her eyes were elongated and bright, her lips round and full, with a slightly prominent nose that had a gentle upward tilt, exuding a playful and mischievous charm. Despite her diminutive stature, she possessed an admirable grace, reminiscent of a refined young lady of noble birth. Liu Jing had spent considerable time among the Yellow Turban Army, where the incessant chatter of the soldiers regarding women had rendered him somewhat numb to their allure. Yet, The sudden appearance of this petite and enchanting maiden was akin to a weary traveler trudging through a bleak winter who unexpectedly finds themselves amidst a vibrant spring meadow, causing his eyes to gleam involuntarily. The young girl, too, sensed the unusual gaze directed at her, interpreting it as a marvel at her beauty, a reflection of the vanity inherent to her youthful disposition. This realization filled her with a sense of pride, even as her countenance remained adorned with a frosty demeanor. "Did you not hear me? Who are you, and what are you doing here?" she reiterated, her tone laced with an imperious note. In that instant, the enchanting vision before Lu Jing faded, replaced by the chilling grasp of winter, as he perceived the subtle arrogance in her voice. He replied coolly, "I am Lu Jing, and this is my residence." "You are Lu Jing?" The young maiden's tone shifted to one of astonishment, her eyes widening as she placed her hands on her hips, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if he were an otherworldly visitor. Chapter 24. Lu Song's advice. Such a gaze made Lu Jing feel somewhat uncomfortable. In his eyes, a refined young woman should possess subtlety and restraint. Even if she were to gaze upon him, it should be with a slow, graceful demeanor. A slight lift of the sleeve to partially conceal her charming face, and a fleeting glance that evokes the elegance of a startled swan. This, he believed, epitomized the image of a true lady of distinction. However, this young girl surveyed him like a mother leopard, inspecting him from head to toe, as if he were merely a piece of fresh meat hanging at the door. Where had the pleasant sensations gone? This young lady was Kai Xiaoyu, the sole daughter of Kai Mao, who at the tender age of 14 was at the threshold of marriage. Typically, engagements would be arranged first, followed by a 2-year wait until she reached the age of 20, when she could marry in splendid fashion. Naturally, Kai Xiaoyu harbored thoughts of romance, envisioning her ideal partner as a gentleman of grace and erudition, possessing both charm and etiquette. Since the previous year, suitors from prestigious families in Jingzhou had been incessantly visiting to propose marriage, yet her father intended to betroth her to the son of the provincial governor. She was well aware that the governor's son could either be Lu Qi or Lu Song, both of whom admired her. Lu Qi was considerate, while Lu Song was sweet-tongued, leaving her in a quandary. However, if she were compelled to choose, she would favor Lu Song, as he seemed more attuned to her sentiments, filling her heart with dreams of a bright future. Yet just days ago, she had overheard a conversation between her parents, revealing that she was to be promised to the governor's nephew, a certain Lu Jing. This revelation filled her with trepidation. What manner of man was he? Today, she had come to visit her aunt, who had suffered a miscarriage. Bored and restless, she decided to check on the Lu brothers, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Jing. This robust young man, exuding an air of strength, was indeed the Lu Jing she had heard about. Kai Xiaoyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. He was a far cry from the dashing young gentleman she had envisioned. "You truly are a bore," she thought bitterly, unable to articulate her feelings. With a stomp of her foot, she turned and fled, her heart filled with despair at the sight of this imposing figure. Lu Jing, on the other hand, was utterly perplexed. What had transpired? Had he inadvertently offended her? This girl left a poor impression on him. Not only did she lack the tender beauty he admired, but her peculiar temperament reminded him of certain litigants he had encountered in his past life, who often exhibited inexplicable anger. Lu Jing then recalled Madame Kai, furrowing his brow. What was the matter with the women in this household? Each one seemed to possess a neurotic disposition, prone to unfounded rage. What have you done to provoke her? A voice, slightly hoarse, broke through his thoughts. A short, sturdy youth appeared at the doorway, adorned with a golden crown and clad in a light purple embroidered robe, cinched at the waist. His skin was slightly darkened, yet he presented himself with vivacity, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Leaning casually against the doorframe with arms crossed over his chest, he regarded Lu Jing with a knowing smile. "You must be Song, brother." Lu Jing discerned his identity with keen insight. Lu Qi had informed him that the second son, Lu Song, was a year his senior. Since Lu Qing and Lu Hu did not reside in the household, this young man could only be Lu Kongjingdi. Is quite clever. Lu Song entered with a smile, drawing his long sword from his waist, elegantly performing a flourish before Lu Jing, and cheerfully inquired, "How is your swordsmanship? Shall we engage in a friendly competition?" During the Han Dynasty, men held a profound affection for swordsmanship, regarding the sword as both a gentleman's armament and a symbol of honor. Renowned masters such as Zhang and Chu Chaho earned fame for their exceptional skills in swordplay, while the eminent Huang Zhong was known for his wisdom in understanding the essence of 1,000 swords. The tradition of carrying and skillfully wielding swords became a timeless custom among the upper echelons of Han society. Engaging in duels and discussions of swordsmanship was considered a fashionable form of camaraderie, often marking the beginning of friendships. Thus, Lu Zong's act of drawing his sword was not an affront, but rather a social invitation, akin to contemporary expressions of camaraderie, such as suggesting to share a drink. Lu Zong had devoted his youth to studying literature while simultaneously cultivating his swordsmanship, earning a commendable reputation among the youth of Jingzhou. However, Lu Jing perceived Lu Zong's flourishes as overly ostentatious and impractical. While the elegance of his movements resembled a startled swan, he feared that such flamboyance would render him vulnerable on the battlefield. Lu Jing, having honed his skills in combat against beasts, possessed a straightforward and pragmatic approach to martial arts, which contrasted sharply with Lu Zong's refined techniques. With a respectful bow, Lu Jing expressed, "I am not versed in swordsmanship and have never studied it. I must humbly seek your guidance." Brother Kong, typically, such an inquiry might carry an undertone of challenge. Yet Lu Jing spoke with sincerity, acknowledging his lack of formal training. His experiences were rooted solely in practical combat, having been a lawyer in his past life. And now merely a young hunter, he had acquired only rudimentary skills. Upon witnessing Zhao Yun's remarkable prowess in defeating Cao Zhang, he realized that his abilities were but those of a common soldier, far removed from the skills of a true general on the battlefield. The thought of learning martial arts had first occurred to him after arriving at Lu's residence. As he contemplated how to achieve success in the tumultuous era of the Three Kingdoms, when Lu Zong suggested the possibility of studying swordsmanship, Lu Jing found himself irresistibly drawn to the idea. "Pray tell, Brother Zong, where might I learn the art of the sword?" Lu Jing inquired. Lu Zong studied him for a moment, sensing his unfamiliarity with the sword. He sheathed his weapon and, with an air of arrogance, replied, "I have trained in swordsmanship since the age of 6 for 10 years now. Many endeavors require certain conditions to succeed. I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you." With that, he turned to leave, but paused at the courtyard entrance, recalling a vital piece of advice. "Given your unique circumstances, it would be wise to keep your distance from Xiaoyao. Consider this my sincere counsel." First confronted by a headstrong girl who scolded him, and now faced with Lu Zong's haughtiness, Lu Jing felt a twinge of irritation. Despite this, his previous experience as a lawyer taught him the virtue of humility in a new environment. To boldly assert oneself upon arrival at Lu's estate would not signify wisdom, but rather folly. Of utmost importance is his understanding of the principles of survival in tumultuous times. He knows when to bow his head in silence and when to stand firm without yielding. Lu Zong's arrogance is not worthy of his attention. Lu Jing smiled faintly and turned to enter the house. After Liu Bei arrived in Xiangyang, he was settled in a grand residence in the northern part of the city, where he, along with his family, strategists, and key generals, resided. Liu Biao had allocated generous funds and provisions for their sustenance, ensuring their comfort. Additionally, Liu Bei's army was stationed in a large military camp outside the eastern city. A portion of the eastern camp of Jingzhou troops was designated for Liu Bei, with 2,000 men from the Jingxiang army encamped nearby, and a tall watchtower allowed for constant surveillance of Liu Bei's movements, but this was merely explained as a coincidence. Though Liu Bei commanded a modest force of 2,800 men, they were well organized into 3 divisions, the center led by Guan Yu, the left by Zhang Fei, and the right by Zhao Yun. The 3 leaders resided almost entirely within the military camp, diligently training their soldiers to enhance their combat capabilities. The training ground was filled with dust as 800 soldiers lined up to practice their swordsmanship, their shouts resounding like thunder, the glint of blades flashing with vigor. Zhao Yun stood nearby, issuing commands and correcting movements. Having returned only yesterday, he was eager to engage, despite his lingering injuries. With his shoulder bandaged and his arm suspended in a cloth, he could not yet wield his weapon. Yet his restless spirit drove him to the camp to instruct the soldiers' training. At that moment, a soldier approached, kneeling to report, "General, a young gentleman named Lu Jing seeks an audience with you at the camp gate." Zhao Yun was elated. He had intended to visit Lu Jing the following day and was pleasantly surprised by his early arrival. "Please, invite him in." Shortly thereafter, the soldier led Lu Jing to the training ground. Having felt stifled in the Lu residence, he had inquired about Zhao Yun's return and, upon learning he was in the military camp, sought him out without delay. When the 2 friends reunited, it was as if they had not seen each other in years. Embracing tightly, Lu Jing scrutinized Zhao Yun and chided, "Why are you not resting and recuperating?" Zhao Yun replied with a smile, "Resting too long will only breed illness. Moving about is more beneficial for recovery." To be honest, my blade was not sterilized, and the stagnant rainwater I shared with you could affect your martial prowess. Lu Jing reassured him. The military doctor says it poses no threat. Let us not dwell on that. Zhao Yun affectionately clasped Lu Jing's shoulder, laughing. So, how does your uncle regard you now? Sighing, Lu Jing replied, my uncle is well, but Madame Kai harbors considerable disdain for me. She gave me a frosty reception on the very first day. I cannot fathom why. Zhao Yun responded, women often possess inexplicable sentiments. Do not concern yourself with them. As long as your uncle acknowledges you. Noticing Lu Jing's longing glances toward the soldiers practicing their swordplay, Zhao Yun sensed his companion's desires and inquired, do you have any plans for the future? Are you considering pursuing your studies? Lu Jing glanced at the soldiers again, scratching his head. In truth, I wish to practice swordsmanship with them and seek guidance from Brother Zilong. This is merely a subtle expression, a humble remark. He does not wish to impose a sense of indebtedness upon Zhao Yun for having saved him. The human heart is delicate if one considers the dignity of another. That individual shall reciprocate in kind. Zhao Yun comprehended his intent. He certainly would not truly cast Lu Jing into the throng of soldiers for training. With a faint smile, Zhao Yun addressed his subordinates, fetch me 2 swords. Soon, the soldiers procured 2 blades, and Zhao Yun tossed one to Lu Jing, saying, come, let us practice a few moves. Lu Jing was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. Your injury, it's not suitable. Zhao Yun smiled gently. You must have witnessed my encounters with the Cao army on the battlefield. Do you believe you can contend with me for several rounds? Lu Jing's face flushed. He was well aware that he could not even withstand a single exchange with Zhao Yun, who could easily handle him with one hand. His spirits lifted, for he understood Zhao Yun's meaning as Zhao Yun was willing to instruct him. With a graceful sweep of his long blade, he poised himself like a coiled leopard, his gaze sharp and fixed upon Zhao Yun. Following the demise of El Bu and Dian Wei, Zhao Yun could be regarded as the foremost warrior in the realm. His character was lofty. He seldom taught anyone the art of combat, yet Lu Jing was an exception. Not only had Lu Jing saved his life, but more importantly, his unwavering loyalty had led Zhao Yun to regard him as a brother. However, Lu Jing's readiness took Zhao Yun by surprise. He discerned that Lu Jing possessed considerable combat experience, and should he let his guard down, he could very well find himself at a disadvantage. Zhao Yun dared not underestimate him. With a subtle flourish of his long blade, he sealed off all avenues of attack, smiling slightly. Come. Unleash your full potential as if we were on the battlefield. Brother Zilong, I shall truly strike. Lu Jing shouted. Bring it on. At that moment, 800 soldiers ceased their training, gathering around in curiosity, for it was the first occasion they had witnessed Zhao Yun sparring with another, especially a youth. Lu Jing circled 10 paces away, yet Zhao Yun's blade, wielded with casual grace, exuded a lethal aura that enveloped him, rendering him unable to launch a single strike. Yet, a competitive spirit ignited within Lu Jing. Even in the absence of an opportunity, he was determined to create one. Suddenly, he retracted his blade. Bowing deeply towards Zhao Yun's back, and with a cheerful demeanor, he exclaimed, Uncle Lu, it has been a long time since we last met. Chapter 25. The secret not to be shared. Lu Jing's advantages lay not only in his swiftness in pursuing his quarry, but also in the wisdom he possessed from a future era. He discerned Zhao Yun's vulnerability, which was none other than Liu Bei. Startled, Zhao Yun instinctively turned his head, and in that fleeting moment, his defensive stance weakened, exposing a chink in his right waist. Lu Jing's pent-up force erupted suddenly, charging forth like lightning. His blade aimed at Zhao Yun's right flank with a fierce and unrelenting intent. Had it been an ordinary soldier, that strike would have undoubtedly cleaved him in two, eliciting gasps from the assembled troops. Realizing he had been deceived upon seeing the opening, Zhao Yun felt the imminent threat of Lu Jing's blade as it descended upon the exposed weakness. Despite his unparalleled martial prowess, he was compelled to retreat slightly to evade the blow. He then retaliated with a diagonal slash of his long saber, which met Lu Jing's blade with a resounding clash, sending sparks flying. Lu Jing's weapon was dislodged from his grip, and the sheer force of the encounter sent him staggering backward, ultimately falling to the ground, his arms tingling with numbness as he struggled to regain his bearings. The soldiers erupted in astonishment, marveling at Zhao Yun's strength while simultaneously grappling with the incredulity that Lu Jing had managed to push him back even a single step. In their eyes, Zhao Yun was a figure of divine prowess. This encounter prompted Zhao Yun to regard Lu Jing with newfound respect, not merely for having forced him back, for his skills were such that he could withstand such a retreat, but rather for Lu Jing's cunning, which had given rise to this strategic opportunity. Zhao Yun, never one to adhere rigidly to tradition, understood the necessity of unorthodox methods on the battlefield, though he himself would never resort to such tactics. He found them entirely reasonable and was thoroughly impressed by Lu Jing's quick wit. Once more, Zhao Yun beckoned, adopting a stance of feigned vulnerability. Lu Jing swiftly regained his composure, leaping to retrieve his blade and bellowing as he charged forward, his sword raised high. Zhao Yun executed the same diagonal cut. The speed and power identical to before. The clash resounded, yet this time Lu Jing managed to withstand the force. With a deft twist of his blade, Zhao Yun unleashed a glimmering arc aimed at Lu Jing's neck. The tempo of the strike was neither hurried nor sluggish, and its angle was so precise that evasion was futile. Had Lu Jing been an adversary, that stroke would have severed his head from his shoulders. Powerless to defend himself, Lu Jing closed his eyes, bracing for impact. However, Zhao Yun halted the blade's descent, diffusing Lu Jing's peril. He took a step back and inquired playfully, "What have you disowned?" After a brief contemplation, Lu Jing admitted that he had indeed observed something noteworthy. He inclined his head and remarked, "Brother, your previous diagonal slash, in terms of speed and technique, was identical to the one before, yet the force differed significantly. Did you intentionally temper your strength?" Zhao Yun smiled gently, recognizing his younger brother's perceptiveness. "Indeed, you have grasped the crux of the matter," he replied, twirling his blade in a flourish. "The essence lies in the application of power. Every individual possesses a finite amount of strength, but the manner in which one wields the blade affects the impact. For instance, striking while seated versus leaping to deliver a blow results in vastly different force. If one can concentrate the entirety of their strength onto a single point, the resultant power of the strike multiplies exponentially." Lu Jing was filled with joy as he comprehended Zhao Yun's intent. It was a subtle guidance directed towards him. He immediately approached with a grin and said, "Such extraordinary skills, dear brother, you must teach me." Zhao Yun playfully tapped Lu Jing on the head and replied, "This is a secret not passed down by my master. Even if you plead, it shall not be granted. However, I can impart to you a few mantras." He leaned in and whispered a few times into Lu Jing's ear. "Have you remembered them?" Lu Jing nodded vigorously, his innate intelligence allowing him to internalize the mantras after just a few recitations. He realized that Zhao Yun had indeed shared a clandestine secret with him, and his heart swelled with gratitude. Kneeling on one knee, he expressed, "Thank you, dear brother, for bestowing your skills upon me. Lu Jing shall forever remember this." This secret was known as the falling phoenix technique, a method to harness one's energy that required diligent practice to fully appreciate its intricacies. It could be applied with any weapon, and he was advised to practice earnestly. At this juncture, Zhao Yun sighed, placing a hand on Lu Jing's shoulder and gazing deeply into his eyes, stating, "Remember, it is merely a technique. It cannot replace true martial prowess. For those of lesser martial skill, it may prove beneficial, but for the adept, unless your skills surpass theirs, it could lead to your downfall." Lu Jing silently nodded, understanding the principle of reverse application of force. Yet, Zhao Yun chuckled softly, recognizing that Lu Jing had not fully grasped his meaning. There were some truths he felt were not yet appropriate to disclose, for the time had not come. After bidding farewell to Lu Jing, Zhao Yun watched him retreat into the distance. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. "You seem quite fond of young Master Jing." Turning around, Zhao Yun was startled to see Liu Bei and promptly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Your humble servant pays respects to the Lord." Liu Bei quickly assisted him to his feet, saying, "You bear injuries. There is no need for such formalities. Let us take a stroll." Zhao Yun nodded silently, following Liu Bei as they ambled through the training grounds. "What do you think of his talent?" Liu Bei inquired with a smile. Zhao Yun nodded in affirmation. "His innate abilities are remarkably high, particularly his capacity for comprehension. It is unfortunate he has not had the chance to establish a foundation in martial arts from a young age." Liu Bei playfully retorted, "Did you not mention that you two lacked such a foundation?" Zhao Yun chuckled ruefully. "That was due to my encounter with a master who led me down an alternative path to achieve my current martial skills." Yet, Zhao Yun silently sighed within. "Are you considering taking him as your disciple?" Liu Bei shifted the conversation to his true inquiry. Zhao Yun shook his head in contemplation. "I am uncertain." At this point, he let out a low sigh, revealing his inner turmoil. His master had explicitly instructed him that the falling phoenix technique and the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear were secrets not to be divulged. Yet, by imparting the falling phoenix technique to Lu Jing, he harbored intentions of taking him as a student, though he felt a sense of unease, unable to articulate the source of his discomfort. After a prolonged silence, Liu Bei slowly remarked, "You may teach him martial arts, but I advise against taking him as a disciple. After all, he is the nephew of Lu Jingxing. Our close association may arouse his suspicions, which could be detrimental to him and to us." Zhao Yun remained silent, having realized the crux of the matter. It was his lord's intent. He sensed that Liu Bei was subtly seeking to leverage the relationship between him and Lu Jing. And Zhao Yun felt a flicker of concern that such manipulation could ultimately harm Lu Jing. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Yun inquired, "Is it that Lord Lu Jingxing does not trust us?" Liu Bei, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the tall watchtower in Lu Biao's camp in the distance and let out a cold laugh. "I fail to see how he could possibly trust me." Zhao Yun bit his lip, feeling a chill rise within him at Liu Bei's scornful laughter. In that instant, he resolutely decided he could not harm Lu Jing nor take him as a disciple. Liu Bei cast another glance at Zhao Yun, intending to further inquire about Lu Jing. Yet his thought shifted and ultimately he refrained from asking. After a while, Liu Bei sighed to himself. "Jingzhou is not solely Lu Jingxing's domain. We must seek additional allies." In the courtyard, Lu Jing repeatedly practiced the energy manipulation techniques that Zhao Yun had taught him. Though the method consisted of merely 98 characters, the more he practiced, the more he realized the profound depth of this falling phoenix technique. It was evident that achieving Zhao Yun's mastery over the application of strength could not be attained through mere months of arduous training. However, after just over an hour of practice, he began to see results. He discovered he could wield not only a sword but also a spear and polearm utilizing this technique of force concentration. Lu Jing wielded the short sword he had obtained from the leather pouch. Leaping high, he shouted, and with a single stroke, he struck a tree trunk, producing a sharp crack as the stout branch was severed. Despite the recoil numbing his arm and nearly causing him to lose grip of the sword, exhilaration surged within him. This was an accomplishment he had deemed impossible before. While the short sword was indeed sharp, he had never imagined he could cleave through such a thick branch. Moreover, had it been a heavy, sharp battle axe, he would not have experienced such a jarring sensation in his arm. He concluded that he needed a superior blade. In his previous life, he had harbored a particular fondness for swords, having once cherished a replica Tang sword as a treasured possession. The short sword before him was said to be the heirloom left by his father. It was finely crafted, weighing 3 pounds and 8 ounces. With an exceptionally sharp blade that gleamed with a bright luster, revealing intricate patterns upon closer inspection. He genuinely admired this formidable short sword. At that moment, a deep voice interrupted his thoughts. "This sword is called the White Dragon, one of the 3 treasured swords bequeathed by your grandfather." Lu Jing turned to find his uncle, Lu Biao, standing behind him. He quickly sheathed his sword and approached, bowing respectfully. Nephew pays his respects to uncle. Although it was Lu Biao's first visit, they were already familiar with one another, and Lu Biao did not disguise his esteem for his nephew. Lu Biao had 3 sons, the eldest, Qi, the second, Song, and the youngest, Xiao. Lu Qi, the eldest, was cultured but frail, ill-suited to withstand hardship. Lu Song, though robust, barely managed to be considered well-rounded. Yet standing at under 7 feet at 16 years of age left Lu Biao feeling disheartened. The youngest, Lu Xiao, was a sickly child. Having grown up in a medicinal environment, with many physicians predicting he would not survive to adulthood, none of his sons resembled Lu Biao, who stood at a towering height of 8 feet, with a robust physique. Lu Biao had 2 other nephews, Lu Qing and Lu Hu. Lu Qing was a frail scholar, lacking in talent, timid and cowardly, while Lu Hu, despite his tall and robust appearance, was reckless and dim-witted. Lu Biao held little affection for either of them. In stark contrast, Lu Jing was not only tall, but also profoundly wise, reminiscent of Lu Biao in his youth, fully inheriting the dual talents of their grandfather, which brought Lu Biao great solace. Lu Jing's father, Lu Bing, was Lu Biao's biological brother, and naturally, Lu Biao cherished the only offspring left by his sibling. However, despite his fondness, Lu Jing, after all, was merely a nephew and could not be compared to a son. When Lu Biao witnessed Lu Jing adeptly severing a thick tree trunk with a single stroke of his sword, he was quite astonished. He took the sword from Lu Jing's hand and noticed that the scabbard was plain and unadorned, which intrigued him, prompting the question. "I recall this scabbard was not the same." Lu Jing hesitated, not daring to admit to losing the original scabbard during the skirmishes with Chao's army. And thus, he mustered the courage to respond. "The original scabbard was too ornate for my taste. A sword is a weapon for killing, not a decorative hairpin or ornament. Therefore, I left it unused at the old residence. If you disapprove, I shall retrieve it upon my next visit home." Well said. Lu Biao nodded in approval. Although his own sword was merely ornamental, he was impressed by Lu Jing's maturity and understanding that a sword is a tool of war, not a mere adornment. Lu Biao sighed softly, pondering the worth of jewels and silks, and their inability to save the common people. What use were they? He returned the sword to Lu Jing. Smiling gently, to judge a sword is akin to judging a person. You are commendable. But what of your prowess in archery and horsemanship? Lu Jing's face flushed, and he shook his head, replying, I have never practiced archery or horseback riding. Lu Biao chuckled lightly. No matter, there is still time. In a few days, I shall have the commander Wang Wei teach you to ride and shoot. Lu Jing's heart skipped a beat. He knew Wang Wei as a minor character in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, renowned for his loyalty, yet lacking the strength to protect his lord. Ultimately slain by Eugene. The thought of being taught by someone who could not even best Eugene was disheartening, especially when he was aware that Lu Biao had many illustrious generals, such as Huang Zhong, Wei Yin, Wen Pin, and Gan Ning, each a formidable warrior. Why not enlist their expertise instead? Lu Jing's lips moved, yet he was at a loss for words. Lu Biao, with his keen insight, perceived Lu Jing's reluctance to accept Wang Wei as his mentor and did not press the matter further, offering a gentle smile. In any case, there is still ample time ahead. We shall seek a suitable master later. He paused, then softly advised Lu Jing, for the next few days, familiarize yourself with the city of Xianyang. We can discuss matters in detail later. Should you require anything, feel free to speak up. This place is your home. Thank you for your concern, Uncle, Lu Jing replied gratefully. Lu Biao then took off his own sword and handed it to him. The sword, known as the White Dragon Sword, was a family heirloom meant to be venerated in the ancestral hall, not for bloodshed. This sword I gift to you, crafted by a master artisan and named Xianlen. It shall serve you well in your martial pursuits. He gently patted Lu Jing's shoulder, emphasizing the importance of not only mastering martial arts but also embracing the pursuit of knowledge, particularly in understanding etiquette. Do you comprehend? Lu Jing silently nodded, and Lu Biao offered a subtle smile before turning to leave the small courtyard. Lu Jing stood at the entrance, sword in hand, watching his retreating figure fade into the distance, a wave of regret washing over him as he pondered why he did not possess a fine blade. At that moment, just behind him, a round face slowly emerged over the wall, a pair of envious eyes fixated intently on the Xianlen sword in Lu Jing's grasp. Chapter 26. The Principle of Reciprocity. In the spacious room, Lu Jing sat cross-legged in the corner, his entire strength concentrated in his right arm. Suddenly, he swung his sword, only to retract the force immediately afterward. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that this strike was far from satisfactory. He had spent a full 2 days in this room, tirelessly immersed in the study of the falling phoenix technique taught by Zhao Yun. Gradually, he began to grasp the profound intricacies of this martial art, which fundamentally encompasses two applications: the gathering of strength and the utilization of that strength. The concept of gathering strength involves mastering the use of one's dantian energy to channel the body's power into the arms. Each part of the body possesses its own potential. For instance, while the arms may struggle to lift a heavy object, the shoulders can bear the weight. The force exerted while standing differs from that while seated. Zhao Yun's secret is a technique that allows for the concentration of strength throughout the body, with the dantian energy primarily focused in the arms. Learning to gather strength is not particularly challenging. In fact, it is quite simple. Lu Jing had mastered it in just one afternoon, achieving the ability to sever thick tree branches with ease. The true difficulty lies in the application of strength, which entails wielding power with precision and intent. For example, one might strike with the weight of a mountain yet retract with the lightness of a feather, or deliver a forceful blow that can suddenly increase in intensity mid-strike. This is where the subtleties of strength control come into play. On the battlefield, two generals engage in fierce combat, appearing to outsiders as a chaotic fray. Yet, the nuances of their struggle are known only to the combatants themselves. Lu Jing has never subscribed to the belief that victory in martial contests can be achieved purely through techniques. Nor does he believe in the mystical energy arts often depicted in martial novels. Instead, he holds that authentic ancient martial arts emphasize the mastery of strength and combat skills, an art form that has long been forgotten. In genuine duels, success hinges upon the ferocity of one's strength, the swiftness of one's maneuvers, and the adeptness in controlling and applying that strength. Zhao Yun's final strike, seemingly ordinary and straightforward, was executed with such finesse that evasion was impossible. Why is it that Elbu, renowned for his invincibility, is not merely a master of a technique unknown to others? Elbu's Feng Dianyu halberd, said to weigh 120 pounds and stretch 2 yards in length, can be wielded with the force of a hammer, rendering ordinary generals defenseless against its might, while simultaneously being delicate enough to sever the wrist of Wuangwa. This martial prowess was once beyond Lu Jing's comprehension, but he has now come to understand its essence, the application of strength. While Elbu possesses the power of 1,000 pounds, he can also wield that strength with the delicacy required for embroidery. How could one not dominate the world in such a manner? The martial arts of Huang Zhong and Zhao Yun are fundamentally similar, particularly evident in Zhao Yun's counterattack against Gao Lan, which employed this very principle. Lu Jing's heart swelled with excitement as he began to recognize the significance of the technique Zhao Yun had imparted to him. It serves as the cornerstone of Zhao Yun's martial prowess. If he were to master its deepest intricacies, he may not be able to rival Zhao Yun directly, but he could certainly hold his own in several exchanges. Yet, he also understood that to reach a level comparable to Zhao Yun's would require at least a few years of dedicated practice. In this moment, he felt overwhelming gratitude towards Zhao Yun for sharing such an invaluable secret, a weighty sentiment resting heavily upon his heart. Time has passed in a monotonous yet fruitful manner during this month of martial training. Throughout this period, Lu Biao and Kai Mao led their troops southward to engage in battle with Zhang Jin, the governor of Jiaozhou, while Lu Qi remained in Xiangyang, dutifully overseeing matters in his father's stead, leaving him little time to attend to Lu Jing. During this month, Lu Jing remained confined within his small courtyard, practicing swordplay in his room by day to grasp the intricacies of power, and at night, wielding his blade in the courtyard, applying his insights to practical combat. In just a month, he felt as though he had undergone a transformative rebirth, experiencing a qualitative leap in his martial skills. If he were to encounter those two soldiers of the Cao army again, he would now have no difficulty dispatching them. One morning, as was his custom, Lu Jing practiced his swordplay in his room. After half an hour, a light sheen of sweat appeared on his brow. Suddenly, as he executed a strike, he felt an intuition and retracted the blade mid-swing, turning to see Uncle Ming standing at the door, having appeared there unannounced. "Uncle Ming, is there something you need?" Lu Jing inquired with a smile. Uncle Ming, a man of few words, took meticulous care of Lu Jing, who held him in high regard, addressing him with respect and never viewing him as a subordinate. Their harmonious relationship had flourished over the past month. Human emotions are reciprocal. Lu Jing's respect elicited gratitude and genuine fondness from Uncle Ming, who, despite sensing Lu Jing's lack of knowledge regarding past events, never doubted his identity. To him, a master should embody qualities of tolerance and generosity, treating others with kindness. Uncle Ming sighed inwardly, pondering how this child could immerse himself in martial training for an entire month. "Young master, the second young master is looking for you at the gate. Saying he has something to discuss," he announced. Lu Jing was taken aback. What could Lu Tsong want with him? He rose and made his way outside. In the courtyard, Lu Tsong stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at a bare old pear tree, which he remembered as once lush and full of leaves, now reduced to a mere trunk. "Tsong, brother, what brings you here today?" Lu Jing asked with a smile as he stepped out from his room. Lu Tsong turned, his face alight with a grin. "I heard you have been practicing martial arts. I possess a few exquisite blades and would like to invite you to appraise them. Do you have time, Jing brother?" At this moment, Lu Jing yearned for a fine, sharp blade, although Uncle Ming had procured a sword for him. It was merely an ordinary long sword, ill-fitting in weight. The prospect of evaluating Lu Tsong's fine blades piqued his interest, and he eagerly accepted. "Then I shall not disturb you any longer, Tsong brother." Lu Tsong's residence was in close proximity to Lu Jing's, boasting considerably better living conditions. His study featured a wooden floor, furnished with a bed and a desk, alongside shelves displaying precious artifacts. The walls adorned with two large cabinets crafted from rare rosewood, housed clothing and collections of bamboo scrolls. Flanking the desk were two half-height bronze lamps shaped like herons, and various items filled the room, including two gilded swords mounted on the walls. At that moment, Lu Tsong's demeanor towards Lu Jing had undergone a dramatic transformation, shedding the arrogance and aloofness of a month prior, now radiating warmth and enthusiasm. "This is my study. Please make yourself comfortable." Lu Jing remained composed. Aware that Lu Tsong would not arbitrarily alter his demeanor towards him, there must be a reason behind it. He settled into a chair, surveying the room with a smile. "Brother Tsong, your study is quite splendid, spacious and bright, with decor that reflects discernment. Unlike my humble abode, which is bare and devoid of embellishments, I find myself envious." "These furnishings were acquired gradually," Lu Tsong replied. "In time, as you settle in, your space will resemble mine." He opened a cabinet, and retrieved 3 blades, placing them upon a small table. These 3 knives are recent additions to my collection. Brother Jing, take a look at these fine pieces. Lu Jing selected a long knife with a sharkskin sheath, a type known as a ring dagger. The handle featured a distinctive iron ring at its apex, a hallmark of Han craftsmanship. The blade was straight and pointed, inheriting characteristics from the Tang sword, weighing approximately 15 pounds and feeling remarkably comfortable in hand. Slowly, he drew the blade, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a soft glow upon the edge, which gleamed brilliantly and appeared exceptionally sharp. A magnificent blade, Lu Jing exclaimed. Having always harbored a deep appreciation for swords in his previous life, this particular weapon was forged from tempered steel, refined through numerous processes. The spine was robust, and the edge was keen, a superb cavalry sword, intended for the battlefield rather than mere ornamentation. At that moment, Lu Jing's eyes widened as he noticed 4 engraved characters on the hilt. Seed to the Colonel. Could this be the blade of Dian Wei? Lu Jing recalled that 4 years prior, during Cao Zhang's ill-fated campaign against Zhang Xiu, it was Dian Wei who perished in the battle at Nanyang. Given that Nanyang is quite close to Xiangyang, and Lu Biao later sent troops to support Zhang Xiu, it was plausible that Dian Wei's blade had found its way to Xiangyang. Moreover, in his recollection, Dian Wei was the only colonel of that surname, and the use of the term seed could only imply Cao Zhang's involvement. Gently caressing the blade, Lu Jing was overwhelmed with emotion. This was indeed Dian Wei's sword. Observing Lu Jing's fascination, Lu Song felt a surge of delight but maintained his composure, saying casually, "I have heard that you possess my father's Xianlin sword. Might I borrow it for a moment?" The Xianlin sword was at Lu Jing's waist. He removed it and placed it on the table. Lu Song picked up the sword with great reverence, his eyes lighting up. This sword had been worn by his father for 10 years and had once symbolized power in Jingzhou, until his father acquired the famed Qingying sword, causing the Xianlin to gradually lose its former luster. However, at a banquet 2 years prior, Kai Mao had jested with Lu Song's father, expressing a desire to trade his daughter, Xiaoyu, for the sword. This was more than mere jest. It was a subtle indication of a wish to forge a matrimonial alliance with the Lu family. Lu Song's father responded with a smile, declaring that this sword would serve as the bride price for a daughter of the Kai family in the future, a comment that, while half in jest, carried a hint of sincerity. Thus, the sword acquired a new significance, symbolizing the union between the Lu and Kai families, intensifying the admiration Lu Qi and Lu Song harbored for it. However, Lu Song could never have anticipated that his father would bestow this sword upon Lu Jing. This revelation filled Lu Song with a potent mix of envy and indignation. How could his father grant such a precious gift to a nephew while withholding it from his own son? Did he intend for Lu Jing to court Xiaoyu? Lu Song's eyes betrayed an unmistakable yearning as he sighed inwardly. After all, it was his father who had given the sword to Lu Jing, and he dared not seize it by force. The most prudent course of action would be to acquire the sword for himself first, then persuade his mother to present it to the Kai family as a marriage proposal, thereby rendering his father's objections moot. He set the sword aside, his gaze shifting to the dagger in Lu Jing's grasp. Noticing Lu Jing's unwavering affection for the weapon, he feigned a smile and said, "If you do not mind, dear brother Jing, I shall gift you this dagger." Lu Jing's face lit up with joy. "Really? I am truly grateful, brother Kong. Do not mention it." "It is merely a matter of reciprocity," Lu Song replied, his eyes narrowing into a sly grin. The phrase reciprocity echoed softly in Lu Jing's mind, and he began to comprehend Lu Song's intention. This dagger was not a gift without strings attached. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Jing realized that if reciprocity was to be maintained, it would pose a challenge, for he had little to offer in return. At that moment, he noticed Lu Song's hand tightly gripping the hilt of his own sheath, his gaze fixated greedily on the Xianlin sword. A sudden clarity washed over Lu Jing. He had awakened to the true nature of Lu Song's proposition. Chapter 27. Meeting Lady Kai again. Lu Jing finally comprehended Lu Song's intentions. It appeared he coveted his Xianlin sword, thus devising a ruse under the guise of a knife exchange, employing the principle of reciprocity to obtain the blade in Lu Jing's possession. It was no wonder Lu Song had altered his demeanor towards him, now brimming with enthusiasm. In truth, Lu Jing held little desire for the sword. He would much prefer Lu Biao to present him with a fine dagger. If the sword were not a gift from Lu Biao, he would not mind bestowing it upon Lu Kang. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this sword was a personal gift from Lu Biao, his cherished sidearm. Why bestow it upon Lu Jing instead of his own son? There must be a reason behind this decision. Until he could elucidate the matter, he refrained from rashly trading the sword for a knife. On the other hand, Lu Song's machination to procure the sword vexed Lu Jing, leaving him with a sense of being toyed with. Though Lu Jing yearned for Dian Wei's dagger, he would never barter principles for personal gain. He set the knife aside and smiled lightly. If Brother Song desires this sword, I would be pleased to offer it to you. However, as it is a gift from my uncle, I must seek his permission before presenting it to you. Would that be agreeable? Lu Song dared not let his father know. His original intention was merely to covertly exchange swords, concealing the matter from his father. If Lu Jing were to inform Lu Biao, what significance would remain in the exchange? Anger surged within him as he forced a laugh. I was merely jesting, with no intention of claiming your sword. Brother Jing, you are overthinking it, haha? He ceased mentioning the dagger, instead retrieving 3 knives from the table and returning them to the cabinet. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the sword on the table, a cunning smile forming as he declared, "Oh, by the way, I have some good news to share with you." "What is it?" "Please, do tell," Brother Song, Lu Jing inquired. At this moment, Lu Jing was filled with disdain for Lu Kang. While the romance of the 3 kingdoms depicted Lu Song as weak and ineffectual, the individual before him exuded arrogance and hypocrisy, petty and calculating. Just moments ago, he had offered Lu Jing a knife, only to retract his offer. What harm would there be in gifting him a dagger? Did Lu Song truly believe that by reclaiming his knife, he would escape unscathed? Such ignorance of human affairs left Lu Jing incredulous. He perceived Lu Song not as the son of a powerful lord, but rather as the offspring of a humble vegetable vendor, obsessively wary of losing even a fraction of gain. No wonder Cao Zhang remarked on Lu Jing's son, a pig or dog. Lu Song secured the cabinet and locked it before returning with a grin. "Did you not mention previously your desire to learn swordsmanship? I have been keeping an eye out for you. Coincidentally, the foremost sword school in Xiangyang is recruiting students, although their criteria are rather stringent. Your status should pose no obstacle. Would you care to give it a try?" Lu Jing had no understanding of the regulations of the sword school, yet he was acutely aware of Lu Song's true nature, his insidious efforts to seize Lu Jing's sword. It was highly likely that this so-called foremost sword school in Xiangyang concealed ulterior motives. Ever since Lu Jing had mastered Zhao Yun's martial secrets, he had lost all interest in studying at any sword school. More importantly, he harbored a profound aversion to Lu Song and wished to minimize their interactions. Rising to his feet, he performed a respectful bow and replied with a smile, "My martial skills are but modest. I lack the qualifications to attend a sword school. I sincerely appreciate Brother Song's kindness, but I must take my leave." Having spoken, he turned and left Lu Song's study, returning to his own courtyard. Lu Song did not expect Lu Jing to refuse him so decisively. He stood there momentarily stunned, unable to fathom Lu Jing's lack of regard for him. The following morning, a series of knocks on the door roused Lu Jing from his slumber. A sliver of soft light filtered through the cracks of the oil-papered window, revealing that dawn had arrived. A wave of disappointment washed over him, for he had intended to rise at the break of day to practice martial arts. Instead, he had slept soundly through the night. Just then, the door swung open, and the figure of Uncle Ming appeared at the threshold. He gestured towards outside, saying, "Young master, the madam requests your presence." "I shall go at once," Lu Jing exclaimed, springing from his bed, filled with vigor. Uncle Ming could not help but smile, recalling how the master had never exhibited such energy before. "Young master, please wash up first. I have prepared hot water." "Thank you, Uncle Ming, but I prefer well water. I am not accustomed to hot water." Lu Jing stretched leisurely, straightening his posture, and his smile brightened. Although Madame Kai had been rather aloof towards him during their last encounter, he chose not to hold a grudge, understanding her grief after recently losing her child. Moreover, as the matron of the Lu household, it was only proper for him to pay her a visit. In his past life, Lu Jing had always been an open-hearted and cheerful individual, and even after transcending through 18 centuries, his humanity remained unchanged. His smile, however, brought a tinge of sorrow to Uncle Ming's nose, prompting him to hasten outside. "Young master, let us be swift. We must not keep the madam waiting." Lu Jing quickly finished his morning routine, tying his hair in a simple style, and appeared at the door before the maid with an invigorated demeanor. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mississippi." The maid, dressed in a light green straight-cut gown, glanced at the lively Lu Jing and sighed inwardly, speaking softly, "Young master Jing, please follow me." As Lu Jing followed the maid into the inner courtyard, he cast curious glances at the pavilions and towers, marveling at the grandeur of a wealthy family's residence. The maid leading him, however, wore a worried expression, lamenting the fate of the young boy. Crossing a small bridge, they entered a delicate courtyard, where a two-story crimson building came into view. This was Madame Kai's chamber. Generally, no men were permitted entry, but as Lu Biao's nephew and a boy under 16, he was granted access. Mind your manners when meeting the madam, the maid cautioned repeatedly, before bringing him to the front of the building. To the far west on the ground floor lay a small parlor for receiving guests. The maid approached the parlor door and bowed, announcing, "Madam, he has arrived." The voice from within was notably cold, tinged with animosity. Lu Jing's smile faded as memories of their first encounter flooded back, where Madame Kai had seemed unable to conceal her resentment towards him. There is no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. He was determined to uncover what had offended Madame Kai. Inside, Madame Kai had changed into a white embroidered robe, her gaze frosty. She had not disclosed the matter of the witch to her husband, knowing full well his disdain for such sorcery, revealing it would only invite his discontent. She would no longer mention this matter, yet Lu Jing remained etched in her heart, like a venomous thorn piercing the most painful part of her soul. Summoning Lu Jing today was merely an obligation to her elders and the matriarch of the household. Her husband had specifically instructed her the previous night to treat her nephew with kindness. As a shadow appeared at the door, the tall and robust Lu Jing stepped inside. This was their second encounter. Although a month had passed since their first meeting, thoughts of her deceased child stirred within her, making it difficult to suppress the resentment she harbored towards Lu Jing, whom she believed to be responsible for her child's demise. As Lu Jing approached to pay his respects, Madame Kai raised her hand to halt him, coldly stating, "You need not bow to me. I cannot accept every form of reverence offered by a junior." Lu Jing found her words jarring. Her disdain for him extinguished any sense of leniency he had, igniting within him a profound aversion towards Madame Kai. If no reverence was required, that was all the better. "Aunt, is there something you wish to discuss with me? And do not refer to me as Aunt. Address me as Madam like the others in the household." Madame Kai turned her gaze towards the ceiling, her frigid tone laced with undisguised contempt and hostility. Lu Jing fell silent, and the atmosphere in the room grew taut with tension. "What do you wish to convey to me?" Madame Kai cast a sidelong glance at Lu Jing. He suppressed the urge to turn away, acutely aware of her animosity, not born from her emotional turmoil due to her miscarriage, but rather directed specifically at him. Perhaps he posed a threat to her interests that seemed plausible. He and Madame Kai had no grievances or connections. Thus her hostility could not arise without reason. Only when one's interests are jeopardized does animosity emerge. With this realization, Lu Jing's tone grew cool. "Is there something you require of me, madam?" Madame Kai regarded him with mild curiosity, noting the absence of respect in his voice, as if he were a mere passerby. However, she was unconcerned. "Your uncle informed me last night that you have been residing in the manor for a month, and he asked me to inquire about your well-being. So, I am asking if you need anything." Lu Jing slightly inclined his head, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, madam. I am currently well and require nothing." Madame Kai scoffed inwardly at his obstinacy. She recalled her husband's request for the Kai family to bestow their daughter upon him. Fueling her hatred for Lu Jing, a man who had caused the death of her child yet sought to marry her niece, she produced Lu Jing's credentials and coldly inquired, "Do you know why I am asking about your credentials?" Lu Jing's heart raced. Why would Madame Kai pose such a question? Did she harbor doubts regarding his identity? From the moment he entered, he recognized her as an astute woman, equipped with a woman's unique sensitivity. He must not reveal any cracks in his facade. Anxiously, he shook his head. "I do not know." Lu Jing remained completely unaware that he was entangled in the alliance between the Lu and Kai families. Nor did he realize that Madame Kai was not questioning the authenticity of his identity, but was rather seeking ways to prevent him from marrying into the Kai family. Madame Kai raised the talisman in her hand and inquired once more, "Regarding this talisman, has your uncle mentioned anything to you?" Lu Jing shook his head. "No. My uncle has not said anything to me." "Indeed, he has not." Madame Kai fixed her sharp gaze upon him. "For instance, matters concerning a marriage contract?" "Certainly not. He has never brought up any such marriage agreement." With her heart at ease, Madame Kai realized that she could now maneuver this situation to her advantage. In the Han Dynasty, the union of men and women commenced with a proposal where either party could initiate the dialogue. For example, Princess Pingyang, the sister of Emperor Wu, harbored affections for the great General Wei Qing and thus approached the Empress with her sentiments, leading to Emperor Wu commanding Wei Qing to marry her. In the pre-Qin era, while individuals were permitted to choose their partners, parental consent was still essential. The tale of Zhuge Liang and Sima Xiangru illustrates this, as despite their mutual affection, Wang Juan's father forbade their union, resulting in her daring midnight escape. After a successful proposal, a yin-yang master would draft a divination based on the talisman, subsequently sending it to the other party to compare their birth charts, a process known as inquiring names. Generally, the yin-yang master, having received a fee, would not disrupt a favorable outcome. Thus, the proposal stage is pivotal. Once it succeeds, the marriage is essentially secured. Lu Biao, the lord of Jingzhou, suggested a union with the Kai family, intending for his nephew Lu Jing to wed Kai Xiaoyu, the daughter of the Kai family. Naturally, the Kai family dared not refuse but also did not give a definitive answer, causing the matter to linger. Madame Kai, being both Lu Jing's elder and Lu Biao's wife, as well as a daughter of the Kai family, played a crucial role in this marriage arrangement. Although she was reluctant to facilitate this union, she had to perform certain formalities to appease her husband. She needed to ascertain whether Lu Jing was aware of the marriage proposal without directly asking, hence her indirect approach through the talisman. Now that she had confirmed Lu Jing's ignorance of the union, her next step was to devise a way to thwart the proposal, ensuring it would not progress to the stage of name divination. Madame Kai forced a smile. You may return now. I shall have the steward send you some household items shortly. Moreover, your monthly allowance is 300 coins, the same as Xiu'er, as per the household rules. I hope you understand. Lu Jing rose and bowed. Nephew takes his leave. He exited Madame Kai's courtyard, exhaling softly, feeling a profound aversion towards her, wishing never to encounter her again. Within the room, Madame Kai reviewed Lu Jing's birth chart once more, then pondered for a while before turning to her maid. Summon the second young master to see me. The maid complied, and before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Lu Zhong rushed into the courtyard, suddenly halting to approach the door cautiously. A respectful voice rang out. Mother, your son has arrived. Come in, she beckoned. Lu Zhong swiftly entered the room. Kneeling and bowing 3 times, your son Lu Zhong pays his respects to you, mother. His voice was melodious, evoking a sense of warmth, and among Lu's 3 sons, Madame Kai favored Lu Zhong the most, for he was not only respectful and obedient, but also possessed a thoughtful nature, adept at pleasing her. Last year, upon a mere whim to indulge in lychee, Lu Zhong immediately commanded his subordinates to procure 100 pounds of the fruit from Bashu, delivering it promptly. When the lychees arrived, the branches were still fresh, exhibiting more thoughtfulness than a husband, who would not cherish such a son. Madame Kai smiled gently. Have you met your cousin Lu Jing? Lu Zhong, hesitant, knelt and replied, I have indeed encountered him. Although Lu Zhong was puzzled by his mother's mention of Lu Jing, his astuteness swiftly led him to speculate on a potential marriage alliance. Could it be that his mother intended to betroth Xiao to Lu Jing? Surely she had promised him that Xiao would be his. How could she possibly change her mind? Anxiety churned within Lu Kong. Madame Kai cast a sidelong glance at him, as if discerning his thoughts, her heart swelling with secret satisfaction. With a rival in the realm of romance, her intervention was unnecessary. She spoke slowly. Your father wishes for Jing'e to marry Xiao. What do you think I should do about this matter? Chapter 28. Unfortunate marriage. Like Lu Biao, Lu Zhong's countenance turned ashen. Could it be that his mother was having second thoughts? He bowed 3 times fervently, his voice trembling as he implored, but mother promised to betroth Xiaoyu to me. I can only rely on you. Please advocate for me. Madame Kai silently cursed, deeming him utterly useless, always relying on her. Was he incapable of striving for his own desires? She understood Lu Zhong well. Like his elder brother Lu Qi, he was inherently timid, bearing a heavy reliance on others. Yet, this matter must be spearheaded by him, while she could only orchestrate from the shadows, igniting his courage first. For a man, love often compels one to disregard all else. Madame Kai spoke with an inscrutable demeanor. Zhong'er, I am aware that you have harbored feelings for Xiaoyu since childhood, and she reciprocates those sentiments. I have witnessed it all. In truth, I too wish for lovers to unite. Yet you must grasp one crucial point. The union of the Lu and Kai families transcends mere affection. It bears profound significance. Your father places great importance on this. And having chosen Jing'e, it is a decision made with careful consideration. I regret to inform you that altering your father's mind will be a formidable challenge. The very utterance of I apologize from Madame Kai plunged Lu Zhong into despair. Tears welled in his eyes, and he trembled as he knelt upon the floor, droplets cascading down as he felt as though he were on the brink of death. Madame Kai regarded him with a frigid gaze, scornful of his lack of resolve, lamenting that he wept for a woman when a true man ought to reclaim her. Seeing the opportune moment, she gently continued, Zhong'er, the situation has not yet reached its nadir. In truth, you are not devoid of hope. Lu Zhong abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. A glimmer of life rekindled within. His voice quivered with excitement. Mother, tell me, is there still hope? Hope exists, she replied, but it demands your courage and determination. Are you willing to pay the price? Lu Tsong nodded fervently, gritting his teeth as he declared, for Xiaoyu, I would brave fire and water. Very well. Madame Kai said slowly, though I am a woman, I comprehend the principle that knowledge of oneself and the adversary leads to victory in every battle. I have inquired with your father. He has yet to disclose the matter of the Lu Kai alliance to Jing'er. I wonder if you and your brother have mentioned it to her. Lu Tsong hastily shook his head. I assure you, I have not spoken of it. And I sense that he is oblivious to the sword's significance. And what of your elder brother? Madame Kai inquired further. Has he said anything? Lu Tsong pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I do not believe he has mentioned it either. Moreover, he has been absent from the residence these days, attending to studies at the Pang family. Madame Kai narrowed her eyes, a smile creeping upon her lips. She whispered to Lu Tsong, during this period of your father's busy affairs, he has entrusted this matter to me. You must find a way to acquire that mysterious Xianlin sword. I will feign misunderstanding and directly pursue the marriage proposal with the Kai family on your behalf. This way, even if your father is displeased, he will have no recourse but to let the matter unfold. But what if I cannot obtain it? Lu Tsong asked anxiously. You inept fool. If you cannot even procure a sword, how do you expect to wed Xiaoyu? You yourself declared your willingness to face fire and water. I do not compel you. Finally resolved, Lu Tsong determined that as long as he could marry Xiaoyu, he would gladly accept his father's wrath. Kai Mao, indeed, was somewhat slower to comprehend than Kuai Yu. It was only after Liu Biao had settled Liu Bei's troops in the eastern barracks that Kai Mao finally realized that Liu Biao harbored no trust in Liu Bei and was also wary of him, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. For over a month, Kai Mao had accompanied Liu Biao southward to engage in battle against Zhang Jin, the governor of Jing'an and Jiaozhou, and had just returned to Xiangyang the previous day. Liu Biao had granted him 3 days of leave to rest at home. However, despite being at home, a plethora of affairs awaited his attention within the official residence. As a military strategist, Kai Mao was primarily responsible for managing both major and minor military matters, ranging from troop deployments and battle strategies to military supplies, shipbuilding, and recruiting soldiers. According to protocol, certain matters required his review before being submitted to Liu Biao for final decisions. Thus, if he were to rest, numerous issues would inevitably be delayed. Consequently, he resolved to bring his official duties home for processing. At noon, Kai Mao busily reviewed documents in his study. During the Three Kingdoms period, official documents had begun to be produced extensively on hemp paper, and Xiangyang was no exception, boasting a government-operated paper mill that supplied a significant quantity of paper each year. At that moment, an urgent military report sent by Huang Zhong from Jiangxia caught Kai Mao's attention. It indicated that Zhang Wu and Chen Sun, stationed near Yangxin County, were suspected of colluding with Jiangdong, which sent a chill down Kai Mao's spine. With over 10,000 troops under their command and both being locals of Jingzhou, the implications of their potential treachery were dire. This matter required immediate reporting to Liu Biao. As Kai Mao rose to head to the government office, his wife, Lady Pang, appeared at the door, announcing, "My lord, your younger sister has arrived and claims to have something of great importance to discuss with you." Kai Mao had an elder sister and a younger sister. His elder sister was married to Huang Qingyan of the Huang family and had a 15-year-old daughter, Huang Yueying, while his younger sister was wed to Liu Biao, known as Lady Kai. Upon hearing that Lady Kai had come, Kai Mao temporarily set aside his intention to visit Liu Biao and proceeded to the inner chambers where his wife had been resting for over a month and wished to step outside for a breath of fresh air. So she had come to her natal home. In the warm room, Lady Kai was engaged in conversation with her niece, Kai Shaoan, and naturally, the topic gravitated toward her marital prospects. "And I have met Lu Jing," Kai Shaoan remarked. Lady Kai immediately inquired with concern, "How did you come to meet him? Did he seek you out?" She was apprehensive that Lu Jing might become aware of the arranged marriage, fearing he might insist on marrying a daughter of the Kai family, which would complicate matters if her husband supported him. Kai Shaoan shook her head and replied indignantly, "It was just last month when I visited you, and I encountered him in the eastern courtyard. He appeared so coarse, and I would rather die than marry him." Lady Kai sighed in relief, smiling. "Since you are unwilling to marry him, rest assured, dear niece, that your aunt will ensure you with the man you desire. But who might that suitor be? Is it your elder brother or your younger brother?" Kai Shaoyan's face flushed crimson as she turned away, feeling bashful. "Aunt, you are teasing me again. I do not have a favorite suitor. I truly do not. Please do not make wild guesses." Lady Kai teased. "I know, you must have a fondness for Brother Qi." "Absolutely not. I do not like anyone." At that moment, a maid entered the courtyard to announce, "The master and mistress have arrived." Upon hearing that her father was present, Kai Xiaoyu was so startled that she hurriedly fled through the back door. Shortly after, Kai Zhao's voice came from beyond the door curtain. "Dear sister, may I enter?" "Come in," she replied. As the curtain was lifted, Kai Zhao and his wife, Lady Peng, stepped into the room. Noticing his sister's rosy complexion, Kai Zhao smiled gently, saying, "It appears you have been well cared for and have fully recovered. I hope I am not causing you any embarrassment. Please, have a seat, and you too, dear sister-in-law." Though Lady Peng was Kai Zhao's sister, her status as the matriarch of Jingzhou was esteemed, and thus Kai Zhao could not assume a domineering position before her. He was compelled to show her a degree of respectful deference. Lady Peng excused herself under the pretext of preparing tea, leaving the room with only the two siblings remaining. It was then that Lady Kai slowly began, "I have come today regarding the proposed union between the Lu and Kai families. Last night, Jingxing entrusted this matter to me, indicating that he wishes for his nephew, Lu Jing, to marry Xiaoyu. I would like to first ascertain your thoughts on this matter." As she spoke, she gazed intently into Kai Zhao's eyes, her mind already made up. This affair must proceed according to her plans. Even if her brother were to agree, she would not permit Lu Jing, who had brought misfortune to her own child, to wed a daughter of the Kai family. Kai Zhao sighed and replied, "The proposed alliance between the Kai and Lu families concerns not only our family's fortune, but also the future of Jingxiang. To speak candidly, if Jingxing insists on using his nephew to forge this union, then the marriage would be devoid of significance, and I would have no choice but to decline. But if you refuse Jingxing, this union between the Lu and Kai families will become impossible. It may instead lead to alliances with the Kuai or Pang families, or even the Huang family, but certainly not with the Kai family. Have you considered the ramifications of this, dear brother?" Lady Kai implicitly warned her brother not to offend Lu Biao, insisting that they must adhere to her perspective. Kai Zhao found himself momentarily speechless. His sister's words struck him like daggers, leaving him feeling disheartened. After a lengthy silence, he finally sighed. "I fail to comprehend why Jingxing insists on aligning his nephew with our family. Are you truly incapable of understanding, or is it merely an act?" Lady Kai retorted with a cold smile. Kai Zhao shook his head. "I genuinely do not understand." "Very well, allow me to clarify. Had Jingxing's wife been someone with the surname Kuai or Pang, he would undoubtedly have sent his eldest son to court a daughter of the Kai family. Now that he has married a Kai, how could he wed another? Do you grasp the situation now?" In truth, Kai Zhao understood that Lu Biao's hesitation in allowing his son to marry a daughter of the Kai family stemmed from a desire to prevent the Kai family from becoming too powerful, which would disrupt the delicate balance of interests among the various factions in Jingxiang. However, it was only through the words of his sister, who knew Lu Biao better, that he could fully relinquish any hope. Kai Zhao was filled with despair. He could neither afford to offend Lu Biao nor wish to marry his daughter to Lu Biao's nephew. What was to be done? Lady Kai glanced at her brother, noting his evident distress, and contemplated that perhaps it was time to propose a condition. "If I can persuade Jingxing to agree to his son marrying Xiaoyu, I would hope for it to be the second son, Sung-er. Would you be amenable to this arrangement, dear brother?" Lady Kai was aware that her brother actually wished to marry his daughter Xiaoyu to the eldest son, Lu Qi, as establishing the rightful heir was paramount. This way, Xiaoyu would eventually become the matriarch of Jingzhou. However, Madame Kai harbored a preference for Lu Tsong over Lu Qi, and she had long desired to establish Lu Tsong as the sovereign of Jingzhou. Yet, solely relying on her own influence proved to be a formidable challenge. If the Kai family were to support her initiative to elevate Lu Tsong as the rightful heir, her chances would significantly improve. Thus, Madame Kai first sought to persuade Kai Mao to alter his sentiments and endorse the union between the Kai family and Lu Kang. Once this marital alliance was secured, the Kai family would be left with no alternative but to endorse Lu Tsong as the ruler of Jingzhou. This was Madame Kai's calculated scheme. Her true objective was to install Lu Tsong as the sovereign of Jingzhou, with marriage serving merely as a means to that end. She intended to leverage this matrimonial crisis to compel the Kai family to consent to the union of her daughter with Lu Kang. Kai Mao refrained from responding to Madame Kai's assertions. As the military strategist of Jingzhou, he possessed his own insights. He held a disdain for Lu Tsong, viewing him as sharp-tongued and self-serving, lacking in the generosity that characterized Lu Qi. Lu Tsong's scholarly aptitude and capabilities fell far short of Lu Qi's, and elevating Lu Tsong to the position of Jingzhou's ruler would likely jeopardize the region's foundational legacy. Understanding her brother's sentiments, Madame Kai smiled faintly. Appointing a fool as the ruler of Jingzhou would merely transform Jingzhou into the Kai family's dominion. The martial spirit of the Han dynasty stemmed from the spring and autumn and warring states periods, where nearly every man donned swords and blades, particularly swords, which have historically been associated with the noble warrior. The trend of swordsmanship flourished, inevitably leading to the establishment of dedicated venues for martial training. Following the Eastern Han era, the flourishing sword academies reminiscent of the spring and autumn and warring states periods re-emerged. Named sword academies, their primary focus was the study of swordsmanship, aimed at self-cultivation and physical fitness. However, as time progressed, even the most stringent of regulations would inevitably become distorted, akin to poorly stored wine that, over the years, transforms from rich and mellow to sour. Initially, the imperial edicts were stringent. Not everyone was permitted to study swordsmanship at these academies, with only the offspring of nobility and esteemed scholars qualifying. The court sought to prevent the martial class from infringing upon the law and to deter commoners from training for rebellion. Yet, as the late Han dynasty descended into chaos with warlords vying for power, the restrictions on recruitment for sword academies gradually loosened, allowing commoners to partake in martial studies. No longer confined to swordplay, the academies expanded their curriculum to encompass all manners of weaponry and combat techniques. In tumultuous times, martial training became a means of self-preservation, and even scholarly gentlemen pursued both literary and martial studies. Ordinary citizens of modest means often sent their children to sword academies to acquire skills for survival, leading to a flourishing of these institutions. In Xiangyang and Fanqing, numerous sword academies emerged, numbering nearly 30 in total. However, despite their abundance, these academies varied widely in quality, with some hosting hundreds of students while others had merely 4 or 5. Some were run by fraudsters who, possessing little more than brute strength, exploited the guise of teaching martial arts to swindle funds. Nestled in Baihui Lane in the eastern part of the city stood Xiangyang's largest sword academy, covering over 20 acres and named Shijian Hall. In truth, it was a private academy established by the Kai family, dedicated to nurturing valiant warriors. The student body comprised around 200 individuals, with over 40 being members of the Kai family, while the remainder consisted of brave youths selected from various regions, all of whom, after a decade of rigorous training, were destined to become the backbone of the Kai family's elite forces. In the afternoon, Lu Tsong strode purposefully into the sword testing hall. As the son of the Lord of Jingzhou, his esteemed position commanded respect, and he traversed the corridor amidst the reverent gazes of the students. Having devoted nearly 8 years to the art of swordsmanship within these walls, he had indeed acquired some skill. However, compelled by his mother to reclaim the Xinlin sword, he found himself reluctant to confront the matter directly, fearing his father's reprimand. Thus, he sought assistance from others. Erlang, what brings you here? A robust voice echoed nearby, resonating like thunder. Lu Tsong frowned, a look of distaste flickering in his eyes. Turning back, he forced a chuckle. What brings you to the sword hall today? A tall, stout young man, resembling a half-formed black tower, bounded over. This was Lu Hu, Lu Biao's nephew, albeit distantly related as the grandson of Lu Biao's brother. At 18 years of age, he had accompanied his elder brother Lu Chong to Jingzhou to seek refuge with their uncle. While his brother pursued scholarly endeavors, Lu Hu dedicated himself to martial training. Endowed with tremendous strength, he was, however, somewhat lacking in intellect and social graces, perpetually sporting a foolish grin. Like a great frog, Lu Hu leapt forward, enveloping Lu Tsong in a bear-like embrace, lifting him into the air with childlike glee. Erlang, let us practice our swordsmanship. Lu Tsong loathed the sensation of being hoisted aloft, helpless against Lu Hu's prodigious strength, and often became the subject of ridicule as he struggled in vain to break free. Despite numerous warnings, Lu Hu remained oblivious to his friend's discomfort. Today, however, Lu Tsong had pressing matters at hand and, in a rush, exclaimed, I bear good news. Good news? Lu Hu's eyes widened, his grip loosening, causing Lu Tsong to plummet to the ground, nearly tumbling over. Lu Hu caught him by the arm. Quickly, tell me, what is this good news? Enduring the pain of Lu Hu's tight grasp, Lu Tsong managed to say, You have a cousin who has arrived. Have you seen him? Scratching his head, Lu Hu recalled that his brother had mentioned a cousin's arrival, though he could not recall the name only a well. Are you referring to Lu Jing? Precisely. He is seeking challengers for a duel. You must go. Lu Hu relished the prospect of combat, though his unrestrained strength had deterred many from sparring with him, leaving him with a sense of loneliness in his prowess. Upon learning that the newcomer was searching for opponents, he erupted with joy, bellowing enthusiastically as he dashed towards the main entrance. Watching him depart, Lu Zhong curled his lips in disdain and turned toward the main hall. Inside, a multitude of students engaged in spirited contests of swordsmanship, the air filled with shouts and cheers, as a circle of spectators encircled two practitioners wielding dull blades. Lu Zhong's gaze fell upon a tall youth named Kai Jin, a nephew of Kai Mao, who at 16, stood out among his peers. Kai Jin towered at 7 feet 6 inches, his robust physique capable of wielding a 30-pound-long knife. Though he trained at the sword hall, he was primarily a disciple of Wen Ping, having participated in the battle against Chao's forces in Nanyang the previous year, earning him the title of a youthful warrior. More importantly, Kai Jin is not only exceptionally skilled in martial arts but also possesses a sharp intellect. He is well-versed in literature and can be considered a paragon of both martial prowess and scholarly achievement, earning the esteemed favor of the family patriarch, Kai Mao. Within the sword testing hall, Kai Jin serves in a dual capacity. On one hand, he trains alongside his junior disciples in martial arts, while on the other, he is responsible for instructing the younger scions of the Kai family. As two blunt swords clashed in midair, sparks flew. Kai Jin bellowed, twisting his long sword, which caused the weapon of another young boy to fly from his grasp, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding youths, who scrambled to evade the descending blade. How many times must I remind you? Strike with the ferocity of Meng Ben and the swiftness of Qing Ji. Look at you all, so feeble and lacking the spirit of either Meng or Qing. Kai Jin glared menacingly at the crowd, brandishing his sword and commanding, "Next." After a prolonged silence, no one dared to step forward. At that moment, Kai Jin's gaze fell upon Lu Zhong at the entrance. With a heavy snort, he declared, "Continue your practice. I shall return in an hour for an inspection. Should anyone dare to slack off, I will not hesitate to impose severe penalties." He cast aside his sword and strode purposefully towards Lu Zhong, his expression shifting to a warm smile. "Erlang, have your matters been resolved?" he inquired, referring to the matter of the Xianlin sword. Kai Jin shared a close bond with Lu Zhong and was well aware of his thoughts. Lu Zhong sighed deeply. Responding with determination, he refuses to exchange it for a saber, and he is unwilling to come to the sword hall. It seems the only option left is to take a more forceful approach. Without allowing Lu Zhong to finish, Kai Jin waved his hand to interrupt, asserting, "This is not the place for idle chatter. Erlang, follow me." Kai Jin led Lu Zhong to a room in the back courtyard, his sword training chamber, where he had absorbed profound insights from his mentor, Wen Ping. Kai Jin understood that the essence of martial arts lies in heartfelt comprehension, and it was within this very room that he had delved into the subtleties of swordsmanship. Once seated, Kai Jin inquired, "Why does he refuse to come to the sword hall?" In truth, Kai Jin was not in favor of Lu Zhong's idea of trading a saber for a sword. After all, the sword was a gift from the provincial governor, and it was unlikely that Lu Jing would part with it so easily. It was Kai Jin's suggestion that Lu Jing be invited to the sword hall, for there existed an unwritten tradition dating back a century that dictated that in a duel, the loser must present their sword as a token of defeat to the victor. As long as Lu Jing came to the sword hall, his sword would inevitably remain there. However, since he was unwilling to attend, Kai Jin found himself at an impasse. It would be inappropriate for him to deliver a sword invitation personally. Inviting someone for a duel and delivering a letter, a practice rooted in tradition since the early Han Dynasty, was not something Kai Jin had shied away from in the past. Yet, to extend such an invitation to a novice who had scarcely practiced martial arts seemed rather unsuitable. It was not a matter of fearing to intimidate the weaker party, nor was it because Lu Jing was the nephew of Lu Biao. Rather, Kai Jin was concerned about preserving his own reputation. Since the age of 12, he had been hailed as the foremost martial talent of Jingzhou. As a recognized expert, could he so easily engage in duels with mere youths? This situation mirrored the modern-day leadership dynamic, where the foremost duty of a leader is not merely to understand the intricacies of their field, but to maintain an appropriate stature. Kai Jin placed great importance on his reputation, deeming it beneath him to engage in swordplay with youths. To duel Lu Jing over a single sword would tarnish his esteemed standing. However, Lu Zhong cannot be offended. After pondering, he suggested, "How about I have Kai Hong duel with him? Kai Hong is also a master swordsman from the sword hall and could equally claim the Xianlin sword for you. What do you think?" Lu Zhong shook his head. Lu Jing's martial prowess is not to be underestimated. I have witnessed him sever a tree trunk as thick as a large bowl with a mere ordinary knife. Just think about it. Kai Jin furrowed his brow, contemplating Lu Jing's formidable strength, which diminished his previous disdain. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "Very well, I shall reconsider this matter." Kai Jin's caution stemmed from the significance of this duel, which would determine the ownership of the Xianlin sword and also involve Lu Biao's nephew. He could not act impulsively and needed to consult the family head. In the study, Kai Mao, upon hearing Kai Jin's report, could not help but sneer. For the sake of a Xianlin sword, Lu Tsong would resort to having an outsider confront his own nephew. Such a person, if made the lord of Jingzhou, would undoubtedly find himself isolated. Family head, my nephew is uncertain whether to agree to Lu Tsong's proposal. I seek your guidance, Kai Jin stated. Kai Mao pondered for a moment before rising and saying, follow me. He led Kai Jin to the backyard, arriving at the courtyard where the elder family head, Kai Sen, was practicing. From outside the courtyard, they could see him tilling the soil in a corner of the vegetable patch. Kai Mao instructed Kai Jin to wait outside while he entered the courtyard, kneeling respectfully. Uncle, my nephew has matters to discuss with grandfather. Kai Sen glanced at him and inquired slowly, what is it? Kai Mao recounted his sister's words in detail and added, my nephew has also considered that supporting Lu Tsong aligns with the family's interests. I also wish to betroth Xiaoyu to Lu Kong. After a pause, Kai Sen replied, I have said before, as long as he is Lu Biao's son, the distinction of age is irrelevant. Since you are the family head, the choice between Lu Qi and Lu Tsong is yours to make. However, you must also respect the opinion of the provincial governor's wife, as she is a pivotal figure in our Kai family. I understand, Uncle, Kai Mao acknowledged, grasping his uncle's intention, which permitted support for Lu Kong. After a brief moment, he added, there is one more matter I wish to consult with you. Chapter 29. A simple challenge. Kai Sen cast a glance at Kai Jin, who was peeking from the gate. As his beloved grandson, Kai Sen always held him in high regard and smiled. Is this related to you? It is somewhat pertinent, came the reply from Kai Mao, who beckoned Kai Jin into the courtyard. The boy promptly knelt and bowed 3 times, proclaiming, grandson Kai Jin pays his respects to grandfather. Kai Sen chuckled, have you gotten yourself into some trouble? Your uncle has come to report your misdeeds. Grandson has not caused any trouble, Kai Jin replied earnestly. It is merely that young Master Tsong has asked me to assist him with a matter of considerable importance, and I dared not agree without consultation. Kai Jin then recounted the events concerning the Xianlin sword to his grandfather. Kai Sen's brow furrowed slightly, and he expressed his discontent to Kai Mao. Is this trivial matter truly worthy of my attention? Kai Mao hurriedly responded, it is because I believe Lu Jing is no ordinary individual. His relations with Liu Bei are exceptionally close, and with Jing Xing having entrusted him the Xianlin sword, there is profound significance to this. In a few years, Lu Jing will come of age and gain favor from Jing Shang. I fear Liu Bei may use him to infiltrate Jingzhou, or worse, he may even become the lord of Jingzhou. Though he left his thoughts unspoken, his intent was clear. Kai Mao sought to take this opportunity to eliminate the potential threat posed by Lu Jing before it could fully materialize. Kai Sen took a small hoe, slowly loosening the soil and breaking apart the clumps. After a long pause, he finally spoke. After all, he is Lu Jingxing's nephew. We must not be overly harsh. Meanwhile, in Lu Jing's courtyard, Uncle Ming sat on a small stool by the well, washing dishes while helplessly observing Lu Hu, who was exuberantly bouncing around the yard like a frog, clamoring to challenge the young master to a duel. At the very least, as a brother, he could exchange pleasantries and inquire about his sibling before requesting a contest. Even if he lacks the etiquette to do so, he should at least allow the young master to recognize him. Instead, he keeps repeating one phrase, let us duel, were it not for my acquaintance with him. One might mistake him for a brigand invading one's home. However, the young master appeared quite eager to engage with this boisterous giant. And without exchanging a single word of brotherly affection, they commenced their duel. Lu Hu wielded a dull sword, measuring at least 5 feet in length and weighing 20 pounds. Despite its bluntness, a strike to the head could still prove fatal. Excellent swordsmanship. One more strike, and I will fell the tiger, Lu Hu bellowed, his voice hoarse with excitement. It had been long since anyone had engaged him in such a manner, and he felt an inexhaustible energy surging within him as he swung the hefty iron sword toward Lu Jing. For Lu Jing, this was akin to a divine gift of a sparring partner. He desperately needed a formidable adversary like Lu Hu to test the efficacy of his falling phoenix technique. Lu Hu's iron sword swept through the air like a raging tempest, displaying commendable skill, while Lu Jing resembled a small boat amidst the tumultuous waves, floating effortlessly regardless of how violently the storm raged. He too wielded his sword, slicing through the air with both grace and precision, employing an array of intricate techniques to counter Lu Hu's onslaught. Occasionally, he would unleash a strike so swift that it left Lu Hu in disarray. After an hour of intense combat, Lu Hu finally found himself utterly exhausted. He tossed aside his sword, stretched his legs, and sat on the ground, panting heavily. No more fighting. That was truly exhilarating. Lu Jing, also feeling somewhat fatigued, sheathed his sword and sat beside Lu Hu with a smile, saying, "Brother Hu, you are formidable. This duel is a victory for me." Although Lu Hu was known as a martial enthusiast, he understood many things clearly. He raised his thumb in admiration and remarked, "You are the victor. You had countless opportunities to slay me, yet you showed mercy, unlike that ruthless Kaiduji." At that moment, a servant appeared at the courtyard entrance. Bowing to report, "Young Master Jing, someone is seeking you outside the gate." On the steps outside the Lu residence stood two tall, slender youths, both bearing serious expressions. One held a black bamboo tablet. They were brothers from the Kai family, named Kai Hong and Kai Yuan, sent by Kai Jin to deliver a challenge to Lu Jing. The tradition of swordsmanship in the Han Dynasty has a long and storied history, with depictions of martial contests being a significant theme in the imagery found in Han tombs, particularly those involving sword duels. Regardless of social status, skilled swordsmen engaged in competitions to prove their prowess. Gentlemen also took pleasure in testing their swords against one another. In the Han Dynasty, sword duels could be formal or informal. Friends might gather spontaneously to draw their swords and engage in friendly combat, serving as a form of entertainment. However, for those of notable reputation, formal invitations were necessary to establish a contest, selecting a date and a fair judge to determine their standing through battle. It was also permissible to delay a duel, postponing it for a year or two until one's sword skills were honed. As gentleman's contests could be deferred for even a decade, provided that trust was maintained. One could even choose to forego a duel altogether, effectively conceding defeat, though such an approach was rarely adopted. To lose in a sword duel was to lose in skill, not in character. Conceding outright was tantamount to losing one's dignity. Today, Kai Jin was extending a formal challenge. The black bamboo tablet in Kai Hong's hand was the challenge document. As Lu Jing and Lu Hu quickly exited the residence, Kai Hong stepped forward to perform a respectful bow. "Young Master Jing," he began, "Kai Jin has heard of your exceptional swordsmanship and wishes to engage in a friendly duel. On the day after tomorrow, at the hour of the snake, at the northern sword testing platform, Kai Jin eagerly awaits your arrival." Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback. He had just heard Lu Hu mention Kai Jin's name. Why would he unexpectedly invite him to a duel? Meanwhile, Lu Hu's face turned pale, and he swiftly pulled Lu Jing aside, whispering, "This Kai Jin is the nephew of Kai Mao and a disciple of Wen Pin. He is ruthless, and among the youth, no one can rival him. You might want to consider postponing this duel for 2 or 3 years." Upon learning that Kai Jin was a disciple of Wen Pin, Lu Jing felt a surge of interest and replied with a smile, "What if I wish to accept the challenge?" Lu Hu regarded Lu Jing with concern, realizing he was serious and could only manage a wry smile. "If you wish to accept, simply take the challenge document." Lu Jing stepped forward to accept the challenge and smiled slightly, saying, "Please convey to young Master Kai that I am willing to engage in a friendly duel with him." Kai Hong was elated, declaring, "Then it is settled. The day after tomorrow, at the hour of the snake, at the northern sword testing platform." The next morning, Lu Jing arrived at the eastern military camp. The soldiers stationed there recognized him and jovially remarked, "Young Master Jing, are you here to seek General Zhao?" "Indeed." "Is General Zhao available?" "Please wait a moment, young master." The soldiers hurried into the main tent to report. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yun emerged briskly, a smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, "I was just thinking you would come to find me, and here you are." Lu Jing was taken aback. His brother anticipated his visit. Zhao Yun nodded with a grin, saying, "The news of your duel with Kai Mao's nephew has spread throughout the city." "How could I not be aware?" Lu Jing scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Unaware of the enemy's strength and my own, I felt quite unprepared. "I thought I would come to sharpen my skills here with you." Zhao Yun laughed heartily, draping an arm around Lu Jing's shoulder as they walked into the camp. "Has your injury healed?" Zhao Yun shrugged his shoulders, laughing. "I am completely recovered. It has not affected me at all." Lu Jing's heart eased. He had feared that the arrow wound would impair Zhao Yun's martial prowess. The absence of such an impact was the best outcome. They arrived at the training ground, where Zhao Yun casually picked up a sword and tossed it to Lu Jing. "Let us begin." "But we agreed to a sword duel," Lu Jing protested. Zhao Yun shook his head, his expression turning serious. "Do not be rigid with your weapons. A sword is just as a knife is just as a sword. Wield them as you wish." Lu Jing began to grasp this wisdom. The essence of Zhao Yun's martial artistry lay not in the weapon itself, but in the strength behind it. He slowly raised the knife, his gaze fixed on Zhao Yun, channeling his power inwardly. Noticing the absence of the wild, predatory aura that had once characterized Lu Jing, Zhao Yun felt a surge of admiration. His brother was truly remarkable. In merely a month, he had subdued his killing intent, a feat that had taken Zhao Yun 2 months to achieve. With a sense of appreciation, he lamented that his lord forbade him from taking on disciples. Otherwise, having such a student would have brought him immense satisfaction. Come forth, Zhao Yun commanded in a low voice. Lu Jing surged forward like a flash of lightning, his entire strength directed at the blade, executing a powerful slash that sliced through the air. Even Zhao Yun felt the chilling rush of the blade as it approached. This attack was formidable. He silently acknowledged its prowess, stepping back and angling his knife upward to intercept. With a resounding clash, a tremendous force pushed Lu Jing back 2 steps. Yet he maintained his grip on the knife. Impressive. There is significant improvement, Zhao Yun remarked. He then launched another horizontal strike, mirroring his previous technique. Yet this time, to Lu Jing's eyes, Zhao Yun's movement seemed to slow, allowing him to perceive the trajectory of the incoming blow. With his own blade raised, another deafening clash resonated as their weapons collided, and Lu Jing found himself blocking Zhao Yun's lethal strike. Zhao Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. It was inconceivable that Lu Jing could achieve this in just a month. The thought flitted through his mind before he shouted, "Now!" and executed a spinning cut. Engaging in a test of strength, the immense force disarmed Lu Jing, sending his knife flying, and with a swift kick, Zhao Yun sent him sprawling more than 10 paces away. Lu Jing slowly sat up, his heart heavy with frustration. Zhao Yun approached him, squatting down with a smile, and remarked, "Do you feel the gap is insurmountable?" Lu Jing silently nodded. After a month of arduous practice, he believed he had grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Yet he was still met with a disheartening defeat. He let out a long sigh. Zhao Yun chuckled lightly and continued, "Your progress in swordsmanship is remarkable. Even I find it astonishing. In truth, you could withstand 5 exchanges with me. Yet, you only managed to endure 1. Lu Jing offered a wry smile. "What is the reason?" Zhao Yun gazed intently into Lu Jing's eyes and asked, "You could have contended for 5 exchanges. Why did you falter after just 1? Lu Jing pondered for a moment and replied, "I believe it was due to a lack of strength. My power is insufficient." "Precisely. Your strike holds merely 30 pounds of force, while mine boasts 120 pounds, a 4-fold difference. How could you possibly endure?" Lu Jing looked at Zhao Yun with eager anticipation, inquiring, "What can I do to increase my strength?" Zhao Yun smiled gently. "We shall discuss that later. For now, we must prepare for tomorrow's duel. I do not wish for you to be bested by Wenpin's apprentice." He patted Lu Jing on the back and commanded, "Rise." Lu Jing sprang to his feet, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze sharp as he focused intently on Zhao Yun, unleashing a fierce slash. In the tranquil chamber of the Kai Sword School's courtyard, Kai Jin held a sharp ring sword with both hands, fixated on a wooden dummy before him. He appeared somewhat anxious, his hands trembling slightly. Tomorrow marked the day of the duel, and he was taken aback by how the Kai family's deliberate promotion had turned this modest contest into a widely anticipated event throughout the city. Kai Jin understood the head of the family's intentions. Injuries during duels were commonplace, and as long as he wounded Lu Jing in a fair fight, Lu Biao would have no grounds for complaint. However, this realization weighed heavily on him. He pondered the possibility of defeat. All his years of reputation as the foremost young master of Jingzhou could be ruined in an instant. Kai Jin felt parched, as if the wooden figure before him had transformed into solid iron, making it impossible for him to strike. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted his thoughts from behind. "If your hands tremble any further, you might as well concede and avoid the duel altogether." Kai Jin lowered his head and turned, kneeling, "Master." A man in his 30s appeared at the doorway, tall and lean, with broad, powerful shoulders and piercing eyes that seemed to see through Kai Jin's thoughts. This man was Wenpin, a renowned general of Jingzhou, tasked by Lu Biao with guarding Fan City and Xinya. He was known for his strict integrity and self-discipline, commanding great respect within the Jingzhou military, and he was also Kai Jin's mentor. Wenpin approached slowly, sneering, "Are you concerned that a defeat would tarnish your reputation?" Kai Jin dared not lift his gaze, responding in a hushed tone, "I find it perplexing. What reputation do you possess that rivals the mightiest warriors of the realm, standing alongside renowned figures such as Elbu or the illustrious generals like Huang Zhong and Zhao Yun? Pray, enlighten me about the essence of your fame." Kai Jin, his face flushed with embarrassment, grasped the irony in his master's words. What significance does his title as the foremost young master of Jingzhou hold? The stern expression on Wenping's face softened, revealing a gentle smile as his tone became more tender. If memory serves me correctly, you earned the title of Jingzhou's foremost young master at the tender age of 12, did you not? It was when you, at that age, triumphed over more than 30 individuals from 7 sword schools to claim this honor. Yet now, at the age of 16, do you intend to bear this title until you reach 20? Wen Ping's words struck like a bolt of enlightenment, causing Cao Zhang to shudder as he finally comprehended his master's intentions. If he clung to the title of young master, he would forever remain a child in spirit. I understand, master, Cao Zhang declared. I am nothing now, merely an unknown warrior. I shall strive to rise step by step to become a renowned general of Jingzhou, just like you, and embody the stature of a true man. When Ping nodded with satisfaction, his disciple exhibited a keen understanding of the matter, not disappointing him. He continued, to know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. I am not familiar with Lu Jing's martial prowess, but I do know he is trained under Zhao Yun. Cao Zhang was taken aback. He is a disciple of Zhao Yun? Not exactly. Their acquaintance is brief, merely a matter of receiving Zhao Yun's guidance. Nevertheless, since Zhao Yun has permitted him to duel you, it signifies that Lu Jing possesses remarkable abilities. Do not underestimate him in the slightest. At this juncture, a glimmer of hope flickered in Wen Ping's eyes as he grasped Cao Zhang's shoulders, gazing intently into his eyes. I hope you can overcome him, so that Zhao Yun may realize that Jingzhou is not devoid of talent. Cao Zhang understood. Rising to his feet, he regained his composure. Raising his sword high, with a surge of energy coursing through his arms, he struck down with a swift motion, cleaving the wooden dummy in two with a resounding crack. The duel platform was situated to the northwest of Xiangyang City, adjacent to the city wall, serving as the arena for eminent swordsmen. The platform spans several dozen acres, standing 2 zhang high, resembling the base of a pyramid, spacious and flat enough to accommodate the size of 3 basketball courts in the future. The appointed time was at the hour of precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, thanks to Kai's family's deliberate promotion. News of the duel between Lu Jing and Cao Zhang had spread throughout Xiangyang City, piquing the interest of countless spectators. Even before dawn, eager onlookers began to arrive in droves to witness the spectacle. By this time, the area surrounding the duel platform was already teeming with thousands of people, primarily scholars and students from various sword schools studying in Jingxiang. Moreover, the trees encircling the platform were laden with spectators eager to catch a glimpse of the event. In a clear space directly north of the platform, several seating arrangements were made for prominent figures from Jingzhou. Lu Biao and Kai Mao did not attend. Among all the civil officials of Jingzhou, only Kuai Yu made an appearance, a man of great skill in swordsmanship who came in a private capacity to witness the duel. Lu Cong was also present, accompanied by a dozen martial generals from Jingzhou, including Wen Ping. From Liu Bei's side, 2 individuals arrived as well, namely Sun Qian and Mi Fong, both attending in a private capacity. More than 30 descendants of the Kai family have arrived, primarily consisting of students from the Kai Sword Academy, gathered in the northwest corner. At the forefront stands the central figure of this sword duel, Kai Xiaoyuan. She is clad in a pale green robe, complemented by a long skirt with crimson pleats, a silver sash cinched at her waist, and her hair styled in twin buns. Her beauty is striking, yet her icy gaze, casting a disdainful glance toward Lu Jing in the distance, reveals her contempt. Her cousin, Cao Zhang, has always been her idol, a paragon of swordsmanship in her eyes. Yet, that boorish fellow dares to challenge her cousin to a duel. She eagerly anticipates witnessing his humiliation, pondering how he could still wield the Xianlin sword, believing that possessing it would grant him her hand in marriage, a mere fantasy. Not far away sits Lu Cong, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Kai Xiaoyuan, his heart racing with anxiety. This endeavor was initiated by him. He had intended to invite only a few individuals for a discreet duel in the wilderness outside the city, with the hope that the Xianlin sword would quietly fall into his possession, knowing Lu Jing would not protest out of pride. However, he never anticipated such a commotion would ensue, with the entire city aware of the event and thousands gathered to witness, including notable figures such as Kuai Yu, Wang Wei, and Huang Zhong. Naturally, his father is also aware of this development, rendering any claim to the Xianlin sword ultimately meaningless. Lu Cong has harbored feelings for Kai Xiaoyuan since childhood, envisioning her as his future bride. He had believed their affections were mutual and that fate would unite them, only to discover that his father does not wish for Xiaoyuan to become his daughter-in-law, leaving him deeply distressed. Stealing another glance at the captivating beauty, he finds her elegance only deepens his despair. With a heavy sigh, regret and frustration wash over him. He should never have concocted this ill-fated duel. At the center of the seating area rests a small table, flanked by 2 individuals, On the left sits the commander Wang Wei, and on the right is General Huang Zhong. Wang Wei is the chief of Liu Biao's personal guard and a trusted general, holding a significant position in Jingzhou, even surpassing Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong, a renowned general from the Huang family of Jingzhou, is part of a branch based in Nanyang, represented by the esteemed Huang Qingyan. Having served in the military for over 30 years since his 20s, he is now in his 50s, remaining relatively obscure due to the suppression by Cai Mao. Despite holding the title of general, however, his reputation in the military is formidable, and it is he and Wang Wei who act as mediators for this event. General Wang. I find it perplexing that a mere duel between two children has stirred such commotion. Is it truly necessary? Huang Zhong inquires, his brow furrowed. Wang Wei smirks, Han Sheng. There are those who wish to escalate the situation. Have you not noticed? Huang Zhong seems to grasp a realization, observing the assembly of Cai family descendants. A peculiar observation strikes him. While over 30 members of the Cai family have come, not a single elder is present. With a bitter smile, he shakes his head, genuinely baffled by the Cai family's apparent emphasis on this duel. Even if it were of significance, there seems no need to make it a spectacle for the entire city. At this moment, Wang Wei glanced at the hourglass, noting that the time was nearly upon them, and said to Huang Zhong, "Let us prepare to commence." Huang Zhong nodded, picked up a small silver hammer, and struck the copper bell atop the table. With a resonant chime, the duel master announced loudly, "The time is approaching. Duelists, prepare yourselves." The two main contenders had arrived. Cai Jin held his long sword with both hands, standing 5 paces away, pressing the blade against his forehead. His sharp gaze fixed intently on Lu Jing, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Lu Jing, however, began to retreat slowly, attuning himself to the autumn grass and the soil beneath his feet. Suddenly, he drew his sword and executed 3 swift slashes in all directions. Sensing the wind's influence on the blade, he closed his eyes, focusing on the position of the duel platform. This nuanced awareness had gradually emerged after practicing Zhao Yun's falling phoenix technique, allowing him to exert his strength with impeccable precision. Seated among the spectators, Wen Pin's expression shifted subtly. As a master of swordsmanship, he recognized that Lu Jing was attuning himself to the wind and the ground, a consideration beyond the grasp of ordinary swordsmen. Only those with profound sword skills would contemplate such subtleties. Concern welled within him. Lu Jing was evidently a formidable opponent, and he could only hope that his apprentice, Cai Jin, would not underestimate him. Han Sheng, let the duel begin, Wang Wei quietly urged Huang Zhong. Yet, Huang Zhong seemed momentarily distracted, stroking his long beard. His keen eyes fixed on Lu Jing. He sensed something unusual about the youth. Confronted by Cai Jin's fierce intent, Lu Jing remained unperturbed, devoid of tension or malice, as if it were his first encounter in swordplay. However, with decades of military experience, Huang Zhong's perception was astute. He discerned that Lu Jing's every movement was calculated and far from novice-like. He appeared akin to a seasoned warrior, capable of restraining his murderous aura, thus intensifying Huang Zhong's intrigue. Han Sheng, the time has come. Let us begin, Wang Wei reiterated. This time, Huang Zhong heeded the call. He nodded and struck the copper bell forcefully with the silver hammer. With a clear, ringing sound, the announcer proclaimed loudly, "The duel commences." Instantly, the surrounding throng fell silent, with thousands of eager eyes fixated on the 2 young swordsmen in the arena. Chapter 30. Rising to fame, Lu Jing cast the sword sheath aside, positioning the sword across his chest, the Xianlin sword shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. His eyes resembled those of a cat, narrowing into slits under the sun's glare, transforming his previously indifferent gaze into one of piercing sharpness. From the very beginning, he had been searching for Cai Jin's vulnerabilities. Unlike Zhao Yun, who was devoid of weaknesses and flaws, Cai Jin's weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Upon stepping onto the sword platform, Lu Jing noted that Cai Jin habitually gripped the sword hilt with his left hand. However, he was currently wielding the sword with his right hand, a fact that Lu Hu had already informed him about. Yet, the details would not deceive Lu Jing's keen perception. When Cai Jin held the sword with both hands, his left hand exhibited a more relaxed posture, with fingers that appeared longer and more robust. From these nuances, Lu Jing astutely deduced that Cai Jin was, in fact, left-handed, and his right-handed grip was merely a ruse. If this were true, Cai Jin's vulnerability should lie on the right side. However, despite recognizing Cai Jin's weakness, seizing the opportunity would not be an easy feat. He first needed to neutralize Cai Jin's fierce onslaught. With a thunderous shout, Cai Jin surged forward, launching an aggressive thrust that was swift as lightning, aimed directly at Lu Jing's heart. Gasps of shock filled the air, punctuated by Lu Hu's frantic warning. Be careful. Brother Jing. Lu Jing felt a surge of indignation. He bore no grievance against the Kai family. Yet here he was, met with such ruthless intent. Resolving to act, he unleashed his longsword, the Xianlin sword gleaming coldly as it met Kai Jin's blade with a resounding clash. Lu Jing wielded his sword as if it were a cleaver, striking so forcefully that Kai Jin's arm went numb, his grip faltering as the sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Kai Jin attempted to leap back, but his forward momentum hindered his retreat, causing him to falter momentarily. Lu Jing executed a sweeping kick, reminiscent of modern taekwondo, infused with the potent force derived from Zhao Yun's secret techniques. This kick, executed with simplicity and precision, landed squarely on Kai Jin's right rib, precisely where his weakness lay. Caught off guard, Kai Jin emitted a muffled cry and staggered back 5 or 6 steps. Yet Lu Jing did not pursue him. Instead, he stood resolutely, sword poised like a mountain. Kai Jin's face flushed with shame. Despite his master's repeated admonitions against underestimating opponents, he had entertained thoughts of deception, continuing to wield his weaker right-handed sword. He had not anticipated Lu Jing's overwhelming strength, which had nearly led to his downfall. It dawned on him that his master had warned him. The sword should triumph through righteousness, for reliance on cunning would only lead to disgrace. Had he employed his left-handed sword from the outset, he would not have come so perilously close to defeat. The pain from Lu Jing's kick nearly shattered his rib, leaving him unsteady and questioning the legitimacy of such a move. Silence enveloped the surroundings. No one dared to cheer. Spectators stood in stunned silence, having witnessed countless duels on this sword platform, yet none had ever seen such a use of footwork. All eyes turned toward the judges' seats, seeking clarity in this unprecedented moment. Wang Wei found himself in a predicament. The duel was to be decided solely through swordplay, and while there was no explicit rule against the use of feet, tradition had dictated this for a century, and he had never witnessed anyone contravene it. Thus, he had not announced it beforehand. How should this be interpreted? Wang Wei cast a glance at Huang Zhong. Han Xing, do you think a warning is in order? Before Huang Zhong could respond, Wen Pin interjected coldly. In the face of 2 armies, the objective is to vanquish the enemy. Are we to impose rules upon our foes on the battlefield? Wen Pin was deeply dissatisfied with Kai Jin. Despite his repeated admonitions against underestimating his opponent, Kai Jin had stubbornly opted to wield his sword with his right hand, nearly leading to his own defeat. This was where Wen Pin's disappointment lay. Kai Jin, despite his exceptional talents, harbored a fatal flaw: his prideful arrogance, a weakness ingrained in him by his noble lineage, which would ultimately prevent him from achieving greatness. Wen Pin harbored hopes that Lu Jing's kick would serve to rouse Kai Jin from his complacency. Huang Zhong nodded. Since General Wen holds this view, let the duel proceed. He struck the bronze bell once more, and the officiant announced loudly, the duel continues. A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd of thousands. It appeared that kicking was indeed permissible. At this moment, Wen Pin also recognized Lu Jing's extraordinary qualities. The boy did not resemble a sheltered scion of an aristocratic family, but rather a seasoned soldier, his keen gaze discerning Kai Jin's vulnerability on the right side. Leaving Wen Pin feeling inadequate, he sensed that Kai Jin was in grave peril. Kai Jin had regained his composure, transferring the sword to his left hand, now wielding his most formidable left-handed technique. He could no longer afford the slightest hint of carelessness and adopted a defensive stance, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Jing's every movement. Lu Jing likewise assumed a defensive posture, positioning his sword horizontally downward, invoking Zhao Yun's technique to block all avenues of attack. The 2 adversaries stood as still as stone statues, awaiting the other's advance. Time passed slowly. A full incense stick burned, yet neither party moved, resembling 2 meditative monks in serene stillness. The crowd began to grow restless, a cacophony of murmurs rising around them. Kai Xiaoyuan could no longer contain herself and remarked to her cousin Kai Hong, "This Lu Jing is nothing but a despicable scoundrel, resorting to kicking. I wish third brother would dispatch him with a single strike. What is he waiting for?" Kai Hong, aware of Kai Jin's capabilities, felt a twinge of concern upon witnessing Kai Jin reverting to his left-handed swordplay. With a wry smile, he replied, "Perhaps that last kick was too forceful. Third brother needs time to recuperate." As a quarter of an hour slipped away, both combatants remained motionless, the surrounding noise escalating into a frenzy. Finally, someone could no longer restrain themselves and shouted, "What a farce! Are they even still dueling? If not, they should just step aside." The clamor intensified, and suddenly, Kai Jin let out a loud shout, charging forward with his sword drawn. The crowd fell silent once more, all eyes eagerly fixed upon Kai Jin, hoping that this strike would conclude the contest. However, both Huang Zhong and Wen Pin sighed simultaneously. Kai Jin was destined to lose. Lu Jing gazed intently at the approaching Kai Jin, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the arena of battle, Kai Jin was still far from being a match for him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kai Jin summoned all his strength and swung his sword toward Lu Jing, as though Lu Jing were merely a wooden target for his practice. Just as the blade was a mere foot from Lu Jing's head, Lu Jing suddenly pivoted to the left, evading Kai Jin's strike. In the same fluid motion, Lu Jing's sword sliced horizontally, appearing slow yet deceptively swift. As it cleanly struck Kai Jin's right side, Kai Jin was taken aback, his body instinctively darting aside, but it was already too late. A flash of crimson erupted as he lost grip of his sword, clutching his side and staggering back several steps before collapsing to one knee. Lu Jing gently wiped the blood from his blade and remarked coolly, "You have been defeated." Silence enveloped the surroundings as Wen Pin rushed forward to support Kai Jin, carefully assessing his wounds. Breathing a sigh of relief, he nodded gratefully at Lu Jing, expressing his appreciation for the young gentleman's mercy. Lu Jing turned to retrieve his scabbard, sheathing his sword. The officiant glanced at Huang Zhong and Wang Wei, and upon receiving their nods, proclaimed loudly, "The duel has concluded. Lu Jing is the victor." A thunderous wave of applause erupted from the crowd, cheers resonating throughout the arena. Lu Hu, like a child, cried out in excitement, tears of joy welling up in his eyes as he discarded his clothing and tossed it high into the air. In stark contrast, the Kai family members wore somber expressions, leaving the stage in silence. Kai Xiaoyu cast a venomous glare at Lu Jing, feeling a deeper sense of humiliation than her brother's defeat. As the duel came to a close, the crowd began to disperse, many unable to contain their exhilaration as they rushed into the city to share the thrilling spectacle with others. Surrounded by a throng of young admirers, Lu Jing approached Wang Wei and Huang Zhong. The victory in the duel brought not only honor but additional rewards. Wang Wei, with a beaming smile, remarked, "I have frequently heard General Jin Nan speak of you, young master. He mentioned your extraordinary insight into the grand currents of the world. I had no idea your swordsmanship was equally exceptional. You truly embody the talents of both literature and martial arts, a beacon of hope for our Jingzhou's future." Lu Jing quickly bowed, replying, "General Wang, you flatter me. I am but a humble youth, unworthy of such lofty expectations." Huang Zhong, after a moment of contemplation, curiously inquired, "It seems you possess quite a wealth of practical experience, young master. Have you ever been on the battlefield or pursued game as a hunter?" Lu Jing's heart raced. He had not anticipated that his experiences as a hunter would be revealed, especially to someone as perceptive as Huang Zhong. If Lu Biao were to discover this, it could spell disaster. He hastily responded, in reply to General Huang, "Lu Jing has no real combat experience. I merely enjoy contemplation and often observed military training in my youth. In truth, I have only practiced martial arts for a month." "A month?" Both Wang Wei and Huang Zhong were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. "How could it be that you have trained for only a month?" At that moment, Sun Qian approached with a chuckle, saying, "I can attest to this. Young Master Lu has indeed only trained with Zilong for a month. And even Zilong has continually praised him as a martial arts prodigy." Lu Jing may be modest, yet Sun Qian's revelation left no room for doubt. Wang Wei laughed heartily, realizing that Master Jing was a disciple of General Zhao Yun, which explained his remarkable prowess. However, there was a hint of bitterness in his laughter. Their lord had once suggested that he take Lu Jing as his apprentice, only to be preempted by Zhao Yun. Sun Qian shook his head and clarified, "Originally, General Zhao intended to accept Master Jing as his disciple, but Lu Huangshu believed it necessary to seek the governor's consent first. Thus, he merely offered guidance in martial arts without formally taking him as an apprentice." This statement stirred something in Huang Zhong's heart. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, pondering whether he might take this young man as his own apprentice since Zhao Yun had not formally accepted him, ensuring he would not lead a mundane life. Huang Zhong had long taken notice of Lu Jing. He observed the young man's impressive stature, standing 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders, a slightly elongated face, sword-like brows, and a straight, prominent nose, exuding an extraordinary presence that filled Huang Zhong with admiration. This was indeed the visage of a true man. Though Huang Zhong nurtured this thought, he kept it concealed, merely chuckling as he handed Lu Jing a pouch of gold. This was the reward for his victory, 60 taels of gold. A token of goodwill from Lord Kuai. "Please accept it," he urged. Lu Jing's heart soared with joy, his purse had been somewhat meager, and he had not anticipated such a generous reward. Overjoyed, he graciously accepted the pouch and bowed deeply to Kuai Yu, expressing his gratitude for the reward. Kuai Yu responded with a faint smile, "If you wish to thank me, I would be delighted if you could honor me with your presence at my residence for a meal." Not minding Lu Jing's apparent rudeness, Kuai Yu was pleased with his compliance. "Very well," Lu Jing agreed. Kuai Yu, pleasantly surprised by Lu Jing's swift acceptance, declared, "Let it be set for tonight." He then turned to Wang Wei and Huang Zhong, requesting their company as well. The two generals, aware that this was merely a formality, hastily declined, citing prior engagements. Kuai Yu, not wishing to press them, stroked his beard and smiled at Lu Jing. "This evening, I shall await your esteemed presence with eager anticipation." Within the span of a single hour, news of Lu Jing's victory over Kai Jin spread throughout Xiangyang City, transforming this previously unremarkable youth into the focal point of public attention. Every street and alley buzzed with excitement over the thrilling duel between Lu and Kai. In the waning days of the Han Dynasty, reputation held great weight, and this duel had elevated Lu Jing's status, making him a celebrated young hero known throughout Xiangyang and even all of Jingzhou. Yet, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. The defeat of Kai Jin brought significant distress not only to the Kai family but also to Lu Kang. He had instigated the duel, unaware that it would escalate beyond all expectations, culminating in Kai Jin's loss and Lu Jing's newfound fame. Lu Song feared the truth of this matter might be disclosed by the Kai family, for if his father were to learn of it, he would surely face dire consequences. Overwhelmed by regret and fear, Lu Song hastily returned home after the duel, secluding himself in his study, where he could finally find some semblance of calm. Lying on his mat with his hands behind his head, he gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought. In truth, he was more concerned about Madame Kai, who had urged him to acquire the sword. Now, how could he explain this turn of events to her? Fortunately, Madame Kai remained unaware of the duel. Otherwise, upon his return, those sharp-eyed maidservants would have already informed her of the situation. In the past few days, Lu Song has been tormented to exhaustion over the matter of this sword. Lying down for a moment, his consciousness began to blur, and he was on the verge of slumber. At that moment, a melodious voice of his maid, Kaiyan, echoed from the courtyard, Young Master Jing has arrived." "Young Master Jing, the second young master has just returned. Please allow him in while I inform you." Cyan's voice was sweet and crisp, akin to the song of a yellow oriole. Lu Song cherished her voice dearly, yet at this moment, he wished he could muffle her with a rag, inwardly pleading, "Please, dear Kaiyan, can you just say I'm not here?" However, his entreaties bore no fruit as Kaiyan knocked on the study door. "Young master, please open the door. There is something to discuss." With no other choice, Lu Song reluctantly replied, "The door isn't locked. Let him in." At this juncture, he could only pretend to be oblivious. The door opened, and Lu Jing entered, having just returned himself, seeking out Lu Song, not to create trouble, but for another matter. Noticing Lu Song's disheveled appearance and drowsy eyes, he clasped his hands and smiled. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, Brother Kong." Lu Song was momentarily taken aback. Lu Jing displayed no intent of reprimanding him. Did he not realize that the duel was connected to him? A flicker of hope ignited in Lu Song's heart, as he feigned a casual rub of his nose, responding in a somewhat hoarse voice, "I'm feeling a bit under the weather today and preferred not to go out. Is there something you need, Brother Jing?" Of course, Lu Jing surmised Lu Song's involvement in the duel, knowing that if he lost, he would have to surrender his sword. This was precisely what Lu Song had been scheming to obtain for his own Xianlin sword, yet now he acted as if he were unaware. Although Lu Jing looked down upon Lu Song's character, he did not wish to sever ties, for being the son of Lu Biao, such a rift would benefit no one. He unsheathed a long sword from his waist and placed it on the table, pushing it toward Lu Song with a smile. "This is Kai Jin's sword, said to be a gift from his master, cherished as his very life. He lost the duel today, and it now belongs to me. However, I have no use for it. I'd like to gift it to you." Brother Kong. Lu Song's face flushed crimson. This was effectively returning Kai Jin's sword through him. Lu Jing was clearly aware of the connection. Just as Lu Song prepared to refuse, he reconsidered. Perhaps this was for the best. Kai Jin would undoubtedly harbor resentment toward him for this defeat, and returning the sword might ease their strained relationship. With this thought, Lu Song forced a laugh, feigning modesty. "This sword is your trophy, Brother Jing. How could I possibly accept it?" Lu Jing replied with a beaming smile. "No need to worry, it's all about reciprocity." The phrase reciprocity suddenly illuminated Lu Song's understanding. Lu Jing intended to exchange swords with him. Despite Lu Song's thick skin, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. From the very beginning, he had plotted to acquire the Xianlin sword, only to end up forfeiting Kai Jin's sword instead. It was unexpected that he would circle back to an exchange, albeit with a sword that was no longer the same, striking him like a resounding slap to the face. Unable to maintain his composure, Lu Zong's expression darkened. What exactly do you mean? Lu Jing then unsheathed the Xianlin sword and placed it on the table as well, smiling faintly. This sword is also a gift for you, Brother Kong. Lu Zong was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the Xianlin sword. After a long pause, he sighed deeply within, contemplating whether it was wise to assume the role of a benefactor at this juncture. He shook his head, acknowledging Lu Jing's goodwill, and anticipated that his father would soon inquire about the sword. You should keep it well, he said. Very well, once I inform my uncle, I shall return the sword to you. In truth, I have little affinity for swords, I favor knives instead. After a moment's reflection, Lu Zong stood and opened the storage box, retrieving a knife which he placed before Lu Jing. As you have aptly stated, courtesy is a reciprocal affair. I accept Kai Jin's sword, and I implore you to accept this knife in return. Lu Jing picked up the knife, and indeed, it was the fabled weapon of Dian Wei. He gently caressed its blade, a sigh escaping his lips. This is Dian Wei's knife. Lu Jing, now in possession of both the knife and the Xianlin sword, rose and bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Kong. I take my leave now. He turned and exited the study, leaving Lu Zong gazing at his retreating figure, a bitter taste lingering in his heart. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would not have traversed such convoluted paths. At the East Army's training grounds, Zhao Yun, as usual, was orchestrating the soldiers' drills. Yet today, his mind seemed elsewhere, preoccupied with the swordsmanship contest scheduled for later that day. Time was ticking, and he wondered whether Lu Jing would emerge victorious. Humans are not mere reeds, who can be devoid of emotion. Zhao Yun had harbored gratitude towards Lu Jing, which had evolved into a profound bond as he imparted his martial secrets to him, considering him both a brother and a disciple. However, Lu Jing's unique status posed a challenge, and Zhao Yun understood that his lord disapproved of him formally taking Lu Jing as a student. Lu Jing's father, Lu Jingxing, was vigilant, monitoring their interactions, and any close association could jeopardize Lu Jing's position and their lord's interests. Yet, the boy possessed extraordinary talent and was destined for greatness in martial arts. Zhao Yun was reluctant to relinquish his mentorship. If formal training were not feasible, he would remain a mentor and brother, imparting as much as he could. With a soft sigh, Zhao Yun pondered these thoughts when suddenly a soldier shouted, "The Lord has arrived." Turning swiftly, Zhao Yun beheld his lord and son, Qian, approaching briskly. Sun Qian was headed toward the sword exhibition, igniting a flicker of hope within Zhao Yun. He promptly knelt, paying his respects to his lord. Liu Bei quickly assisted him up, chiding, "Zilong, did I not instruct you to refrain from such formalities? Why do you persist?" Zhao Yun offered a wry smile. "I am accustomed to it, my lord." His gaze shifted to Sun Qian, revealing an unmistakable anticipation. Sun Qian responded with a slight smile. "Do you doubt yourself so, Zilong?" "I merely fear my teaching has been too brief, concerned that he lacks experience, especially since his opponent has trained under Wen Pin for a decade." Zhao Yun continued. "His resolve surpasses that of Kai Jin." They faced off for a quarter of an hour, and ultimately, it was Kai Jin who lost his composure, succumbing to defeat. Even I, a scholar, can discern that young Master Jing's spirit is extraordinary. Did he triumph? A radiant smile illuminated Zhao Yun's face as the tension within him began to ease. Meanwhile, Liu Bei harbored his own concerns, for he had not come solely to discuss the sword contest. "Zilong, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Realizing he had neglected his lord's presence, Zhao Yun quickly bowed. "Please, my lord, command me." Liu Bei gestured to the side, and the three men strolled slowly along the edge of the training ground. "It is said that Zhang Wu and Chen Sun are plotting rebellion in Jiangxia. I plan to discuss this with Jingsheng, as I intend to lead my troops to quell the insurrection. However, I surmise that even if he agrees, he will not provide me with elite soldiers. Ultimately, we must rely on our own forces. What do you think of our army?" Zhao Yun understood the lord's concerns and smiled slightly. "If we encounter Chao's forces now, we shall not falter if our numbers are comparable." This affirmation delighted Liu Bei, for it echoed the sentiments of both Yun Chang and Yi De. "I had feared they were merely comforting me, but with your words, I am reassured." After a while, Liu Bei inquired with genuine concern, "How is your arrow wound, Zilong?" "It is well," Zhao Yun replied, flexing his arm with a smile. "When facing Chao's army, I can still fight fiercely." At this moment, Liu Bei shifted the conversation towards his true purpose for seeking Zhao Yun today. He chuckled, "I find young Master Jing to be somewhat unlike a member of the gentry. Do you not sense this?" Zilong? Zhao Yun shook his head. I am unsure of how a member of the gentry should behave. Thus I find it difficult to respond to your inquiry, my lord. Yet, you have shared many experiences with him in Runan. I believe you should have a deeper understanding of him, or rather, of his true character. Zilong, do you grasp my meaning? Liu Bei regarded Zhao Yun with a knowing smile. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yun replied, I comprehend your intent, my lord. And what is your perspective? Liu Bei pressed on relentlessly. Zhao Yun hesitated, his lips tightening as he recalled the words of Shu Wuxiu before his demise. Ultimately, he shook his head. My lord, you worry too much. At that time, Shu had not yet perished. He entrusted me with escorting young Master Jing back to Jingzhou, and I believe he spoke truthfully. A flicker of disappointment crossed Liu Bei's face, coupled with a brief flash of displeasure, yet it quickly vanished as he smiled. In truth, I merely asked out of curiosity. I must speak with Jing Xing regarding the situation in Jiangxia. Very well, continue your training. With that, Liu Bei turned to leave. And Zhao Yun gazed after his lord's retreating figure, letting out a deep sigh. The matter of the sword duel had reached Liu Biao's ears. And though he was keenly interested, he refrained from attending the sword platform, for his presence would be unfair to Kai Jane. Within the official quarters, Kuai Yu recounted the day's sword duel to Liu Biao in detail, expressing his sentiments. I must congratulate you, my lord. Jingzhou has gained another capable general. From my observations, though young Master Jing is still a youth, his intellect surpasses that of many adults. His composure puts even Han Xing to shame, my lord. This is the mark of a commander. Liu Biao's eyes crinkled in delight. He believed in the adage that one must rely on one's own kin to conquer. He longed for his family to produce talents who could assist him in battle, liberating him from the constraints imposed by the gentry of Jingzhou. Alas, his current nephews and nieces had proven to be a disappointment. Yet the arrival of Lu Jing offered a glimmer of hope. His performance on the first day had earned Liu Biao's admiration, and the commendations from Kuai Yu and Huang Zhong only solidified his confidence. At this juncture, Kuai Yu lowered his voice. However, I have one more point I hope will capture your attention, my lord. As Kuai Yu was about to speak, a guard at the door reported, My lord, Liu Huashu urgently requests an audience. Kuai Yu's thoughts shifted. The words that had almost escaped his lips were swallowed back, and his initially eager gaze turned indifferent. In truth, it was of little consequence. He merely hoped that his lord would nurture young Master Jing well. He had intended to advise caution against allowing Lu Jing to grow too close to Liu Bei, but at this pivotal moment, Liu Bei's request for an audience prompted Kuai Yu to reconsider. The interaction between Lu Jing and Liu Bei might not necessarily be detrimental to Jingzhou. Chapter 31. Some rejoice while others gloom. Liu Biao gazed at Kuai Yu for a moment, sensing the insincerity in his words. However, since Kuai Yu was reluctant to speak plainly, Liu Biao chose not to press further and instructed his guards to summon Lord Xuanda for a conversation. Shortly thereafter, the guards ushered Liu Bei into the official chamber. Upon entering, Liu Bei bowed with a smile, saying, I have come specifically to congratulate my elder brother on acquiring a remarkable talent. Do not elevate him to the heavens. It was merely a sword competition. Liu Biao replied, If you continue to speak of this matter, I may just take my leave. With that, Liu Biao feigned a gesture of departure. Liu Bei exaggeratedly waved his hands. All right, I confess I came for another matter, unrelated to young Master Jing. Please, elder brother, do not leave. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Liu Biao invited Liu Bei to take a seat in the room and exchanged pleasantries with Kuai Yu. Liu Bei indeed refrained from mentioning Lu Jing and also did not bring up the rebellion of Zhang Wu or the Qin and Sun families of Jiangxia. Having been in Jingzhou for a month and receiving the warm hospitality of his elder brother with ample provisions, Liu Bei expressed his profound gratitude and announced his intention to bid farewell. This news startled Liu Biao. Where does my younger brother intend to go? Liu Bei chuckled bitterly. I have an old acquaintance in Ma Shouqing, and I plan to seek refuge with him in Xiliang. Upon hearing Liu Bei's intention to ally with Ma Teng of Xiliang, Liu Biao furrowed his brow, and Kuai Yu interjected, Jingxiang is separated from Xiliang by Hanzhong and Guanzhong. How does the imperial uncle plan to make the journey? I intend to traverse through Bashu, heading north from Wanjun to the Xiqiang, and then take a detour to Liangzhou, Liu Bei replied. Liu Biao found this reasoning utterly absurd and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he maintained his composure. Is someone plotting against my younger brother, compelling him to resort to such measures? Not at all. No one is plotting against me, Liu Bei reassured him. It is merely that I feel I have not been adequately cared for, and the provisions provided have been insufficient. Liu Bei shook his head. My elder brother has shown me immense kindness. The quantity of provisions is more than sufficient. How could I dare to imply otherwise? Then why does my younger brother wish to leave Jingzhou, abandoning me? Lu Biao's gaze bore into Liu Bei, his expression suggesting he might take offense. Liu Bei sighed. I do not wish to depart from Jingzhou. I feel uneasy receiving benefits without merit. Before Liu Bei could elaborate, Liu Biao suddenly understood and erupted into hearty laughter. Pointing at Liu Bei and exclaiming, My younger brother, how can I advise you if you cannot say what is on your mind directly? Must you always beat around the bush, making me think I have offended you? Please, just tell me plainly what you wish to do. Liu Bei's roundabout manner of speaking was not superfluous, had he entered the room and stated his desire to confront Zhang Wu and the Qin and Sun families directly. Liu Biao might not have acquiesced, suspecting ulterior motives. However, by approaching the subject indirectly, he created room for negotiation. In truth, this is the nature of many dealings. While directness and candor may appear sincere, such an approach can render one's demeanor rigid, leaving others unprepared and resistant, ultimately complicating matters rather than resolving them. Taking a moment to pause and reflect often renders matters more manageable. In the realm of interpersonal relations, this is referred to as being tactful. Tactfulness is by no means a negative trait. It embodies both subtlety and patience. It serves as a means of navigating social interactions. Where subtlety provides nuance and patience allows for time. By affording others a space for contemplation, it becomes easier to foster harmonious relationships and dissolve barriers. Liu Bei, being well-versed in the intricacies of the world, certainly understands this principle. Rather than proposing allegiance to Liu Zhang, he suggests aligning himself with Ma Teng. A notion that appears absurd on the surface, yet, beneath this absurdity lies a rationale. Upon further examination, the situation becomes more negotiable. Had he mentioned Liu Zhang, Liu Biao might have entertained different thoughts. With the matter clarified, Liu Bei discards any pretense and directly articulates his request. He expresses his willingness to assist in addressing the turmoil caused by the rebellions of Qin and Sun in Jiangxia. Liu Biao, in discussions with his subordinates regarding these disturbances, has yet to reach a conclusion. Given Liu Bei's proactive stance, Liu Biao contemplates briefly before agreeing, acknowledging his younger brother's intentions. However, he notes that the troops recently returned from Jiaozhou are weary, and thus he can only allocate 20,000 soldiers to Liu Bei. He assures him that provisions and logistics will not be a concern and appoints General Wang Wei as Liu Bei's deputy to aid in quelling the insurrection. Although Liu Biao consents to Liu Bei's expedition, he remains resolute on certain principles. The army shall not be augmented, nor shall military authority be transferred to Liu Bei. This aligns with Liu Bei's expectations, prompting a subtle smile as he acquiesces to his brother's directives. At this juncture, the previously silent Kuai Yu interjects with a suggestion. He proposes that young Master Jing accompany Xuanda on his campaign to hone his skills. Initially, Kuai Yu intended to recommend limiting interactions between Liu Jing and Liu Bei. However, lacking deep understanding, one cannot discern whether such relations are beneficial or detrimental. He resolves to observe for a year or two before forming a judgment. In truth, Kuai Yu harbors a deeper intention. Today's swordsmanship contest has inadvertently positioned Liu Jing in opposition to the Kai family. Given that Liu Jing's martial prowess is attributed to Zhao Yun, could this not also position Liu Bei in a similar adversarial stance against the Kai family? Liu Biao does not oppose this suggestion, holding high hopes for Liu Jing. More importantly, he recognizes that seclusion yields no excellence. Thus, permitting Liu Jing to embark on an expedition is certainly advantageous. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Biao smiles and adds, Then my foolish brother's nephew shall also be entrusted to you. In a dimly lit chamber within the Kai family estate, the afternoon sun is obscured by drawn curtains, creating an atmosphere thick with the scent of medicine. Kai Jin lies on his bed, his complexion sallow, his spirit diminished and weary, a stark contrast to his usual decisive demeanor. Two physicians have just finished changing his dressings, while Kai Jin's brother, Kai Hong, sits beside him, carefully administering medicine. At this moment, a voice whispers from the doorway, the head of the household has arrived. Kai Mao strides into the room, hands clasped behind his back, his expression drawn long. Today, Kai Mao is in a particularly foul mood, not merely due to Kai Jin's defeat in the sword contest, which has tarnished the Kai family's reputation, but also because he has just received news that the Lord has consented to Liu Bei leading an army to quell the rebellions of Zhang Wu and Qin Sun in Jiangxia, an important matter that he was not consulted about. Initially, Kai Mao intended to recommend his clansman Kai Zhong to lead an army to suppress the Zhang Wu and Qin Sun rebellion. This dual purpose would not only redeem Kai Zhong for his previous failure against Gan Ning, but also solidify the Kai family's military influence in Jiangxia, a territory firmly held by Huang Zhong. However, to his dismay, the sovereign appointed Liu Bei to command the forces. utterly dismantling Kai Mao's plans and leaving him in a state of profound discontent. As Kai Mao entered the chamber, Kai Hong promptly knelt to pay his respects to the family head. Kai Mao nodded curtly, standing before the sickbed and casting a cold gaze upon Kai Jin. The adage victors are kings while the vanquished are outlaws might seem exaggerated in this context, yet it encapsulated the essence of the situation. Kai Jin's recent defeat left Kai Mao deeply disheartened, as he had harbored excessive hopes for triumph over Lu Jing, even at the expense of utilizing family resources to promote this duel. Ultimately, such lofty expectations only led to greater disappointment. The family head's frosty demeanor instilled unease in Kai Jin, who nervously stammered, "Nephew has failed to meet the family head's expectations and is prepared to accept punishment. We shall discuss the matter of punishment later," Kai Mao replied, turning to inquire about Kai Hong's condition. Reporting to the family head, third brother's injuries are not severe. His internal organs and bones remain intact. The physician has advised that with a month or two of rest, he will recover. Kai Jin, the son of Kai Yin and the brother of Kai Mao, had sustained injuries during the conflict. And as Kai Yin was serving as the governor of Ba County and was absent from Xiangyang, he had entrusted his son to Kai Mao's care. Hearing that Kai Jin's condition was stable eased Kai Mao's worries, and he pressed further, asking why Kai Jin had faltered in battle. Pain flickered in Kai Jin's eyes as he recounted, "My master informed me afterward that, in terms of skill, I am more proficient than Lu Jing and possess a more comprehensive ability. Yet, I fell short due to my complacency. I underestimated him." Kai Mao raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What experience could he possibly possess? "My master stated that he has extensive combat experience," Kai Jin replied. This revelation deepened Kai Mao's confusion. How could the sovereign's nephew possess such combat experience? Before he could ponder further, his daughter, Kai Xiaoyu, burst into the room clad in a striking red warrior's attire, exclaiming, "Third brother, I have decided to lead the Kai warriors tonight to eliminate that scoundrel and avenge you." Kai Mao turned sharply, glaring at his daughter. "What are you saying?" Startled to find her father in the sick room, Kai Xiaoyu trembled and lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Kai Mao's irritation only grew. His political aspirations were thwarted, and now even his offspring were a source of distress. With a heavy sigh, he turned to leave but paused at the door to issue a stern warning to his daughter. "Let me remind you, Lu Jing will be your future husband. If you harm him, you shall remain a solitary widow for the rest of your life." "No," Kai Xiaoyu shouted in terror, "Father, I do not wish to marry him. That is beyond your control." Kai Mao cast a sharp remark before hastily departing, leaving Kai Xiaoyu to chase after him for a few steps, pleading for her father's attention. Yet, Kai Mao disregarded her, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Watching her father's resolute figure fade away, tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. She wiped them away, gritting her silver teeth, vowing never to marry that boorish rascal. As dusk descended, a splendid horse-drawn carriage came to a gentle halt before the gates of Lu's residence. A young gentleman clad in a white brocade robe dismounted and descended the steps briskly, offering a slight bow to the doorman. "I am Kuai Chi, sent by my uncle Kuai to deliver an invitation to young Master Jing. Kindly pass this on to him." Upon finishing, he produced a silk scroll and handed it to the doorman. The doorman found himself momentarily bewildered, accustomed to receiving various forms of etiquette. He understood the significance of such gestures. For commoners, a simple verbal request sufficed. For middle-class families, a bamboo slip was customary, signifying respect and formality. While affluent households utilized hemp paper for invitations, only for the most esteemed guest was brocade employed. Kuai's invitation was extraordinary, not only because of the silk scroll but also due to the personal attendance of his nephew. Such treatment was indeed remarkable. As the doorman, responsible for the gate of Lu Biao's estate, had seen much in his time, he was not particularly awed by the silk scroll itself. However, the deference exhibited by Kuai towards young Master Jing astonished him. Had the reputation of young Master Jing elevated to such heights following a mere duel? "Please wait a moment, young Master Kuai," the doorman said, dashing towards the eastern courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the well-attired Lu Jing hurriedly emerged from within the estate, having waited for quite a while. Recognizing Lu Jing from the duel earlier that day, Kuai Chi promptly performed a deep bow. "I apologize for the delay, young Master Jing. I am Kuai Chi, sent by my uncle to personally welcome you." Lu Jing had initially intended to visit the Kuai residence himself, but was taken aback by the formality of Kuai's invitation, which included both a silk scroll and the personal attendance of a nephew. The level of courtesy shown was surprising, especially considering that the Kuai family was the second most prominent lineage in Jingzhou. Such honors were typically reserved for illustrious figures like Lu Biao and Kai Mao. The fact that he, a mere distant relative of Liu Biao, received such attentive regard moved Lu Jing somewhat. Such efforts from your esteemed family are overwhelming, Lu Jing expressed humbly. Kuai Chi smiled slightly. Young Master Jing, having triumphed over Kai Jin today, you have become the center of attention in Jingxiang. It is our honor to be the first to host you. He gestured gracefully towards the carriage, inviting Lu Jing to enter. The elegance and composure displayed by Kuai Chi evoked admiration from Lu Jing, dispelling his previous biases against the offspring of noble families, which had been shaped by his experiences with the Kai family. Once seated in the carriage, they sped towards the Kuai estate located in the southern part of the city. The carriage came to a gentle stop before the Kuai residence, where Kuai Yu awaited alongside several young companions. Adorned with a hibiscus crown and clad in an exquisite fur cloak, he presented himself formally as the host to honor his guests. The accompanying young men, however, wore simple robes and headscarves, dressed somewhat casually. Although the honor extended was significant, the banquet was merely a modest gathering, with only 5 or 6 attendees. Lu Jing alighted from the carriage and approached swiftly, bowing deeply. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Master Kuai. My apologies for the oversight. As Kuai Yu descended the steps, he beamed and remarked, from the very first encounter with young Master Jing, I felt an innate kinship. Today's gathering is merely serendipitous. Come. Allow me to introduce several promising young talents from Jingzhou to you. There was no need to introduce Kuai Chi, as he had already led Lu Jing here. The two had long since become acquainted. Behind Kuai Yu stood 3 young men, one of whom bore a slight resemblance to Kuai Chi. With a smile, Kuai Yu introduced him. This is my son, Kuai Shi, who studies in Longzhou. Kuai Yu had 3 sons. His eldest and second son were engaged in official duties elsewhere, leaving only his youngest, Kuai Shi, who was a mere 19 years of age, by his side. Kuai Shi promptly bowed and exchanged pleasantries. Kuai Yu then introduced another young man. This is my nephew, Ma Liang, courtesy named Ji Chang, hailing from Yiqing and Xiangyang. He is a close friend of my son and has come to accompany us today. Upon seeing the tuft of white hair between Ma Liang's brows, which lent him an air of distinctiveness, Lu Jing could not help but smile, saying, among the 5 constants of the Ma family, the white-haired Liang is most renowned. I have heard much of you, and today, I see the truth of those accolades. Ma Liang, appearing no older than 17 or 18, donned a sword at his waist. He returned the greeting with a slight smile, saying, today, I too witnessed young Master Jing's swordsmanship at the sword platform. Your movements are as swift as a falcon in flight and as still as Mount Tai, which has garnered my utmost admiration. You flatter me, Brother Ji Chang. Lu Jing replied. The final young man, appearing around 20 years of age, was tall and distinguished, with bright, clear eyes. He stood quietly to the side, smiling without speaking. Kuai Yu led Lu Jing forward, chuckling as he introduced, this talented individual is also a close friend of my son. Bearing the double surname Zhuge and the single name Liang, courtesy name Kongming, from Langya. He is the most esteemed disciple of Master Pang De. Lu Jing immediately felt a surge of respect. This was Zhuge Liang, whom he was meeting for the first time. He hastily bowed, expressing his reverence. So it is the famed Crouching Dragon. I have long admired your scholarly prowess, Brother Zhuge. Today, I feel exceedingly fortunate to make your acquaintance. The Zhuge family was also a distinguished lineage from Langya. After losing their parents at a young age, Zhuge Liang and his brother Zhuge Jun accompanied their uncle, Zhuge Xian, to Yuzhong County for an official post. Following Zhuge Xian's loss of office, they sought refuge with Liu Biao in Jingzhou. For years prior, upon Zhuge Xian's passing, Zhuge Liang began to travel and study in Xiangyang, balancing his time between agriculture and scholarship, and eventually became a disciple of Master Pang De. Zhuge Liang, hailing from a prestigious family, had gained considerable renown in Xiangyang. He shared familial ties with both the Pang and Kuai families. Zhuge Liang's 2 sisters were married into the Pang family and to Kuai Chi, respectively. Thus, Kuai Yu's invitation for him to join was rooted in these connections. Interestingly, Zhuge Liang had not attended the sword demonstration that day, showing little interest in the event that had captured the attention of the populace in Xiangyang, at least not revealing any admiration for Lu Jing's swordsmanship. His demeanor was rather gentle, a temperament that could be described as neither overly warm nor cold, and he preferred not to engage in close interactions with others. However, given Lu Jing's admiration for his moniker as Crouching Dragon, he felt compelled to display the appropriate courtesy. It is worth noting that many regarded his title of Crouching Dragon as a mere topic for casual conversation. Zhuge Liang returned the gesture, remarking, young Master Jing possesses remarkable talent at such a tender age, establishing his reputation with a single stroke of the sword. However, Kongming holds greater admiration for your efforts to persuade the governor to accept Lu Huashu, for that is indeed an act of great righteousness. Though it is lamentable that the world remains ignorant. His words brought an awkward expression to Ma Liang's face, who had just been praising Lu Jing for his swiftness like an eagle in flight and tranquility akin to Mount Tai. Now, Zhuge Liang seemed rather dismissive of the sword comparison. Kuai Yu chuckled softly, suggesting that excessive formalities could be burdensome, and proposed they discuss matters in detail indoors. The group entered the grand hall amidst laughter and chatter. The venue for today's gathering was the guest hall, where the banquets of the pre-Qin era were characterized by a separate dining style rather than the communal feasting of today. Given the chilly weather, they sat on sheepskin, with low lacquered tables set before each person, equipped with cups, plates, spoons, and bamboo chopsticks. In the center of the hall stood a brazier, atop which rested a sizable gilded copper wine vessel brimming with exquisite wine, served by a lovely maid who used a long wooden ladle to distribute the drinks to everyone. As the host, Kuai Yu occupied the central seat, while the younger guests were arranged on either side. Lu Jing sat at the first seat on the left, next to Kuai Chi, with Zhuge Liang seated opposite him, as he too was a guest, being older than Ma Liang. Before long, a few servants arrived with steaming dishes of meat and various seasonal fruits, while silver cups filled with fine wine were placed before them. Kuai Yu raised his cup with both hands, smiling as he said, "Today, we invite young Master Jing to our residence for a small libation, and also to send him off. Let us drink to this cup as a sign of our respect." Lu Jing felt a hint of curiosity as to why it was a send-off, but he refrained from asking further and raised his cup to drink with the others. At that moment, Zhuge Liang inquired with a smile, "Earlier, Uncle Kuai mentioned that young Master Jing is embarking on a journey. Is it related to the affairs of Jiangxia?" Kuai Yu chuckled, acknowledging, "Indeed, it's about Jiangxia, as even without stepping outside, Calming understands the world." He then turned to Lu Jing with a slight smile, adding, "Young master, you shall be departing for battle the day after tomorrow." Lu Jing felt a surge of confusion and bowed slightly, asking, "I am utterly unaware. Please enlighten me, Lord Kuai." "Indeed, Zhang Wu and Chen Sun are in rebellion in Jiangxia. The Lord has ordered Lu Huangshu to lead an army of 20,000 to quell the insurrection. I suggested to the Lord that you accompany him to gain experience in military affairs." Lu Jing's heart leaped with joy at the prospect of learning equestrian combat techniques from Zhao Yun, feeling that this opportunity was timely. He quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Kuai, for advocating on my behalf. It is as if my wishes are coming to fruition. There is no need for such formality, young master." Kuai Yu stroked his beard with a smile before turning to Zhuge Liang once more, asking, "What is your perspective on the chaos instigated by Zhang Wu and Chen Sun?" Zhuge Liang pondered briefly before responding, "Jiangxia is a strategic stronghold, deeply coveted by Eastern Wu. It was there that Sun Jian met his demise years ago. Eastern Wu has long sought Jiangxia, yet has been constrained by their capabilities. Now that Sun Quan has been in power for a year, with internal affairs stabilizing, I have heard that his general, Lu Su, advised him to seize the opportunity to advance into Jingzhou while Cao Cao is preoccupied. Although this plan was opposed by the likes of Zhang Zhao and others, Lu Su has gained significant favor, indicating Sun Quan's ambitions toward Jingzhou. However, last year's rebellions in Luling and Lujiang have made Sun Quan wary of rash military action. A failed campaign could jeopardize his position. Therefore, the most prudent approach would be to probe the situation, and inciting unrest in Jiangxia serves as an ideal means of testing the waters. If the chaos in Jiangxia is swiftly quelled, Eastern will refrain from advancing. Conversely, should the turmoil escalate, Eastern will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to intervene. Thus, I surmise that the forces of Eastern Wu are poised, awaiting the right moment to act." A discourse by Zhuge Liang prompted deep contemplation among the audience. Lu Jing pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Brother Kongming suggests that the turmoil instigated by Zhang Wu and Chen Sun bears the mark of Eastern Wu. What evidence supports this claim?" Zhuge Liang shook his head and replied with a gentle smile, "I am merely a scholar, devoid of concrete evidence. It is but my conjecture." Lu Jing, unwilling to relent, pressed on, "Yet conjectures must be rooted in some basis, do they not?" Zhuge Liang regarded him with a thoughtful gaze and queried, "What basis do you believe I should possess?" Lu Jing responded slowly, "I surmise that your basis lies in the troop deployment in Jingzhou." Zhuge Liang chuckled heartily and extended his thumb in approval towards Lu Jing. Ma Liang, observing the exchange, seemed to grasp the underlying significance. While the Kuai brothers exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the riddle they were unraveling, Kuai Yu nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "Indeed, Brother Kongming possesses foresight. And young Master Jing appears to share an intuitive connection. We have received intelligence indicating that Eastern Wu has appointed Lu Su as general, amassing 30,000 troops in Pingza, poised to strike at Jiangxia. Hence, in response to the chaos instigated by Zhang Wu and Chen Sun, our Lord refrained from deploying Huang Zhu's forces for suppression, instead opting for alternative troops to guard against a potential Eastern Wu incursion into Chaisang. Laughter erupted among the crowd, who lauded Zhuge Liang's sagacity. Nevertheless, Zhuge Liang cast a fleeting glance at Lu Jing, contemplating silently, "This individual is no mere warrior. He has discerned my intentions, which is quite remarkable." After a few more cups of wine, the conversation shifted to lighter topics. "Kuai Yu jested, young Master Jing. Might I have the honor of viewing the Xianlin sword?" Lu Jing unfastened the Xianlin sword and handed it to Kuai Yu, who, grasping the scabbard, slowly unsheathed the sword for admiration. He then addressed the assembly with a grin. "Are you all aware that this sword possesses another name?" Ma Liang, intrigued, inquired, "What other name does it bear besides Xianlin sword?" Kuai Yu, with a playful smile, revealed, "This sword is also known as the Sword of Destiny." The room fell silent, as Lu Jing appeared to grasp a hidden meaning and quickly implored, "Pray, enlighten us." "Master Kuai." Kuai Yu, with a twinkle in his eye, inquired playfully, "Young Master Jing, have you not sensed that Miss Kai harbors a particular fondness for you?" Laughter erupted once more, as this was a topic of utmost interest. Lu Jing, feeling a flicker of realization, touched his nose, pondering whether the sword was indeed linked to Miss Kai. Growing increasingly anxious, he urged, "Master Kuai, please be direct and do not prolong this suspense." Kuai Yu chuckled. Gesturing towards Lu Jing, "Observe, everyone. A beauty beckons, and young Master Jing appears quite flustered." The laughter crescendoed, as Kuai Yu continued to tease Lu Jing, finally revealing, "This sword is, in fact, a token of the Lu Kai alliance. The bearer of this sword from the Lu family shall wed the daughter of Master Kai, a pact established 2 years prior. Thus, let us extend our felicitations to young Master Jing on winning the heart of a fair maiden." Amidst the chorus of congratulations, Lu Jing felt as if he had been plunged into an icy cavern. The notion of marrying into the Kai family was something he would rather avoid, preferring to return to his former life as a recluse. Lu Biao had acted with such impulsiveness, making a decision on a matter of profound significance without consulting him. Lu Jing had never experienced romantic entanglements in his past life, although, in the Three Kingdoms era, one could marry at the tender age of 16. He had only recently arrived in this epoch, and such matters were far from his immediate concerns. Yet, certain events were beyond his control, and unbeknownst to him, a marriage proposition quietly approached. He would rather meet a tragic end than marry the daughter of the Kai family. His aversion to her was profound. Even the prospect of taking her as a concubine was utterly unthinkable, let alone the notion of her being a legitimate wife. Just as Lu Jing lamented the whims of fate, Zhuge Liang sighed deeply, remarking, "Young Master Jing, at merely 16, has the fortune of a bride, while I, Kong Ming, having reached my prime, am left to ponder where my virtuous spouse may be." This statement nearly caused Lu Jing to choke on his drink. He raised his cup and laughed, saying, "Isn't your wife, brother Kong Ming, the daughter of the Huang family, Vying?" As soon as he uttered these words, the entire assembly turned to him with expressions of astonishment, followed by a chorus of hearty laughter. Chapter 32. A match made in heaven. Laughter filled the air, and Zhuge Liang felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger, his face flushed with color, leaving him speechless. Lu Jing realized he had misspoken, having just heard Zhuge Liang declare that he had yet to marry, and he had inadvertently revealed a secret. Unsure how to rectify the situation, he could only manage a couple of awkward laughs. By this time, they had been feasting for nearly half an hour, each having consumed several cups of wine. As the merriment began to wane, Kuai Yu, sensing the moment was right, remarked with a smile, "Young Master Jing, you are to embark on your expedition the day after tomorrow. It would be wise to return and rest. Thus, we shall conclude this banquet here. I apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality and hope for your understanding." Lu Jing quickly offered polite reassurances, praising the gathering as splendid. The guests rose in unison, escorting Lu Jing out of the residence. Intentionally slowing his pace, Lu Jing walked alongside Zhuge Liang and quietly expressed his regrets. "I apologize for my indiscretion earlier. I hope you will not take it to heart, brother Kong Ming." Zhuge Liang shook his head, dismissing the matter. "It is of no consequence. Young Master Jing has just arrived in Jingzhou and is unfamiliar with the circumstances. I bear no grudge against you." Lu Jing felt a twinge of curiosity. What circumstances could he possibly be unaware of? However, he refrained from probing further as he exited the Kuai residence, with Kuai Chi accompanying him back. As the carriage made its way toward Lu's residence, Lu Jing could no longer suppress his questions. "Brother Chi, was my mention of Kong Ming's marriage inappropriate?" Kuai Chi smiled slightly. "Though Wang Qingyin's daughter, Wei Ying, is indeed learned and talented, Her appearance is rather unfortunate, dark and frail, lacking the auspicious visage of a prosperous wife. Thus, the locals jest privately, suggesting that marrying into the Huang family brings misfortune. While such remarks are quite rude, they have become proverbial, so when you mentioned calming marrying weighing, he might have perceived your words as mockery. Lu Jing scratched his head, finally grasping the situation. It seemed Zhuge Liang possessed considerable courage, ultimately choosing to wed Huang Weighing. The carriage soon arrived at Lu's residence, now shrouded in darkness. 2 large lanterns hung above the entrance, and the guards who typically stood watch had retreated inside, leaving the steps eerily quiet and deserted. Lu Jing disembarked, nodding gratefully to Kuai Chi. "Thank you, young Master Kuai, for your company. Until we meet again." As the carriage turned to head eastward, it soon vanished into the enveloping night. Lu Jing took a deep breath, stretching to relieve his muscles, and ascended the steps briskly. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Lu Jing. Turning around, he spotted a figure beneath a tree several paces away. The darkness obscured clear details, but he discerned the outline of a petite woman. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Jing recognized her immediately. Sensing an ominous intent, Lu Jing's instincts heightened as he approached slowly. Inquiring with a smile, "Is that you, Miss Kai?" The rider was indeed Kai Xiaoyao, who had been waiting for Lu Jing for nearly half an hour. Finally, she coldly commanded, "Follow me." "Miss Kai, it is quite late. Perhaps we could discuss matters another day?" Lu Jing was now aware of the reason behind her inexplicable animosity, and he even felt a hint of sympathy for her. She harbored feelings for Lu Tsong, and Lu Tsong reciprocated her affection, yet she intervened, resulting in immense suffering for both. In truth, the fault did not lie with her, but rather with Lu Biao's reckless matchmaking. Understanding their anguish, Lu Jing's tone softened at that moment. "Lu Jing, if you are a man, then follow me," Kai Xiaoyu commanded, pivoting her horse to gallop toward a bend ahead. Lu Jing hesitated, realizing he must articulate his thoughts clearly. Kai Xiaoyu halted her horse before a secluded alley, having chosen not to bring any warriors from the Kai family, ultimately abandoning her foolish notions due to her father's warnings. With hatred gleaming in her eyes, she approached Lu Jing, brandishing her whip and exclaiming, "I must make this clear. I would rather die than marry you, you scoundrel." Lu Jing replied with a calm demeanor, "My dear lady, please understand one thing. I have no desire to marry you. Nor have I ever entertained such thoughts." Kai Xiaoyu was taken aback, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, her fury dissipating significantly. After a moment, she asked, "If that is the case, why did you accept the Xianlin sword?" Lu Jing drew the Xianlin sword, waved it a couple of times, then sheathed it again, shaking his head. "To me, it is merely a sharp blade, unrelated to matters of marriage. I only learned tonight that this sword is connected to you, which is why I have decided not to keep it." His unequivocal declaration eased much of Kai Xiaoyu's anger, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps Lu Jing could assist her in fulfilling her wishes. Biting her lip, she inquired, "Who do you intend to give this sword to?" Lu Jing smiled and replied, "It should rightly be returned to the governor. However, if you have a particular individual in mind, I would be glad to oblige. I have always taken pleasure in helping others." After much hesitation, Kai Xiaoyu could not voice her thoughts, letting out a resigned sigh. "Then return it to the governor." "But how do you intend to refuse? I mean, what will your reason be?" "There are many reasons," Lu Jing said with a grin. "For instance, the woman I admire is gentle and kind, strikingly beautiful, and well-educated, certainly not someone like you. I believe my uncle will understand my predicament and not force me. Thus, this resolves the matter, does it not?" Despite Lu Jing's seemingly earnest words, Kai Xiaoyu found them deeply unsettling, perceiving them as mockery. Anger simmered within her, and she restrained her fury, asking, "Then how do you perceive me?" Lu Jing chuckled lightly, "As I mentioned earlier, did you not already know the answer?" Kai Xiaoyu's temper flared as she glared at Lu Jing. "So you imply that I am rude and unattractive? That is your own admission. I never claimed such. You scoundrel." Kai Xiaoyu seethed, spurring her horse forward to strike him with her whip. Anticipating her move, Lu Jing turned and fled, his laughter echoing back from the gates. "Miss Kai, if you continue with such fierceness, no one will dare to marry you. Even if I were to throw this sword into the street, no one would be brave enough to pick it up." Fuming with rage, Kai Xiaoyu watched Lu Jing disappear through the gates, her teeth grinding in frustration. In a fit of anger, she struck the tree trunk with her whip. Lu Jing returned to the courtyard, poised to knock on the door when a figure emerged from the shadows. "Jing Di, I have something to discuss with you," the newcomer declared. Revealing himself to be Lu Kong, Lu Jing let out a sigh, reflecting that they were indeed a pair destined to cross paths, as they were not of the same family yet shared a similar fate. "What do you mean?" Lu Tsong asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Let us talk inside. Lu Jing replied, as he pushed the door open, unlatched and inviting. Lu Song followed him, his mind clouded with worries. Upon entering Lu Jing's room, it was evident that the space had transformed from its earlier desolation. It was now adorned with various pieces of furniture, including a brass lamp and a couch enclosed by a screen, allowing for a cozy atmosphere conducive to reading under a blanket. As they settled down, Lu Song no longer exuded the arrogance he once did. The recent duel had shifted many dynamics. The most apparent change was that Lu Jing had gained respect. And even Lu Song had adopted a more humble demeanor, an age-old truth. Those with strength often find others more amenable. Kai Jin asked me to convey his gratitude for your return of the sword. Lu Song began. How is he faring? Lu Jing inquired. He is well enough. Merely sustained a minor injury, no damage to his tendons or internal organs. With a month or two of rest, he should fully recover. Lu Song hesitated, contemplating broaching the subject of Kai Xiaoyuan. Finally, he stammered, today, Kai Junsher mentioned your marriage. From his tone, it seems he intends to betroth Xiaoyuan to you. She wept for an entire afternoon. At this juncture, Lu Song shyly lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with anticipation, yearning for Lu Jing to exhibit a semblance of compassion. Lu Jing placed the Xianlin sword upon the table, pushing it towards Lu Kang. I met Miss Kai tonight and made it clear that I shall not marry her. Brother Song, from this moment forth, the sword belongs to you. Lu Song stared at the sword, an indescribable pang of emotion stirring within him, both touched and ashamed. He gently caressed the blade and, after a long pause, sighed, Jing Di, I apologize for my previous rudeness. Lu Song was inherently proud, selfish, and caustic, making it difficult for him to forge connections with others. Yet, he was also an ordinary man with a capacity for kindness. When Lu Jing displayed magnanimity, it moved Lu Song, prompting him to lower his defenses and extend an apology, an act once deemed unimaginable. This, however, exemplified the allure of Lu Jing's character. His sunny disposition and maturity beyond his years allowed him to navigate social interactions adeptly, even earning the respect of Kai Jin, who had been bested by him. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he would tolerate indignities. He possessed his own boundaries and principles, as well as a sense of dignity. Anyone daring to infringe upon his values or insult his honor would face a far more ruthless and poignant retaliation. In his eyes, Lu Song's jealousy over matters of the heart was entirely unwarranted. He patted Lu Song on the shoulder and chuckled. The reason I bestow this sword upon you is not out of brotherly affection, but simply because I have no inclination towards Miss Kai. I was unaware of the sword's significance. Otherwise, I would not have accepted it at all. Yet, Xiaoyuan is the daughter of the foremost family in Jingzhou, sought after by many. How can you disregard her? I truly fail to comprehend. Lu Jing chuckled softly, contemplating the notion of marrying 4 or 5 wives. Having one more would not be a burden. However, since he could only wed one, he certainly aimed to choose the finest. Brother Song, do you not think Miss Kai is rather delicate? He mused. I could hardly manage a wife of such temperament. Lu Song nodded silently, comprehending Lu Jing's implication regarding her fragility. It was not merely a matter of delicacy. She was, in truth, fierce, willful, and unreasonable. And not particularly beautiful, her looks inferior even to those of the entertainers in the music house. Yet, she was the sole daughter of Kai Mao. If he did not marry her, how could he contend with his elder brother for the inheritance of Jingzhou? Thank you for your kind intentions, dear Jing. There are matters in Jingzhou you do not yet grasp. In due time, you will come to understand, Lu Song replied. Very well, Lu Jing responded with a smile. I shall be departing to engage in battle at Jiangxia the day after tomorrow. I hope to return to hear news of your engagement, Brother Kong Jiangxia County. A significant region in eastern Jingzhou was crisscrossed by the Yangtze River, facilitating convenient water transportation. It bordered Changsha County to the south, Anlu County to the north, and Sichuan County to the east, with access to Xiangyang via the Han River from Xiakou, making its strategic position exceedingly vital. Jiangxia was also the initial point of assault for the Jiangdong army against Jingzhou. Since Sun Jian crossed the river to confront Lu Biao, a series of fierce battles had ensued over Jiangxia, culminating in Sun Jian's unfortunate demise there. Following Sun Ce's campaign in the 4th year of Jianan, Jiangxia entered a tumultuous period. Zhang Wu and Chen Sun, originally brigands from Jingzhou, had surrendered to Lu Biao after their forces were vanquished and were appointed as military leaders, stationed in the central region of Jiangxia around Yangqing County. As time passed, they gradually faded from memory. At this juncture, Sun Quan of Jiadong had ascended the throne for a year and was eager to achieve merit and establish his reputation. His gaze turned toward Jiangxia, though his position was precarious, as he feared that a defeat there could jeopardize his standing. It was then that the General Lu Su proposed a plan to incite internal strife in Jiangxia, seizing the opportunity for action. Zhang Wu and Qin Sun became instruments in Jiang Dong's hands. Having seized Yangxin County, Zhang Wu and Qin Sun pillaged and amassed a force of over 8,000 bandits. While Jiang Dong's 30,000 naval troops, under Lu Su's command, encamped at Pingze Lake, casting a watchful eye over Jiangxia and complicating the situation further. Wuchang. The seat of government for Jiangxia County housed over 20,000 troops, with General Huang Zhong stationed there. It also served as the commercial hub of Jiangxia. With merchant ships continuously arriving on the Grand River, laden with various goods for trade, unaffected by the turmoil caused by Zhang Wu and Qin Sun. Wuchang lay close to the Yangtze River, approximately a mile from the riverbank, connected by a dedicated canal that allowed merchant vessels to navigate into the county for commerce. On that particular morning, 3 merchant ships, each capable of carrying around 500 stones, slowly made their way from the Yangtze to the canal. The waterline indicated that the vessels were heavily laden with goods. On the bow of one ship stood a girl of approximately 11 or 12 years. Though her figure and features still bore the remnants of youth, she had already blossomed into a graceful, enchanting young beauty. Her visage is plump, with a slightly pointed chin. Fair and luminous, akin to a translucent gem. Her eyebrows are long, dark, and elegantly arched to her temples. Yet, the most captivating feature remains her pair of slightly melancholic, enchanting eyes. Adorning her head is a meticulously woven bamboo hat, while her upper body is draped in a delicate crimson cloak, complemented by a black mink fur jacket beneath. A silvery ribbon cinches her waist, leading down to a flowing black pleated skirt that reveals a pair of exquisitely crafted leather boots. This young maiden exudes a mesmerizing beauty. Yet the 2 3-foot-long swords at her waist and the bow and arrows slung across her back imbue her allure with an air of lethal grace, making one hesitant to meet her gaze. However, it is not her attire or demeanor that signifies her esteemed status, but rather the triangular flag with black edges and a golden carp embroidered upon it, prominently displayed at the bow of the vessel. This flag represents the emblem of the Tao family trading company of Chaisang. The Tao family is a prominent lineage in Chaisang, having amassed great wealth through commerce, earning immense respect in the community for their assistance to the impoverished. Their influence extends beyond Chaisang, encompassing the entirety of the Yangtze River. Indeed, when one speaks of the Tao Trading Company along the river, it is a name universally recognized. The company boasts over 800 merchant ships and employs more than 3,000 crew members, monopolizing the grain and salt trade in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze, while also engaging in various other trades. Tao Xing, the family patriarch, is married to a woman from the Huang clan, sister of Huang Zhong, establishing deep ties with the Jiangxia government. Nevertheless, the Tao family does not rely on any singular power. They maintain a distinctive independence. And the immense influence of the Tao Trading Company has afforded Tao Xing the honor of being a guest to both Sun Quan and Lu Biao. Approaching the Tsang River necessitates passing through a checkpoint, leading to an overwhelming throng of merchant vessels lining the river, all awaiting inspection before entering the city. The golden carp flag at the bow of these 3 merchant ships provides them with considerable advantages, as vessels on either side yield, allowing these 3 ships to navigate through the congested waters unimpeded, bypassing the queue directly to the Tsang River checkpoint. The crew members aboard the surrounding merchant ships engage in hushed speculation about the maiden at the bow, whispering, "Could that be the daughter of the old Tao family? It is quite possible. Just look at her bamboo hat. It seems adorned with jewels that glimmer. And she wields 2 swords while carrying a bow and arrows. She is no ordinary girl." Oblivious to the murmurs surrounding her, the young maiden remains engrossed in observing a formidable fleet of military vessels approaching from the distance, a grand armada comprising hundreds of warships. At that moment, a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, steps out from the cabin behind her. Dressed in a white brocade robe, his lean face exudes clarity, with 3 wisps of black beard gracefully cascading onto his chest. He glances towards the nearby water gate, on the cusp of entering the city, and smiles at the maiden, saying, "Arin, we shall soon enter the city. Return to the cabin for now." The maiden nods, a gentle smile gracing her lips, and points towards the distant fleet of military vessels, inquiring, "Uncle, what is that fleet?" The middle-aged man, now noticing the armada, gazes intently for a moment before his expression turns grave, muttering to himself, "Could that be Huang Zhu's navy? No, it must be reinforcements from Xiangyang." Just then, a robust youth, around 16 or 17 years old, steps out from the cabin, standing at an impressive height of 8 feet, with fierce eyes and thick brows. He possesses a powerful and muscular build, a sharp battle knife sheath at his side, exuding an aura of strength. He gazed at the fleet of ships on the distant river, a cold smirk forming on his lips. One day, I shall personally seize this fleet to bolster our military prestige. The middle-aged man sighed, a bitter smile crossing his face. My greatest regret is bringing you siblings along. Especially you, the headstrong youth. If calamity were to strike, how would I explain it to your mother? The young girl stepped forward with a radiant smile, saying, Uncle, didn't my brother promise that as long as we have the war horses, there will be no trouble, right, fourth brother? The youth nodded, asserting, I merely express my aspirations. I will not invite misfortune upon us, nor jeopardize your endeavors, Uncle. After a moment, the youth anxiously inquired, Uncle, the reinforcements from Jingzhou have arrived and will surely attack Zhongwu and Qinsun, while the war horses are in Zhongwu's possession. Why do we not proceed directly to Yangqing County? The middle-aged man shook his head. Given your identities, how could you directly engage with Zhongwu? When we meet Su Gong, he will dispatch someone to request the war horses from Zhongwu. Rest assured. At that moment, a steward on the lead merchant ship called out. We have entered the Chao River. The checkpoint at Chao River had been reached. The middle-aged man quickly instructed the siblings, let us enter the cabin. We must avoid drawing attention during the negotiations with the steward. The siblings nodded and followed the middle-aged man into the cabin. The young girl paused, glancing back at the military fleet on the river. As the fleet sailed past their vessel, she seemed to catch sight of a young general wielding a spear. Standing at the ship's edge, observing them intently, Liu Bei led the 20,000 troops from Jingzhou, departing from Xiangyang by boat. Intending first to secure Wuchang before advancing inland to Yangqing County to quell the chaos instigated by Zhongwu and Chen Sunday. On board the large vessel, Lu Jing silently watched the cluster of merchant ships nearby. He had donned a suit of armor, wearing an eagle-crested helmet and fish-scale armor, wielding a 2-zhong-long silver spear, temporarily assuming the role of camp commander. This expedition left Lu Jing rather disheartened. He had initially hoped to seize the opportunity to learn mounted archery from Zhao Yun, but was taken aback by Liu Bei's decision to travel by ship, shattering his expectations. Mastering mounted archery was a fundamental skill for a commander, yet he lacked proficiency, a persistent source of concern. At that moment, Zhao Yun approached Lu Jing. Aware of his disappointment, with a gentle smile, he remarked, there is no secret to practicing mounted archery. The key lies in diligent effort. Train in winter's chill and summer's heat. I began my training at 17, enduring a month without dismounting. It requires years of relentless practice, not merely a fleeting moment. Lu Jing nodded silently, acknowledging the wisdom. Zhao Yun looked at him earnestly and continued, the essence lies in spear techniques. You must master the 13 forms I have taught you and learn to combine them fluidly in combat. This ultimately depends on your innate talent. My master has instructed over 100 disciples in this spear technique, yet only I have truly mastered it. Do you understand my meaning? Lu Jing comprehended Zhao Yun's message. While the master may guide one to the threshold, personal diligence is essential for growth. Zhao Yun had imparted the spear techniques to him, but whether he would achieve success depended on his own insight. Lu Jing smiled, realizing that in order to truly unleash the full potential of his marksmanship, it must be harmoniously integrated with the falling phoenix technique taught to him by the general. It dawned on Lu Jing that Zhao Yun's master was the esteemed Changshan Junren, who had renounced worldly ties to become a Taoist priest on Falling Phoenix Mountain in Changshan County. The Falling Phoenix technique was his creation, transmitted to only 4 individuals prior, with Lu Jing being the 5th. This revelation underscored the profound gratitude Zhao Yun held towards him. Zhao Yun chuckled, encouraging Lu Jing to elaborate further. Lu Jing pondered for a moment before continuing. For instance, the general's counterstrike against Eugene was essentially a fusion of the returning spear technique and the hammer spear maneuver. However, merely employing the technique alone yielded little effect. It required a concentrated burst of power, augmenting the force midway to enhance the strike's intensity, which ultimately caused Eugene significant distress. I now comprehend this, yet regrettably, I find myself unable to apply it, which is rather disheartening. Zhao Yun silently admired Lu Jing's intelligence, affirming that his insights were indeed astute. He patted Lu Jing on the shoulder and remarked, the essence of martial arts lies in comprehension. Since you have already gained insight, what remains is merely time. A modicum of innate talent coupled with diligent practice over the years will forge your path to mastery. Allow time to validate your abilities. After a brief pause, Zhao Yun continued, the spear techniques I have taught you are merely rudimentary forms, designed to provide you with a preliminary understanding, not the entirety of the art. In truth, there are hundreds of techniques, and I shall gradually impart them to you in due course. Lu Jing nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude to his elder brother. As their conversation progressed, Lu Jing suddenly spotted 3 vessels belonging to the Tao family trading firm. Pointing at the flags on the ships with curiosity, he inquired, "Brother, have you seen that triangular flag before? What is its origin?" Zhao Yun focused intently for a moment before shaking his head. "I have never encountered it." At that moment, the General Wang Wei stepped forward with a smile, saying, "That is the golden carp flag of the Chaisang Tao family trading firm, the foremost merchant in Jiangnan. The patriarch, Tao Jun, was once granted the title of Ting Ho by the imperial court, significantly contributing to the military finances of Jingzhou. Even our lord must show the Tao family some respect. Last year, during Sun Quan's ascension, he specifically invited the current head, Tao Xing, as an honored guest." Lu Jing nodded, contemplating the acumen of Tao Xing, who had sent money and provisions to Lu Biao to secure his standing in Jingzhou while simultaneously benefiting Jiangdong, thus earning his place as an honored guest at Sun Quan's court. He realized the man adeptly navigated both the commercial and political arenas for mutual gain, and he felt compelled to visit this individual. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this Tao family be the descendants of the renowned Tao Yuanming from later generations? In the distance, a shout rang out, "We are approaching the shore." The crowd turned westward to see the fleet gradually nearing the riverside dock. After 3 days of travel, they had finally arrived at Wuchang County. Chapter 33. The profound intent of Liu Bei. Wuchang County, as referenced here, is not the modern-day Wuhan. Rather, it corresponds to present-day Ezhou, serving as the administrative center of Jiangxia Commandery during the Three Kingdoms period. With a registered population nearing 60,000, it was already considered a large county. However, this figure did not account for the over 20,000 stationed troops, nor the thousands of merchants arriving from Jing and Xiang regions in eastern Wu, bringing the total population close to 100,000. At this moment, the wharf was alive with the sounds of drums and gongs, adorned with fluttering banners, as Huang Zhong, the governor of Jiangxia, personally led hundreds of officials and local dignitaries to welcome Liu Bei's military presence. Lu Jing stood at the ship's railing, observing Huang Zhong with a discerning gaze. His perception of Huang Zhong was shaped by the romance of the Three Kingdoms, where Huang was depicted as a foolish and incompetent figure, repeatedly defeated and captured by the forces of Jiangdong, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Gan Ning. Thus, Lu Jing harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Huang Zhong. However, the man before him did not appear entirely inept. Approximately 40 years of age, robust in stature with a head as large as a basin and a bushy beard, he exuded a rugged charm, albeit with small eyes that sparkled with a cunning glint. It was evident that Huang Zhong genuinely welcomed Liu Bei's arrival, as he had spared neither expense nor effort in organizing a gathering of over 200 prominent families from Jiangxia Commandery to greet Liu Bei. Merely notifying these esteemed families required considerable exertion, indicating a profound significance placed on this meeting. From these subtleties, Lu Jing perceived an unspoken understanding between Liu Bei and Huang Zhong. Indeed, Liu Bei, a warlord from the north, insisted on traveling by boat, deliberately bypassing Xiakou to come to Wuchang, suggesting a purposeful intent behind his visit. Moreover, Liu Bei had surprisingly prepared gifts, a clear indication of his thoughtful strategy. Was it possible that Liu Bei had sought this meeting with Huang Zhong solely to quell the rebellion of Zhang Wu and Qin Sun? Lu Jing's keen intellect allowed him to discern a glimpse of Liu Bei's ulterior motives. On the docks, Liu Bei engaged warmly in conversation with Huang Zhong, having proactively sought to eliminate Zhang Wu and Qin Sun, clearly harboring ambitions. He had grasped the intricate dynamics of the Jingzhou situation. Jing and Xiang were not solely Liu Biao's domain but also encompassed the influential families of Kai, Kuai, Pang, and Huang. To establish himself in Jingzhou, Liu Bei needed not only Liu Biao's support but also the backing of these esteemed clans. He held little hope for the Kai family, who harbored deep animosity towards him and desired his swift eradication. The Kuai family was similarly untrustworthy, with Kuai being a staunch ally of Cao, presenting fundamental conflicts of interest. He had encountered the Pang family a few times and had personally visited them, yet Liu Bei sensed their lukewarm disposition. They were neither supportive nor oppositional, leaning towards neutrality. Thus, Liu Bei's gaze turned towards the Huang family, particularly the Huang family of Jiangxia. Huang Zhong was a renowned opponent of Cao Cao in Jingzhou, making him a natural ally for Liu Bei. They could potentially unite for mutual benefit. Yet, Liu Bei understood that overt displays of intent could arouse suspicion from Liu Biao. Thus, he resolved to focus on quelling the rebellion of Zhang Wu and Qin Sun, seizing this opportunity to meet with Huang Zhong in Jiangxia, forging a strategic alliance that would secure the support of the Huang family for Liu Bei. In fact, Liu Bei had secretly dispatched Jian Yong to meet Huang Zhong over half a month ago, and Huang Zhong had exhibited a keen interest, which led to their formal encounter today. "Brother Xuanda, How about visiting my Huang family manor tomorrow? Huang Zhu enthusiastically invited Liu Bei, his large head nodding with excitement. I am hosting a grand banquet at the manor to welcome you. Feigning hesitation, Liu Bei replied, I fear it may disrupt the campaign against the bandits. Not at all. The manor is quite close. One can return in a day. The army also requires a 2-day rest, Huang Zhu chuckled. Then, I shall respectfully comply. Zhigo, you must accompany us. Refusal is not permitted. Huang Zhu turned to beckon Wang Wei with a smile. Lu Jing followed at a distance. Given his status as Liu Biao's nephew, Huang Zhu should have greeted him, at the very least extending the same courtesy as Wang Wei. It was reasonable to expect a simple acknowledgement, yet Huang Zhu had entirely disregarded him. Could it be that Liu Bei had not informed him of his arrival? However, Lu Jing soon dismissed the thought. Liu Bei's stature would not permit such petty behavior. Furthermore, even if Liu Bei had remained silent, Wang Wei would have surely mentioned it. This could only imply that Huang Zhu had deliberately chosen to ignore him. Why would he do such a thing? Was it a means to express his dissatisfaction with Liu Biao? Lu Jing could not fathom Huang Zhu's motives and thus continued to follow from afar. At this moment, he discerned that his suspicions were indeed correct. Liu Bei had deliberately come to Wuchang to forge a connection with Huang Zhu. Suddenly, Lu Jing felt a heavy pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he was surprised to see Guan Yu clad in a green battle robe. He had known Liu Bei and the others for a month and a half, apart from Zhao Yun. His interactions with others had been limited to cordial greetings with Sun Qian, while his acquaintance with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had been minimal. It was unprecedented for Guan Yu to approach him directly. Observing Guan Yu's pale complexion, Lu Jing expressed concern. General Guan, you seem a bit seasick. Guan Yu nodded. Northern men are unaccustomed to traveling by boat. This is my first time traversing such a lengthy waterway. It seems that General Zhang feels the same, Guan Yu remarked, glancing at the lackluster Zhang Fei with a faint smile. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Yu continued, I observed you practicing your spear technique yesterday. You appear too fixated on the forms themselves. While it is natural for a novice to be so dedicated, I must convey that all weapons are fundamentally connected. There are only two essential maneuvers, offense and defense. Your attack should flow like water, sharp and penetrating, while your defenses must be as impenetrable as iron walls, not allowing a single drop to leak through. You need only grasp the essence within these techniques, and every movement can become a strike. Lu Jing nodded silently, grateful for Guan Yu's guidance. Guan Yu then patted his shoulder and smiled. Governor Huang must have received a letter from the governor of Lu Province, which is why he does not treat you as special, perceiving you merely as a junior officer. Lu Jing was astonished by Guan Yu's perceptiveness. He had noticed Huang Zhu's coldness towards him, arriving at the perfect moment to offer reassurance. Lu Jing also recognized that Guan Yu's words carried a deeper significance, as the closeness between Liu Bei and Huang Zhu was glaringly evident. Liu Bei's army was stationed to the west of Wuchang City, where the soldiers took a 2-day respite, taking turns to enjoy leisure in the city with revelry and drink. Lu Jing, too, managed to steal away half a day to wander through the streets. Having been in Jingzhou for a month, he had devoted nearly all his time to rigorous martial training, seldom stepping outside. Today's enlightening conversation with Zhao Yun and Guan Yu made him realize that martial prowess could not be attained in a fleeting moment, but rather required the accumulation of time and dedication. Thus, he resolved to lead a more balanced life, fully immersing himself in training while allowing time for relaxation during his respite. Only through the harmonious blend of work and leisure could one achieve longevity in their endeavors. Wuchang City, the largest in the west of Jingzhou, boasted a city wall stretching over 30 miles, teeming with a bustling population and thriving commerce. Shops lined the streets, where the throng of people surged amidst the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. Since winning 60 taels of gold in the previous sword-fighting contest, Lu Jing found himself in a comfortable position financially. This region, renowned for its bountiful harvests of fish and rice, offered an abundance of goods at remarkably low prices. A 2-foot-long blue fish could be purchased for merely 3 5-zhu coins. During the Han Dynasty, gold served as currency, allowing for the direct purchase of items. Gold was categorized into 3 types: yellow gold, white gold, and red gold, with white gold referring to silver and red gold denoting brass. Naturally, one could exchange gold for currency at designated establishments, with the official rate being 10,000 coins for 1 pound of gold, while white and red gold were valued slightly lower. However, it should be noted that the pound referred to here is a smaller pound, approximately 240 grams, equivalent to half a pound in later times. Amidst the chaos of the late Han Dynasty, the currency system was in disarray, inundated with private and inferior coins, making them cumbersome to carry. Consequently, the price of gold surged, with 1 pound in northern regions fetching as much as 20,000 coins. Similarly, the prices of red and white gold also escalated. In contrast, in Jingzhou, Bashu, and Jiaodong, where the conflict was less severe and even warfare spared the common folk, society remained relatively stable and the economy undisturbed. The government maintained strict control over private coinage, resulting in the black market price of gold remaining at 12,000 coins, nearly equivalent to the official rate. Some merchants, recognizing the disparity in gold prices between the north and south, began to engage in the lucrative trade of gold between the two regions, though the risks were considerable, with even a slight misstep potentially leading to ruin. As Lu Jing strolled through various shops, though he found himself wanting for many things, he was soon to partake in battle at Yangqing County, making it impractical to carry any purchases. Thus, he meandered through the streets, his hands empty of acquisitions. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the banks of the Chao River, where the opposite shore appeared even more vibrant. Spotting a bridge, known as Xingchuan Bridge, he approached, and from a distance, he could hear a tumultuous clamor at the bridge's entrance. It seemed a young woman was pleading desperately, beset by a group of ruffians. "Young Master Huang, I will surely repay the money I owe. I beg you for just a few more days," cried a young woman selling fish at the bridge's edge, her beauty striking amidst the throng. A group of brutish men encircled her, and at the center stood a young gentleman adorned with a golden crown and dressed in fine brocade, leering as he reached towards her. "Lu Nyang, why persist in this charade? You could have delicacies and handmaidens at your beck and call. With your beauty, why toil here selling fish? Come back with me, and I promise to absolve the debts owed by the Ding family if you serve me for just a month." A young woman found herself ensnared by a band of nefarious ruffians, desperately evading their grasp while pleading, "Young Master Huang, I am a married woman. I implore you to spare me." The young man smirked. "Is your husband not me, Lu Nyang? I can hardly wait. Let us return to consummate our union." With a commanding shout, he ordered her into the carriage. Several ruffians seized her arms, dragging her towards the far end of the bridge, where a carriage awaited. The woman struggled fiercely, her hair cascading about her as she cried out for help. "Save me, please." The onlookers on the bridge, gripped by fear of the ruffians, averted their gazes and hastily descended the bridge, pretending not to witness the unfolding calamity. In her despair, the young woman suddenly spotted Lu Jing, clad in military attire, and cried out for salvation. "General, rescue me." Lu Jing had observed the entire ordeal, and fury ignited within him. In a swift motion, he leapt forward, propelled by rage, and in an instant, reached the ruffians, colliding their heads together with a forceful impact that rendered them unconscious. Without pausing, he darted behind the young master, seizing him by the neck and dragging him towards the bridge. Lu Jing possessed ample experience in combat against beasts, and this knowledge extended to human adversaries as well. Faced with 16 armed ruffians, each seemingly skilled in martial arts, he knew that the optimal strategy was to capture the leader. Doing so would simplify the situation. Otherwise, the ruffians might split their forces, one group confronting him while the other absconded with the woman, leaving him defeated and humiliated. Indeed, this sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The ruffians exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly paralyzed on the bridge as if under a spell. Lu Jing's knife rested against the young master's throat as he coldly commanded, "Release that woman," finally managing to break free from Lu Jing's grip. The young master gasped heavily, straightening his neck to shout defiantly, "Do you know who I am, you brigand?" Lu Jing's thoughts raced. He recalled the woman had called out to young Master Huang. Was this man related to Huang Zhu? A ruffian leader sneered, "Young general, you still do not know who my master is? He is Huang Taishou's nephew. If you know what is good for you, release her at once, and we shall not pursue you." Indeed, he was a member of Huang Zhu's family, which explained their audacity in broad daylight. Lu Jing scoffed, "I will release him, but only if you let the woman go first." The young man, Huang Yi, relied on his uncle's influence to wreak havoc in Wuchang, but today he encountered Lu Jing. Just as he was about to protest vehemently, a powerful grip tightened around his throat, nearly rendering him unconscious. The ruffian leader wore a peculiar smile. Recognizing the folly of the young officer's logic, releasing the woman first would only facilitate her recapture. He gestured dismissively, instructing his men to let her go. The ruffians loosened their hold, and the woman rushed to the edge of the bridge, grasping the railing in terror, her eyes wide with fear. The leader stepped forward, his piercing gaze fixed on Lu Jing. "Is this acceptable? We have released her. You must uphold your end of the bargain." Lu Jing paid him no heed and beckoned to the young woman. "Come here." The young woman approached slowly, her legs trembling, and she fell to her knees, fear gripping her as she stammered, "General, what should I do?" Lu Jing extracted several gold ingots from Huang Yi's possession and pressed them into her hands, cautioning her. They will not spare you. Return home and flee with your family to Jiangdong quickly. Moved, the young woman bowed deeply 3 times, expressing her gratitude. General, I shall repay your life-saving grace in my next life. With terror at the ruthless nature of the Huang family weighing on her heart, she dared not linger and hurriedly ran toward the other side of the bridge. Huang Yi, consumed by rage, struggled fiercely and finally shouted, "You scoundrels, capture her at once." The servants surged forward, but Lu Jing's authoritative shout halted them. Stop. He wielded his blade with intent, and a stream of blood flowed from Huang Yi's neck, rendering the onlookers paralyzed with fear. Who dares to move? I will slay him. As his words echoed, a cold arrow whizzed from the rooftop opposite, striking Huang Yi squarely in the heart. He let out a pained scream, convulsed, and soon succumbed to his wounds. The unexpected nature of the attack left Lu Jing startled. He glanced up to see a young woman clad in black, adorned with a red cloak and dual swords at her waist, standing on the tavern's roof, coldly observing him. The young master is dead. A commotion erupted on the bridge as 16 malevolent servants split into 2 groups, 8 charging toward Lu Jing, and the other 8 advancing toward the girl in black. Lu Jing kicked aside a corpse, fierce as a tiger, and leaped forward, his blade slicing through the air toward the leader of the wicked servants. The glint of his weapon flashed, and in a swift motion, he struck the leader in the forehead, eliciting a long, anguished cry as the man fell into the river, causing a splash. Behind him, a gust of wind surged. Lu Jing moved with the speed of a whirlwind, his blade gathering energy, and in an instant, a flash of blood erupted as he plunged his weapon deep into the chest of an assailant, who let out a deafening scream. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched 2 foes, causing the remaining 6 to retreat in fear at his valiant prowess. At that moment, a shout echoed from afar, "Quick! Get out of the way!" Lu Jing looked up to see the girl in black had leaped onto a carriage, fiercely driving the horses forward. The 2 steeds, spurred on, charged toward the bridge, crashing into the throng of wicked servants amidst a cacophony of screams, toppling 6 or 7 of them to the ground. This girl was none other than the beautiful maiden who had just arrived in the city earlier that day. She and her uncle were having lunch on the 3rd floor of the tavern and had witnessed Huang Yi's vile act from the window. A fierce avenger at heart, she could not tolerate the oppression of the innocent before her eyes. Upon witnessing the tragic scene and the ugly visage of the lecherous young master, a fire ignited within her, fierce and terrifying. She was determined to eradicate these villains, cleansing the world of their presence. In her eyes, any leniency shown toward the wicked was a crime against the virtuous. Within her heart, a murderous intent blazed, impervious to any obstacle. Not even the nephew of Huang Zhong, nor the son of the heavenly king, could deter her from her resolve to kill without mercy. The girl in the black dress, wielding 2 swords, gracefully leapt down from the carriage. With a swift motion, she dispatched 2 vile minions with a single strike each, then cried out as she lunged at 2 more foes. The fierce battle on the bridge shifted dramatically with the arrival of the girl. Though merely 11 or 12 years of age, she brandished her twin blades with eyes ablaze with vengeful fury, executing her kills with ruthless precision. Despite her tender years, her martial prowess was formidable. Her movements were as light as a butterfly, and she struck down several adversaries with clean, lethal blows. In mere moments, she had slain 7 men, including those wounded by Lu Jing, leaving no survivors, and even striking Huang Yi with 2 fatal blows. At this juncture, Huang Yi's 16 subordinates had suffered the loss of 12 men. The remaining 4, sensing the peril, sought to flee by leaping into the river. With a flick of her wrist, one of her swords flew from her grasp, piercing the heart of a minion and pinning him to the ground. In the ensuing chaos, another fell victim to Lu Jing's blade, while the last 2 adept swordsmen vanished beneath the waters of the river. In a mere quarter of an hour, 14 of Huang Yi's men had been dispatched. The lone survivor, injured yet alive, trembled in fear as the girl approached him with her sword drawn. Terrified, he knelt and repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, "My lady, spare my life. I am but a servant following orders." Before he could finish, she coldly replied, "You have committed countless heinous acts. Today, you shall pay the price." With that, she swiftly severed his throat and thrust her sword through his heart. Even Lu Jing, positioned on the bridge, could not help but shake his head. Although he had witnessed much death and felt no pity for the fallen scoundrels, he could not overlook the ruthlessness of this young girl, who, despite her noble intentions, wielded her blades with such merciless ferocity. At that moment, the girl in red raised her gaze, her sharp, beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Jing, glimmering with the thirst for revenge as she approached him step by step. Clad in the armor of the Jingzhou army, Lu Jing appeared to her as a natural adversary. Taken aback, Lu Jing pondered why this girl regarded him with such hostility. With a faint smile, he remarked, "We fight side by side against injustice. Surely, you do not mistake me for an enemy." The girl suddenly realized her folly. This officer was akin to her, a champion of righteousness who stood against evil. How could she have entertained thoughts of killing him? As her murderous intent dissipated, she scrutinized Lu Jing closely. His brows were sharp as blades, his nose straight and noble, and his stature was imposing, exuding an aura of strength that reminded her of her elder brother. A flicker of affection ignited within her heart as she shook her head, declaring, "I shall not kill you. You are the only good man in the Jingzhou army." Lu Jing, perceiving a childlike quality in her speech, smiled and inquired, "What is your name, and where do you hail from?" The girl, on the verge of responding, was abruptly interrupted by a distant voice shouting, "Arin, how long do you intend to continue this slaughter?" With that, the girl retreated a couple of steps and swiftly vanished into the distance, leaving no trace behind. Lu Jing gazed at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Such chivalrous deeds had culminated in a plethora of complications. Although this young man deserved his fate, he was nonetheless the nephew of Huang Zhong, and Jiangxia was the Huang family's territory. Huang Zhong would certainly not let this matter rest. This young lady was exceedingly reckless. Originally, he had merely intended to abduct Huang Zhu's nephew, compelling Huang Zhong to spare the girl's family, thus bringing the matter to a satisfactory conclusion. However, unexpectedly, a female hero had emerged, slaying Huang Zhu's nephew and escalating a trivial matter into a significant predicament, leaving him with a series of troublesome consequences. Lu Jing seized several corpses from the ground and cast them into the Chao River, only to fortuitously discover a slender golden hairpin adorned with 9 gemstones the size of yellow beans, exquisitely crafted, likely a lost possession of the young lady. He waited until the girl had fled far away before addressing the crowd that had gathered around him, declaring, "I am General Lu of the army of Liu Bei, intervening in the face of injustice. Should the authorities seek to apprehend me, they are welcome to come to the military camp." Killing 15 individuals in broad daylight, including Huang Zhu's nephew, Huang Yi, constituted an egregious crime. The magistrate of Wuchang, Zhao, promptly arrived to conduct an investigation but found himself at an impasse after merely half a day's inquiry. One of the involved parties was indeed a general in Liu Bei's army, who was currently visiting the Huang family estate. How could he dare confront a military figure? Meanwhile, the other party, the girl in black, had vanished without a trace. Zhao, in his utter frustration, resolved to sketch the girl's likeness and offer a reward for her capture while simultaneously making his way to the Huang estate to report the incident to Huang Zhong. Chapter 34. The girl in the black dress. As dusk descended, a small oil lamp flickered within the tent, casting a wavering light. Lu Jing sat cross-legged, intently examining the golden hairpin in his hand. The girl in the crimson cloak had left a profound impression on him, her clear-cut sense of right and wrong, her relentless pursuit of justice, albeit reckless and heedless of consequences, was to be expected from a girl of merely 11 or 12. On the other hand, her ruthless efficiency in dispatching her foes with a single stroke made it difficult to fathom that she was still so young. The hairpin bore the character for benevolence, which he presumed to be her given name, though her surname and the source of her martial prowess remained a mystery. It was evident that her skills were forged in the crucible of battle, precise and unembellished, devoid of any superfluous technique. Moreover, Lu Jing discerned that the girl's sword was masterfully crafted, capable of slicing through iron with ease, suggesting that she was no ordinary individual. At that moment, Zhao Yun's voice filtered in from outside, tinged with a hint of reproach, reminding him that it was time for training. Lu Jing's mind was preoccupied with the recent turmoil surrounding the Xingchuan Bridge incident, rendering him disinclined to practice martial arts. However, compelled by Zhao Yun's personal summons, he rose and grabbed his long spear before exiting the tent. Outside, Zhao Yun sat astride his horse, his gaze betraying a measure of disappointment at Lu Jing's lethargy. Beside him was another horse tethered for Lu Jing. Approaching with a smile, Lu Jing inquired, "Brother, are you aware of the events that transpired in Wuchang City this afternoon?" "You mean the Xingchuan Bridge affair?" Zhao Yun had heard of it from the soldiers. He regarded Lu Jing with a hint of curiosity and asked, "Is that incident connected to you?" Lu Jing nodded, acknowledging, "It was indeed my doing." Zhao Yun regarded him steadily for a moment before responding coolly. Regardless of what you have done, I have no interest in delving into that matter. My sole concern is to teach you martial skills, and that begins now with horsemanship. He tossed the reins to Lu Jing, instructing, mount up. Surprised and delighted, Lu Jing realized he was finally to learn to ride. Imitating Zhao Yun, he carefully placed his foot in the stirrup and smoothly swung himself onto the horse. Fortunately, the steed was exceptionally docile, allowing him to mount without difficulty. Lu Jing secured his feet in the wooden stirrups, stabilizing his position. Zhao Yun urged the horse forward, saying, "First, master the art of riding. Then we shall practice combat on horseback." The two rode side by side into the night, making their way to the training grounds. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within Wuchang City. As battalions of Huang Zhong's troops scoured the streets, searching hostels, taverns, and brothels for a girl clad in red, wielding twin swords. Amidst a cacophony of shouts and curses that sent the city into disarray, near Shuimen, a sizable private establishment known as the Tao family stood, which would later evolve into a guest house. In contrast to the official post houses and lodging, privately run inns were referred to as private establishments, also known as reverse lodgings or hostels. These inns offered rooms for lodging as well as rice and firewood, though patrons were expected to prepare their own meals, leading most travelers to dine at taverns until returning in the evening. This particular inn was operated by the Tao family commerce in Wuchang. Although it was not open to the public, serving exclusively as a resting place for members of the Tao family's enterprise, thus functioning as a form of internal lodging. In a room in the backyard, a middle-aged man, his face etched with fury, pounded the table as he reprimanded the girl in the red cloak. "How can you assure me that you would not cause trouble? I trusted you and took you out for a day of enjoyment. Yet look at what you have done, taking the lives of over a dozen people. How could you be so ruthless?" The girl, though her head was bowed, wore an expression of defiance. She muttered, "My elder brother leads thousands into battle, slaying countless in the wilderness. Why should I be restricted to merely a handful?" Silence. The man's anger intensified as he slammed the table again. "Is this comparable? If you find it insufficient, then go out now and kill anyone you encounter. You could slay thousands in a single night and earn a reputation as illustrious as your brothers. Why don't you do that?" The girl, unaccustomed to such scolding, bit her lip, her eyes reddening. With a trembling voice, she replied, "I would never indiscriminately take innocent lives. Those I killed today were wicked individuals who tormented the virtuous. My master and brother have both taught me to eradicate evil thoroughly. If I let them live, they would harm even more good people. I did nothing wrong." The man sighed deeply, at a loss for words. The girl idolized her elder brother, emulating his every action, and her master, the notorious old nun of Biyun Temple, was also a formidable figure known for her ruthlessness. "Very well, I shall inform your mother of this matter. I feel powerless to intervene further." After a pause, he added, "For now, I will not address the morality of your actions. However, we are in enemy territory, and you have stirred up trouble. If you and your brother are captured by the authorities, how will I explain this to your mother and elder brother?" The girl accepted this rebuke, lowering her voice as she replied, "Uncle, I understand my mistake and promise not to act recklessly again." At that moment, a low voice sounded from outside, "Master Wu, I have news. Come in." The door opened to reveal a young man of about 30 named Cao Zhang, the second son of Cao Sheng, the head of the Tao family, who had accompanied them on this trip. The middle-aged man turned to the girl and said, "Go and learn from your fourth brother. He practices martial arts diligently at home, unlike you, who only seeks to create chaos." The girl, momentarily forgetting her earlier sorrow, became playful again. She stuck out her tongue and, on tiptoe, dashed away. The middle-aged man shook his head in resignation, recognizing her youthful spirit. Once the door was shut, Cao Zhang sat down and began, "Let us discuss the incident at Xingchuan Bridge. Miss Ren, you are fortunate. This matter has unexpectedly involved a general under Liu Bei." Before he could finish, a surprised voice from outside interrupted, "Is it that young general?" Cao Zhang turned in astonishment, realizing the girl was eavesdropping by the door. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he admonished, "Arin, do not eavesdrop. Go away." The girl pouted, muttering a few words of discontent before walking off. Once her footsteps faded, Cao Zhang continued, "The city is in chaos, but since it involves a general under Liu Bei, neither the military nor the authorities dare to investigate too deeply." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and inquired further, what was the background of those killed? The deceased was none other than Huang Yi, the third son of the Huang family, and the nephew of Huang Zhong. This situation has escalated considerably. The middle-aged man felt a tumult within his heart. In his eyes, Huang Zhu's nephew was inconsequential. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was Jingzhou, not Jiangdong. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired further. Who is that general under Liu Bei? Cao Zhang shook his head, revealing his ignorance on the matter, only noting that the individual in question was quite meticulous, having taken care of the aftermath for Miss Run and shouldering the blame for the killings, with onlookers remarking that he was a young general. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, could it be Guan Yu's son, Guan Ping? Yet he dismissed this thought, considering it might simply be an obscure young warrior. Nodding in acknowledgement, he refrained from pursuing the topic any further. At that moment, Cao Zhang added, as for Mr. Su, I regret to inform you that he is not in Wuchang. It seems he has gone to Jiaoling. The Mr. Su they referred to was none other than Su Jin, the uncle of Huang Zhu's deputy, Su Fei, a prominent merchant with deep ties to the Tao family. The middle-aged man's purpose for traveling to Wuchang was to meet Su Fei through Mr. Su, only to discover he was absent. A look of disappointment crossed his face. Having journeyed such a great distance, it was disheartening that Su Jin was not in Wuchang, thwarting his plans. In the recent rebellion led by Zhang Wu and Chen Sun, Su Jin had also played a disreputable role, serving as a bridge between Zhang Wu, Chen Sun, and Eastern Wu. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, questioning why this man, who had maintained such a close relationship with Zhang Wu, would vanish at such a critical juncture. Cao Zhang offered a wry smile, suggesting perhaps Su Jin sensed the impending turmoil and feared being implicated by Zhang Wu and Chen Sun's insurrection. He had heard from those within Su Jin's household that he had departed hastily that very morning, likely in response to Liu Bei's arrival. This indeed poses a significant complication. The middle-aged man mused, pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Cao Zhang, growing anxious, remarked, from this evening onward, the city gates will be under heightened scrutiny. Tonight, they are merely inspecting inns and taverns, but tomorrow, a citywide search will commence. I propose we leave the city immediately and retreat to Chaisang to avoid the storm. The middle-aged man nodded, recognizing that for the sake of safety, this course of action was prudent. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Lu Jing was practicing horsemanship as per Zhao Yun's instructions. The steed he rode was an aging horse nearing 30. Though its exterior remained robust, the spirit of a warhorse had long since faded, appearing lethargic. Even Lu Jing, a novice, could perceive its decline. Zhao Yun felt a twinge of regret. He simply lacked any spare warhorses and had to resort to using this old mare for Lu Jing's training. However, the horse was gentle and responsive to commands, which facilitated the learning process. In the southern water towns of Jingxiang, it was customary to travel by boat, unlike in the north where draft animals were more prevalent, resulting in a scarcity of horses. In his previous life, Lu Jing was a person brimming with curiosity for the novel, having taught himself to ride a bicycle by the 2nd grade. This insatiable thirst for knowledge persisted into this life. He was exceptionally bright, mastering the art of riding within just an hour, galloping short distances with admirable skill. Zhao Yun was no longer surprised by his prodigious talent. Should Lu Jing express a desire to gallop out of the camp at this moment, it would not astonish him, for his young brother was unfettered by fear in his endeavors. Lu Jing was filled with enthusiasm for horseback riding. By the end of the Han Dynasty, stirrups had already been introduced, albeit only on one side, primarily for mounting. Once atop the steed, a foot pouch, a soft covering made of cloth wrapped around a wooden stick, was utilized for resting the foot. Additionally, saddles had evolved into a design featuring a lower, middle, and higher ends, known as the double-arched saddle, which prevented riders from slipping off. This was the precursor to the later high-arched saddle. In fact, as early as the Western Han period, military equipment including saddles and foot pouches suitable for warfare had emerged, introduced from the Xiongnu, which led to the widespread formation of cavalry in the Han Dynasty. By the time of the two Jin and the Northern and Southern dynasties, the high-arched saddle and double stirrups became prevalent, giving rise to heavily armored cavalry. The late Han and the Three Kingdoms period marked a pivotal era for the evolution of equestrian gear. Though not fully matured, its practicality had already been established, which facilitated the emergence of various cavalry units such as Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard cavalry and the Shock cavalry. Lu Jing was well aware of the advantages of the high-arched saddle and stirrups, and even the horseshoes that would only appear in the Song dynasty at this time. Hooves were wrapped in thick animal hides. However, Lu Jing understood that some knowledge must remain unutilized should he implement these innovations. The true beneficiaries would be the northern Cao Cao, not themselves. While he was practicing, a sudden blaze ignited in the camp, lighting countless torches. and he could faintly hear an officer commanding all soldiers to rise. Lu Jing turned to gaze for a moment, realizing that Huang Zhong had finally arrived. Yet Zhao Yun seemed oblivious, continuing to issue commands and running to the left. However, they could no longer continue their training as a soldier rushed in, shouting, "General Zhao, the Lord commands you to proceed immediately." Zhao Yun glanced at Lu Jing and then slowly instructed him, "You should change into a military uniform. Impersonate the personal guard of the emperor's uncle and stand beside me." Lu Jing shook his head, expressing his reluctance to evade the situation. Lu Jing did not wish to feign heroism. He recognized that if he blended into the crowd of common soldiers, Huang Zhong would find it difficult to locate him among the 20,000. Yet, such an act would surely complicate the alliance between Liu Bei and Huang Zhong. And Zhao Yun would not conceal the fact that he had killed someone, which would cause Liu Bei to harbor resentment towards him, subsequently forbidding Zhao Yun from teaching him martial skills. Conversely, as long as he did not disrupt Liu Bei's alliance with Huang Zhong and actively distanced Liu Bei from any wrongdoing, Liu Bei would only feel gratitude towards him. Moreover, being Liu Biao's nephew, Huang Zhong would ultimately hesitate to take action against him. At worst, he might harbor ill will, but that would merely offend Lu Jing. Lu Jing had contemplated the intricate balance of interests repeatedly, his thoughts as clear as a mirror. Zhao Yun's eyes reflected a look of admiration as he nodded. "You speak wisely. A true man should dare to act. My magnanimity does not match yours." In the open space before the military camp, Huang Zhong was seething with rage, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. He had been entertaining Liu Bei at the Huang family estate when he suddenly received word from the county magistrate that his nephew, Huang Yi, had been slain. Enraged, he immediately returned to the military camp with Liu Bei. On one hand, it is undeniable that he held a profound affection for his nephew, Huang Yi. With his father having passed away at an early age, Huang Zhong regarded Huang Yi as his own, showering him with boundless affection. However, this indulgence fostered in Huang Yi a wicked habit of oppressing the virtuous, leading him to commit numerous transgressions, all of which were skillfully concealed by Huang Zhong. This, in turn, emboldened Huang Yi, who roamed about with a retinue of 16 vile henchmen, stirring up trouble wherever he went. On the other hand, Jiangxia was indeed the private domain of Huang Zhong. The Huang family was a prestigious lineage in Jiangxia, and as the governor of the region, he had effectively become its sovereign. His word was law. Today, however, someone dared to take the life of his nephew within his territory, a blatant affront to Huang Zhong himself. "Brother Xuanda, you must deliver the culprit to me tonight. I shall compensate you generously. Please grant me this favor." Beside him, Liu Bei silently lamented his predicament. In Huang's manner, when he overheard two swordsmen reporting to Huang Zhong, he surmised that it was Lu Jing's doing. The 15 or 16-year-old young officer stood 8 feet tall, with a distinguished appearance and formidable swordsmanship. Who else could it be but Lu Jing? Yet, he dared not voice this, for Lu Jing was the nephew of Liu Biao. If he were to speak openly, Huang Zhong might perceive it as an attempt to leverage Liu Biao's kin against him, thus undermining his own standing. Liu Bei found himself in a precarious situation, needing to extricate himself from this association. At that moment, Zhao Yun hurriedly arrived and greeted Liu Bei. "My lord," he said. Liu Bei quickly pulled Zhao Yun aside and whispered, "Was it young Master Jing who did this?" Zhao Yun silently nodded, and Liu Bei's heart sank. It truly was Lu Jing, and this was indeed troublesome. How could he explain this to Huang Zhong? Moreover, if Lu Jing faced repercussions, how would he justify it to Liu Biao? Liu Bei's mind was in disarray until he finally asked, "What is his stance?" Zhao Yun sighed. "He claims he will take responsibility, so as not to burden you." This statement brought a sigh of relief to Liu Bei. If that were the case, it was for the best, not involving himself further and not jeopardizing the fragile alliance he had just forged with Huang Zhong. It was precisely for this alliance that Liu Bei had endured the humiliation of Huang Zhong's inspection of his troops. He stood silently to the side, refraining from interfering with Huang Zhong's pursuit of the assailant. Amidst the flickering flames, a procession of soldiers and low-ranking officers was brought forth for identification by 2 swordsmen under Huang Zhong's command. These swordsmen were tasked with recognizing the 2 individuals who had attempted to flee the river. The pool of suspects had narrowed considerably, tall and under 20 years of age, but there still remained over 1,000 individuals to scrutinize. In the dim light, Huang Zhong gazed upon the array of similar faces, nearly driven to madness. He repeatedly turned to berate his subordinates. "Are you blind? Can you not see clearly?" The 2 swordsmen, drenched in sweat, were nearly overwhelmed, their minds muddled as they struggled to recall the appearance of the young soldier. Huang Zhong, gritting his teeth in frustration, bellowed, "True men dare to act. If you dare to kill, why do you not dare to step forward? Just then, a cold voice pierced through the air beside Huang Zhong. Am I not standing right here? Huang Zhong abruptly turned, only to find a tall officer cloaked in shadows, his features obscured by the dim light. Huang Zhong was taken aback, retreating several steps while pointing at the officer and exclaiming, "Who are you?" The officer was none other than Lu Jing, who had been standing beside Huang Zhong for some time. He slowly advanced, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Were you not searching for me? Here I stand before you." Several soldiers approached with torches, illuminating Lu Jing's features, prompting two sword-wielding guards to cry out in unison, "It's him. He is the one who killed the young master." "Indeed, I am the one who ended Huang Yi," Lu Jing replied, offering no defense. He stepped closer, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Huang Zhong, sharply stating, "Governor Huang, your nephew brazenly abducted a common woman in broad daylight, committing numerous atrocities in Jiangxia, and yet you openly condone his actions, deceiving both superiors and inferiors. What punishment do you deserve?" Huang Zhong, the head of the renowned Huang family in Jiangxia and having served as governor for many years, possessed a modicum of political acumen. Lu Jing's tone was evidently that of someone extraordinary. However, in his fury, Huang Zhong lost his rationality, his judgment significantly impaired, and he failed to perceive the peculiarity in Lu Jing's tone. Enraged, he bellowed, "Arrest him." Scores of soldiers surged forward to seize Lu Jing. But Liu Bei sensed impending trouble. Just as he was about to speak, 1,000 archers suddenly appeared, their crossbows drawn, arrows poised, encircling Huang Zhong and his men. The vice commander, Wang Wei, shouted sternly, "Huang Zhong, should you dare to arrest anyone, do not blame me for my ruthless measures." The atmosphere thickened with tension. The encirclement of over 1,000 archers fell upon Huang Zhong like a bucket of cold water, jolting him back to awareness. He understood that Liu Bei was merely a nominal commander. Liu Biao would never truly entrust command over 20,000 troops to Liu Bei. The real leader of the army was Vice Commander Wang Wei. Huang Zhong hastily clasped his hands and called out, "Zhigong, I beseech you to grant me this favor. Huang Zhong shall remember your kindness." Liu Bei permitted Huang Zhong to search the camp, and Wang Wei merely maintained silence, allowing Liu Bei to save face. However, should it come to an actual arrest, Wang Wei would not comply, as it not only impacted his dignity, but more importantly, Lu Jing was the nephew of the Lord, and Wang Wei could not allow Huang Zhong to take him away. Wang Wei added with a sneer, "Governor Huang, my refusal to allow your arrest is for your own good. Otherwise, how will you account to the Lord?" Huang Zhong finally regained his composure. Wang Wei's words hinted at an ominous implication. He appraised Lu Jing once more and hesitantly inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Lu Jing offered a slight bow. "I am Lu Jing." Huang Zhong inhaled sharply. He certainly recognized that the Lord's nephew was among the troops. He had even received a letter from Liu Biao specifically instructing him to keep this matter discreet, and thus he feigned ignorance. Yet, the consequence of his feigned ignorance was the death of his nephew. Huang Zhong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What could be done? Could it be that his nephew died in vain? Suppressing his inner fury, he performed a formal bow. "Ah, it is young Master Jing. Huang Zhong has not hosted you properly. I apologize for my rudeness." However, as he spoke, Huang Zhong's tone sharpened. "Even if I have not hosted you properly, young Master Jing, you cannot take the life of my nephew. You must provide me with an explanation regarding this matter." His tone was exceptionally assertive. Even if Liu Biao's nephew was involved, one could not casually take the life of one's own kin. "Since I have stepped forward, I shall certainly provide an explanation." Lu Jing's eyes gleamed with determination as he met his gaze unflinchingly. "However, your nephew, Huang Yiguang, brazenly abducts maidens in broad daylight and bullies the vulnerable in Jiangxia, committing countless atrocities, while you openly condone his actions, deceiving those above and below. I must first inquire, when will you offer an account to the people of Jiangxia?" Lu Jing had posed this question before, yet Huang Zhong had dismissed it. Now, as Lu Jing reiterated his query, Huang Zhong felt a shiver run through him. Abruptly realizing that Lu Jing had turned the conflict towards him, Huang Zhong was certainly aware of his nephew's character. For the past 2 years, there had been monthly complaints against him, all of which Huang Zhong had managed to suppress. He was unafraid of escalating matters, for with his influence and connections in Jingzhou, ordinary citizens posed no threat to him. However, if Lu Jing were to intervene, he would directly report to Liu Biao, complicating the situation considerably. With this thought, Huang Zhong's tone softened, no longer as assertive as before, yet he could not bring himself to concede, stubbornly retorting, "A nation has its laws, a family its rules. Even if my nephew is guilty of a myriad of wrongs, it is the duty of the authorities to adjudicate. Not for young Master Jing to take matters into his own hands. Now that young Master Jing has taken his life, how do you justify this? Lu Jing let out a cold laugh. Since Governor Huang acknowledges the law, I wholeheartedly agree to pursue this matter through legal channels. I propose that this case be examined by the provincial governor. I am willing to stand trial alongside you. And all witnesses and evidence must be presented for the governor to ascertain who sought to harm whom. Lu Jing's incisive retort unsettled Huang Zhong, who lacked a full understanding of the details. Were there perhaps other circumstances at play? He turned and summoned 2 guards with a wave, asking them in a low, menacing tone, what exactly transpired? The guards, aware of Lu Jing's notable status, fell to their knees in fear, unable to conceal the truth any longer, and recounted the events of the afternoon in broad strokes. They concluded tremulously, the officer did not slay the young master. It was a young woman who shot a cold arrow, killing him amidst the chaos, and we were too distracted to notice. Fools. Huang Zhong kicked the 2 guards violently to the ground. Why did you not speak sooner? His demeanor shifted rapidly, and he turned to Lu Jing with a forced smile, claiming, it was indeed a misunderstanding. It appears it was not young Master Jing who took action, but rather my own recklessness in failing to ascertain the facts. I beg your forgiveness. Were it anyone else, Huang Zhong would not have let them off so easily, but he dared not provoke Lu Jing. Fearing the repercussions of an escalating situation, he sought a way to defuse the tension. Unexpectedly, Lu Jing pressed on relentlessly, exuding an imposing presence, as Governor Huang rightly stated. A nation has its laws, a family its rules. I shall report this matter to the provincial governor, and we will investigate thoroughly the extent of Huang Yiguang's heinous deeds and the reasons behind his demise. We must provide an account to the people of Jiangxia, as well as to you, Governor Huang. Chapter 35. Lu Biao's concerns. Huang Zhong wore an expression of profound embarrassment, rendered speechless for an extended period. It was in this moment that he recognized the formidable nature of Lu Jing, despite being the one responsible for his nephew's demise. Lu Jing audaciously seized the mantle of righteousness. The moment Huang Zhong opened his mouth, he found himself at a disadvantage, left in a silence filled with resentment. At that juncture, Liu Bei emerged with a smile, addressing Lu Jing, young Master Jing. Now that Huang Yi is deceased, regardless of his past transgressions, his fate is sealed. We have come to quell the bandits, and with the formidable Eastern Wu Navy lurking outside, we ought to prioritize the greater good. Might I request that you allow this matter to rest for the time being? Lu Jing had been awaiting Liu Bei's intervention, fully aware that pursuing the matter further would be futile. Liu Biao would never jeopardize his standing with Huang Zhong over a few commoners, and it was likely that Liu Biao would even extend an apology to Huang Zhong. Since Huang Zhong was willing to let the matter lie, Lu Jing naturally acquiesced, seeking to downplay the situation. However, he intended for Liu Bei to be the one to broker this favor, knowing full well that Liu Bei would rise to the occasion as the peacemaker. Otherwise, he would not be Liu Bei. Lu Jing promptly bowed in respect, stating, "Since it is the words of my royal uncle, how could I dare to disobey? I am willing to heed your mediation, my royal uncle." Liu Bei felt a swell of pride in his heart and turned to Huang Zhong, saying, "Governor Huang, since Lu Jing did not commit the act, but rather it was another, this is indeed a misunderstanding. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. What do you think, Governor Huang?" Huang Zhong realized he could not hold Lu Jing accountable. Even if Lu Jing were guilty, exacting revenge would be impossible. Thus, he swallowed his indignation, granting Liu Bei the courtesy he sought. "Since Brother Xuanda has intervened, let this matter rest. I apologize for disturbing your esteemed army tonight." He then offered a distant bow to Wang Wei. "Zhigong, I take my leave." Ignoring Lu Jing, he turned and strode towards the camp's exit, followed by over 100 of his retainers. Lu Jing let out a cold laugh, recognizing that a grudge had now been forged between him and Huang Zhong. In the governor's residence of Xiangyang, a messenger galloped in, dismounting swiftly and rushing up the steps to inform the steward, "Please relay to the lord urgent news from Jiangxia." The steward, not daring to delay, ushered the messenger inside and hurried to report. In the study, Liu Biao sat beneath the lamp, absorbed in a letter, his demeanor revealing a sense of disquiet. It had been 5 days since Liu Bei had led his forces eastward, and he had just received a letter. In truth, Liu Biao had not been overly concerned with the disturbances caused by Zhang Wu and Chen Sun. His primary apprehension lay with the 30,000 Eastern Wu soldiers eyeing Jiangxia, which posed a significant threat. Despite the deaths of Sun Jian and Sun Su, the ambitions of Jiangdong had not waned, with Jiangxia serving as the initial staging ground for their advance westward. A grand conflict was inevitable. In Liu Bei's letter, he elaborated on Eastern Wu's strategic intentions, indicating that they sought to seize Jiangxia through their navy and were likely to advance toward Changsha, where the local military strength was currently inadequate. Liu Bei offered his services to defend Changsha. Liu Bei's desire to guard Changsha elicited a derisive smile from Liu Biao, suspecting that his motives were far from altruistic. At that moment, the steward's voice broke through the silence of the courtyard. "Master, urgent correspondence has arrived from Jiangxia." Liu Biao's spirit lifted, and he promptly commanded, "Bring it forth." Shortly thereafter, a guard entered the room, presenting a letter. Liu Biao grasped the missive and, upon glancing at it, confirmed it was indeed a communication from Wang Wei, whose news he had been eagerly anticipating. Unable to contain his impatience, Liu Biao hastily unsealed the letter and skimmed its contents. It addressed 3 matters. First, the close association between Liu Bei and Huang Zhong. Second, that his son Liu Jing had slain the wicked nephew of Huang Zhong in Wuchang. And third, Huang Zhu's mobilization of thousands of private soldiers to conduct a large-scale search of Wuchang. This correspondence incited a blend of ire and concern within Liu Biao. He was enraged that Huang Zhong had taken it upon himself to deploy private troops without his consent. The presence of private militias among the aristocracy of Jingzhou had long been a source of anxiety for Liu Biao. During his tenure, when he first assumed command, banditry had run rampant in Jingzhou, prompting the prominent families to form private forces for self-defense. In a bid to secure the support of these families, Liu Biao had tacitly allowed the continuation of their private troops, which had since evolved into a significant predicament. Despite his repeated edicts forbidding the unauthorized use of these forces, his commands had proven ineffective, and now Huang Zhong had once again resorted to deploying private soldiers to comb through the city, pushing Liu Biao to the brink of exasperation. Huang Zhu's actions were not only troublesome due to the deployment of private troops, but also because of his clandestine dealings with Liu Bei. Liu Biao rose and began pacing the room, his hands clasped behind his back. Although Wang Wei had not explicitly detailed the nature of Liu Bei's ties with Huang Zhong, Liu Biao could surmise that the two had likely forged some sort of agreement. What was Huang Zhu's intention? Was he contemplating betrayal? It was no wonder Liu Bei had proposed to station troops in Changsha, with both he and Huang Zhong coordinating from north and south. A significant portion of Jingzhou could be seized. However, Liu Biao pondered whether Huang Zhong would truly betray him. Considering their long-standing loyalty and Huang Zhu's steadfast dedication over the years, Liu Bei had only recently arrived in Jingzhou, possessing nothing but his reputation. It seemed improbable that Huang Zhong would forsake Liu Biao for him. Perhaps their association was motivated by other interests. Contemplating this, Liu Biao concluded that Liu Bei appeared unwilling to remain idle any longer and needed to be swiftly dispatched to Xinya to defend against the forces of Cao Cao. At that moment, the study door opened, and Lady Kai entered, carrying a bowl of bird's nest porridge. She set the bowl down and remarked, "Why does the general wear such a furrowed brow? Is it that Lu Huangshu's military endeavors are fraught with difficulties?" Lady Kai had heard whispers that someone from Jiangxia had sent a letter, likely the source of her husband's concern. Liu Biao shook his head, dismissing the notion. "It is nothing of great import. Liu Bei's forces have yet to assault Zhongwu, merely some trivial matters." He wished to refrain from divulging too much about Liu Bei to his wife, fearing that excessive discussion might lead Kai Mao to entertain ideas that could disrupt his plans. Meeting her inquisitive gaze, he offered a faint smile and added, "The letter merely states that Huang Zhu's nephew, a notorious figure in Wuchang, has been slain by our son." Madame Kai's thoughts were immediately captivated by the matter concerning Liu Jing. Her brows furrowed in anger as she exclaimed, "How dare he be so audacious as to kill a member of the Huang family? Is he not inviting trouble for the general?" Liu Biao's brow slightly furrowed as he replied, "My dear, there must be some underlying reason for this. Let us not jump to conclusions hastily." The letter also mentioned that Huang Zizi was a villain who met his demise. What misdeeds he committed remain unknown to us. Furthermore, Huang Zhu and Jinger have already reconciled. We should not perceive this situation as overly dire. In truth, Madame Kai had come to the study to discuss the potential union between Lu Tsong and the Kai family. And Lu Jing's act of killing Huang Zizi was merely incidental, lacking a full understanding of the circumstances. She chose to refrain from further elaboration as her husband defended Liu Jing. With a sigh, she remarked, "General, it is evident that Songer and Shaoan share mutual affection. Why not facilitate their union? Shaoan does not harbor feelings for Jinger, nor does Jinger wish to wed her." I believe before she could finish, Liu Biao's countenance darkened. And he retorted, "I have already addressed this matter. We shall discuss it further when Jinger returns. At present, I have no desire to hear any explanations." Lu Biao had learned just yesterday from his eldest son that the revered Xianin sword had come into the possession of his second son, Kong. This revelation incited his fury. And despite Lu Cong's insistence that Lu Jing willingly bestowed the sword upon him, Lu Biao remained unconvinced, suspecting that his son had resorted to underhanded means to procure it. Perhaps through coercion. Even if Lu Jing no longer desired the sword, he would surely reclaim it for himself. How could he possibly hand it over to his son without justification? There was undoubtedly something amiss. In truth, Lu Biao had meticulously weighed the implications of having his nephew marry a daughter of the Kai family, concluding that such a union was feasible. However, if his own son were to marry, it would likely provoke discontent among other noble families and would grant the Kai family undue influence, undermining his own ability to maintain balance over them. Having his nephew marry a daughter of the Kai family was the most astute decision. It neither belittled the Kai family nor stirred resentment among other clans, and Lu Jing, being his own nephew, was even more suitable than Lu Qing or Lu Hu, thus preserving the honor of the Kai family. Lu Biao had firmly resolved this matter and was disinterested in his wife's entreaties regarding romantic sentiments or the beauty of facilitating unions. Madame Kai, having encountered resistance, felt a surge of frustration yet found herself powerless to alter her husband's stance. However, she could not simply abandon her aspirations. General, is it truly impossible for Songer and Shaoyin? Do not speak further, Lu Biao interrupted, extending his arm dismissively, his tone resolute and unyielding. I have made my decision. Songer shall marry the daughter of the Pang family, while Chi'er will unite with the Kuai family. As for Shaoyin, she is destined for Jing'er. It seems the general harbors a certain bias against our Kai family, Madame Kai asserted defiantly, her heart slightly stoked by her husband's obstinacy. Quite the contrary, Lu Biao countered, turning to meet his wife's gaze with piercing intensity. I hold no prejudice against the Kai family. In fact, I have a greater fondness for it. Otherwise, we would not be conversing here, would we? Perhaps sensing that his tone had been somewhat harsh, Lu Biao softened his demeanor and continued, My dear, Jing'er is my closest kin, my only nephew. I believe he is deserving of Shaoyin. Let your nephew go to hell. Lady Kai could no longer contain her fury as she spat out these words before turning on her heel and storming away. Lu Biao gazed at his wife's furious retreat. Shaking his head, the Kai family always insisted on precedence, yet this time he could not acquiesce to their demands. Yangxin County, located in the central western part of Jiangxia Commandery, boasted a population of over 20,000. It was also the garrison for the renowned generals Zhang Wu and Chen Sun of Jingzhou. Since the rebellion led by Zhang Wu and Chen Sun, Yangxin County had broken free from Jingzhou's control. Where is my horse? A military officer in his 40s rushed out of the county office, his helmet askew and armor disheveled. He paid no mind to his appearance as he anxiously scanned the surroundings, as if searching for his most beloved companion. General, the horse is here. A loyal soldier approached, leading a magnificent warhorse at a brisk pace. The steed was remarkably young, its snowy white coat shimmering like silk, with a mane that flowed elegantly from the side. Its well-proportioned body and strong, elongated limbs were evident. Its hooves were as if forged from steel, powerful in their stride, possessing the keen eyes of a sea eagle. The horse could see clearly not only at a distance, but also through thick fog, swirling snowflakes, and even in darkness. Even the most ignorant farmer could recognize this as a rare steed of exceptional quality. My precious horse, my lifeline. The middle-aged officer rushed forward, embracing the horse's neck tightly, pressing his face against its warm coat, terrified that it might slip away at any moment. This man was Zhang Wu, the leader of the current rebellion. And he had acquired this prized horse from a horse trader the previous year, rumored to have originated from the western regions, his very lifeblood. Lu Biao had also set his sights on this horse, attempting several times to persuade Zhang Wu to bring it to Xiangyang, but Zhang Wu adamantly refused. The horse's fame had even reached Eastern Wu, with Sun Quan dispatching envoys to express his admiration for the steed. Yet Zhang Wu would not use the horse to convey his sincerity to Sun Quan. This refusal had led to Sun Quan's considerable dissatisfaction. At this moment, Zhang Wu anxiously awaited news from the Eastern Wu forces, feeling that danger was imminent after lingering too long in Yangxin County. However, communication with Eastern Wu had been severed. Su Jin had not sent any messages for several days. Zhang Wu was uncertain of his next course of action, whether to remain in Jiangxia Commandery or to divert to Pengze and join forces with the Jiangdong army. His heart heavy with trepidation. Just then, a soldier rushed in, dropping to one knee and reporting urgently, General Zhang, scouts have brought word that the main force of Jingzhou, numbering over 20,000, is advancing towards us. This news left Zhang Wu momentarily stunned. Approximately 80 miles from Yangxin County, a A grand army of over 20,000 was marching westward, banners waving and armor gleaming, a formidable sight. At the forefront of the procession, Liu Bei sat astride his horse, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. "This is Liu Huangshu's first campaign in the south," remarked his deputy, Wang Wei, with a smile. "Indeed, it is vastly different from the north. The landscape is dotted with lakes and rivers, ill-suited for cavalry warfare." Liu Bei, filled with emotion, remarked with a smile, "If the Cao army were to invade the south, their advantages would not be so apparent. As long as the southern forces unite against Cao, I believe that defeating his army is indeed within the realm of possibility." This statement, if uttered by another, would have elicited skepticism from me. However, coming from the esteemed Liu Huangshu, I hold it to be unequivocally true. "You flatter me." He chuckled, then paused and inquired with a grin. "Zhigong, how well versed are you in the situation regarding the rebels?" With a hint of disdain upon his visage, Wang Wei explained, "Zhang Wu and Qin Sun command only 3,000 regular troops. Though their numbers exceed 10,000 now, most are merely hastily recruited farmers. Perhaps even some ruffians lacking any real combat prowess. There is no need for concern, Liu Huashu. Our greater worry lies with the Jiangdong army." Nodding, Liu Bei expressed his own apprehension regarding the Jiangdong forces, particularly fearing a sudden emergence from Yangqing County. Wang Wei chuckled, acknowledging the possibility, yet assured, "As long as we enhance our scouting efforts, we will maintain a complete grasp of the enemy's movements." At that moment, Lu Jing rode in hastily. Remarkably, within just 2 days, he had mastered the art of horseback riding, albeit on an old steed that could not gallop swiftly over long distances, a minor disappointment. "Young Master Jing, is this your first foray into battle? You seem quite exhilarated," Wang Wei inquired with a smile. "Indeed, somewhat," Lu Jing replied, exchanging a glance with Liu Bei, both recalling the Battle of Runan, which caused them to share a knowing smile. "Uncle, I wish to accompany General Guan on patrol. May I have your permission?" Lu Jing's status was not that of a formal soldier. Rather, he was a participant in the campaign largely to strengthen his resolve. A fact well understood by Wang Wei. Just as he was about to voice his objection, Liu Bei nodded in agreement, saying, "You may go." Overjoyed, Lu Jing bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." He turned his horse and galloped away, leaving Wang Wei unable to call him back. Watching Lu Jing's departing figure, he expressed his concern. "Uncle, he lacks combat experience. Is it not too perilous to send him on patrol? What if something were to happen?" Liu Bei smiled gently. "Young Master Jing is quite astute and rational. General Guan will look after him." Wang Wei, resigned, recognized Liu Bei as the commanding officer, since he had given his consent. Any objections would be futile. With a sigh, he cast another worried glance at Lu Jing's retreating form. In total, Liu Bei dispatched 3 scouting teams, each comprising around 100 men. The first team was led by Guan Ping, the adopted son of Guan Yu, affectionately referred to as Little General Guan, who, at just over 20, was always adorned with a bright smile, a stark contrast to his father's reticent demeanor. Perhaps due to their similar ages, Guan Ping and Lu Jing quickly became acquainted, often discussing military strategies together. In Wuchang City, they had agreed that during this battle, Lu Jing would accompany Guan Ping, who, however, was cautious and sought Liu Bei's approval before making any decisions. As Guan Ping prepared to set out, peering ahead, he spotted Lu Jing and, with a smile, urged his horse forward, asking, "So, did Uncle grant permission?" "Yes," Lu Jing replied, brimming with excitement. With a hearty laugh, Guan Ping waved his hand and declared, "Let us set forth." He, accompanied by Lu Jing and over 100 scouts, galloped southward. The terrain near Yangqing County is characterized by rolling hills, with majestic mountains and striking rock formations, densely forested. Although it was early winter, the vast woodlands remained lush and verdant, and the flowing streams had not yet frozen, meandering like a jade ribbon among the peaks. Despite the breathtaking scenery, the population was remarkably sparse, with the inhabitants of Jiangxia County primarily concentrated along the riverside areas of Chaisang, Wuchang, and Xiakou. Although Yangqing County encompassed the largest jurisdiction in Jiangxia County, its population was less than 30% of that of Wuchang County. After galloping for over 30 miles without encountering a soul, Guan Ping noticed Lu Jing's steed laboring under the strain. He gestured for the group to slow their pace, gradually coming to a halt. "Young Master Jing, shall I offer you a different mount?" Guan Ping inquired with a smile. Lu Jing, aware of the scarcity of war horses in the army, each cherished by its owner as a lifeline, hesitated. Although he yearned for a robust steed, he was unwilling to take away someone else's beloved horse. This disposition, a remnant of his past life, persisted vibrantly despite the passage of a millennium. He shook his head. There is no need. Once we have quelled Zhang Wu and Qin Sun, I shall find a way to procure a fine horse from the spoils of victory. At the mention of a magnificent steed, admiration flickered in Guanping's eyes. My father's horse is reputed to be the finest in the realm, surpassing even Cao Zhang's famed steed, Cao Huang Feidian. Indeed, for among men, there is El Bu, and among horses, the red hair, Lu Jing responded. I have always believed that aside from your father, no one else is worthy of riding the red hair. Thank you, young Master Jing, for your kind words. If my father were to hear this, he would surely regard you with newfound esteem, Guanping replied. As they conversed, several cavalrymen approached at a gallop, carrying a woodcutter. Reporting to the general, this woodcutter was sighted in the nearby woods. He seems to possess some pertinent information. Dismounting, the woodcutter knelt before them, trembling with fear. I pay my respects to the general. Do not be afraid. Simply share what you know, and we shall release you at once, Guanping assured him. The woodcutter, recalling the dreadful events that had transpired, became incensed and momentarily forgot his trepidation. I must say, Zhang Wu and Qin Sun are truly demons. In our village, nearly all the young men have been seized, and the women have fled into the mountains, for even a moment's delay can lead to their capture and dishonor. They have taken all our food. Lu Jing, however, was not interested in these lamentations. He interjected. We seek to know if you have encountered any soldiers from Jiangdong in the past month. No, I have not seen them, the woodcutter replied, shaking his head. The last time I beheld Jiangdong troops was 2 years ago. After further questioning revealed no unusual occurrences, they released the woodcutter. Guanping pondered for a moment, then remarked. Though the woodcutter has not seen Jiangdong soldiers, it does not preclude their presence. He may simply not have encountered them. I believe we should continue our patrol southward. What do you think, young Master Jing? With a slight smile, Lu Jing replied, You are the leader of this scouting party. Your judgment shall prevail. As we continue our southern patrol, Guanping leads the group, urging their steeds onward into the mountainous terrain. At dawn the following day, Liu Bei, accompanied by an army of 20,000, arrived at Yangqing County, halting 3 miles from the county seat. The troops formed a formidable array, their numbers overwhelming, blades glinting ominously. An aura of impending slaughter enveloping the scene. Though Yangqing County boasts a vast expanse, its town is diminutive, characterized by dilapidated and low walls. With a crumbling gate that offers little military utility, rendering it insufficient to withstand the onslaught of a large army, and rather hindering any potential retreat. With the resounding beat of war drums echoing, Zhang Wu and Qin Sun's forces emerged from the town to confront the attackers, numbering over 9,000. Aside from 3,000 in the center who bore a semblance of order, the flanking troops were poorly equipped and disorganized, wielding an assortment of weaponry, including farming tools and wooden clubs. Zhang Wu and Qin Sun had mustered nearly 10,000 men, not primarily to oppose the Jingzhou army, but rather to serve as leverage for negotiating their surrender to the Jiangdong forces. The presence of such a contingent might ensure their ascendance to the rank of Zonglingjiang. Unexpectedly, before the Jiangdong army could arrive, the Jingzhou forces had charged forth, instilling a sense of dread in both Zhang Wu and Qin Sun. Under the banner, Zhang Wu stealthily surveyed the Jingzhou troops a mile away, having learned that Liu Bei himself was leading the charge, intensifying his unease. Yet, he dared not flee without a fight. The distinction between defeat and retreat was stark. While defeat could be attributed to a lack of strength, fleeing would brand him a coward. An unpardonable sin in the eyes of Dong Wu. General Qin, lead the charge. Zhang Wu commanded loudly to Qin Sun, who, at around 30 years of age, stood tall at 7.5 feet, possessing the physique of a bear, brandishing a trident blade. In the military hierarchy, he ranked below Zhang Wu, who was recognized as the primary general in Dongwu, with Qin Sun as his subordinate. Overwhelmed by trepidation, Qin Sun hesitated, suggesting, Perhaps it would be wiser for others to gauge the enemy's strength before I engage. Ignoring Qin Sun's reluctance, Zhang Wu called out to the soldiers. Sound the drums to rally General Qin. The thunderous beat reverberated like rolling thunder, energizing the troops as they roared in unison, urging Qin Sun forth. Reluctantly, he spurred his horse into the fray, brandishing his trident blade and bellowing, I am Qin Sun. Who dares to face me in battle? On the opposing side, Liu Bei observed a remarkably splendid steed among the enemy ranks, stirring his admiration. He quietly inquired of Wang Wei, who rides that magnificent white horse. Wang Wei replied with a faint smile, "That is Zhang Wu, and his steed is named Lu, a fine warhorse. My lord has also been quite taken with it." But alas, Zhang Wu is oblivious to such sentiments. "What a majestic steed!" Liu Bei exclaimed with genuine admiration. At that moment, as Chen Sun charged into battle. Shouting and cursing, Liu Bei's fury ignited. He demanded of those around him, "Who will bring me the head of that scoundrel? Brother, allow me to be the one to slay him." Zhang Fei thundered, spurring his horse into a furious gallop, his voice booming like thunder. Akin to a deity descending from the heavens, and in an instant, he closed the distance to Chen Sun, thrusting his spear with the swiftness of lightning. Chen Sun was struck with terror, his limbs weakened and trembling. He raised his blade in a futile defense, yet Zhang Fei's spear was as heavy as a mountain, and he could not withstand it. Amidst Chen Sun's anguished cries, Zhang Fei thrust his spear, piercing through Chen Sun's chest. The lifeless body of Chen Sun fell from his horse, and with a mighty roar, Zhang Fei brandished his long spear and charged single-handedly into the enemy camp. Upon witnessing the death of their commander, Liu Bei promptly commanded, "All troops, advance and crush the enemy." The battle cries of the 2,000 Jingzhou soldiers reverberated like a thunderous wave, surging towards the rebel forces. The morale of the insurgents plummeted, leading to their disarray before the battle had even commenced, as they all scrambled to escape, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Zhang Wu, sensing the dire situation, turned his horse and fled. His steed was swift, and in no time, he was the first to abandon the battlefield. Chapter 36. Ambush and strangulation. Approximately 30 miles east of Yangqing County, there exists a gently sloping hill adorned with dense pine forests. The official road meanders from the west, traversing the hill and dividing the pine groves into two halves. Beneath the towering pines lies a thick carpet of pine needles, dry and comfortable. Lu Jing, Guanping, and over 100 scout soldiers sit beneath the trees, resting and conversing about the battle in Yangqing County. "Honestly, I have no interest in engaging with petty thieves like Zhang Wu and Chen Sun," Guanping remarked with a laugh. "I would much rather lie here, leisurely enjoying the moment." Lu Jing reclined beneath a pine tree, a twig between his teeth, his gaze fixed on a squirrel frolicking among the branches above. He appeared quite relaxed, although he secretly hoped to acquire a warhorse from the conflict between Zhang Wu and Chen Sun, a task he believed Zhao Yun would manage for him. Guanping glanced at him again and chuckled. "I have heard from my father that young Master Jing possesses considerable battle experience. Have you ever fought in battle?" "What experience?" "I merely run fast and know to flee when danger approaches. Isn't that a simple principle?" Lu Jing's response elicited a wave of knowing laughter from the soldiers. At that moment, a soldier stationed outside the woods called out, "General Guan, someone is approaching from this direction. It appears to be an army." Everyone sprang to their feet and rushed towards the edge of the pines. Lu Jing leapt up, climbing a pine tree to peer into the distance. He soon spotted a defeated army advancing along the official road, approximately 2 to 3 miles away. It was evident to him that this was a retreating force, numbering around 400 to 500 men, with a general riding a magnificent white steed. Lu Jing's gaze fixated on the splendid warhorse, a fine specimen that captivated his attention. "Listen to my orders," Guanping commanded in a low voice. "We shall ambush this army." The scouts promptly mounted their horses and followed Guanping into the dense forest. This defeated army was fleeing from Yangqing County, where Zhang Wu had gathered over 400 routed soldiers, hastily escaping towards Chaisang, with this official road being their only route. The group galloped for over 30 miles. The pursuing forces now far behind. Zhang Wu wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed his surroundings. He was quite familiar with this area. Ahead lay a hill known as Highland Ridge, and beyond that, after a few more miles, there was a small town. He turned to his soldiers and said, "Brothers, endure a bit longer. We will rest and dine at Yangdong town." He urged his steed towards Highland Ridge, moving swiftly, while the soldiers behind him struggled to keep pace, groaning in exhaustion. Soon, the army reached Highland Ridge and continued their flight along the official road to the east. Flanking them were dense pine forests, despite it being midday. The light within the woods was dim, and a cold wind swept through the gaps in the trees, creating an atmosphere of chill. Zhang Wu led the way, with soldiers trailing intermittently, the line stretching nearly a mile. Within the dense forest, 100 scouts from the Jingzhou army had drawn their bows, aiming at the defeated soldiers just a few dozen paces away. At this moment, Guanping unexpectedly discovered that Lu Jing was missing. His heart sank in shock, and he scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Lu Jing. However, time did not permit him to search further. He decisively commanded a volley of arrows to be shot densely from the woods. The defeated soldiers, caught off guard, cried out in horror as they fell to the ground, having already become frightened birds with no fighting spirit left. The sudden assault terrified them, prompting frantic shouts and a desperate flight for survival. Guanping bellowed fiercely, "Kill! Kill!" The scout cavalry charged out from the pine forest, brandishing their spears and heading towards the defeated troops on the official road. The remnants of the defeated soldiers were thrown into chaos, their cries of fear echoing as they fled for their lives. Zhang Wu, relying on his swift steed, galloped ahead and soon became the first to escape the battlefield. After covering several miles, Zhang Wu gradually slowed his horse and looked back, relieved to find that the sounds of battle had faded away. Just then, an unusual noise came from his left, and he turned sharply to see a large pine tree slowly toppling towards him, causing him to step back in alarm. With a thunderous crash, the tree fell before him, sending dust billowing into the air and startling the warhorse, which reared up and neighed loudly. In that fleeting moment when Zhang Wu was distracted by the fallen tree, a shadow leaped down from behind it, a sharp blade aimed at the back of his neck. The sound of the tree crashing concealed the whoosh of the blade. Just as Zhang Wu realized the impending danger, a searing pain shot through his neck, and darkness enveloped him. Lu Jing's blade severed Zhang Wu's head, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering Lu Jing in the process. Lu Jing kicked Zhang Wu's corpse aside and mounted his horse, the stench of blood and the chilling aura of death causing the steed to rear and leap over the fallen tree, galloping eastward along the official road. Lu Jing gripped the horse's neck tightly, his legs clenching its belly. The wind howled past his ears, though his riding skills were modest. His indomitable will allowed him to endure the jolting and bucking of the horse without being thrown off. This was a battle of wills between man and beast. Lu Jing understood well that if he were to be unseated, he would lose this magnificent steed. Gritting his teeth, he bore the intense discomfort and turmoil within, exerting all his strength to maintain control over the horse. The warhorse galloped across the open field, leaving Yangdong town far behind. It was uncertain whether they had run for half an hour or an hour, but Lu Jing was utterly exhausted, while the horse remained spirited and relentless in its pace. Suddenly, a narrow river, 2 zhang wide, appeared ahead. The horse let out a long whinny and leaped across the river. The violent motion caused Lu Jing to lose his grip, and he tumbled off, plunging into the water with a splash. As the horse raced away, Lu Jing slowly climbed out of the river, his body aching as if it were falling apart. His spirits, however, sank to the lowest point, feeling as though all his efforts had come to naught. In frustration, he struck the ground with a clenched fist. Just then, he heard a long whinny, and startled, he looked up to see a white warhorse galloping towards him from afar, its mane flowing like a spirit dancing across the open field. Lu Jing felt an unprecedented surge of ecstasy. He suppressed the pain coursing through his body and rose, laughing heartily as he opened his arms to welcome the approaching white spirit. The battle in Yangxin County had come to a close. It was a conflict devoid of suspense, as the rebels, lacking support from the Jiangdong army, faced the overwhelmingly superior Jingzhou forces and were swiftly routed. Over 9,000 insurgents suffered nearly 2,000 casualties, with more than 5,000 captured, while the rest fled in chaos. The fighting had ceased, and the Jingzhou soldiers were busy clearing the battlefield. Groups of defeated soldiers trudged past, their spirits crushed, while captured weapons, armor, and banners piled high like a small mountain. Liu Bei sat astride his steed atop a hill, gazing at the lines of captured soldiers passing by, yet his heart bore a heavy gloom. His forces had failed to seize the coveted spoils of war he yearned for, a magnificent steed. "Brother, it is primarily Zhang Wu's fault for fleeing so swiftly. I take full responsibility," Zhang Fei lamented beside him, wishing to procure that horse for his elder brother, but alas, he was thwarted by the chaos of the battlefield, helplessly watching as Zhang Wu escaped. "Never mind," Liu Bei sighed inwardly, acknowledging that he and the steed were fated never to meet. It was destined for Sun Quan. A smile of benevolence graced his face as he reassured his brother, "It is merely a horse, do not dwell too much on it." Despite his elder brother's comforting words, Zhang Fei remained deeply self-reproachful and despondent. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar, "General Xiaoguan has returned." Liu Bei turned to see Guanping approaching, leading over 100 cavalrymen, escorting several hundred captured soldiers, a broad smile adorning his face. Liu Bei welcomed him with warmth. "My dear nephew, what brings you back with such a large number of prisoners?" "We intercepted the remnants of Zhang Wu's forces, and even Zhang Wu himself fell at the hands of young Master Jing," Guanping replied. Liu Bei's heart stirred at the mention of Zhang Wu, and he swiftly scanned the troops, spotting Lu Jing and the splendid steed beneath him. Soldiers gathered around, enviously caressing the magnificent horse. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Liu Bei. He had not anticipated that Lu Jing would claim the prized horse. Observing Lu Jing's adoration for the steed, Zhang Fei, envious of the magnificent creature, rushed forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "Young Master Jing, this horse has long been admired by my elder brother. Might you part with it?" "Ida." Liu Bei's expression darkened as he reproached. "How can you speak so? I, Liu Bei, am not one to covet another's treasures." He urged his horse forward, smiling broadly as he offered his congratulations. "Well done, young Master Jing, for vanquishing the bandit and achieving great merit." Lu Jing felt a deep resentment. He had risked his life for that steed, and Liu Bei believed he could simply claim it? Such a notion was absurd. Though these thoughts swirled within him, he maintained an outward demeanor of grace. Dismounting, he led the horse to Liu Bei, saying, "Uncle Liu, you are a hero among men, destined to ride a dragon steed. Since you admire this horse, please, take it." His words were eloquent and his demeanor generous, yet Liu Bei had already made his stance clear. He was not one to seize what belonged to another. Even if Lu Jing were to truly offer it to him, he could not accept. Liu Bei, with a heart heavy with bitterness yet wearing a grateful smile, expressed his appreciation. "Thank you, young Master Jing, for your generosity. You, a youthful hero, are perfectly matched with this magnificent steed. I am honored by your intentions, but I must respectfully decline this horse." Lu Jing nodded, recognizing Lu Huangshu's humility, which was truly admirable. However, Lu Jing genuinely wished to bestow the horse upon Zhao Yun as a token of gratitude for his martial teachings. He led the horse before Zhao Yun, bowing deeply in respect. Lu Jing held Zhao Yun's kindness in high regard, and thus presented the steed to the general to convey his heartfelt appreciation. At that moment, countless eyes turned towards Zhao Yun, including Liu Bei, who couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at him. It was evident to all that Lu Jing's offering of the horse to Liu Bei was merely a polite gesture in response to Zhang Fei's courtesy. But his gifting of the horse to Zhao Yun was sincere, with a tone entirely different. Zhao Yun pondered for a moment, sensing Lu Jing's goodwill. Yet he realized that accepting the horse would ultimately lead it to the hands of his lord, though his lord would possess what he cherished. Such an act would tarnish his reputation, which Zhao Yun wished to avoid. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yun gently patted the steed and smiled slightly, saying, "Thank you, young Master Jing, for your kind intentions. It seems this horse has formed a bond with you. Having recognized you as its master, how can you part with it? Even a horse possesses loyalty and righteousness, so I hope you will care for it well." Zhao Yun and Lu Jing exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other without the need for words, both displaying a mutual smile. Nearby, Liu Bei observed the exchange between Zhao Yun and Lu Jing, his expression growing cold as he comprehended Zhao Yun's reluctance to accept the warhorse. It was clear to him that Zhao Yun felt he was less significant than Lu Jing, preferring to leave the steed with Lu Jing rather than offer it to himself. Liu Bei felt the loyalty he once believed Zhao Yun held for him had waned, and he was not oblivious to this shift. After a moment, Liu Bei turned his gaze to the sky, hands clasped behind his back, and let out a heavy snort of discontent. In Jiangxia County, with its numerous lakes and intricate waterways, it was common for people to travel by boat, especially merchants who preferred the ease of water routes for transporting goods. However, land routes were also utilized. Two official roads connected Yangxin County to Xiangyang, one via the summer ferry across the river along the right bank of the Han, and the other via the Chibi ferry along the left bank. Among these, the left bank was more convenient. On this particular noon, a young officer arrived at the Chibi ferry, accompanied by a cavalry escort. While the officer was striking in appearance, it was the magnificent white steed he rode that captivated the attention of passers-by. This horse was exceptionally majestic, moving with grace and power, drawing the admiration of all who beheld it. The young officer was none other than Lu Jing. He chose not to return to Xiangyang by boat with Liu Bei's army, but rather rode his beloved horse back along the land route. Liu Bei, unable to persuade him otherwise and concerned for the safety of his horse, had dispatched a capable subordinate to protect him. Newly in possession of this splendid steed, Lu Jing's fervent desire to bond with it led him to forsake the boat, opting instead for a journey on horseback to deepen their connection. Lu Jing stood atop the high ridge, gazing into the distance at the mighty Yangtze River. This was indeed Chibi. The river flowed eastward, its waves having washed away countless heroes. In 7 years, a battle that would determine the fate of the world would erupt here. Little did he know how his arrival would embellish this chapter of history. Lu Jing remained in contemplation for a long while, until a hospitable innkeeper interrupted his thoughts. Sir, it's nearing noon. Why not have a drink at my humble establishment before crossing the river? The ferrymen at the dock are also resting, so there would be no one to take you across. Lu Jing turned to glance at the innkeeper, noting his beaming smile and eyes brimming with warmth, and inquired, "Where is your tavern?" The innkeeper gestured towards a nearby tavern. "It's the first one in the town," he replied. Lu Jing followed the direction of his finger. And just 100 paces away lay Chibi Town, a quaint settlement of approximately 100 households. The locals referred to merchants as Jia and those who operated shops as Gujin, a main street lined with various shops, lodges, taverns, brothels, and provisions. Over several dozen establishments catered primarily to travelers crossing the river. Many vessels traversing the great river would dock at Chibi, where patrons would disembark to drink and shop, lending the town a vibrant atmosphere. The tavern pointed out by the innkeeper was a 2-story building with a vegetable garden at the back, covering about 2 acres. In front stood a hitching post tethering a dozen horses, beside which a wooden pole displayed a sign with bold characters reading Chun Lai Ju against a yellow background framed in black. Eager to cross the river, Lu Jing hesitated until his attendant suggested, "Why not have a drink first, General Lu? I can arrange for the boat at the dock and join you shortly." Lu Jing nodded in agreement. At that moment, the innkeeper added with a smile, "There are friends of yours in the tavern who recognized you and sent me to fetch you." Friends? Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall any acquaintances in Jiangxia County. Curiosity piqued. He urged his horse toward the tavern. The tavern was not particularly bustling. The second floor was nearly empty, and the first floor was occupied by fewer than half a dozen patrons, roughly a dozen in total. As Lu Jing reached the entrance, he immediately spotted 2 individuals seated at the door, a young man and woman, both remarkably youthful. The young man, tall and robust with striking features, had a bronze complexion and wore a brocade robe cinched with a leather belt, his gaze fervently fixed on Lu Jing's warhorse. Across from him sat a young woman whom Lu Jing recognized instantly. She was the girl who had fought alongside him against Huang Yi's servants at Xingchuan Bridge. Upon seeing Lu Jing, the girl quickly rose with a cheerful smile. "General, do you still remember me?" Lu Jing nodded, relieved that the girl had safely left Wuchang. He tethered his warhorse to the hitching post and instructed the innkeeper to fetch some fine horse feed and fresh water before stepping into the tavern. With a gentle bow and a smile, he remarked, "I never anticipated encountering you again in Chibi. Truly, life is full of unexpected reunions." The young maiden was no longer adorned in the black dress and crimson cloak from their last encounter. Instead, she wore a waist-tied long gown, a flowing white garment that accentuated her slender figure with grace. Over her upper body, she donned a thick short jacket, and around her snow-white neck was draped a fiery red fox fur. In that moment, she exuded an aura devoid of any murderous intent. Her short sword and battle bow were nowhere to be seen. She appeared gentle and virtuous, though still somewhat youthful. Her every gesture radiated an indescribable elegance, starkly contrasting the fierce demeanor of the girl from before. The maiden performed a graceful bow, expressing her gratitude to the young gentleman for his efforts in ensuring her safe departure from Wuchang, her heart brimming with appreciation. Though she had trained in martial arts and harbored a deep-seated enmity towards evil, capable of taking lives without regard for the consequences, her tranquil demeanor revealed a delicate depth of thought. Lu Jing had borne the burden of the aftermath of violence, and her understanding of this was as clear as a mirror. "You flatter me," Lu Jing replied with a smile, returning her bow without placing much weight on the matter. However, a fleeting glance revealed that the young man beside him appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze drifting towards Lu Jing's steed, his eyes betraying an unmistakable longing. This stirred a sense of wariness within Lu Jing. Were they drawn by his horse? Clearing his throat gently, he addressed the young man with a smile. "I am Lu Jian, of the Jingzhou army. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The young man's attention snapped back, revealing a hint of fluster, as if his thoughts had been laid bare. He quickly clasped his fists in greeting. "I am Tao, from Chaisang. You may call me Silang. This is my younger sister. We are grateful for your assistance in Wuchang." Realization dawned upon Lu Jing as he recognized their identity. They belonged to the illustrious Tao family of Chaisang, hence their air of affluence. "There is no need for such formality, young Master Tao. In truth, I owe my gratitude to your sister for her timely aid." "Ha, you are too modest, General." The young man waved his hand with a grin. "Please, have a seat." After a few exchanges of politeness, Lu Jing settled into his chair, positioned perfectly to observe the horses outside the tavern. The young man instructed his servant to bring forth wine, then, with a beaming smile, inquired, "By your accent, General, It seems you hail from the Taishan region. What brings you to serve in Jingzhou amidst such chaos? Lu Jing smiled faintly, producing a small silk pouch from within his robes. Carefully, he extracted a golden hairpin and presented it to the maiden. This must belong to you, my lady. It is exquisite. I hope I have not damaged it. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the golden pin, her face alight with joy. I thought I had lost it. It was a gift from my mother. I cannot thank you enough, kind sir. At that moment, the young man's gaze returned to the horses outside, and he could no longer contain his curiosity. General Lu, is that steed outside one acquired from Zhang Wu? Indeed. Zhang Wu was slain by my hand. Thus his horse rightfully belongs to me. I sense that you have a particular interest in this mount, Lu Jing replied. The youth bit his lip and mustered his courage to speak. To speak candidly, we have come to Jiangxia specifically for this war horse. This horse bears a distinctive white tear mark beneath its right eye, named Dalu, and is renowned as one of the finest steeds in the world. I am willing to offer 100 gold pieces for its purchase. I wonder if the general might consider parting with it? Lu Jing chuckled. Bemused by the youth's naivety in proclaiming the horse's fame and offering such a sum, any discerning person would refuse such a proposition. Lu Jing shook his head, declaring that even 1,000 gold pieces would not persuade him to sell. The youth's expression faltered, and after a long pause, he downed his cup of wine. The young woman beside him laughed and said, General Lu, we have been interested in this horse since last year and have even sent emissaries to engage with Zhang Wu. Zhang Wu had agreed to gift us this horse, but alas, unforeseen circumstances arose, and he met an untimely end. Consequently, the horse came into your possession, which we find rather regrettable. If you trust us, we would like to accompany you to the Tao family in Chaisang, where we are prepared to offer 3,000 taels of gold in exchange for this horse. Would the general be amenable? So, it was for this horse that I and the young lady found ourselves reunited at Chibi. It seems you have been aware of my presence all along. Lu Jing shook his head, lamenting, regrettably, I shall not trade it for any sum, no matter how immense. As soon as Lu Jing's words were uttered, the youth forcefully slammed his cup onto the table, stating coldly, I have only been courteous due to your assistance to my sister in Wuchang. Otherwise, we would have resorted to force long ago. Lu, do not mistake my civility for weakness. Are you, Master Tao, attempting to seize my horse? Lu Jing's tone turned icy, matching the youth's hostility. I merely advise you to recognize the times. Those who are discerning are the truly wise. Your martial prowess pales in comparison even to that of my sister, let alone my own or others present. Open your eyes and take a good look. At this, a dozen patrons rose, each one stout and fierce-eyed, daggers sheathed at their waists. They effectively barred the doors and windows, leaving Lu Jing with no avenue for escape. Lu Jing chuckled softly, realizing that he had no choice but to act as a prudent man of the times, willingly surrendering the war horse. Just as his words fell, he swiftly lunged forward, seizing the young woman and pulling her close. Before she could resist, he tightened his grip around her neck, pressing a gleaming dagger against her delicate cheek. The young woman reacted with remarkable swiftness, driving her elbow back sharply into Lu Jing's chest. He grunted in surprise, his grip on the dagger tightening, leaving a shallow cut upon her tender skin. Should you dare to act recklessly again, you may ruin your beauty, he warned. The young woman, though fearless, was deeply concerned about her appearance. She would trade 100 Lu Jings for her radiant visage. Her clenched fists relaxed involuntarily, filled with rage as she cried out, You shameless scoundrel, release me at once. Lu Jing's hold on the young woman and her subsequent surrender transpired in an instant. Only then did her brother and the surrounding attendants react. You dare. The youth roared in fury, slamming his hand on the table as he rose, demanding Lu Jing to release her. The attendants drew their blades in unison, surrounding Lu Jing. He stood up, pressing the young woman against the wall, and coldly replied, I apologize, but I am simply not one to recognize the times. If you desire her death, feel free to advance. The attendant turned their gaze towards the young lad, who had been nurtured in an environment of esteemed education. Elevated above the common fray, he remained oblivious to the treachery lurking in the world. He could scarcely fathom that Lu Jing would dare to seize his sister as a hostage, an audacious act akin to possessing the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. He was utterly unaware of Lu Jing's fearless disposition. There existed naught that he would shy away from in this realm. Momentarily befuddled, the youth pondered how he would account for his sister's misfortune to their mother and elder brother. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly gestured with his hands, Release her. I no longer desire your horse. The young man's display of vulnerability was all too evident to Lu Jing, who realized that this girl was regarded as more precious than a princess in their eyes, indeed, their Achilles heel. Thus, how could he possibly relinquish her? With a cold smirk, Lu Jing commanded sharply, "Everyone, step aside at once." Chapter 37. The captive maiden. The young man, seeing Lu Jing's menacing demeanor, felt a surge of rage and panic as a sharp dagger was pressed against his sister's neck. Despite his fury, he found himself helpless. After a tense standoff, the young man reluctantly conceded, casting a fierce glare at Lu Jing as he commanded those around him to step aside. The crowd dispersed, clearing the entrance of the tavern. Lu Jing leaned toward the girl and whispered, "I will ensure your safety and release you. Should you dare to resist, I shall mark your face with a cut. Now, move." The girl bit her lips, pale with fear. Never before had she been held captive by a man, and the humiliation of being so tightly clutched was unbearable. Yet, she feared the possibility of him accidentally marring her visage, which she cherished above all else. Understanding the precariousness of the situation, she resolved not to risk her beauty by opposing her captor, provided he did not inflict excessive harm. Thus, she swallowed her humiliation and obediently followed Lu Jing toward the door. As they exited the tavern, Lu Jing maintained control over the girl, stepping steadily away. At that moment, his followers, having heard the news, rushed back from the docks. Upon seeing Lu Jing emerge, they hastily untied the reins of the war horses. Lu Jing let out a sharp whistle, and the steeds dutifully trotted alongside him toward the riverside dock. The young man, along with his dozen subordinates, trailed behind, seething as he watched his sister's frail form being dragged by Lu Jing toward the dock. His eyes burned with fury, vowing to tear Lu Jing to shreds. "Listen carefully," he instructed his men. "The moment he releases her, we strike simultaneously. He must not escape. Do you understand?" "Understood," they replied, gripping their weapons tightly. Advancing step by step behind Lu Jing, poised for action. At the dock, a vessel, a 500-stone ship, was prepared. Lu Jing's followers led the horses aboard first. Meanwhile, Lu Jing cast a quick glance over his shoulder at the approaching young man and his followers, noting their clenched weapons and tactical positioning, clearly preparing for an assault. "Foolish," Lu Jing scoffed, then quietly commanded the girl, "Board the ship." "Why must I go aboard?" she retorted, unable to contain her anger. "I have been compliant thus far. How long must I endure before you set me free?" The dagger remained unwavering against her cheek, devoid of any compassion. "Once we cross the river, you shall be released. Now, board the ship." With no other choice, the girl complied, being taken aboard. The vessel rocked slightly as it began to set sail. The young man, filled with rage, rushed forward and shouted, "Lu, what do you want?" "Release my sister." Without turning, Lu Jing replied, "Wait 1 hour, and the ship will return your sister safely. Should you dare to interfere, she will meet her demise at the river's bottom. Weigh your options wisely." Consumed with hatred and frustration, the young man could only watch helplessly as the ship departed from the dock, making its way into the heart of the river. A subordinate approached and whispered, "Young master, why don't we take a boat and follow them?" Striking from beneath the water, the young man turned and glared at him, unleashing his pent-up fury with a swift kick. "You fool! If Shangxiang is in his grasp, do you wish for her demise?" Everyone fell silent, afraid to utter a word. The young man resumed his gaze towards the departing vessel, gradually regaining his composure before solemnly stating, "This time, I was careless, and I accept my fault. Next time, he shall not evade me." He turned and commanded another subordinate, "Follow them to Xiangyang, inquire about the whereabouts of the Lu Ma, and ascertain the identity of this officer. Return and report back." "Understood," the subordinate replied, bowing before hastily seeking a boat. On the great river, the ships glided slowly towards the opposite shore. Lu Jing stood at the bow, hands clasped behind him, gazing into the shimmering expanse of the river. At that moment, he had released the girl, who sat on the other side, gently rubbing her cheeks marked by the dagger's cruel imprint. Though her visage remained intact, the bruises would require at least 2 months to heal. Anger and resentment swelled within her, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Jing could not resist casting another glance at the girl. "What are you staring at?" she spat, gritting her teeth. "Just kill me now and toss my body into the river. It would be for the best, sparing me the trouble of seeking vengeance later. I intend no offense." "Young lady, it is you who have forced my hand. The Lu Ma was obtained at the cost of my life on the battlefield. Yet you seek to take it from me. Had it not been for your prior alliance in battle, I would have long since ended your life. I, Lu Jing, am merciless and keep my word." "Your name is Lu Jing," the girl remarked, her eyes narrowing. "You are not Lu Jian. Are you deceiving us?" Lu Jing chuckled softly, fixing his gaze upon her. "Perhaps I am deceiving you. But might I ask, Does your surname also happen to be Tao? The girl's expression shifted drastically. Paling in shock as she regarded Lu Jing with fear, as if he had just uncovered her deepest secret. A sense of betrayal washed over her. With her brother and subordinates absent, would he indeed allow her to leave upon reaching the shore? She could not suppress the urge to glance towards the river, pondering whether she could leap into its depths to escape. Yet Lu Jing calmly replied, regardless of whether your surname is Sun or Cao, I am a man of my word and will indeed allow your return. However, it would be wise for you and your brother to refrain from further entanglements. You are both too inexperienced. Many of your words reveal your true nature, and I can see through them just as others can. Lu Jing's words provided the girl with a modicum of comfort. After a brief silence, she could not help but inquire, how did you deduce that? Lu Jing chuckled lightly. I merely jested with you, yet you have unwittingly confessed. What say you, my lady? The girl, her face flushed with anger, retorted, you are nothing but a rogue. Lu Jing, undeterred, chose to ignore her. Although Sun Jian and Lu Biao were archenemies, it did not concern him. The mere act of abducting Sun Quan's sister would suffice to bring him considerable trouble. Thus, he resolved to unmask her identity before releasing her, hoping they might acknowledge this favor. After a while, the girl began to regain her composure and couldn't resist stealing another glance at Lu Jing. It seemed a thought had struck her. Biting her lip, she murmured, General Lu, an innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing a treasure can bring misfortune. Even Zhongwu could not safeguard this steed. How could a mere like yourself hope to retain it? If you were to offer me this warhorse, I would not only reward you with 3,000 taels of gold, but also recommend you as a military officer in Jiangdong. Furthermore, I shall overlook your offense against me. What do you say? This is an opportunity for your elevation and fortune. Are you suggesting I surrender to Eastern Wu? Lu Jing inquired, a wry smile dancing upon his lips. The girl sighed. I speak the truth. You cannot hope to keep this horse. By the way, you also bear the surname Lu. Unless you are a nephew of Lu Biao, is that even possible? She gazed at Lu Jing, her eyes brimming with anticipation, hoping he would grasp the situation's merits and ultimately relinquish the horse to her. Just then, the boat lurched violently, and she realized they had arrived at the opposite shore. Lu Jing did not respond to her hopes. He took the warhorse and inclined his head slightly, saying, Take care, my lady. Lu Jing, are you not afraid of my vengeance? The girl cried, stepping forward, her heart heavy with the humiliation of her abduction, unwilling to let him depart without a fight. Lu Jing halted, not turning back, and replied solemnly, I have not harmed you, so why would you wish to harm me? With that, he mounted the horse and commanded his attendant, who rushed forward and tossed a dagger at the girl's feet. They then spurred their horses northward. Perhaps due to her anger, the girl momentarily failed to comprehend the significance of the dagger Lu Jing had thrown. Her heart oscillated between fury and frustration as she watched his figure fade away. With a stomp of her foot, she declared, Lu, you shall see. Despite her profound indignation towards Lu Jing's insolence and abduction, she soon found her resentment waning. She realized that had he not provided her with a dagger, her return journey would have been even more arduous. After all, the 6 or 7 rough-hewn boatmen, emboldened by her abduction, looked down upon her with disdain, their gazes laden with ill intent. With a sudden leap, the girl ascended the stairs and cleaved through the stout handrail with a single stroke of her dagger, shouting, Row the boat properly, or none of you shall live to tell the tale. Her fierce demeanor compelled the boatmen to retract their disdain, quelling their nefarious thoughts as they steered the vessel towards the shore. In the city of Wuchang, Huang Zhong stood with hands clasped at the crane pavilion on the dock, watching the fleet of Liu Bei sail away. He let out a soft sigh, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Father, I have something to say, whispered his eldest son. Huang Shi, who had been standing beside him, holding back thoughts that had lingered in his heart for several days, waiting for Liu Bei's army to depart. Huang Zhong nodded, signaling to a few of his bodyguards nearby, who promptly vacated the pavilion, with the last one closing the door behind him. What is it you wish to convey? Huang Zhong inquired. Father's association with Liu Bei concerns me. I fear the governor may not take kindly to it. With Wang Wei accompanying the army, how could the governor remain unaware? Might he not harbor discontent towards you? Huang Zhong squinted and smiled. Such political taboos are not lost on me. However, you fail to comprehend that once this occurs, Lu Biao may not only seek to suppress me but could also endeavor to win me over. What means do you think he would employ against the Huang family of Jiangxia? At this, Huang Shi began to grasp his father's deeper intention. His father implied that the governor would intensify his efforts to win the Huang family over, thereby distancing his father from Liu Bei, correct? Indeed, Huang Zhong replied with confidence. Lu Biao's rise was supported by the prominent families of Jingzhou. He would not dare offend them, particularly the Huang family of Jiangxia, whose welfare is intrinsically linked to the stability of Jiangxia County. Should he attempt to suppress me, I would simply surrender to the east. Would he not fear such a possibility? Thus, I am certain he will only seek to court my favor, never to oppress me. As he spoke, Huang Zhu sighed softly. In recent years, Liu Biao has grown somewhat dismissive of me. Liu Bei's flattery serves as a warning, perhaps to awaken him. Father is indeed astute, Huang Shi realized. Filled with genuine admiration. After a pause, he continued, could you not leverage the opportunity presented by the governor's overtures to address the matter of our third brother's death? This cannot simply be left unresolved. At the very least, Lu Jing should publicly apologize to the Huang family. You know nothing, Huang Zhu retorted coldly, casting a disapproving glance at his son. I have already submitted a letter of repentance to Liu Biao, admitting my failure to properly discipline my nephew, which led to his brazen abduction of a commoner in broad daylight. His punishment is well-deserved. Huang Shi was taken aback, father. This seems unduly harsh on our family's honor. Huang Zhu gazed out over the river for a long moment, then smiled faintly. Family sentiment pales in comparison to my own interests. Chapter 38. The Golden Sails Thief. 2 days later, Lu Jing finally returned to Xiangyang City, accompanied by his attendants. He first visited the northern dock, only to learn that Liu Bei's fleet had yet to return. He took out a 5-tael gold ingot and handed it to one of his attendants, smiling as he said, you have worked hard on the journey. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Use it to buy something nice for your wife, children, and parents. The attendant, whose home was across the Han River in Fanqing, could not refuse and gratefully accepted the gold, bowing in thanks before departing. Lu Jing watched the attendant make his way to the dock before turning his horse towards the city gate. He rode northward for 3 days, growing somewhat weary and deciding to return home for a restful sleep before reporting to his uncle, Liu Biao, as Lu Jing's steed galloped lightly along the way. It was midday, and the open spaces flanking the official road outside the northern city were filled with various stalls, bustling with people and thriving commerce. Nearby, a few taverns and inns could be seen, with faint sounds of laughter and chatter emanating from within. The most renowned establishment, the Huang Zhong Tavern, was located at the northernmost point. Xiangyang City was fortified with impressive defenses, featuring an outer barbican beyond which lay the inner city, guarded by nearly 1,000 soldiers at the northern city gate. Despite the fortified walls, the soldiers displayed little diligence. Groups of them lounged lazily by the city walls, only glancing at the comings and goings of pedestrians, generally ignoring them unless someone appeared suspicious. At that moment, the soldiers' eyes brightened simultaneously as one of them called out softly. Look, someone approaches. They spotted a magnificent warhorse ambling towards the city gate, ridden by what seemed to be an officer. At this time, unless the rider was a civil official adorned in a formal cap and robe, the soldiers paid little heed to an officer without attendants. Excitedly, the soldiers surged forward, surrounding Lu Jing's steed, not to challenge him, but to admire the horse, pointing and whispering among themselves. What a splendid steed! It surpasses Master Kai's yellow-hoofed lion head by a few degrees. As they conversed, someone recognized the rider and exclaimed, Isn't that young Master Jing? Who is young Master Jing? You fool! Don't you remember who defeated Kai Jin in the last sword match? It's him, the nephew of the governor. Upon recognizing Lu Jing, the soldiers who had planned to approach him quickly retreated, intimidated. Lu Jing chuckled and urged his horse onward, while the onlookers could only watch in awe as the splendid steed galloped through the city gate. Accustomed to such envious remarks, Lu Jing was aware that this horse might attract some trouble, though he hoped it would be minimal. Just as he entered the barbican, a sudden shout rang out from behind. The Golden Sails Thief has come. Countless vendors selling vegetables and sundries outside the city were filled with terror, stumbling as they rushed into the city, frantically trying to escape, as if they were fleeing from law enforcement in later times. The mention of the words Jin Fanzai aroused immense curiosity in Lu Jing, prompting him to swiftly turn his steed around. With a gentle squeeze of his legs, the warhorse galloped towards the outskirts of the city. The northern outskirts, once a bustling marketplace filled with vendors selling fish and vegetables, along with an array of assorted goods from both the south and north, boasted over 100 stalls, not to mention 3 taverns and 2 inns. However, at this moment, the tofu stall lay overturned, vegetables were trampled into mush, and the small vendors had scattered in haste, leaving the 3 taverns shuttered. A multitude of patrons hid behind the windows, peering outside in trepidation. The mere utterance of Jin Fanzai sent the residents of Xiangyang into a frenzy. As some daring onlookers emerged, a few vendors, concerned for their stalls, slipped out of the city, gathering in clusters by the city gates. Not far from Xiangyang, the riverbank was lined with over 100 sailboats, from which approximately 400 individuals disembarked, congregating on the riverbank. Behind them, the sails of a grand vessel were being furled, woven from colorful brocade. 3 robust men strode purposefully towards the city gate. The leader, a man just over 20, stood an impressive 8 feet tall, with a dark complexion and fierce, piercing eyes beneath his arched brows. His prominent features included a high nose and a square jaw, exuding a commanding presence. Dressed in a resplendent brocade robe that hung open to reveal his bronze-toned chest, he wielded a pair of double halberds, with a bow and arrows slung across his back and a long knife at his waist. His imposing gait radiated both a free-spirited demeanor and an air of authority. As he passed Lu Jing, an overwhelming masculine aura enveloped Lu, accompanied by a palpable sense of pressure. The double halberds he held weighed no less than 80 pounds, gripped tightly in hands resembling steel claws. Lu Jing instinctively urged his horse to the side to make way. The towering man cast a surprised glance at Lu's warhorse and offered a slight smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. This smile ignited a flicker of affinity in Lu Jing. Could this individual be the renowned Gan Ning from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? The guards at the city gate had grown tense, with squads of soldiers rushing to the parapets, armed with long spears and bows, watching the hundreds of waterborne visitors approaching. The general in charge of Xiangyang's defenses, named Cao Zhang, a cousin of Cai Mao, was merely a subordinate officer, standing at 7 feet 6 inches. He possessed broad shoulders and was notorious in Xiangyang for his ruthless demeanor. Upon hearing from his soldiers about a fine steed entering the city, he hurried to the battlements, only to encounter Gan Ning's arrival. Cao Zhang, wielding a golden-backed tiger toothblade, cast a cold gaze upon the approaching men. "Halt!" Cao Zhang bellowed. "Who dares to brazenly invade Xiangyang?" The leading man raised a hand, signaling his companions to stop. He stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute towards the battlements, and proclaimed loudly, "I am Gan Ning, also known as Gan Xingba. Having heard of Governor Lu's call for talented individuals, I have come to offer my services." Although the crowd had already surmised his identity, his self-introduction caused a stir among those present. Gan Ning's reputation in Jingzhou was immense. Young and old alike in Jingzhou were well aware of him as the leader of the river pirates. He was known for his chivalrous spirit and fierce retribution. Those who respected him received tenfold kindness, while his enemies faced tenfold vengeance. He was known for his grand displays of power on land and swift maneuvers on water, with his ships adorned with brocade sails, hence earning the moniker Jin Fan Zai. Due to his merciless acts of murder and plunder, he had long terrorized the regions of Jingxiang and Bashu, sailing upon the great rivers unchallenged for many years. The authorities had repeatedly attempted to capture him without success, never anticipating that he would appear beneath the walls of Xiangyang. The notorious Jin Fan bandit was about to take lives. The soldiers atop the city walls shouted and clamored, drawing their bows with hundreds of arrows aimed at Gan Ning below, the tension palpable, as if Gan Ning were leading an assault on Xiangyang. Cao Zhang, with his slanted eyes narrowing into a line and a fierce gleam flashing within, recalled his own failed mission to eliminate this Jin Fan bandit 2 years prior. A defeat that had incited the wrath of the provincial governor and led to his demotion from the position of naval captain to the role of a mere city guard. The seeds of murderous intent began to germinate within Cao Zhang. Such an opportunity had presented itself, and he could not let it slip away. Yet, he understood the formidable martial prowess of Gan Ning, armed and capable. A hasty attack might allow the man to escape, thus. He devised a plan to coax him into the city. With this thought, Cao Zhang chuckled softly, realizing that his younger brother Gan was here to seek refuge with the provincial governor, a commendable turn of events. He turned to command his subordinates to lower their bows. The soldiers gradually relaxed their grip on their weapons, and Cao Zhang hastily descended from the battlements, out through the city gates. He performed a deep bow, a smile illuminating his face as he revealed 2 gleaming gold teeth, and spoke with utmost sincerity. "Brother Gan is a man of great talent, and his wish to align with the provincial governor is indeed a joyous occasion for the troops of Jingzhou. I, Cao Zhang, shall serve as your humble guide and lead you to meet the governor. Please, follow me into the city." Lu Jing, listening intently, recognized Gan Ning's presence, and the throng around him began to swell. Whispers circulated amongst the crowd, foretelling misfortune for the Jin Fan bandit, having encountered Cao Zhang, who had suffered defeat at Gan Ning's hands in the past. Would Cao Zhang dare to exact vengeance? Surely, the Kai family would not hesitate, for the provincial governor would not jeopardize his standing for a mere bandit like Gan Ning. Lu Jing felt a surge of concern. Today presented a significant predicament. If Gan Ning were to escape, he would undoubtedly seek refuge with Eastern Will. The pressing issue was that Cao Zhang appeared intent on seizing this opportunity to eliminate him. Though Lu Jing was the nephew of Lu Biao, he found himself in a precarious position, his influence insufficient to sway Cao Zhang's intentions. The only recourse lay in Lu Biao personally intervening to rectify the situation. However, if he were to seek Lu Biao's assistance, it would consume at least half an hour, by which time it would be too late. What was to be done? Lu Jing was consumed by anxiety, yet found himself bereft of solutions. Gan Ning let out a cold laugh. He was no naive child. He understood Cao Zhang's motives all too well. Having expressed his intent to ally with Lu Biao, it was imperative that Lu Biao himself come to meet him, to dispel past grievances and ensure his safety. Should Lu Biao lack the magnanimity and sincerity to do so, Gan Ning would have no choice but to turn to Sun Quan of Eastern Wu. With a calm demeanor, Gan Ning replied, I appreciate General Kai's goodwill, but I have traveled a great distance to seek refuge. I only hope the provincial governor can extend the courtesy of a meeting at the North City Gate. Please convey my request to the governor, as I await his esteemed presence here. Outrage welled within Cao Zhang, his anger palpable. What status does the provincial governor hold? Would he deign to welcome you, a mere river bandit? If you fail to recognize your place, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Cao Zhang gestured, and over 100 soldiers surged forward, encircling Gan Ning completely, with numerous bows and crossbows aimed menacingly in all directions. Gan Ning's subordinates were taken aback, drawing their swords in a rush, but Gan Ning raised a hand to halt them. With an inscrutable expression, he let out a cold chuckle, questioning whether this was truly the manner of hospitality in Jingzhou. Cao Zhang laughed heartily, proclaiming, You refuse the path to heaven and instead find your way to the underworld. Gan Xingba, today shall be the day you meet your demise. Prepare to face your end. Just as he was about to issue the command to shoot, Gan Ning tightened his grip on his dual halberds, poised to retaliate. In that tense moment, a powerful shout echoed, The governor has decreed. Suddenly, a magnificent warhorse galloped into the fray like the wind, causing several soldiers to stumble and fall beneath its thunderous charge. This unexpected turn of events momentarily stilled the brewing conflict between the two parties. Chapter 39. Resolving the crisis. The sudden arrival of the provincial governor left Cao Zhang momentarily stunned. The command to shoot had not been issued, and Gan Ning's imminent bloodlust was abruptly quelled. Both men turned their gaze towards the approaching figure, clad in scaled armor and wearing an eagle-winged helmet. The newcomer appeared to be merely an ordinary low-ranking officer, yet the magnificent steed he rode drew considerable attention. Gan Ning, though surprised, maintained a composed demeanor, while Cao Zhang, fixated on the fine horse, revealed a glint of greed in his eyes. A glance at Lu Jing, whom he did not recognize, further fueled his ire. Enraged, he pointed his long knife and demanded, Who are you to dare defy authority? Around them, the crowd murmured in astonishment, fully aware that the newcomer was indeed Lu Jing, who had recklessly rushed in during a critical moment. Lu Jing replied calmly, I am but seeking to offer a word to General Kai. Cao Zhang narrowed his slanted eyes and sneered, How audacious of you, Amir, to challenge me. According to military law, you ought to be executed. Leave that horse here, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, I shall slay you both. With a fierce glare, Cao Zhang threatened Lu Jing, who, however, remained unfazed and silent. Archers, prepare. Cao Zhang commanded menacingly. 100 crossbowmen swiftly raised their weapons, but just then, a gatekeeper rushed forward and whispered something into Cao Zhang's ear. Cao Zhang froze, realizing that this young officer was none other than Lu Jing, the one who had defeated Kai Jin. He cast a puzzled glance at the young general, noting his noble steed and fearless demeanor, confirming Lu Jing's identity as the governor's nephew. No longer daring to act recklessly, Cao Zhang waved his hand dismissively, ordering the soldiers to lower their weapons. As the soldiers complied, Lu Jing turned to Gan Ning with a slight smile. General Gan is a man of great merit. May I speak a few words of justice? Gan Ning, feeling a pang of shame for his earlier covetous thoughts regarding the young man's steed, had intended to seize it but found himself compelled to protect Lu Jing instead. Blushing slightly, he nodded. Please, speak, young master. Lu Jing, known for his warmth and commitment to justice, was eager to mediate and alleviate the tensions. With his legal experience, he understood how to defuse the impending conflict. He needed to contain the brewing discord while ensuring Gan Ning remained, preventing him from returning to Eastern Wu, all without overly antagonizing Cao Zhang. He had to provide Cao Zhang with a face-saving exit to avoid provoking him into a reckless fury. In this way, every angle must be considered to successfully avert the looming crisis. By revealing his identity, he had gained recognition from the opposing side, marking the first step toward success. Yet, the subsequent steps required equal caution. Lu Jing clasped his hands and smiled at Cao Zhang, saying, "General Kai, your unwavering dedication to duty and meticulous approach is truly commendable. However, General Gan has traveled a great distance to offer his sincere intentions. I believe the provincial governor would also wish to cultivate a reputation for humility and hospitality, thus attracting more talented individuals. Therefore, I kindly ask that you show a measure of forbearance until the governor can address this matter. What say you, General Kai?" His initial flattery was soon overshadowed by a subtle yet firm warning, hinting to Cao Zhang not to tarnish their master's reputation for attracting talent. It is crucial to understand that reputation held immense significance during the late Han dynasty, particularly for a warlord like Liu Biao. Possessing a commendable name would draw allies to his cause. Cao Zhang's expression darkened. He had initially intended to eliminate Gan Ning stealthily, thus satisfying his grudge while simultaneously achieving a feat against the water bandits, two birds with one stone. However, with Lu Jing's arrival, he realized his plot had unraveled. Yet he found it difficult to concede. Coldly, he remarked, "It is young Master Jing. I apologize for the previous misunderstanding. Since you are intent on preserving the governor's reputation, please feel free to report to him. This man is a notorious brigand. I must keep a close watch on him to prevent any underhanded actions disguised as allegiance." Lu Jing found himself in a predicament. He could not leave the North City. He understood that should he depart, chaos would inevitably ensue, and even if Gan Ning were to survive, Cao Zhang would incite him further. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "Might I request that General Kai accompany me?" "Absolutely not," Cao Zhang replied resolutely. "It is my duty to guard the city gates and prevent the brigands from entering. I will not step away from my post." Lu Jing truly felt the weight of the situation. He regretted not having his attendants remain behind. What could he do? Who would convey his message? The crowd murmured amongst themselves, and not far off, beneath a large tree, an elderly Taoist priest with a youthful visage observed Lu Jing while gently stroking his long beard, smiling silently. At that moment, a hearty laugh erupted from a nearby tavern. "Young Master Jing, how about I convey your message to the governor?" A tall, slender scholar emerged from the tavern, donned in a white scholar's robe and a flat cap. Appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old, with fair skin and bright, composed eyes, exuding an air of refined elegance. Cao Zhang recognized this individual and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had narrowly averted a grave mistake by not noticing him in the tavern. Lu Jing, overjoyed, performed a deep bow and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, sir?" The young scholar returned a slight bow and smiled, "I am E.G., a humble aide in the service of Governor Liu." The general's mansion in the western part of the city also functioned as the provincial governor's residence, serving as the epicenter of power in the Jingzhou region. At this moment, within the official chambers of the governor's office, Liu Biao was engaged in discussions with Kai Mao and Kuai Yu regarding pressing matters. Today, Liu Biao had received a letter from Yuan Shao, requesting his military assistance in the central plains while Yuan Shao would strike from the north, aiming to encircle Cao Cao and eradicate the Han thieves, all in the name of a noble cause. In truth, this was the second letter Yuan Shao had sent during the previous year's Battle of Guandu. He had also reached out to Liu Biao, proposing an alliance against Cao Cao. Liu Biao had hesitated then, as his advisors, with the exception of Huang Zhong, were unanimously opposed to allying with Yuan Shao. Even Han Song and the official Lu Xian advised to take advantage of Cao Cao's current weakness and surrender to him for the sake of future prominence. Today, Yuan Shao's second letter did not provoke much reaction. Kuai Yu chuckled, stating that he had foreseen last year that Binch would inevitably fail, thus advising the lord against forming an alliance with the Yuan clan. Yuan Shao, he remarked, is a man of little gratitude and scant wisdom, possessing the strategy of Tian Feng yet envious and harmful towards him. Although he commands 1,000,000 troops, his indecisiveness mirrors that of He Jin in years past. Should we engage in battle with Chao's forces again, defeat is certain. Liu Biao pondered for a moment before inquiring of Kai Mao, "What does the Gui think?" Despite their familial disputes, both Kai Mao and Kuai Yu concurred on opposing an alliance with Yuan Shao. Kai Mao scoffed, saying, "Last year, when Yuan was strong and Chao weak, we did not ally with Yuan Shao. Now that Yuan is weak and Chao is strong, we should ally with Yuan Shao? Is that not a jest? Should 10 more such letters arrive, my lord need not heed them." Liu Biao felt a genuine concern, not for Yuan Shao, but for himself. Once Cao Cao vanquished Yuan Shao, would he not next turn his military might towards Jingzhou? Kai Mao perceived Liu Biao's apprehension and remarked, "I suspect this letter is part of Yuan Shao's scheme to incite disaster in Jing'an." Lu Biao was taken aback. What do you mean by this? Yuan Shao suffered defeat at Guandu last year and again at Songting this year. He is at his wit's end. At this juncture, he is barely able to ensure his own safety, let alone harbor thoughts of slaying the Han usurpers and rallying for a great cause. If you, my lord, were to march into the central plains, Jingzhou would surely suffer brutal retribution from Chao's troops, while Yuan Shao would escape calamity and gain respite. This is, in fact, a stratagem akin to using Wei to rescue Zhao. My lord must not fall into this trap. Lu Biao sighed inwardly, recognizing the peril in both aiding and abstaining from aid, a truly vexing dilemma. At that moment, a servant hastened to the door and bowed, reporting, "My lord, Mr. E requests an audience, claiming he has important matters to discuss." E.g., hailing from Gaoying in Shanyang County, was a fellow townsman of Lu Biao. In his youth, he had fled the turmoil of war to seek refuge with Lu Biao in Jingzhou. Gifted with exceptional intelligence and a remarkable memory, he earned Lu Biao's admiration, who supported him in completing his studies and appointed him under the renowned scholar Pang Digong in Xiangyang. In his 20s, Pang Digong recommended him to Lu Biao, and he became Lu Biao's advisor, assisting with documents and drafting letters, thus gaining Lu Biao as trust. Today, E.G. had taken a day off to shop across the river in Fanqing. Upon his return, while having lunch at an inn on the outskirts of the northern city, he fortuitously encountered Gan Ning, who had come to pledge his allegiance, and witnessed Lu Jing's decisive resolution in averting a crisis. E.G. hurried into the hall, still marveling at Lu Jing's astuteness. Such qualities require not only courage but also strategy and a deep understanding of propriety and principle. A moment's negligence could lead to failure. Yet Lu Jing had executed it all flawlessly, appearing no more than 15 or 16, yet exhibiting such maturity in handling affairs left E.G. in awe. E.G. knelt, respectfully bowing to Lu Biao, stating, "I have a pressing matter to report to my lord." "What news do you bring?" Lu Biao inquired with a slight smile. "I just returned from Fanqing, and I happened to encounter Gan Ning coming to offer his allegiance to my lord." However, the notorious pirate Gan Ning stood before Cai Mao, whose rage was palpable. As the commander of the naval forces in Jingzhou, Cai Mao had suffered numerous humiliations at the hands of Gan Ning, which severely tarnished his reputation within the military, fueling a deep-seated animosity towards him. It was at this moment that E.G. revealed Cao Zhang's intent to assassinate Gan Ning. Lu Jing stepped forward, diffusing the imminent threat of violence with eloquence and charm, expressing his favorable regard for Lu Jing while subtly elevating his stature in the narrative. Exchanging glances, Cai Mao and Kuai Yu realized that Lu Jing had returned. Though Cai Mao harbored a profound hatred for Gan Ning, being a person of considerable standing, he refrained from reckless actions like Cao Zhang, understanding the nuances of political decorum. He suppressed his fury and chose to remain silent, awaiting Lu Biao's judgment. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Biao expressed the difficulty of deciding Gan Ning's fate. A glance at Cai Mao sought his counsel, to which Cai Mao responded with a derisive sneer. He considered Gan Ning a notorious killer, with countless lives lost at his hands. Many in Jingzhou yearned for his demise. Since he had presented himself, Cai Mao thought, perhaps the innocent souls slain by him could finally find peace. E.G., sensing urgency, interjected, "My lord, allow me a moment of your attention. Gan Ning is a formidable hero of Jingxiang, skilled in martial arts. In these chaotic times, with the treacherous Cao looming in the south, it is a critical moment for Jingzhou to enlist capable men. The abundance of scholars in Jingzhou contrasts sharply with the scarcity of martial generals. Gan Ning's arrival is a fortuitous opportunity for your lordship. Thus, it would be unwise to reject him or, heaven forbid, to take his life." Cai Mao scoffed heavily, asserting that a virtuous ruler should not align with a villain. To accept Gan Ning as a general would tarnish Lu Biao's reputation and deter other worthy talents from seeking his favor. Lu Biao found himself in a quandary. Aware of Gan Ning's exceptional abilities and the potential he held against the forces of Dong Wu or Cao. Yet, Cai Mao's words resonated deeply. To accept Gan Ning would indeed undermine his honor and discourage virtuous men from approaching him, leaving Lu Biao in a state of indecision. At that moment, Kuai Yu, with a faint smile, suggested, "In truth, my lord, there exists a third path." Lu Biao pondered briefly, suddenly realizing that he had indeed an alternative route to consider between acceptance and rejection. Chapter 40. The Persuasion of Kuai Yu outside the northern gate of the city. Gan Ning patiently awaited. Having participated in the rebellion against Lu Zhang's ascension in Shu and subsequently suffering defeat, he was reluctantly reduced to a bandit. In these tumultuous times, he was unwilling to embrace a life of thievery. He yearned to achieve greatness and thus sought to ally himself with Lu Biao. However, upon arriving at the city, He encountered Cao Zhang's provocations, which irked him considerably. Given his temperament, he would have stormed off were it not for the earnest protection offered by the youthful Lu Jing. He resolved to endure, choosing not to engage with Cao Zhang, preferring instead to address matters with Lu Biao. Lu Jing frequently glanced back at Gan Ning, anxiety gnawing at him. He feared that Gan Ning, in a fit of rage, might abandon him and seek refuge with Sun Quan. Gan Ning was among his favorite figures in the Three Kingdoms. Historically, Lu Jing did not exist, and now that he did, would Gan Ning's fate be altered as well? On the city walls, Cao Zhang squinted towards Lu Jing, his interest in Gan Ning waning. Instead, he found himself intrigued by Lu Jing, particularly by the splendid steed he rode, which left him coveting. As the governor arrived, a soldier bellowed, and waves of troops emerged from within the city, parting to reveal Governor Lu Biao atop a magnificent steed, flanked by several mounted figures, including Kai Mao and Kuai Yu. Lu Biao reined in his horse, casting a calm gaze upon Gan Ning. The latter hurried forward, kneeling on one knee, and proclaimed, "I, Gan Ning of Ba County, pay my respects to the general of the south." Lu Biao smiled faintly. "Rise, brave Gan." As Gan Ning stood, he continued, "I have committed many misdeeds in the past. I hope the general will overlook them. I wish to serve under your command." Lu Biao chuckled. "It is fortunate for Jingzhou that Gan, a man seeking redemption, wishes to serve the court. I ask that you lead your men to reside in Fan City, and I shall ensure timely provisions and resources are allocated. The positions of subordinate officers and captains may be somewhat humble, yet I shall report to the court to advocate for your promotion to Zhonglong General. What say you, Gan?" Gan Ning was elated. Lu Biao had consented to advocate for his promotion to Zhonglong General. He knelt once more, declaring his willingness to serve the general of the south. Lu Biao, with a twinkle in his eye, recognized this as the third path Kuai Yu had alluded to, neither utilizing nor expelling Gan Ning, but instead nurturing him in Jingzhou. This strategy would preserve his own reputation while quelling the threat of waterborne banditry, achieving a dual purpose. The so-called promotion to Zhonglong General was merely a pretext, a means to placate Gan Ning. Positions such as subordinate officers and captains could be appointed directly by Lu Biao, while ranks like Zhonglong General and Shaowei required court approval. The court's processes were notoriously sluggish. A year or two would pass without word. More crucially, if matters did not unfold as desired, Lu Biao could easily shift the blame to Cao Cao, absolving himself of responsibility, for he would have done his utmost. Unaware of such political maneuverings, Gan Ning, a man of integrity, believed Lu Biao genuinely intended to advocate for his promotion. His heart brimmed with gratitude and anticipation. Lu Biao then instructed one of his aides to escort Gan Ning and his companions to the Phoenix Wing Pavilion in Fan City, ensuring they were well accommodated. With a wave of his hand, Gan Ning gestured for his departure. He cast a deep glance at Lu Jing and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Young friend, your defense today shall be etched in my heart. Until we meet again." Lu Jing returned the courtesy with a smile, assuring General Gan that there would be ample opportunities for him to apply his skills. Gan Ning then turned and, leading his men, boarded the ship bound for the distant shores of Fan City, gradually fading from view. It was then that Lu Biao turned his gaze to Lu Jing, smiling faintly. "Iboji has spoken highly of your discernment and propriety, deeming you a talent worthy of cultivation. I have decided to send you to the Lu Min Academy for 5 years of rigorous study. Prepare yourself. Your elder brother will escort you tomorrow." Lu Jing sighed inwardly. It was now the 6th year of Jianan, and his heart was far from the pursuit of literature. He bowed respectfully, replying, "Thank you, uncle, for your kind intentions. But I would rather pursue martial arts. I wish to study and practice on my own in the evenings, and I hope you will support my choice." Lu Biao was taken aback, not expecting Lu Jing to publicly decline his offer, which stirred a slight displeasure within him, yet he masked it with a smile, conceding, "Very well, we shall discuss this matter another time." At that moment, Lu Biao's gaze fell upon Lu Jing's magnificent steed, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. He had received swift news from Wang Wei that Zhang Wu's prized horse had been acquired by his nephew. Lu Biao had long coveted this horse and had sent several inquiries to Zhang Wu, subtly hinting at his desire, yet Zhang Wu, valuing it as his own life, refused to part with it, even at the cost of offending Lu Biao. "Ah, this horse is quite remarkable," Lu Biao mused, gently stroking the mane. His eyes filled with longing. Nearby, Kai Mao chuckled, "Young Master Jing, this warhorse is well known to the provincial governor. Unfortunately, Zhang Wu lacks discernment." The implication was clear. Are you also lacking in discernment? A casual remark often bears a sharp sting. Lu Jing turned to Cao Zhang with a smile. General Kai has just inquired about this horse. Should I refuse him, I might find myself in peril. You place me in a difficult position, Commander Kai. The best way to counter a sting is not to evade it, but to confront it head-on. Kai Mao's expression shifted, and he glared at Cao Zhang, who, frightened, hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, this is a misunderstanding." Lu Biao remained composed, chuckling lightly. One's affection for a fine steed is universal. There is no need for such trepidation. General Kai. Although Lu Biao cherished the horse, he would not claim it as his own. Earlier in the year, Huang Zhong had informed him that this horse was named Dilu, known to bring misfortune to its rider. With Zhang Wu's demise tied to this steed, Lu Biao understood the wisdom in relinquishing it. He smiled at Lu Jing, saying, "I have reviewed the military reports stating your successful ambush of Zhang Wu, which merits this horse as a reward for your valor. Take good care of it." Lu Jing was elated. He had been torn over whether to present the horse to Lu Biao, reluctant to part with it yet fearing disrespect towards his elder. Now that Lu Biao had officially bestowed the horse upon him, it alleviated his concerns, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, uncle, for your generous gift." Lu Biao laughed heartily, turning his horse around to head back to the city. E.G. approached Lu Jing, whispering, "You should not have so openly declined the offer to study at Lu Man. It would have been wiser to acquiesce first and discuss it later." Lu Jing shook his head. Some matters might warrant compromise, yet there are certain issues that must not be trifled with. To be untrustworthy would only provoke disdain from his uncle and the Pang family. E.G.'s face flushed, and with a chuckle, he replied, "You speak most truthfully. Esteemed young master, I have been enlightened." He clasped his hands in respect and followed Lu Biao back. Moments later, the soldiers at the city gate had departed completely. At this juncture, Cao Zhang approached slowly, cupping his hands in greeting. "I was unaware it was you earlier, and I apologize for any offense." "There is no need for such formality, General Kai. We are only strangers until we engage," Lu Jing replied. "You possess a truly magnanimous spirit." Cao Zhang, with a broad smile, continued, "If you do not mind, I would be willing to teach you martial arts, should you grant me this favor." Lu Jing, however, saw little merit in him, particularly since Cao Zhang harbored ulterior motives. He responded with a respectful smile, "I appreciate your kind offer, General Kai, but my uncle wishes for General Wang Wei to instruct me. It would be impolite to refuse." Cao Zhang chuckled awkwardly. I understand now. General Wang is indeed a master of martial arts, far beyond my capabilities. I congratulate you." "General Kai, until we meet again," Lu Jing said, bowing slightly as he took his leave. He urged his horse towards the city, while Cao Zhang watched him depart, his expression darkening, letting out a heavy grunt. Unappreciative fool. A minor incident had left Lu Biao somewhat unsettled. He paced back and forth in his official quarters with his hands clasped behind his back. Today, Lu Jing had audaciously rejected his arrangement in public, which greatly displeased him. Lu Jing had been in Jingzhou for a month and a half. And with the passage of time, Lu Biao began to perceive the character of this nephew. On the surface, this nephew appeared modest and reticent, displaying tolerance, ambition, and wisdom regarding social intricacies. Apart from a slight deficiency in etiquette, he otherwise seemed commendable. Yet, Lu Biao also discerned a stubborn streak within his nephew. Marked by a strong sense of self, particularly when it came to personal interests, he would not yield. This was evident in the matter of the war horses today. Despite Kai Mao's reminders, Lu Jing remained silent, clearly unwilling to part with the horses, perhaps as they represented his own interests. Furthermore, Lu Jing was resolute in his decisions, unwilling to alter them lightly, even if it meant opposing his uncle. Today's incident regarding the Lu Min reading session served as a prime illustration, as he openly rejected Lu Biao's proposal. Though such traits are not inherently negative, Lu Biao felt a growing discontent. In Jingzhou, his arrangements and opinions had never been contested. His words were regarded as law. Yet, Lu Jing dared to say no to him, and this was not the first instance. Additionally, his nephew's rudeness towards his wife and the unauthorized gifting of the Xianlin sword to Tsung heir had accumulated into a palpable dissatisfaction. Lu Biao found himself increasingly disliking this nephew. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. "Lord, may I enter?" "Come in," Lu Biao replied, returning to his seat. Moments later, Kuai Yu entered, bowing respectfully, "My lord." "Please sit and speak," Lu Biao said, smiling and gesturing for him to take a seat. As Kuai Yu seated himself across from Lu Biao, he observed the latter carefully and remarked with a smile, "It seems that your mood is less than favorable, my lord." Lu Biao let out a slight sigh, burdened by an inexplicable sense of unease. "Is it concerning the matter of young Master Jing?" Lu Biao nodded. Indeed. That child has left me somewhat disappointed. Is your disappointment rooted in his recent confrontation with Cai Mao, or his studies at the Luming Academy? Kuai Yu inquired. Perhaps it encompasses both. He ought to learn the art of humility, and even more so, to respect the opinions of his elders, yet he has failed in both respects. Rising to his feet, Kuai Yu performed a deep bow, stating, I have come to extend my congratulations to you, my lord, for your family possesses great talent. Lu Biao was taken aback. What do you mean by that? My lord, permit me to speak candidly. Speak freely. I shall not take offense. Kuai Yu smiled faintly. What do you suppose would have transpired today had Lu Jing not been present? How would Gan Ning have fared? Lu Biao pondered briefly before responding. Either Gan Ning would have met his demise, or he would have caused quite a commotion in his departure. And if it were young Master Zhong in the North City instead? Lu Biao grimaced. It would likely have been even more chaotic. Not to mention him. Even Shi'er would struggle to manage the situation. He is too hesitant and timid. Yet young Master Jing handled the crisis adeptly, my lord. He is merely 16. And such decisiveness in the face of adversity is unparalleled among his peers. I have certainly never witnessed it. Moreover, I heard from Lord Xuanda that when his general Zhao Yun was injured by Chao's forces in Runan, it was young Master Jing who remained steadfast, aiding in his escape. Even when captured by Eugene, he remained composed, and when besieged by Cao himself, he cleverly evaded capture. Do you not perceive this child's loyalty, intelligence, and potential for greatness? Lu Biao had heard of this incident from Liu Bei, but remained skeptical, believing Liu Bei was merely inflating Lu Jing's merits. He lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment before sighing. Yet he is excessively headstrong, daring to openly contradict my words. He is solely focused on martial pursuits and neglects the teachings of sages. I fear he may become too unruly. This is precisely what I wish to advise you on. My lord, the land of Jingzhou is fraught with turmoil. To the north, Cao lurks like a ravenous beast. To the east, Sun Quan harbors ambitions. To the west, Lu Zhong stirs restlessly. And to the south, Zhang Jin of Jiaozhou has been embroiled in years of warfare. Should young Master Qi ascend to power, while his wisdom may suffice, his courage is lacking, rendering him too weak to withstand formidable foes on all fronts. Have you considered which of your nephews could assist him? Before Lu Biao could respond, Kuai Yu continued, young Master Jing is both courageous and possesses military acumen. Though he dared to confront you today and criticize Cai Mao, in the future, he will equally stand up to Cao and remain unfazed by Sun Quan. My lord, is this not a divine asset bestowed upon young Master Qi? Lu Biao, who could be regarded as a man of considerable talent himself, grasped the deeper implications of Kuai Yu's words. He nodded slowly, sighing. Your words are indeed golden advice. In that moment, Lu Jing seemed less distasteful to him. However, Kuai Yu internally sighed. Having accompanied Lu Biao for over a decade and understanding him well, Lu Biao's greatest weakness was his indecisiveness and tendency to waver. While he had been swayed today, what of tomorrow? Chapter 41. A midnight conversation between uncle and nephew let us devise an appropriate means to teach that audacious young rascal a severe lesson. In the study, Cai Mao was conferring with his two younger cousins, Cai Zhong and Cai He, regarding the events of the day. As the second most prominent figure in Jingzhou, Cai Mao had been publicly humiliated by Lu Jing outside the northern city, losing face in front of hundreds. This affront was a slight he could not tolerate. Seated beside him was his nephew, Cai Jin, whose injuries had not yet fully healed, but who was now able to walk. As a member of the Cai family associated with Lu Jing, he had also been summoned. Although Cai Zhong and Cai Yi held no particularly high positions, their reputation was formidable. In Xiangyang, the mere mention of the Cai brothers would instill fear in all. Both were skilled in martial arts and notorious for their ferocity, leaving no one brave enough to provoke them. Even the Pang family in Xiangyang kept their distance. Today, Cai Zhong suffered a significant setback before Lu Jing, nearly inciting Lu Biao's ire. Although Lu Biao did not express anger, Cai Zhong was acutely aware that his standing had diminished in Lu Biao's eyes, and his heart brimmed with fury. Let us simply plot against him. He may guard against us temporarily, but can he defend himself indefinitely? When he crosses the river to Fan City, we could capsize his boat, eliminating him without notice. What do you think, brother? Cai He nodded in agreement. I concur with brother 3. After all, he is Lu Biao's nephew, protected by him. It would be unwise to confront him openly. A covert scheme would suffice. And without evidence, Lu Biao cannot hold the Cai family accountable. The two brothers exchanged ideas, insisting on the need to eliminate Lu Jing secretly. At that moment, Kai Jin, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Uncle 3, Uncle 4, I believe we should act with integrity. We can challenge him to a duel and defeat him openly. Why resort to underhanded tactics against a younger relative? Such actions would tarnish the Kai family's reputation." "You fool!" Kai Zhong erupted in anger, glaring at Kai Jin. "You have brought shame upon the Kai family. What right do you have to speak?" Kai Jin's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "At least I would engage in a fair duel. If I were to lose, it would be a matter of skill, and my conscience would remain clear. No one would look down upon the Kai family. However, your treachery would be the act of a coward. If the governor were to learn of this, it would spell disaster for us. You are playing with fire." Kai Zhang, known for his fiery temperament, could scarcely contain his rage at being contradicted by a younger member of the family. He lunged forward, striking Kai Jin squarely in the face. Due to his injuries, Kai Jin could not evade the blow and fell to the ground. "Get out of my sight, you worthless wretch!" Kai Zhong bellowed. Kai Jin, stifling the agonizing pain from his wound, slowly rose to his feet, holding his head high and casting a cold glance at Kai Zhong. His disdainful expression only fueled Kai Zhong's fury further, and as he clenched his fist, Kai Mao interjected, "Enough. Let us cease this commotion." Noticing Kai Jin's pallor, likely from straining his injury, Kai Mao added, "You should leave now. Do not provoke your uncle further." Kai Jin cast a cold glance at Kai Zhong, offered a respectful salute to Kai Mao, and slowly turned to leave. Kai Zhong, watching his retreating figure, scoffed heavily, a traitorous family member. Kai Mao, slightly displeased by his remark, elongated his tone, "Third brother, do not speak so. The Kai family harbors no traitors, merely differing opinions." Kai Zhong fell silent, while Kai He, standing nearby, inquired with a smile, "Does the head of the family agree with our proposal?" In truth, Kai Mao was not entirely in favor of the opinions expressed by the two men. While it might be acceptable to eliminate an ordinary individual, Lu Jing was, after all, the nephew of Lu Biao, and thus he felt a degree of hesitation. After pondering for a long while, he sighed, "Allow me to contemplate this further. Without my command, you must not act rashly. Do you understand?" Despite the simmering anger within them, Kai Zhong and Kai Yi dared not defy the head of the family's orders. They exchanged glances and nodded in acquiescence. Feeling discontented, Kai Mao made his way to the rear courtyard, entering the abode of his uncle, Kai Sun. He found his uncle sweeping the yard with a bamboo broom, and out of respect, he stood at the entrance, hesitant to intrude. "What brings you here?" Kai Sun glanced at Kai Mao but did not cease his sweeping. "Uncle, Lu Biao's nephew has repeatedly insulted the Kai family, and I find myself unable to endure it any longer." "Is it that Lu Jing who wishes to marry Xiaoyu?" "Indeed." Kai Mao recounted the recent events in detail, concluding with a sigh, "While I might have no words to say after losing in the martial contest, to be publicly confronted today has left me quite vexed." "And what do you intend to do about it?" Kai Sun set aside the broom and sat upon a stone stool, his tone calm as he inquired, "I find myself at a loss for a decisive course of action. Third and fourth brothers advocate for a covert strike to eliminate him, but I feel the risks are too great and the potential losses outweigh the gains. Therefore, I have come to seek your counsel, uncle." Kai Sun let out a cold chuckle. "Did Lu Biao instruct him to apologize to you after his public affront today?" "That seems not to be the case." Suddenly, Kai Mao began to grasp the implications. Indeed, why had Lu Biao not compelled him to offer an apology? Was it possible that Lu Biao condoned Lu Jing's mockery of him? "Do you see now?" Kai Sun's gaze was sharp as it bore into him. Kai Mao wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling another matter. Lu Jing had killed the nephew of Huang Zhong and Wuchang, and it appeared Lu Biao had not urged Lu Jing to apologize in that instance either. Could it be that Lu Biao's stance towards the families of Jingzhou was shifting? "I am beginning to understand, uncle." "That is good. A 16-year-old youth is inconsequential. One must focus on the power behind him, Lu Biao. Lu Jing serves as a mirror, reflecting Lu Biao's attitude towards the Jingzhou families, and that is the crux of the matter. Lu Biao's refusal to compel him to apologize to Huang Zhong indicates his dissatisfaction with Huang Zhong's close ties to Liu Bei. Similarly, Lu Biao's tacit acceptance of Lu Jing's mockery of you suggests his discontent with you as well." "I comprehend now, uncle." Kai Mao felt a chill down his spine, his uncle's words awakening him to the complexities of the situation he found himself in. Kai Sun smiled again and said, "As for dealing with Lu Jing, I prefer not to express my opinion, but I am inclined to agree with your viewpoint. In all matters, one must weigh the pros and cons. If Kai family were to eliminate Lu Jing, what benefits would be gained, and conversely, what would be lost? Once you clarify this point, you will understand how to proceed. Cao Mao nodded silently. Killing Lu Jing was merely a means of venting Cao Zhang's resentment, yet it would place the Kai family at risk of annihilation. As the head of the family, bearing the weight of its future, he needed to maintain a clear mind and not let hatred cloud his judgment. Kai Sun chose to ignore him thereafter, picking up a broom and resuming the task of tidying the courtyard leisurely. Cao Mao bowed respectfully and gradually exited the courtyard. Suddenly, he noticed a fleeting red shadow in the distance. Turning around, he discovered someone hiding around the corner of the courtyard and promptly gave chase. After passing through 2 gates, Cao Mao recognized that the figure ahead was his daughter, Xiaoyu. "Stop!" Cao Mao shouted angrily. Startled, Xiaoyu halted in her tracks. Cao Mao approached, glaring at his daughter. "Have you been following me all this time?" Xiaoyu lowered her head, too frightened to respond. She had overheard her third uncle mention her father's discussion with their great-grandfather regarding Lu Jing, suspecting it involved her marriage, which prompted her to eavesdrop. Only to be caught by her father. Cao Mao understood his daughter's intentions clearly. "Since you are so restless, let me make it clear. I have decided to accept the proposal from Lu Zhomu, promising you to his nephew, Lu Jing. You might as well give up on this thought and prepare to marry obediently." "No, I will not marry him," Xiaoyu shouted in fury. "This is not up to you," Cao Mao retorted sharply, glaring at her before turning to leave. Terrified, Xiaoyu ran forward and clutched her father's arm. "Father, I beg you, do not make me marry him." In truth, Cao Mao did not necessarily intend to marry his daughter to Lu Jing. He was simply in a foul mood, and his daughter's thoughtless behavior of stealthily following him only added to his ire. He felt the need to teach this disobedient daughter a lesson. Coldly, he shook her off and strode away. Xiaoyu chased after him a few steps, crying out, "I would rather die than marry him." "Then go ahead and die," Cao Mao called back, his footsteps fading into the distance. Unaware of her father's true feelings, Xiaoyu slowly knelt on the ground, engulfed by despair. Suddenly, she covered her face and wept uncontrollably. As night fell, Lu Jing, guided by a guard, hurried into Lu Biao's inner study. The guard knocked on the door, announcing, "My lord, he has arrived." "Come in," came Lu Biao's voice from within, calm and gentle. The guard opened the door, and Lu Jing entered briskly, kneeling to pay his respects. "Nephew greets you, uncle." "Rise," Lu Biao said with a warm smile, gesturing dismissively. "I have something to discuss with you." Lu Jing straightened up, respectfully awaiting Lu Biao's words. Lu Biao was quite pleased with Lu Jing's demeanor. He could sense the respect Lu Jing held, a genuine reverence from a junior to a senior. "Let us talk about your marriage. I believe you are already aware of the matter." Lu Jing was taken aback to discover that the discussion revolved around matrimonial matters. He had initially assumed it concerned Huang Zhong or perhaps today's affairs with Gan Ning. Caught off guard, he nodded silently and leaned in to listen attentively. In truth, the notion of an alliance with the Kai family first crossed my mind for Qing'er. However, the Kai family, being the foremost lineage in Jingzhou, wields considerable influence, while Qing'er is merely my distant niece, which diminishes her standing in the eyes of the Kai family. Thus, I considered you, which is one of the reasons I brought you from our hometown. At this point, Lu Biao glanced at Lu Jing, noting his composed demeanor, devoid of any overt display of emotion, which secretly pleased him. He continued, explaining that this was also the reason he had bestowed the Xianlin sword upon Lu Jing, as it symbolized the matrimonial alliance with Cao Mao. Yet, I do not understand why you then gave it to Tsong'er. Do you harbor any discontent regarding this union? Pausing briefly, Lu Biao added with a smile, "Speak your mind freely. Tonight, I wish to engage in an open and sincere dialogue with you." After a considerable silence, Lu Jing responded, "Do you believe, uncle, that the current discord between myself and the Kai family might hinder this marriage?" Lu Biao chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion. "What trivial matters are you concerned about? If Cao Mao lacks the magnanimity to overlook such minor disputes, then what claim does he have to be the foremost family in Jingzhou, or to serve as a strategist? Rest assured, there is no substantial discord between you." With that, Lu Biao fixed his gaze upon Lu Jing and slowly inquired, "First, be forthright with me. What is your true stance regarding this marriage? Do you consent, or do you decline?" Chapter 42. The resurgence of whispers by the pillow. Lu Jing pondered for a moment before resolutely shaking his head. "I do not wish to marry the daughter of the Kai family." Although Lu Biao had subtly surmised Lu Jing's stance, the act of handing the Xianlin sword to Tsong'er indicated his lack of enthusiasm for this match. Yet, he had not anticipated the unwavering firmness of Lu Jing's conviction. Devoid of any room for compromise, Lu Biao sighed inwardly and, with a smile, reassured Lu Jing. I understand that Kai Mao's daughter can be rather headstrong and lacks the grace expected of a refined young lady. However, she is still young. And with the passage of time, I believe her temperament will mature. After all, she is the legitimate daughter of the Kai family. She cannot be entirely lacking in merit. You must consider the situation positively. Lu Biao maintained the belief that Lu Jing's refusal stemmed from his perception of Kai Mao's daughter, rather than the Kai family itself. Young people often fixate on the appearance and character of their potential brides, disregarding their familial background. Lu Biao assumed that as Lu Jing matured, he would come to appreciate the significance of lineage in marriage. However, Lu Jing shook his head once more. It is not about her character. I know nothing of her, nor do I care. The crux of the matter is that I do not wish to marry a daughter of the Kai family. If you do not wish to marry a daughter of the Kai family, then who do you intend to wed? You must realize that the Kai family is the most prestigious lineage in Jingzhou, and many aspire to this union. Do you intend to marry a daughter of the Kuai family, or perhaps the Pang family? If so, you are gravely mistaken. Lu Biao believed that Lu Jing, having spent little time in Jingzhou, might still be unfamiliar with the circumstances, having only encountered the less favorable members of the Kai family, leading him to form a biased opinion. He patiently elucidated, neither the Pang family nor the Kuai family possesses the renown, connections, or strength of the Kai family. Countless officials in Jingzhou are disciples of Kai Feng. If you dismiss the daughter of the Kai family, word of this may invite ridicule. While I appreciate your kind intentions, Uncle, marriage is a paramount aspect of life, and one must deliberate with caution. The Kai family, though commendable, is merely a small family in Jingzhou, insignificant in my eyes. You need not elevate them unduly. Lu Jing's words astonished Lu Biao. It was unexpected that his nephew would look down upon the Kai family. Pray tell, what sort of woman do you envision as your wife? I am quite intrigued. Lu Jing smiled, acknowledging that his aspirations might seem lofty to his uncle. However, I genuinely hope for this. My future wife should at least be the daughter of a regional lord, either Cao Cao's daughter or Sun Quan's sister. As for daughters of the Kai family, they do not capture my interest. Lu Biao was left speechless, incredulous at the audacity of Lu Jing's desires. Even his own son would not dare entertain such thoughts, yet here was his nephew. Lu Biao found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that further discussion that evening would bear no fruit, Lu Biao let out a bitter laugh and said, "Very well, you may return for now. This matter is not urgent. Take your time to contemplate it further. If you have trustworthy friends, you might consider seeking their opinions to ascertain whether they would support your desire to marry Cao Cao's daughter or Sun Quan's sister." Lu Jing, having performed a respectful bow, then rose to depart. As Lu Biao watched him walk away, he shook his head, thinking that the young man was, perhaps, too ambitious for his own good. Upon returning to the courtyard, Meng Shu approached him. Seeing Lu Jing safe and sound, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief and remarked with a smile, "I was worried that you might face your uncle's reprimand. I am glad all is well." "Why would I be reprimanded by my uncle?" Lu Jing inquired, puzzled. "There are whispers in the estate that you have acquired a fine steed yet have not presented it to the master, which has purportedly angered him, leading to fears that he might take action against you. Hence, I was quite concerned for your well-being. Do not fret, Meng Shu. My uncle has not mentioned anything regarding the warhorse." Speaking of the steed, Lu Jing immediately recalled his beloved horse and turned to head towards the stable. Meng Shu chuckled, saying, "I just visited. The grooms are tending to it meticulously, and the horse appears to be in excellent spirits. I will check on it again this evening. So rest assured. Thank you for your efforts, Meng Shu." Although Lu Jing had not spent much time with Meng Shu, he could sense the deep respect and even affection that Meng Shu held for him, stemming from the care he had received in his youth. Lu Jing felt a profound gratitude towards him, albeit he preferred to keep such sentiments hidden, cherishing them quietly in his heart. After walking a few steps, he turned back with a smile and asked, "Meng Shu, do you think it suitable for me to marry a daughter of the Kai family?" "This is a delicate matter for me to comment on," Meng Shu replied. "Do not hesitate. Speak freely and share your thoughts." Meng Shu pondered for a moment before responding. "If possible, I believe you should marry the woman you truly love." Lu Jing nodded silently, realizing that this was a person who genuinely cared for his happiness, with feelings that were simple yet sincere. In contrast, although Lu Biao was his uncle, he merely regarded Lu Jing as a pawn to solidify alliances with prominent families, hastily arranging a marriage without considering Lu Jing's desires. Comparatively, Lu Biao's concern paled in sincerity next to that of Meng Shu. In truth, when Lu Jing informed Lu Biao of his intention to marry Cao Cao's daughter or Sun Quan's sister, it was merely a polite refusal, not a genuine aspiration. It was a subtle derision towards the Kai family, a minor local lineage that held itself in undue esteem. The woman he truly wished to wed would undoubtedly be the one he cherished, without excessive regard for her status or lineage. Even Lady Ding of Cao Cao was not renowned for her noble background. He had resolved that, regardless of Lu Biao's persuasion, he would never agree to marry a daughter of the Kai family. As night deepened, Lu Biao lay on his bed, staring blankly at the canopy above. Troubled and unable to sleep. "Is something weighing on your mind, my lord?" His young wife inquired softly from her side. "Ah, I am vexed over Jingzhou's marriage." Lu Biao sighed. "That boy outright rejected my proposal, which truly caught me by surprise." Madame Kai secretly rejoiced within her heart, for she had been troubled by this matter in recent days. Her husband remained steadfastly silent, leaving her plans at risk of failing. It turned out that Lu Jing was also unwilling, which was indeed the best outcome. Suppressing her inner delight, Madame Kai gently advised, "Perhaps there is truly no fate between them. I have always believed that marriage should be serendipitous and not forced. If one attempts to impose an unsuitable union, the outcome is unlikely to be favorable. What do you think, General?" With a disdainful snort, Lu Biao replied, "What does a mere child of 15 or 16 know about fate? I had thought him mature and sensible." Yet the words he uttered today astonished me and left me profoundly disappointed. To speak candidly, it was Lu Jing's obstinacy that disheartened Lu Biao. He was the first to dare to confront him, despite being his nephew. "What did he say?" Madame Kai inquired with curiosity. "He claimed that the woman he wishes to marry is the daughter of Cao Cao and the sister of Sun Quan. Do you not find his aspirations preposterous?" Suppressing a laugh, Madame Kai covered her mouth, marveling at the audacity of such a youth. What an unworldly individual! Even if Cao Cao or Sun Quan desired an alliance with Jingzhou, it certainly would not involve him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Madame Kai's eyes, and she felt a surge of excitement. Could this not be a splendid opportunity to deal with Lu Jing? "General, I believe there is a deeper significance to his thoughts." "What significance?" Lu Biao turned to his wife, puzzled. "What sort of person do you perceive Lu Jing to be?" "I find him composed and astute. Although he is still young, he speaks and acts with a maturity that surpasses many adults. He possesses considerable insight. I share your sentiment. Although my interactions with him have been limited, he has made a profound impression on me, quite similar to your observations. Given this, do you not find his words somewhat peculiar?" Lu Biao pondered for a moment but failed to grasp his wife's meaning. "What do you imply?" "My meaning is rather straightforward," Madame Kai whispered, leaning closer to her husband. "I suspect he may be contemplating the prospect of inheriting the legacy of Jingzhou. Hence his desire to marry the daughter of Cao Cao and the sister of Sun Quan. What say you, General?" Lu Biao gasped in astonishment. "But he is merely 16. Could he truly harbor such ambitions? It seems improbable." After a moment of reflection, Lu Biao resolutely shook his head, convinced that his nephew was not of such a disposition. After all, at the age of 16, he himself had been utterly naive. Madame Kai let out a cold laugh, saying, "Has the general forgotten? Kong Beihai could share pairs at the tender age of 4. Ambition is not solely determined by age." Lu Biao fell silent, exhaling deeply as he slowly closed his eyes. After a long pause, he began to speak to himself, as if addressing his wife. Perhaps it would be better for him to move out like Qing'er, to avoid stirring up idle gossip. Madame Kai secretly felt pleased, for no one understands a husband better than his wife. She was acutely aware of her husband's suspicious nature. Certain words, once spoken, would cast a shadow in his heart, regardless of whether he believed them. No matter how astute Lu Jing was, he could not withstand the whispers of his own pillow. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Lu Jing led his horse out of the manor. He intended to ride out of the city while the streets were still sparsely populated, for his war steed needed vigorous training. Keeping it cooped up would only dull its spirit. As Lu Jing mounted his horse and prepared to set off, he suddenly heard someone call out to him, "Young Master Jing." Turning around, he spotted a tall, slender figure beneath a large tree, Kai Jin, the man who had previously lost to him in a duel. Lu Jing dismounted and approached, smiling. "Kai brother, are your injuries healing well?" Kai Jin nodded, returning the smile. "Thank you, young Master Jing, for your mercy. I am much better now, and in a month's time, I shall be fully recovered." "Oh," Lu Jing inquired with a grin. "So early in the day, Kai brother, are you here to seek me out?" Kai Jin produced a scroll of embroidered paper, presenting it to Lu Jing with both hands. "This is my challenge letter. I wish to duel with you once more. According to the rules of dueling, if one loses the first match, they may request a rematch, but should they lose again, they cannot challenge again." Thus, Kai Jin indeed had another opportunity. Lu Jing, familiar with the custom, did not refuse. Accepting the challenge letter, He replied with a smile, "A rematch is certainly agreeable, but Kai brother, your injuries have yet to heal. It would not be advantageous for you." Kai Jin shook his head. "The time I propose is not now, but 2 years hence. During these 2 years, we shall each hone our skills, and then we will meet again to determine who is superior. Will young Master Jing consent?" Lu Jing held a favorable impression of Kai Jin, a man of integrity. The last time, he had engaged in an honorable duel without resorting to underhanded tactics, and he had lost fair and square. The prospect of a rematch in 2 years filled Lu Jing with anticipation. He readily agreed. "Very well, it is settled." The two clasped hands vigorously, sealing their promise. Kai Jin bowed with a smile. "Let us look forward to the duel in 2 years. Until we meet again." "Until we meet again," Kai Jin replied, turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he hesitated and turned back, finally saying, "Young Master Jing, please be vigilant in the coming days. Be wary of any suspicious individuals around you. Do not let your guard down." Lu Jing was taken aback by this warning. What did he need to be cautious of? As his thoughts raced, he began to understand, slowly nodding. "Thank you for your concern, Kai brother. I shall be careful." Kai Jin hurried away, and Lu Jing gazed at his retreating figure, pondering. It seems the Kai family is not entirely composed of despicable individuals. Chapter 43. The suspicious individual. Lu Jing observed Kai Jin as he departed, pondering his words with a sense of unease. Could it be that the Kai family harbored intentions to covertly undermine him? Shaking his head, Lu Jing dismissed the thought. He could not believe that Kai Mao would be so foolish. After all, he was the strategist of Jingzhou and should refrain from employing such treacherous tactics. To assassinate him would be a grave miscalculation, a venture fraught with peril that Lu Jing deemed unlikely for Kai Mao to undertake. However, the possibility of Kai Zhong engaging in such underhanded schemes loomed larger. Lu Jing recalled Kai Zhong's 2 gleaming golden front teeth, a symbol of his unscrupulous nature, as evidenced by his dealings with Gan Ning. With this in mind, Lu Jing cast a wary glance to either side. It was still early in the morning, and the streets were nearly deserted, save for an old farmer selling vegetables at the corner. Additionally, a few paces to his left, an elderly Taoist priest sat cross-legged in a pavilion, his eyes closed in meditation, while a sturdy mule was tethered nearby, suggesting that the old man had traveled a considerable distance. Scanning the surroundings further revealed no other suspicious figures. With a firm grip on his steed, Lu Jing urged the warhorse into motion, swiftly departing from Lu Manor as he headed eastward. Just as he left, the old Taoist in the pavilion slowly opened his eyes. His sharp gaze fixed on Lu Jing's receding figure, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Xiangfan lies at the southern end of the Nanxiang Pass, situated along the Han River, comprising Xiangyang on the southern bank and Fancheng on the northern bank. Originally a military stronghold, Xiangyang's significance grew when Lu Biao took control of Jingzhou and fortified Xiangyang, utilizing its strategic position to thwart northern incursions. Throughout Chinese history, whenever there existed rival powers in the north and south, Xiangfan inevitably became embroiled in conflict, whether during the Three Kingdoms period, the northern and southern dynasties, or the confrontations of the Song, Jin, and Yuan dynasties. Chen Liang of the Song dynasty once remarked that Xiangfan's eastern access to Wuhui, western connection to Bashu, southern reach to Hunan, and northern control of Guanlu rendered it a pivotal opportunity for advancement. This statement encapsulates the strategic geographical importance of Xiangfan, illuminating the reasons behind the frequent warfare besetting these two cities. Although Xiangfan functions as a cohesive entity, Lu Jing's residence in Xiangyang is characterized predominantly by government offices and the abodes of gentry, alongside a concentration of educational institutions, fostering a rich cultural atmosphere, albeit with a less developed commercial sector. Conversely, Fancheng, on the northern bank, serves as the commercial hub and freight transfer point for Jingzhou, bustling with merchants and thriving commerce. Featuring an array of shops, taverns, inns, official residences, brothels, entertainment houses, and gambling establishments, all teeming with a vibrant populace. The ferry boats traversing the river resemble a swarm of fish, operating ceaselessly day and night, perhaps due to a desire for discretion. Lu Biao's general's mansion is located to the west of the city, facing eastward. Along the straight Xiangmian Avenue which traverses the city from east to west, a distinctive feature of Xiangyang, elongated in the east-west direction while narrow in the north-south. Lu Biao's residence is situated adjacent to the governmental precinct, an area heavily populated with patrolling soldiers, ensuring a strict state of vigilance. Riding along a stretch of ochre-red government walls, Lu Jing soon arrived at Xiangmian Avenue. The avenue spanned 50 paces in width, adorned with 2 rows of lush trees that formed a smooth, shaded pathway at its center, known as the official's path, reserved solely for officials and esteemed aristocrats. On either side of the trees lay the commoners' pathways, the left side designated for entry, the right side for exit, with pedestrians strictly adhering to their respective directions, as any mingling would signify disorder in Xiangqing and suggest Liu Biao's waning control over Jingzhou. The common pathways buzzed with early risers pursuing their livelihoods, creating a lively atmosphere, while the official's path remained sparsely populated. Despite the winter chill, no snow had yet fallen, and the dense tree canopies still provided ample shade. A straight and spacious road led directly to the eastern city gate. Lu Jing galloped down the official's path, his steed's hooves pounding the ground, the white figure moving swiftly like the wind. Leaning forward, he felt the rush of the wind against his ears, and in a moment, they burst through the eastern city gate, racing across an even broader expanse of land, the exhilarating speed almost prompting him to shout with joy. After 2.5 hours, Lu Jing finally returned to Xiangyang. Though drenched in sweat from the vigorous ride, both he and his horse exuded vitality, a profound sense of exhilaration enveloping him. Dismounting, he led his beloved steed forward, the agile Lu horse playfully nudging its head against his face, occasionally snorting loudly, splattering saliva upon him. Entering through the western gate, he noticed several taverns and inns lining the streets, their banners fluttering high in the air. As noon approached, a few tavern keepers eagerly beckoned to passers-by. Having run all morning, Lu Jing felt a pang of hunger and thirst. Patting his horse's long face, he chuckled, "Old friend, shall we indulge in a drink?" One of the tavern keepers, noticing Lu Jing's indecision, hurriedly approached with a smile, "Young master, our establishment boasts the finest wines of Jingzhou, along with freshly caught carp from the Han River. Our specialty, stir-fried carp with scallions, is both delectable and reasonably priced. Please, do come in." The tavern keeper then cast a glance at the majestic warhorse and promptly added, "We also have freshly steamed premium black beans, a delicacy fit for noble steeds." This enticed Lu Jing, and with a hearty laugh, he decided to enter the tavern, compelled by the promise of black beans. He retrieved a handful of coins from his pocket, about a dozen copper coins, and handed them to the tavern keeper with a smile. "Please take good care of my horse. Consider this a token of appreciation." The coins jingled in the keeper's hand, and his eyes sparkled with delight. "Rest assured, young master, I will tend to your warhorse diligently, tying it to the hitching post where you can always see it." This unwritten rule dictated that prized warhorses should not be kept in the back stables, as taverns could not afford the loss of stolen. Thus, hitching posts were provided near the entrance, overseen by the welcoming tavern keepers, allowing the owner to keep an eye on their steed. Lu Jing glanced at the hitching post, where a sturdy mule was tied, and he quickly entered the tavern, ascending to a window-side table on the second floor, allowing him to keep sight of his beloved horse. In the tavern, the clientele was sparse, with half of the seats unoccupied. Groups of patrons gathered in clusters, engaging in lively conversation over drinks. Seated 2 tables away was an elderly Taoist priest, garbed in a tattered gray robe and adorned with a bamboo crown. Despite exceeding his 70th year, he exuded vitality, his white hair framing a youthful visage that bore a hint of ethereal grace. Before him lay only a few plates of vegetables and a jug of wine, from which he savored his drink with deliberate pleasure. This old Taoist caused Lu Jing to pause momentarily. Was it not the same figure he encountered earlier in the pavilion at the entrance of Lu Manor? A sense of curiosity stirred within him. Could this venerable priest be the suspicious individual sent by Cao Zhang? However, a fleeting thought dispelled this notion. The old man had arrived at the tavern first. Had Lu Jing chosen not to come, their paths would not have crossed. It was merely a coincidence. Lu Jing took a seat, ordering several small dishes and a jug of wine. He leaned over to observe his steed, seeing the bartender feeding his warhorse freshly steamed black beans, followed by a bucket of fresh water. "An innocent man bears no guilt," the old Taoist murmured to himself. Lu Jing couldn't help but smile wryly. Since acquiring this magnificent horse, his life had become entangled with worry. He was acutely aware that many eyes were on his prized possession, and a moment's inattention could lead to theft. At times, Lu Jing would awaken in the dead of night, consumed with concern for his steed, even suspecting Lu Tsong's greed towards it, as avarice flickered in Lu Tsong's gaze. Yet, there was little he could do. With every gain comes a sacrifice. He recognized that, given his current strength, safeguarding this exceptional horse would be a formidable challenge, demanding considerable effort and vigilance. With a friendly smile directed at the old Taoist, he raised his cup. Just as he took a sip, a sudden, piercing whinny from outside interrupted him, followed by the bartender's terrified shout, "Do not move." That is someone else's horse. Lu Jing hastily leaned out to see a burly man untying his beloved steed from the hitching post. While the bartender lay sprawled on the ground, the brute tugged at the reins, attempting to mount, but his horse struggled and neighed in protest, unwilling to be ridden. Fury surged within Lu Jing as he seized a knife and dashed downstairs. Upon exiting the tavern, he saw the ruffian already atop his steed, delivering a sharp crack of the whip against its flank. The horse, in pain, reared up, emitting a cry of distress. With the horse about to gallop away and Lu Jing still 20 paces distant, he sprinted with all his might, but it was too late. His eyes reddened with rage as he hurled the knife at the horse thief, but the thief was exceedingly agile, evading the strike and clamping his legs around the horse. Just as the steed began to bolt, a gray shadow descended from the sky, akin to a swooping eagle, landing deftly upon the horse's back. With a muffled grunt, the thief tumbled to the ground. The war horse, having just begun its flight, came to a halt, its new rider being none other than the old Taoist, who smiled warmly at Lu Jing, his clear eyes shimmering with a trust-inspiring light. Lu Jing's heart sank as he bowed deeply to the old Taoist, his gaze then fixating on the horse thief, a fierce killing intent igniting in his eyes. He stepped forward, seizing the thief by the hair and dragging him a couple of paces before drawing forth his battle blade from the ground. "Young master, spare my life." The horse thief cried out in terror. "I am merely following orders. I had no choice." Lu Jing pressed the blade against his throat, commanding sternly, "Who is behind this?" "I cannot say. I beg you to spare me." The blade fell swiftly, severing the thief's left wrist, eliciting a scream of agony that echoed like a slaughtered pig. It was Cao Zhang. He commanded me. The old Taoist, feeling a pang of compassion, interceded, "Young Master Lu, though this horse thief is detestable, he is not the mastermind. There exists someone pulling the strings. He is merely executing orders. For my sake, please spare his life." Having saved his own steed, the old man felt compelled to speak. Lu Jing, having already severed the thief's hand, felt his fury somewhat abate. He delivered a fierce kick to the horse thief, commanding him to get lost. Despite the excruciating pain, the thief collected his severed hand and fled in panic. Once he was a distance away, Lu Jing approached the old Taoist, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my horse." He expressed his profound appreciation. The old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled gently, his energy settling within. Lu Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the elder. Chapter 44. Master and apprentice to cultivate one's qi and direct it to the dantian. As if descending into a well. This was the opening phrase of the falling phoenix technique taught by Zhao Yun, a secret art of his lineage. How could this venerable elder possess such knowledge? Lu Jing suddenly realized. "You are." With a gentle smile, the elder replied, "I am the celestial master of Changshan. Have you heard of me, young Master Jing?" Lu Jing's heart surged with excitement. Indeed, it was he, the master of Zhao Yun, the celestial master of Changshan. He had heard tales of him, at least a decade ago, yet he was astonished to find this youthful-looking elder before him. Without hesitation, Lu Jing knelt, bowing deeply. "I pay my respects to the revered master." This elder was none other than Zhao Yun's mentor, also known as True Sun. He resided in the falling Phoenix Mountain of Changshan County and, at the age of 87, possessed remarkable skills in cultivation. Despite nearing 90, his physique resembled that of a middle-aged man, vibrant and sprightly, traversing the mountain paths with the agility of youth, earning him the title of immortal among the local populace. 20 days prior, he received a letter from his beloved disciple Zhao Yun, beseeching him to instruct Lu Jing in the martial arts. In the letter, Zhao Yun extolled Lu Jing's extraordinary potential, suggesting he surpassed even his own capabilities. This stirred the long-dormant worldly desires within the celestial master, prompting his journey to Xiangyang. Zhao Yun was not a self-taught prodigy. He hailed from a family of hunters in the Taihang Mountains. At the age of 14, he captured a mother wolf with a rope trap, only to release it out of compassion for her pups. The celestial master witnessed this act of mercy and took Zhao Yun as his closed-door disciple. After 5 arduous years of training, Zhao Yun mastered unparalleled martial prowess. Though the celestial master had intended to enter seclusion, the heartfelt plea from his disciple compelled him to venture southwards to Jingzhou. He had already been in Xiangyang for several days, having observed Lu Jing's valiant rescue of Gan Ning, which left a favorable impression on him. However, when Lu Jing severed the hand of a horse thief with his blade, the celestial master felt a twinge of regret at the burgeoning bloodlust within Lu Jing. "Let us converse outside the city," the celestial master suggested with a smile, mounting his sturdy steed and trotting towards the outskirts. Lu Jing, momentarily distracted by the matter of the horse theft, hastily urged his horse to follow the master out of the city. Although Lu Jing had not practiced martial arts for long, he had begun to grasp the fundamentals. The falling phoenix technique bestowed upon him the ability to swiftly concentrate his energy, allowing for a nuanced application of strength that made his swordplay elusive and unpredictable. However, his inherent lack of physical power hindered him. No matter how skillfully he wielded his techniques, he struggled to rise to the level of a top-tier warrior. This was akin to the adage, "A clever cook cannot make a meal without rice." Strength serves as the foundation, and without a robust physicality, even the most sophisticated techniques fall short against true martial masters. Standing at 8 feet tall, Lu Jing's stature was comparable to Zhao Yun's. Yet, while Zhao Yun could effortlessly lift over 1,500 pounds of stone, Lu Jing could manage only 400. This disparity in strength was evident. Cultivating physical power required a foundation laid from childhood, transforming the body's sinews and bones, fortifying them to unlock one's latent potential. Without the foundational training from a young age, one is destined to struggle to become a formidable general on the battlefield. Lu Jing, who honed his skills in the mountains from a young age, possessed remarkable speed and sharpness, yet he ultimately could only rise to be a distinguished soldier among the ranks. His greatest achievement being the defeat of 2 cavalrymen from Cao's army. Lu Jing was acutely aware that his primary limitation was his late start in martial arts training. Beginning at the age of 16, thus missing the critical period for foundational development when his physique was still malleable. This realization often plunged him into despair. However, a remark made by Zhao Yun and Wu Chang reignited his hope. "I too commenced my martial arts training at 14 and mastered it in 5 years. Why can't you succeed at 16? This very statement rekindled Lu Jing's optimism. Yet he remained puzzled by its underlying implications until the appearance of the true master clarified Zhao Yun's profound meaning. At that moment, Lu Jing felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Zhao Yun, whose protective demeanor remained unexpressed, yet his sincere care and assistance were unmistakable. An opportunity lay before him, and seizing it would determine Lu Jing's fate in the Three Kingdoms era, where only the strong could survive. On a small hill outside the city, the true master stood in a pavilion, gazing contemplatively at the distant Han River, while Lu Jing stood behind him, head bowed, resembling a student punished for tardiness. 60 years had passed, yet the river flowed unchanged, while the world had undergone profound transformations. The master sighed softly, not turning around, and spoke in a subdued tone. "In my youth, I too stood here, contemplating the Han River. Time flows like a great river, and in the blink of an eye. 60 years have elapsed." He then turned back with a smile, inquiring of Lu Jing, "Can you comprehend the sentiments that accompany such the passage of time?" Lu Jing nodded silently. "I can understand. You are merely 16, yet you grasp this concept." The master mused with newfound interest, inviting Lu Jing to sit. "At times, I perceive the passage of 1,800 years, witnessing the cycles of unity and division in the world, observing the tragic struggles against foreign invasions, and glimpsing a vague silhouette of my future self. I often find myself seated in stillness for an entire day, eyes closed, reflecting upon the flow of history, only to realize how insignificant I am, as tiny as a grain of sand in the vast ocean." The master smiled warmly, his expression radiating kindness. He could deeply empathize with the weight of Lu Jing's words. This was not mere flattery. The boy seemed to possess a genuine understanding of history, setting him apart from others. "Aside from imparting the falling phoenix technique, what else has the dragon child taught you?" the master inquired, his smile fading as he returned to the matter at hand. "Reporting to the master, General Zhao has also taught me the 13 basic spear techniques. Have you mastered them?" Lu Jing shook his head. "The younger generation is dull-witted. I have only grasped the form, but not the essence." The master's gaze fell upon a large, smooth stone weighing 600 or 700 pounds. With a flick of his hand, he gestured towards the stone. "Try to lift that rock." Lu Jing's heart was filled with a bitter smile. How could he possibly move it? Yet, not comprehending the sage's intention, he stepped forward to give it a try. Instantly, all his strength converged in his arms, and with a mighty shout, the stone was slightly displaced, but it only rose an inch before crashing down heavily. Embarrassed, Lu Jing confessed, "I am but an incompetent junior, unable to lift this great stone." The sage, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Have you truly practiced the falling phoenix technique for just over a month?" Lu Jing replied, "I have known General Zhao for less than 2 months." The sage nodded slowly. Realizing why Zilong had remarked upon Lu Jing's extraordinary talent, in merely a month and a half, he had already grasped the technique of instant power release, a feat that had taken his own senior disciple at least 6 months to achieve. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Inwardly, the sage marveled, though his expression remained composed. And he smiled gently, saying, "Do you know why I asked you to move this stone?" Lu Jing replied, "I do not." In truth, the sage continued, "The 13 styles of spear play that Zhuge Liang taught you were also of my creation, known as the 100 birds greet the phoenix spear. It took me a decade of observing the flight and combat postures of various birds to develop it. However, without learning the falling phoenix technique, the 13 styles hold little significance. If you cannot move this stone, you will not truly comprehend the falling phoenix technique. This is all interconnected. Strength is the foundation of martial arts. Regardless of the methods one employs in their training, the fundamentals remain the same. Do you understand?" Lu Jing's heart surged with excitement. The profound sense of loss he had felt over the past month was unveiled by the sage's words. Slowly, he knelt, tears welling in his eyes, and said, "I began my martial arts training too late to establish a solid foundation. I implore you to teach me. I wish to take you as my master." The sage gazed at Lu Jing for a long while before responding. "Do you know why I asked you to spare that horse thief?" Lu Jing remained silent, patiently awaiting the sage's answer. The sage sighed. "This is, in fact, my condition for accepting disciples. My students must possess a heart of compassion." At this, the sage offered a faint smile, adding, "Of course, I do not expect everyone to embody the compassion of a monk. I merely hope my disciples can harbor a sense of empathy. That man was not truly a thief, he was merely acting on orders. Yet, you severed his wrist with a single blow, rendering him disabled for life, while his wife and children suffer as a result. In the past, Gongsun Zan sought to be my disciple, but I declined due to his excessive bloodlust. Nevertheless, I did pass on the 100 birds greet the phoenix spear to him. Yet he failed to learn my falling phoenix technique, only grasping its form without its essence. What a pity." Lu Jing felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He comprehended the sage's meaning. His request for apprenticeship was denied due to his lack of compassion. Yet, he thought to himself, "I do not possess the bloodthirst of Gongsun Zan. I merely aspire to achieve great deeds, to become a renowned general of the late Han, to rescue the common people and gain renown like General Zhao." A note of pleading crept into Lu Jing's voice. This was his only hope, and he did not wish to lose this opportunity. In the twilight of the Han dynasty, the sage let out a sigh, his words imbued with a depth of sentiment not typically found in the hearts of youth. Perhaps even he was unaware of this profound essence. "However, you are certainly not like Gongsun Zan. You possess the ability to resonate with my thoughts, and perhaps you can assist me in my cultivation. Thus, I am inclined to regard you as a dear companion." Lu Jing lowered his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of dejection. His sole desire was to master martial arts, not to engage in philosophical discourse. The sage chuckled, reassuring him, "Fear not, for Zhuge Liang shall transform after 3 years of martial training. I too can guide you in refining your body and spirit, but the duration of your transformation will depend on your diligence and innate talent." This statement rekindled warmth in Lu Jing's previously frozen heart, causing tears of excitement to swell in his eyes as he bowed deeply, declaring, "I shall exert myself 100-fold and honor your teachings." The sage nodded. "At the 5th watch tomorrow, I shall await you at the entrance of the Jingzhou temple in Longzhou. Remember, you have but this one opportunity, should you fail to arrive on time. I shall return to Changshan County." The 5th watch, also known as the Night of Wu, corresponds to the period between 3 and 5 in the early hours, with the 5th watch specifically denoting 4 o'clock. The sage requested Lu Jing to wait at the temple's entrance. Several dilemmas arose from this arrangement. Firstly, the city gates would not open until the 1st watch, around 5:30 in the morning, making it impossible for Lu Jing to leave for Longzhou at dawn. Secondly, he had never visited Longzhou, which was said to lie over 20 miles west of the city. As for the location of the Jingzhou temple, he was entirely ignorant. Thus, Lu Jing resolved to travel to Longzhou that very afternoon, to scout out the Jingzhou temple and spend the night there. His eagerness urged him to depart immediately. But he reconsidered and decided he must first return to the Lu residence to inform Uncle Meng that he intended to visit Longzhou to meet a friend and would not return that evening. Resolute in his decision, Lu Jing spurred his horse towards Lu Mansion, having entirely cast aside the incident of Cao Zhang's stolen horse. Chapter 45. Escalating conflicts. Upon entering the Lu residence, Lu Jing hastily made his way to his courtyard, his heart brimming with aspirations for a promising future. Having missed the foundational training of his youth, most believed he would never achieve any martial prowess, and he himself was nearly engulfed in despair. Yet, Zhao Yun, who commenced his martial training at the tender age of 14, had, in merely 5 years, attained unparalleled skills, igniting a flicker of hope within Lu Jing. If Zhao Yun could accomplish it, why could he not? The crux lay in securing the guidance of a wise master, a rare talent indeed, perhaps only found among true sages. As Lu Jing eagerly stepped into his courtyard, a foreboding sensation washed over him. Instinctively, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, as strange noises emanated from within the house, reminiscent of someone wreaking havoc. "Young master." A faint call emerged from the woodshed, the voice of Uncle Ming. Lu Jing hastened towards the source, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Uncle Ming was struggling to rise, bloodied and battered, leaning against the wall. What transpired? Lu Jing quickly supported Uncle Ming. Noticing a gaping wound on his forehead, blood mingling with flesh, he promptly retrieved a healing ointment from his pocket and applied it with utmost care to Uncle Ming's injury. Uncle Ming, who intruded upon the house? Alas, Uncle Ming sighed. It was the young lady of the Kai family. She stormed in furious. I attempted to intercept her, but unfortunately, my forehead struck against a chest. How audacious to come uninvited. Lu Jing grunted, turning sharply towards his room. Young master, you mustn't harm her, Uncle Ming implored, trailing closely behind. I shall act with discernment. Lu Jing reached his door and, after a moment's contemplation, forcefully pushed it open. The scene within ignited a blaze of fury in his heart, his eyes narrowing to slits. The room lay in utter disarray. Furniture was reduced to splinters, a copper lamp severed in twain, and garments torn asunder. Kai Shaoan resembled a frenzied she-wolf, brandishing Lu Jing's white dragon short sword, striking wildly at the bed. With a thunderous crash, the door swung open, and Kai Shaoan abruptly turned, her eyes, red from a night of weeping, locked onto Lu Jing with a mixture of astonishment, hate, and fury. Lu Jing calmly entered the room, retrieving the seal of the pavilion lord from the corner, brushing off the dust, and gathering several gold ingots scattered on the floor, rewards earned from a duel. His gaze then fell upon the white dragon short sword in the girl's grasp. The seal, the gold, the sword, these three possessions constituted his most cherished belongings. Return the sword to me. Lu Jing extended his hand, his tone frigid. I will kill you. Kai Shaoan screamed hysterically, lunging at him with the sword. Lu Jing deftly evaded, delivering a precise kick to her wrist, disarming her. Memories of the Kai family's treachery flooded his mind, Kai Zheng's horse theft, the harshness of Madame Kai, and Kai Mao's underhanded schemes. In that moment, his hatred for the Kai family reached its zenith, and his heart turned icy. Seizing Kai Shaoan's arm, he dragged her towards the exit. You brute. You've hurt me. Let me go. Kai Shaoan shrieked in pain. Lu forcefully dragged her to the door and flung her into the courtyard. Kai Xiaoyu had never endured such treatment, being seized by the arm and tossed outside. Overcome with shame and anger, she collapsed to the ground, weeping loudly, proclaiming her intent to inform her father, her aunt, and uncle, asserting that they would bring about Lu's demise. I will never marry you. Enough. Lu Jing's furious roar startled Kai Xiaoyu into silence. At that moment, Lu Jing could no longer contain his ire. He pointed an accusatory finger at her and declared, I have already told you before, I will not marry you. A woman like you, even if there were 40 of you, would not catch my eye. Do not deceive yourself. Even if every woman in the world perished, I would never choose you. Now leave. Kai Xiaoyu's complexion turned pale as a ghost, then flushed crimson with indignation. She thought to herself, so this is how he perceives me, disdainfully, degradingly, humiliatingly. I am the legitimate daughter of the Kai family, in his eyes. Am I truly so worthless, even beneath a beggar? Such a man, should every man in the world die, I would never marry him. I would rather become a nun. Gradually, Kai Xiaoyu rose to her feet, adjusted her dress, and shot a piercing glare at Lu Jing, gritting her teeth as she vowed, I will remember your words. One day, you will regret what you said today. I swear it. 100 oaths will not change a thing. Now leave. Kai Xiaoyu stomped her foot in frustration and stormed away. It was only after she had run far that Uncle Ming sighed and approached Lu Jing, saying, Young master, you should not treat her this way. After all, she is a daughter of the Kai family. No servant in the household would be treated so harshly, let alone her. Lu Jing, seething with anger, retorted, I care not who she is. If she provokes me, I shall respond accordingly, regardless of her lineage. Just then, a chilling laughter echoed from the entrance. Ah, what a valiant young man. The laughter slithered through the air like a serpent's hiss, sending shivers down Lu Jing's spine. Turning around, he beheld a throng of servants and maids surrounding Madame Kai at the courtyard entrance, her hairline glistening with sweat, indicative of her hurried arrival. Having encountered Kai Xiaoyu, who had rushed away in tears, Madame Kai was incensed. Young Master Jing, You exhibit remarkable courage. I must commend you, she sneered, her eyes glinting with a venomous coldness. Regaining his composure, Lu Jing slightly bowed and inquired, Madam, is there something you require? I have come to visit my niece. I heard she was here. Is she still present? Madam, I regret to inform you that she has already departed. Is that so? I have heard she suffered indignities here. Did you subject her to such treatment, young Master Jing? I do not comprehend your insinuations, madam. Lu Jing had fully regained his composure, sensing the malice in Madame Kai's demeanor. Yet, he was unwilling to show weakness. Perhaps you could elucidate, madam. What business does the esteemed daughter of the Kai family have entering my quarters in my absence? Is this the conduct befitting the Kai family? What nonsense are you spouting? Madame Kai glared at Lu Jing. At that moment, Uncle Ming could no longer hold his tongue. Madam, it was Miss Kai who initiated the disturbance, ravaging the room. All the dishes were shattered. Silence. Madame Kai's sharp rebuke interrupted Uncle Ming. The master is speaking. You, a mere servant, should not interject. Uncle Ming, terrified, knelt down, lowering his head in silence. Lu Jing helped him up and coldly addressed Madame Kai. Madam, while you regard him as a servant, I see him as an elder. His words represent me. Uncle Ming continued to bow his head, his lips trembling, tears unconsciously streaming from his eyes. It was the first time in his 40 years as a household servant that a master acknowledged him as an elder. Madame Kai let out a series of sharp laughs, shifting the conversation to the servant, which she considered an affront. Her mocking gaze fixed once again on Lu Jing. Very well, if you wish to demean yourself. I do not oppose it. However, I am here to inform you that you must vacate the Lu residence immediately. There is no longer a place for you here. This is also your uncle's wish, so do not seek him out again. Lu Jing chuckled coldly. He had long desired to leave the Lu residence. Excellent. I have been longing for this. I shall depart at once. Madame Kai, please, do lead the way. Madame Kai shot him a fierce glare and waved her hand. Let us go. She swept away with a throng of servants, leaving only Lu Jing and Uncle Ming in the courtyard. Lu Jing smiled and said to Uncle Ming, let us tidy up and leave. Uncle Ming shook his head, grateful for the young master's kindness, but replied, my indenture is with the Lu family. If I leave, I will be apprehended by the authorities. I must remain. But that woman will mistreat you. She will unleash her hatred for me upon you. Uncle Ming smiled. It matters not. At worst, I will tend to the horses. Besides, I have good relations with several of the stewards. After decades of camaraderie, they will look after me. You may leave with peace of mind. Lu Jing pondered for a moment, then turned and hurried to his study, swiftly penning a letter. He returned to Uncle Ming and handed him the letter. Please deliver this to the eldest master. I request he take care of you. Thank you, young master. I will ensure it reaches him. Lu Jing then produced 3 gold ingots and pressed them into Uncle Ming's hands. Keep this gold safe. You may need it should any trouble arise. No, I cannot accept this. Uncle Ming hastily declined, insisting that the young master needed the money more. Lu Jing disregarded his protest and firmly placed the gold in his hands. He then picked up his satchel and turned to leave, laughter echoing from outside the courtyard. Uncle Ming, please take care. Uncle Ming rushed out of the courtyard, watching the young master's figure recede into the distance, tears once more betraying him, blurring his vision. As night fell, the eldest son, Lu Qi, hurried to his father's study. Just as he was about to knock, he overheard the furious voice of his stepmother. Madame Kai, emanating from within. Does the general still wish to indulge him? He actually struck Xiaoyu. Such an appalling act. When has such a thing ever occurred? It is not merely Xiaoyu he has assaulted, but the dignity of the Kai family. General, this marriage is unacceptable to us. Madam, please calm yourself. We shall discuss this matter at a later time. Do not let your emotions affect your health. Besides, he has already moved out, came a voice of reason. Humph. I never wish to see him again. So disrespectful to his elders. Outside, Lu Qi sighed silently. Many matters in life are shrouded in ambiguity. While his mother's words seemed to hold the moral high ground, without a cause, how could there be an effect? At that moment, he heard the sound of light footsteps approaching. Quickly, he concealed himself behind a pillar as Madame Kai emerged, pausing briefly to look back. General, whether this is a delaying tactic or a long-term strategy, I will never agree to this marriage. I believe Songer is far more suitable. From within the room, Lu Biao let out a heavy snort. Lu Qi furrowed his brow. Indeed, his mother supported his younger brother's union with Xiaoyu. In truth, Lu Qi harbored the desire to marry Kai Xiaoyu, not out of affection, but for the sake of future succession plans. After all, the Kai family was the foremost noble house in Jingzhou. Their support would solidify his status. As Madame Kai's footsteps faded away, Lu Qi stepped out from behind the pillar and knocked on the door. "Father, it is I. Come in," came the weary voice of Lu Biao from inside. Lu Qi entered the room to find his father standing with his hands clasped behind his back, silently gazing into the darkness outside. "Son pays his respects," Lu Qi said, kneeling and bowing deeply. "Have you come regarding Jingzhou?" Lu Biao asked, his tone heavy. "Yes, he left a letter for me." Lu Qi produced the letter. "Father, it is this letter." Lu Biao shook his head. "I do not wish to read it at this moment. You need not present it to me." Taking a seat, Lu Biao sighed after a long pause. Family matters are indeed a source of great distress. Chapter 46. The choice of martial arts training. The words of Lu Qi's father eased his heart significantly. It appeared that his father was not oblivious to the situation and recognized Jingdi's innocence. It was merely the complexities of family matters that left him in a quandary. "Father, it truly was Xiaoyu who instigated this trouble by completely destroying Jingdi's belongings. Therefore, Jingdi's furious reaction is entirely understandable. I believe it is unjust for him to be expelled from our home." Lu Qi had never dared to speak against his stepmother. But this time he mustered the courage to criticize Lady Kai's unfair handling of the matter, which was tinged with a hint of his dissatisfaction regarding her favoritism towards his younger brother. Lu Biao sighed and confessed. "It was indeed my suggestion to have Jingzhou move out. However, my original intention was to provide him with proper accommodation and sustenance before discussing matters with him further. This outcome was never what I desired. To be frank, it pains me greatly. He is, after all, my nephew. How can I explain this to his late father?" "What do you plan to do, father?" Lu Qi inquired gently. Lu Biao found himself in a difficult position. He had gradually become aware of the discord between his nephew and wife. He understood that Lu Jing's expulsion was indeed unjust. Yet he could not afford to alienate his wife over this matter. The intricacies of family affairs weighed heavily on him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Biao said, "Please go and comfort him. Ensure his accommodation and sustenance are arranged. Additionally, convey to him that I am well aware of the situation and that he shall not be wronged in the future. I hope he can understand the difficulties I face. I will certainly provide him with the comfort he needs and arrange for his living conditions," Lu Qi assured. "Moreover, I have another suggestion." "What is it?" "Please share." Lu Biao prompted. "My thought is that perhaps we could assign Jingdi some responsibilities, such as a position to hold. This way, his moving out would seem more reasonable and would not attract external gossip. Furthermore, it would allow him to appreciate the challenges you're enduring. Do you think this is feasible?" Lu Biao queried. Lu Qi nodded, noting that having already participated in the campaign against Zhongwu, he had matured beyond his years and could easily fulfill a standard military role. More importantly, having slain Zhongwu, he had earned merit, which would naturally warrant his father's granting of an official title. No one would question it. Lu Biao walked a few steps with his hands clasped behind his back, moved by his eldest son's suggestion. After a moment of reflection, he smiled and said, "Very well, let me contemplate this further." Longzhong is situated about 20 li west of Xianyang. Exiting the city from the west and traveling 7 or 8 li leads one to Tanqi. Crossing the Tanqi Bridge and continuing west for over 10 li brings one to Longzhong, nestled south of the Han River and merely 20 li from Xianyang. Longzhong is undeniably under Lu Biao's control. However, in the administrative divisions of the Han dynasty, it belonged to the southern region of Nanyang County, specifically Fanqing. Thus, the historical debate surrounding Zhuge Liang's residence, whether in Nanyang or Xiangyang, arises from this context. Zhuge Liang referred to farming in Nanyang in his memorial on the expedition because Longzhong is part of Nanyang County. Yet his social and personal life was predominantly centered in Xiangyang. Lu Jing arrived at Longzhong at dusk, seeking refuge in a clean inn within the town. He was heartened to discover that Qizhu Temple lay just 2 li to the west of the town, well known among the locals and easily accessible. It is the young master's first visit to Longzhong. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man in his 40s, is plump and fair-skinned, possessing a warm smile and a conversational demeanor. He carries an oil lamp, guiding Lu Jing towards the guest rooms. Lu Jing leads his steed closely behind, having learned a lesson. His warhorse requires his personal care and cannot be entrusted to the innkeeper. "Ah, it is indeed my first time in Longzhong," the young master muses. "What do you think of Longzhong?" The innkeeper replies, "The landscape here is picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing waters, and the local customs are simple and honest. It is truly a splendid place. Indeed, Longzhong is not merely characterized by its natural beauty, it is also a cradle of culture. The Pang family's Lumen Academy resides here, attracting notable figures such as Master Sima Hui, Feng Choupang Xiwan, the cunning Zhuge Kongming, as well as Su Yuanji and Cui Zhouping, among many esteemed scholars from the north. On auspicious days, Our streets are filled with scholars. You are fortunate today to find an available room. Had you arrived a few days earlier, you would have found none, as they were all occupied by those dedicated to their studies. Why is that? Lu Jing inquires. The other day, Master Sima Hui publicly sought disciples, drawing thousands of scholars from across Jingzhou, which truly created a lively atmosphere. Consequently, the inns were filled to capacity. And even the Jingzhou temple you intend to visit is now brimming with aspiring students wishing to learn from Master Sima. Nodding in understanding. Lu Jing is aware that over 1,000 scholars have fled the turmoil of the north to seek refuge in Jingzhou, making it the last bastion for the northern gentry. Huang Zhong, with the presence of the Pang family's academy, has thus become a stronghold for these scholars. Ah, this is your room, young master, the innkeeper announces. Leading Lu Jing to a quaint courtyard comprising 2 rooms, enclosed by a wall as tall as a man. Lu Jing secures the courtyard for a modest sum of 20 coins per day. Thank you, innkeeper. I shall rely on your hospitality tomorrow morning. Rest assured. I shall awaken you at the 4th watch, the innkeeper assures, handing Lu Jing the oil lamp before returning to the front courtyard. Lu Jing leads his horse into the quiet yard, where an ancient locust tree stands like a stooped elder leaning against the wall. He extinguishes the oil lamp and seats himself upon a large stone in the courtyard, gazing up at the brilliant stars that adorn the night sky. His heart is tumultuous. Since arriving in this era, tranquility has eluded him. At last, he takes a moment to thoroughly contemplate the night sky of the 3 kingdoms, which bears no distinction from that of later times. He wonders how many secrets lie hidden within this vast universe. As a shooting star streaks across the sky, Lu Jing cannot suppress a soft sigh. Perhaps this is yet another soul traversing the span of 2 millennia. Can he ever return? If not, in this age of warfare and valor, what path lies ahead for him? Longzhong is nestled amidst the rolling hills west of Xiangyang, where a series of peaks and valleys cradle several pavilions and small towns. The local populace is known for their integrity, with lost items rarely unclaimed, creating an idyllic sanctuary seemingly forgotten by the ravages of war. Before the 5th watch, Lu Jing appears upon a narrow path outside the Jingzhou temple. The temple is constructed against the mountains, with a sprawling bamboo grove of several hundred acres behind it. A gentle stream flows beside the temple, marking this place as a convergence of spiritual energy. As Lu Jing dismounted and led his horse forward, he traversed the remaining 100 paces to the Taoist temple. The night was at its most profound, enveloped in an eerie silence. Before long, Lu Jing arrived at the temple's entrance, where to the left lay a small pine grove. And atop a gentle slope, the silhouette of a pavilion could be discerned. Ascending the earthen mound, he spotted a slender figure seated within the pavilion. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he hastened towards it. There sat an elderly Taoist priest, the very same sage he had encountered the previous day. Releasing his horse, Lu Jing entered the pavilion and knelt, bowing deeply in reverence. Junior Lu Jing pays his respects to the esteemed sage. The sage slowly opened his eyes and smiled gently. Did you stay in Longzhong last night? Indeed, I arrived in Longzhong late. For the gates of Xiangyang do not open until the dawn. I hurried here this morning but could not make it in time. Thank you for your understanding. The sage retrieved a small purple vial from within his robes, pouring out a pill the size of a longan, along with a flask of wine, and handed them to Lu Jing. Chew this and wash it down with the wine. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Jing pondered whether he should utter something. Yet this fleeting hesitation quickly dissipated. There was no need for words. Everything was already unfolding as it should. He subdued his inner excitement, accepted the pill and the flask, and gently crushed the pill. An exquisite fragrance wafted through the air, hinting at the presence of musk among the ingredients. Lu Jing placed the pill in his mouth and took several hearty swigs from the wine flask. The liquor was extraordinary, delivering an unbearable spiciness akin to a mouthful of mustard, filling his eyes and nostrils with a sharp sting that nearly caused him to choke. Nevertheless, he persevered, swallowing the concoction down with great effort. Seeing Lu Jing complete the task, the sage's face brightened with a smile, pleased that the boy could endure such a trial. He then picked up a half-brick from beside him and said with a grin, "There is another half of this brick just outside the western gate of Xiangyang. Fetch it for me within half an hour. Remember, only half an hour." Lu Jing scrutinized the brick's appearance before turning on his heels and sprinting away. The round trip would span over 40 miles, akin to a half-marathon in the future, and he was determined to join the ranks of the adept. He ran swiftly, while the sage, with hands clasped behind his back, watched Lu Jing's distant figure with an approving smile. The boy spoke little, but was astute. He had discerned the sage's intent without needing to ride. Truly, a promising pupil. Lu Jing's entire being was ablaze, as if his very organs were on fire. The only relief from this all-consuming agony lay in his desperate sprint. At that moment, fatigue was a foreign concept. A singular thought consumed him. Run. Run with all his might. In the darkness before dawn, a figure raced across the fields west of Xiangyang. As the half-hour drew to a close, the sage, seated cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes once more. Through the hazy morning mist, he beheld a figure hastening toward him, clutching half a blue brick, drenched in sweat. A look of satisfaction graced the sage's face. Indeed, the boy had passed the trial. I have been taking on disciples since they were merely 4 or 5 years old, gradually laying the foundation for their cultivation. Unfortunately, among the 30-odd disciples I have accepted, only 2 have ultimately succeeded, while the majority have succumbed to mediocrity, wasting decades of my time in vain. Later, I encountered Zilong, but regrettably, he was already 14, making it impossible to start his foundation from scratch. Nevertheless, I felt a connection with him and was reluctant to abandon him. Yet, how should I teach him? This dilemma posed a considerable challenge for me. Thus, I contemplated for 7 days and nights within the scripture hall of Lufeng Temple and finally devised a bold plan. Perhaps I could unearth the latent power within Zhao Yun's being. From that moment on, I adopted an entirely new method to cultivate Zilong, which ultimately proved successful. In just 5 years, I transformed a mere hunter boy into a peerless master, undoubtedly aided by his extraordinary talent. Young Master Jing, you commenced your foundation at the age of 16, which is 2 years later than Zilong. Although you possess remarkable talent, your physique has fully matured, unlike Zilong who was still in the throes of growth at that time. Therefore, the potion I have prepared for you differs from Zilong's. It is indeed more potent. I cannot guarantee success. And you must make a decision. Are you willing to take this risk? In the pavilion, the master gazed earnestly at Lu Jing, his clear eyes filled with sincerity. What if I fail? Lu Jing inquired solemnly. Should you fail, you shall remain bedridden for life. Without hesitation, Lu Jing nodded, declaring, I would rather embrace death than live a life of mediocrity. Chapter 47. The cruel training. Both Lu Jing and the Zhao Yun of Ur are beyond the possibility of reshaping their sinews and bones, having nearly reached a definitive form. Yet, they harbor untapped potential within them, a latent capacity inherent in every individual, albeit varying in magnitude. The master has concocted specialized elixirs designed to awaken this potential. Aptly named Shisui Wine and Ijin Pill, aimed at eliciting the hidden power within the human body. Consequently, after each administration of the potion, Lu Jing experiences a surge of boundless strength coursing through him, only for that invigorating sensation to dissipate swiftly. The rigorous training regimen is intended to solidify the sporadic bursts of potential into a consistent source of strength. This bears resemblance to the training of weightlifters in later generations. The singular goal of the master is to fully unearth Lu Jing's latent abilities, amplifying his strength to the point of possessing 1,000-pound might, thereby enabling him to genuinely practice the falling phoenix technique, which ultimately leads to mastering the 100-bird salute spear technique, a meticulous progression. That evening, Lu Jing was nearly carried into the Jingzhou temple by several young Taoists. Once the effects of the medicine waned, an overwhelming fatigue nearly rendered him lifeless, leaving him unable to recall the distance he had traversed or the mountains he had climbed. In Lu Jing's understanding, martial training should unfold gradually, incrementally increasing in intensity. However, the master did not adhere to this principle, administering the elixirs thrice in one day, pushing him to the brink of his physical limits. With a thud, Lu Jing, stripped of his garments, was unceremoniously thrust into a large iron cauldron, approximately 10 feet in diameter. A young Taoist busily stoked the fire beneath the cauldron, where flames blazed fiercely and steam billowed forth. Another Taoist poured a basket of freshly gathered herbs into the pot, creating the illusion of brewing a fragrant broth of vegetables and flesh. Fortunately, a bamboo mat lay within the cauldron, ensuring Lu Jing's skin did not come into contact with the scalding bottom, allowing him to merely endure the boiling water. Lu Jing had grown nearly numb to external stimuli, oblivious to the scalding temperature of the water, as he felt himself plummeting into a torturous abyss, descending deeper into the inferno. The master tested the water's temperature, finding it sufficiently hot, and instructed the fire-tending Taoist to remove the fuel and cease the flames. Master, how long must he soak? One young Taoist inquired. At least an hour. Once the water cools, we shall stoke the fire once more. The boiling water, infused with herbs, served to expel Lu Jing's weariness and restore his vitality, preparing him for another day of strenuous training. This infernal regimen was to persist for at least a month before transitioning into a sustainable long-term training plan. Master, when shall I begin tomorrow? Lu Jing, languishing in the medicinal concoction, weakly asked. At the break of dawn, we shall ascend the mountain, the master replied with a smile. Lu Qi was aware that Lu Jing had ventured to Longzhong, yet he remained oblivious to his whereabouts. Having visited Longzhong 5 times before finally locating Lu Jing at Jingzhou Temple. However, Lu Jing preferred to keep the details of his martial training somewhat veiled from Lu Qi, leading him instead to the town. Brother, has Uncle Lu's army returned? Lu Jing inquired with a smile. They returned long ago and are currently stationed in Xinye. Your uncle inquired about you and praised your accomplishments. It is truly regrettable that there was no one to welcome the triumphant army. As the 2 men arrived at the small town, Lu Qi suggested treating Lu Jing to lunch. Lu Jing chuckled and inquired, Elder brother, do you have any money? I, alas, am utterly broke. Lu Qi produced a small gold ingot, weighing approximately 3 or 4 taels, and weighed it in his hand with a smile, asking, is this sufficient? Enough for 10 meals, Lu Jing replied. The 2 entered a tavern, where Lu Qi was soon taken aback. Lu Jing ordered an astonishing 5 pounds of meat and 2 liters of rice for this meal, leaving Lu Qi in disbelief. Jing, how is it that your appetite has grown so prodigious? Lu Jing offered a wry smile. If you were aware that my daily exertion is tenfold what it used to be, you would not be so astonished. Perhaps I am simply experiencing a growth spurt. It is indeed puzzling. However, Lu Qi had more pressing matters weighing on his mind. Lu Jing's increased appetite seemed trivial in comparison. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Jing, regarding your departure from home, Father feels a deep sense of remorse. He has sent me to convey his apologies and concern, hoping you can comprehend his predicament. Lu Jing nodded in understanding. I can empathize with Uncle's difficulties. Family disputes are seldom clear-cut. Lu Qi was taken aback by Lu Jing's rationality. The worries that had burdened his heart over the past few days seemed to dissipate like leaves in the wind, leaving his mind clear. Lu Qi chuckled. If Father knew how understanding you are, he would be overjoyed. Frankly, I do not believe it is your fault. The root of the issue lies in your proposed union with the Kai family. I have made my position clear. I do not wish to marry into the Kai family. Lu Jing asserted. I understand. Lu Qi sighed. In truth, Xiao is not suited for you. She has been spoiled since childhood and requires a more tolerant, or rather, gentler husband. While you possess tolerance, you are inherently strong-willed. Even if you were to marry under duress, cohabitation would likely prove challenging. Lu Jing nodded silently, acknowledging the truth in Lu Qi's words. After a moment of silence, Lu Qi inquired, So, what do you intend to do about this matter? What other options do I have? Lu Jing replied with a bitter smile. I would certainly refuse, if Uncle pressures me further. I will have no choice but to return to my hometown in Shanyang. Such a drastic measure is unnecessary. If you stand firm, Father should relent. However, I believe marrying Xiaoya would bring numerous advantages. I advise you to reconsider. Lu Qi felt conflicted. On one hand, he wished for Lu Jing to abandon the marriage, preventing any rivalry for Xiaoyao. Yet on the other, he feared that with their mother's support, Lu Jing might ultimately wed her and gain the backing of the Kai family, thereby threatening his own position as heir. This duality of desire led to some contradictions in Lu Qi's counsel. Is there anything else, elder brother? Lu Jing sought to divert the conversation from the Kai family union. Yes, we must also address your living arrangements, and additionally, Father wishes to secure a position for you. Lu Jing found himself quite intrigued by these 2 matters. Currently, his most pressing need was money. His appetite had grown insatiable, and Jingzhou Temple could no longer sustain him. The little gold he possessed would not last long. More importantly, his medicinal expenses were exorbitant. The supplies brought by the master could only last him a month, after which he would have to fend for himself. Furthermore, the prospect of employment was something he had long anticipated, signifying his formal entry into the officialdom and the commencement of his arduous journey. Lu Jing endeavored to suppress his inner eagerness, smiling as he remarked, Indeed, my appetite has become quite substantial. Jingzhou Temple can no longer afford to support this gluttonous tianshi. I wonder how my elder brother intends to resolve my accommodation and sustenance issues. I have found a small residence for you in Fanqing, fully furnished, and you may move in at your convenience. As for your meals, you can dine at the Jianghan Tavern in Fanqing. You need not worry about the expenses, as I will settle them with the proprietors. Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback. Why was he being arranged to stay in Fanqing? However, he quickly discerned that this was a means of marginalizing him. Perhaps his rising prominence had begun to overshadow Lu Qi and Lu Song. Or perhaps it was a warning from Lu Biao for his refusal to marry Kai Shaoan. In any case, there was an implicit demotion at play. Lu Jing could not help but let out a cold chuckle inwardly, then feigned nonchalance as he inquired, "What position do you intend to assign me?" Sensing a tinge of guilt for relocating Lu Jing to Fanqing, Lu Qi lightened his tone, responding with a smile, "You may contemplate your specific role. As long as it is not too excessive, Father should be amenable and reward you for slaying Zhang Wu." At that moment, Lu Jing recalled a matter concerning his future training. After a brief contemplation, he stated, "I hope my new position will be related to the Han River. That request is not unreasonable. I will discuss it with Father. By the way, how much longer do you plan to stay in Longzhou?" "Father wishes to know what you are up to there," Lu Qi queried, puzzled. "I have encountered an old Taoist master from whom I am learning the art of alchemy. I should be here for about another month. After that, I will appear in Fanqing." Lu Qi nodded, producing 30 taels of gold, which he placed on the table and pushed towards Lu Jing. Lu Jing raced back to Qizhu Temple. After 5 days of rigorous training, only yesterday did the overwhelming fatigue begin to dissipate, allowing him to profoundly appreciate the transformation of his body. He felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis. As if he had shed a heavy burden, his body felt lighter, his steps more vigorous, and his stamina significantly enhanced. He could easily sprint back to Xiangyang without feeling fatigued, as if he were brimming with boundless energy. He understood that this was not solely the result of grueling training. The Master's medicine had also played a role, seemingly awakening his latent potential. This was merely the beginning. What results would a month yield? Upon arriving at the temple's entrance, he spotted the master standing in the pavilion from a distance. Excited, Lu Jing waved and rushed towards him. "Do you realize how much time has passed?" the master asked coldly. Lu Jing scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The master had only allowed him a quarter of an hour, yet in a moment of inspiration, he had squandered at least half an hour. The younger generation willingly accepts punishment, does he not? The master's face brightened with a smile. "Since you have taken the initiative, I shall not be courteous. Today, you are to run an additional 20 miles. Soon." Lu Jing realized that this daily extra distance was not a punishment, but rather an enhancement of his training regimen. After half a month, he found himself running 100 miles each day, akin to completing a marathon daily. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He was also required to ascend mountains countless times. Starting from the 4th watch of the night until the hour of the pig, often being carried into the Taoist temple by the young acolytes, stripped of his garments, and cast into a pot for a slow simmer. Day by day, Lu Jing felt himself growing stronger. In no time, he had been training for over 20 days. During this period, Zhao Yun visited him twice, bringing with him 20 stones of grain and 10 pigs, a gesture from Liu Bei. That night, after finishing his medicinal bath, Lu Jing felt significantly rejuvenated. Typically, he would return to his room to sleep, but today, he found himself standing before the master's door, gently knocking. "Master, it is I." "Come in," came the response. Lu Jing entered the room to find the master seated in a lotus position, eyes closed in meditation. Though the master forbade Lu Jing from calling him master, in Lu Jing's heart, he had already regarded him as such. Lu Jing approached and knelt, respectfully performing a bow. "Did you seek me?" the master inquired, slowly opening his eyes with a smile. "I have something of importance to discuss with you." Chapter 48. Farewell and Reunion. Lu Jing straightened his posture, his demeanor respectful, deeply grateful to the sage. The sage smiled gently. "It has been 23 days of training. How do you perceive its effects?" In response, Lu Jing declared, "I feel as though I have undergone a profound transformation. Many tasks that once seemed insurmountable have now become effortlessly achievable." "For instance?" the sage inquired. "Take running, for example. The first day I attempted to run from here to the west city of Xiangyang. It took me half an hour, leaving me utterly exhausted. Yet now, I can return with ease. Although the time remains unchanged, I can effortlessly complete 2 round trips without significant fatigue. Furthermore, yesterday, I attempted to lift that large stone and was able to manage it, taking several steps. This reflects my growing strength." The sage discerned a hint of self-satisfaction in Lu Jing's tone, and his expression grew stern. "Zilong, while you speak the truth, you are indeed a remarkably gifted youth, comparable to my former self. However, you still have a grueling path ahead. Do not allow a mere modicum of progress to inflate your ego." "Do you grasp my meaning?" Lu Jing felt as though struck by a blow, his elation dissipating entirely. He nodded silently, understanding that even with Zhao Yun's exceptional talent, he had endured 5 years of rigorous training. His own journey was still long. "I understand," he replied, a flicker of remorse in his eyes. The sage's gaze softened once more, and he smiled. "It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, though I have instructed no fewer than 30 disciples. Only 3 have truly mastered my martial arts. my eldest disciple, Tong Yuan, my second disciple, Li Yin, and my closed-door disciple, Zhao Yun. Tong Yuan and Li Yin have passed away, yet they left behind numerous disciples, some of whom, like Zhang Xiu and Zhang Ren, you may have heard of. Lu Jing was taken aback. He was indeed familiar with the renowned spear masters Zhang Xiu of the north and Zhang Ren of the west. It surprised him to learn that they were the sage's disciples. The sage continued with a smile, I have met Zhang Xiu and Zhang Ren. Both began their martial training at the age of 7, strictly following my teachings. However, I must say their innate abilities are merely decent and pale in comparison to Zilong. It could be said that Zilong's talent is unparalleled in a century. Yet you possess a unique serendipity. Frankly, in terms of physical prowess, you do not match Zilong. But your extraordinary insight into life is what captivated me, instilling great hope in my heart. Rest assured, esteemed sage, I shall never betray your expectations, Lu Jing vowed. The sage retrieved 2 gourds, one red and one black, from a nearby chest and placed them on the table. Within the red gourd is the prepared bone-cleansing powder. Simply steep 1 packet in a jug of wine. The black gourd contains the Yi Jin Din you will take regularly. As for the herbal baths, Taoist Luo Lu knows the details. I have entrusted him with the task of gathering and preparing them for you. Lu Jing was taken aback. Are you leaving, esteemed sage? The sage sighed. I had intended to accompany you in training for another 2 months, but I sense something amiss with my health and must return. I hope I am not too late. You may ride my horseback. My steed is swifter, Lu Jing urged anxiously. The master chuckled softly, a hint of melancholy in his laughter. You foolish child, he said. When I spoke of time being sufficient, I did not refer to the journey ahead, but rather to the moment I have awaited my entire life. Do not inquire further. He refrained from explicitly stating that some truths could not be divulged to Lu Jing. For his own time was drawing near, and he must return to the mountain to complete the final leg of his cultivation journey. The master then produced a thick tome, solemnly handing it to Lu Jing. This contains the insights I have penned over the past few days. Peruse it diligently, and you shall know how to proceed in the future. It also includes the formulas and methods for concocting medicines. This is the secret of my Falling Phoenix sect. More vital than both the Falling Phoenix technique and the 100 birds facing the Phoenix spear. You must assure me that you will never disclose this to a third party. Lu Jing accepted the tome, his expression grave. I assure you, master, I will not reveal it to anyone. The master laughed again. It seems I have misjudged you. If one can save the world, what secrets remain? Leaving the formulas in this world is of no consequence. You may act as you see fit. No need for such assurances. I rescind your promise. Your disciple shall remember this. The master pointed to the tome again. You must treat its contents with utmost seriousness, following my prescribed methods without haste. Additionally, on the last 2 pages, there are a series of sword techniques crafted specifically for you. I have observed your swift movements. Perhaps in the future, you will triumph through speed. Realizing that he might never see the master again, Lu Jing felt a pang of sorrow, knowing he would be unable to repay such kindness. He knelt and bowed 3 times, his heart heavy. I will forever remember your great kindness, master, and I shall repay you. The master smiled gently. If you achieve success, extend your kindness to the villagers of Changshan County. That will suffice as your repayment. If fate allows, perhaps we shall meet again in some form. I hope that when we do, the figure before me will be an upright man of exceptional martial prowess. Your disciple shall remember this. In the room, Lu Jing placed the tome on the table, leafing through its pages one by one. The content was meticulously detailed, outlining his future training regimen, the methods to employ, the requisite training volume, potential dangers, and strategies for overcoming them. The master particularly emphasized the importance of patience, warning against the perils of greed and haste, advocating for a gradual and persistent approach, with results expected in 3 to 4 years. Moreover, he noted that Zhao Yun had only taught him the fundamental techniques of the 100 birds facing the Phoenix spear, which was not the complete form. The true mastery comprises 13 techniques with 281 variations, a closely guarded secret of the Falling Phoenix sect, which Zhao Yun would not dare impart without the master's consent. The master had already informed Zhao Yun that he could pass on the full technique to Lu Jing. Though not easily moved, Lu Jing felt a wave of emotion wash over him at the master's patient guidance, leaving him uncertain of how to reciprocate such profound kindness. Upon reaching the final page, he paused, astonished. The master had mentioned that the last 2 pages contained a specially designed sword technique for him. Yet what he found were not merely a single technique, but 24 illustrations, each depicting a distinct strike from various angles. After a moment of meticulous contemplation, He finally comprehended that it was, indeed, a singular technique. However, this technique required an in-depth understanding of the 24 offensive forms to uncover the inspiration behind that one decisive strike. What appeared to be exceedingly complex ultimately revealed itself as a culmination of accumulated knowledge, distilling the 24 strikes into a singular, remarkably swift motion. In his concluding remarks, Jingzhou penned the phrase, "a single strike that stirs the winds and thunders." This form may be termed wind and thunder transformation. Such intricate 24 strikes were ultimately simplified into one, leading Lu Jing to a sudden epiphany. He pondered deeply, realizing why the masters of traditional Chinese painting could evoke boundless artistry with just a few casual strokes. It seemed deceptively simple, yet it was a skill beyond the reach of the ordinary practitioner. Perhaps this too was a manifestation of transforming complexity into simplicity. The seemingly effortless strokes encapsulated the masterful dedication of countless years spent honing their craft, pouring their entire essence into those few strokes. Similarly, the seemingly casual stance adopted by Zhao Yun concealed an array of transformations. It was no surprise that Zhao Yun claimed his 13-style spear technique was not the complete 100 birds facing the phoenix form. For how could such a comprehensive technique consist solely of 13 forms? Behind each stance lay an unfathomable depth of wisdom. Moreover, mastering these variations necessitated a profound understanding of the falling phoenix technique, which in turn required strength to genuinely grasp its essence. It was at this juncture that Lu Jing experienced a profound awakening. All formidable martial arts ultimately distill complexity into simplicity, whether in painting, calligraphy, literature, or even culinary arts. Every skill under heaven follows this principle. He leaped into action, drawing his blade, executing a swift diagonal slash that traced an arc in the air. This was the first and second illustrations, with a total of 24 illustrations that could only be mastered after comprehending their essence to perform this wind and thunder transformation strike. Each form had been meticulously practiced, and Lu Jing was filled with exhilaration. He had mastered the falling phoenix technique essential to this sword play, signifying that this was a move tailor-made for him by a true master. At that moment, Lu Jing genuinely acquired the martial prowess of the master. Although it was merely one move, the profound martial wisdom it encapsulated would benefit Lu Jing immensely. That very evening, the master bid farewell to the Jingzhou temple, embarking northward to return to Changshan County, while Lu Jing remained behind, diligently training without a hint of complacency, traversing mountains and rivers, running long distances from dawn till dusk. 10 days later, Lu Jing officially completed the first phase of his training and departed from Longzhong, setting forth towards Fan City. Situated on the northern bank of the Han River, Fan City overlooked Xiangyang across the water. Although its area was slightly smaller than Xiangyang, its population and level of prosperity far surpassed that of Xiangyang. It served as the industrial city and supply hub of the entire Jingzhou region. The docks bustled with merchant ships, while the city itself was adorned with myriad shops, where goods from Jiaodong, Bashu, and Jingxiang converged. One could even witness caravans of mules and horses from the north, laden with various wares. Within the city, not only were there shops, but also numerous workshops dedicated to weaving, shoemaking, blacksmithing, papermaking, woodworking, metalworking, and lacquerware, representing a myriad of trades and crafts. The permanent residents within the city number over 200,000, with tens of thousands more crossing the river daily to seek their fortunes in Fanqing. Additionally, merchants from all corners of the land and refugees fleeing from the north converge here, alongside farmers from various regions of Jingzhou, culminating in a population that undoubtedly exceeds 300,000. Among them, nearly 20,000 porters and boatmen earn their livelihoods in the vicinity of the docks. Lu Jing soon located the residence that Lu Qi had arranged for him, nestled by a small river near the southern part of the city. This quaint abode, occupying approximately an acre of land, featured a long row of willows lining the riverbank, their countless branches swaying gently in the breeze, evoking visions of its beauty in the springtime. The house had belonged to an elderly resident of Jingzhou and had remained unoccupied for some time. Lu Qi had graciously loaned it to Lu Jing for his temporary stay. As Lu Jing approached the entrance, leading his horse, the door creaked open unexpectedly. There emerged Uncle Ming, carrying a basket, and upon their eyes meeting, Lu Jing was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Uncle Ming." The smile on Uncle Ming's face revealed the lines of joy etched into his skin. "Young master, you have finally arrived," he said, attempting to kneel in respect. Lu Jing, quick to respond, gently grasped him, saying, "Uncle Ming, please do not kneel." Uncle Ming's eyes glistened with emotion as he choked out, "I never imagined I would see you again." Lu Jing's heart swelled with delight. His concerns about Uncle Ming's suffering under Madame Kai's cruelty dissipated with this reunion, signaling that Uncle Ming would remain by his side. This moment brought him unparalleled happiness, and he understood that this was undoubtedly Lu Qi's thoughtful orchestration. The meticulous care and understanding displayed by Lu Qi filled Lu Jing with gratitude. "Young master, how have you become so dark and thin?" Uncle Ming remarked. Suddenly noticing the significant change in Lu Jing's appearance, his skin now tanned and gaunt, startling him. "It's a long story. Let us speak inside." Lu Jing replied with a smile, leading his horse toward the house. At that moment, a young maid, around 11 or 12 years of age, darted out from the courtyard. With a cherubic round face and large, bright eyes, she curiously inspected Lu Jing. "Uncle Ming, who is he?" she inquired, taken aback by his tall stature. "This is young Master Jing. Come, pay your respects." Uncle Ming cheerfully introduced him. "This is the daughter of Zhao Ernyang from the kitchen, named a Duo. She was previously working in the pharmacy, but young Master Qi has specially reassigned her to serve you alongside me." The young maid obediently stepped forward to bow, her voice sweet and crisp, reminiscent of a succulent, juicy green apple. Chapter 49. Money Matters. Lu Jing had always preferred solitude over the servitude of maids, finding it quite inconvenient. For instance, during the summer, he yearned for the freedom to lounge bare-chested in his chamber. However, the little maidservant was indeed clever and charming, embodying an endearing innocence. Since she had already arrived, Lu Jing graciously acquiesced, smilingly nodding to proceed indoors. As he stepped into the courtyard, the entirety of the residence came into view. The modest yard featured a tall, stately apricot tree in the upper left corner, its expansive crown gracefully sheltering half the house. The dwelling comprised approximately 6 or 7 rooms, with a small vegetable garden in the back, meticulously maintained, presenting an unpretentious yet pleasant first impression to Lu Jing. Uncle Ming had gone to tend to the horses, and the little maid led Lu Jing to his quarters. "Young master, these are 2 adjoining rooms." Uncle Ming mentioned that the inner room is your bedroom, while the outer room can serve as a study. At this juncture, the maid discreetly inquired, "Do you read?" "Young master?" "Occasionally," he replied. "Oh, my mother says that being literate is remarkable. It could lead to an official position. My father, being illiterate, has condemned me to a life of servitude." Adair pouted, her lips forming a delicate frown. Seeing her youthful innocence, Lu Jing couldn't help but chuckle. "In the future, I shall teach you to read." "Really?" Adair clapped her hands in delight, but her spirits quickly deflated. "It would be better if you taught my father instead. As a mere girl, even if I learned to read, I cannot hold an official title." With a sigh, a wave of melancholy washed over her, for her father had passed away earlier this year. Lu Jing, oblivious to her inner turmoil, settled himself by the window. After a month of not being able to sit properly, he stretched languidly, reveling in a sensation of unparalleled comfort that uplifted his spirits. "Young master, you haven't eaten yet." "Have you? I will make you some flatbreads. I can prepare lamb and scallion pies that are absolutely delicious. Would you like some?" Her large eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Jing. Noticing her cherubic round face, resembling a fluffy bun, he chuckled. "Let me give you a new name." "Really?" Adair clapped joyfully, for there was a widow in the household named Miss Duo, who had a rather unsavory reputation. She had long disliked her name. Since Lu Jing wished to bestow upon her a new one, it was a welcome change. "What shall you call me, young master? Chunlan or Dongmei?" Her eyes twinkled with expectation. "I shall call you Little Bun," Lu Jing replied with a grin. "Little Bun?" Adair was taken aback. "What is a bun?" "It is something delightful, a cherished memory of mine." Though unaware of what a bun truly was and finding the name somewhat peculiar, she nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall heed your choice. Little Bun it is, as my mother's surname is Biao." Pouting slightly, she added shyly, "But when I grow up, you mustn't call me this name." Lu Jing laughed heartily. "When you are splendidly married, you shall be addressed by your official name. This is merely a nickname." Adair's face flushed crimson, and she shyly replied, "That is still a long way off." Lu Jing, finding her demeanor endearing, encouraged, "Little Bun, I am quite hungry now. Do hasten to prepare those lamb and scallion pies." "Right away." Little Baozi responded with a cheerful acknowledgement and turned to run away joyfully. Lu Jing gazed at her lively figure receding into the distance, realizing that having a young maidservant was quite pleasant, as it alleviated the sense of monotony. At that moment, Lu Jing calmed his mind. He needed to organize his thoughts. According to the requirements outlined in the Real Person's Manual, he needed many items, a large wooden tub, herbs for his daily baths, and his substantial appetite. In the future, he would also require gunpowder, snake gallbladders aged over 30 years, musk, and 100-year-old reishi mushrooms. These were all exceedingly precious medicinal materials. Lu Jing understood what he lacked most at present. Although the Lu residents provided him with 300 coins and a stone of rice monthly, this meager sum held no significance for him. At that moment, he found himself with merely 5 taels of gold, and without money, he could accomplish nothing. However, where could he procure a sum of money? The scallion and lamb pastry made by little Baozi was exceptionally delicious, leaving him yearning for more. Exiting the courtyard, Lu Jing discerned the direction and headed directly towards the southern part of the city. Fan City was a thriving commercial hub, bustling with shops and the clamor of vendors, where the goods from across the Jingzhou region converged. Yet, this did not imply that the streets and alleys of Fan City were paved with gold, readily accessible to remedy his financial predicament. Of course, he could devise some novel trinket from the future, promote it, and earn a fortune. But this was the late Han era, and Lu Jing was sufficiently enlightened to know that while some ideas were splendid, reality was often harsh. Nonetheless, this did not mean he would be unable to acquire money. He indeed had his methods and could amass considerable wealth. Like Xiangyang, Fan City also featured a central thoroughfare known as Nanyang Street, stretching north to south, flanked by many renowned commercial establishments. Lu Jing inquired along the way and soon discovered his objective, an imposing merchant mansion situated in the most bustling area of the southern city. He ascended the steps and, lifting his gaze, noted the plaque above the entrance, adorned with golden characters on a black background, spelling out Tao's Mercantile. In Fan City, the mere mention of Tao's Mercantile commanded deep respect, its stature rivaling that of the county government. Although Tao's Mercantile did not operate retail shops, it engaged in the largest trade in Fan City. Whenever the golden koi flag of Tao's Mercantile appeared at the city docks, it invariably stirred a significant commotion. The vast commercial enterprise of the Tao family also generated substantial tax revenue for Jingzhou, alongside generous tributes to Lu Biao, allowing the head of the Tao family, Tao Sheng, to enter the government office without prior notification or inspection, a privilege bestowed by Lu Biao to highlight his esteemed status. As Lu Jing ascended the final step, a servant came forward to greet him, bowing respectfully. "Young master, have you come to discuss business?" Lu Jing nodded. "I am here to negotiate a significant transaction." "This way." "Please," the servant replied courteously. Despite being unaware of Lu Jing's background, he still treated him with utmost respect and led him to a reception hall, where a maidservant entered to serve tea. Lu Jing had barely seated himself when a cough broke the silence, and a young steward entered the room. He cast a puzzled glance at Lu Jing, as if he found him somewhat familiar. Nevertheless, he maintained his decorum, smiling as he bowed slightly. "I am Li Feng from Jiangxia. You may refer to me as Steward Li. I have heard that you wish to discuss business. Please feel free to share your intentions with me." Lu Jing rose and offered a respectful gesture. "I am Lu Jing from Xiangyang." As soon as Lu Jing uttered this, the steward suddenly realized and exclaimed, "You are young Master Jing." It turned out that he recognized Lu Jing, which was fortunate as it saved him the trouble of an introduction. Lu Jing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I wondered why you seemed familiar. I attended the sword competition last time, and your swordsmanship is truly admirable." "Your praise is unwarranted," Lu Jing responded modestly. After a brief pause, the steward seemed to recollect himself. "Young Master Jing, you are the nephew of the provincial governor. Are you truly here to discuss business?" The steward could not help but chuckle lightly as he inquired. "What business do you wish to discuss?" Lu Jing produced a neatly folded note and handed it to the steward. "Everything you need to know is contained within this." The steward accepted the note and unfolded it, revealing 2 lines. "The Tao family welcomes esteemed guests in Jiaodong, in Wuchang City, slay the yellow goat." Furrowing his brow, the steward asked, "Young Master Jing, may I inquire what this means?" "If you cannot comprehend it, it is meant for your master, who will undoubtedly understand," Lu Jing replied. The steward was taken aback and quickly rose. "Please, young master, remain seated while I report this to the chief steward. I am but a lowly servant and lack the authority to convey messages to the master." "Go ahead," Lu Jing said, lifting his teacup and savoring a sip. He felt confident that with the Tao family's adeptness, this business transaction would surely come to fruition. The steward hurriedly made his way to the back courtyard, arriving at a door where he knocked. "Second young master, it is I with urgent news." "Come in," came the response. The steward pushed the door open and stepped inside. A man reclined on a couch, engrossed in reading. Most of the literature at that time consisted of bamboo slips, but affluent families had begun to transcribe texts onto paper, primarily Buddhist scriptures, alongside notable works from the Warring States period. The young man, around 30, possessed fair skin and sharp, penetrating eyes that conveyed a sense of keen intelligence. He was Cao Zhang's second son, Cao Zhang, who had previously led a group into Wuchang. Following the murder of Huang Yu, the nephew of Huang Zhong, a manhunt was underway throughout Jiangxia. Among the rumors circulating among Wuchang's boatmen was that a young woman clad in black, armed with a Biao and twin swords, had been spotted aboard a Tao family vessel. This incited a sense of unease within the Tao family, prompting Cao Zhang to send his son Cao Zhang to Xiangyang to gather information. Having spent nearly half a month in Xiangyang without any leads, the matter seemed to have faded into obscurity. The steward approached and bowed. "Second young master, a visitor has arrived, young master Jing." "Which young master Jing?" Cao Zhang asked. Sitting up straight, his senses heightened. "The nephew of the provincial governor. You mentioned previously, second young master, to keep an eye on his movements." Cao Zhang had already discovered that the individual responsible for Huang Yu's murder in Wuchang was none other than Lu Jing. He had explicitly instructed the chief steward to report any news regarding Lu Jing immediately. Cao Zhang felt a surge of anxiety and hastily inquired, "What brings him here?" "He claimed to have come to discuss business with us, yet he handed me this note." Manager Li passed the note to Cao Zhang, who opened it and was instantly startled, rising abruptly with a change in his voice. "Is he gone?" "No, he is still waiting in the parlor." Manager Li was equally taken aback, as he had never witnessed the second young master so flustered. Beads of sweat appeared on Cao Zhang's forehead. He understood the implications of the note. Lu Jing had already uncovered the true identities of the two siblings. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. If Lu Biao became aware of this matter, it would spell disaster for the Tao family, tantamount to their annihilation. Even if the Tao family managed to escape to Jiangdong in time, their primary enterprises would be left in ruins, with consequences far too dire to contemplate. Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Zhang set off, only to turn back after a few steps to instruct Manager Li to immediately secure the main gate. Furthermore, he ordered coachman Luo to lead the men in blocking all exits, declaring that no one was to enter or leave without his express command. Witnessing the second young master's grave demeanor, Manager Li silently regretted his earlier decision. He had intended to bypass the head steward and discreetly win the second young master's favor, but now the situation had escalated, necessitating an explanation to the head steward. Reluctantly, Manager Li braced himself for the confrontation, lamenting that he had likely offended the head steward, which would inevitably affect his year-end bonuses. Manager Li had forgotten a golden rule of the workplace: it is better to offend one's employer than to upset one's superior. Meanwhile, in the room, Lu Jing continued to sip his tea leisurely, a knife resting on the table, not as a show of bravado, but as a testament to his stance. He was mentally prepared for the outcome of this encounter, knowing it could lead to only two results, either silence or enlightenment. Should the Tao family entertain even a hint of silencing him, Lu Jing would respond with the obliteration of the Tao family. There was no room for compromise in such matters. Conversely, if the Tao family were willing to engage in earnest dialogue, a vast realm of cooperation could unfold. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the courtyard, only to pause at the door, calming into a steady rhythm as if the newcomer were gathering their composure. Lu Jing smirked coldly, confident that the visitor had comprehended the message conveyed in his note. Chapter 50. The new official takes office in a fleeting shadow. A young gentleman clad in a blue brocade robe and adorned with a scarf entered the room. By his age, the confidence reflected in his gaze, and the steadiness of his stride, Lu Jing deduced that this individual held a considerable position within the Tao family. Rising with a warm smile, Lu Jing introduced himself. "This esteemed brother is Chaisang Tao Zhang. You may call me Tao Heir." Being a man of status, Cao Zhang did not wish to masquerade as a mere steward of the business. "Ah, the second master, I have long admired your reputation," Lu Jing noted, having previously gathered some information about the Tao family. It seemed that this Tao heir was not involved in business dealings, but rather responsible for the internal affairs of the family. "Please, take a seat," Lu Jing offered. However, Cao Zhang, a practical man perhaps due to his own unease, bypassed pleasantries. He directly produced a slip of paper, placing it on the table, and inquired, "What do these two sentences mean?" His keen gaze scrutinized Lu Jing, missing no expression that flickered across the latter's face. With a faint smile, Lu Jing responded, "In Chibi Town, I encountered a pair of siblings who shared a camaraderie with me in Wuchang City as we fought against bandits. Thus, we approach each other with sincerity. The elder brother is Sun Kuang, and the sister is Sun Ren. With the assistance of the Tao family, they managed to escape from Wuchang City. Surely, the second master is aware of this?" A chill of dread washed over Cao Zhang as he silently chastised the siblings for their naivety in revealing their true names, which could jeopardize the Tao family. However, he could not admit his concern outright. "I apologize, but I do not comprehend what you mean," Master Jing. Who are the Sun siblings, and what relevance do they have to the Tao family? Lu Jing's expression darkened as he rose, sheathing his blade with a cold demeanor. If the Tao family dismisses the opportunity to converse, then I shall take my leave and discuss this matter with your family head and the governor. With that, he strode toward the exit, prompting a surge of anxiety in Cao Zhang. Despite having made arrangements, the imposing stature of Lu Jing suggested formidable martial skills. What if Master Luo could not withstand him? Should matters escalate to violence, it would be too late to amend the situation. Master Jing, please, wait, Cao Zhang exclaimed, hastily blocking Lu Jing's path and bowing repeatedly. There is much we can discuss. Do take a seat. He then called out, quickly, bring tea. This was a signal, indicating that everyone outside must vacate the courtyard. The maids and servants departed, leaving only a few strong men guarding the entrance, barring entry to anyone else. In that moment, within a radius of several feet, only he and Lu Jing remained. Lu Jing sheathed his weapon, and his demeanor softened slightly. I believe the second master is an astute individual. Why do I come alone rather than with a military entourage to besiege your commercial estate? Is further explanation necessary? Cao Zhang chuckled wryly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Some actions were simply human nature, and he hoped Master Jing would understand. To speak candidly, the Tao family has indeed mishandled this matter. A slight misstep could lead to our ruin, and having taken such a substantial risk, the family has gained nothing in return. Should anything befall those siblings, it would incite anger from Sun Quan. The Tao family has been exceedingly reckless. Cao Zhang nodded in silent agreement, acknowledging that Master Jing's words rang true. This matter has indeed been poorly managed by the Tao family, and my father is quite furious about it. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of realization. This was Lu Biao's nephew, and he was confiding in him. He gazed at Lu Jing, genuinely perplexed by his intentions. When I entered, did I not mention that my intention was to conduct a transaction with the Tao family? Lu Jing observed him with a knowing smile. The blood of Cao Zhang flowed with the innate talent of a merchant. Upon hearing Lu Jing utter the words transaction, he immediately understood, and his heart lightened. As long as the other party was willing to pay, everything could be negotiated. It is said that the laborer seeks tools while the thinker seeks power. For Lu Jing, there were countless ways to amass wealth, yet none could compare to the straightforwardness of someone offering their resources willingly. The Tao family possessed an abundance of wealth. Assisting them in spending it was hardly an inconvenience. More importantly, even though Lu Jing had wealth, he might still find it challenging to procure rare medicinal materials such as 30-year-old snake gall or 100-year-old ginseng, which the Tao family could easily obtain. Being one of the foremost merchants in Jingzhou and the entire southern region. Seeing the hopeful expression on Cao Zhang's face, Lu Jing smiled slightly. I have encountered a bit of trouble lately and wish to acquire some medicinal herbs, but I am at a loss. I am aware that the Tao family conducts extensive business. Might I request your assistance? Cao Zhang responded with a wry smile, stating that it was an honor for his family to serve Master Jing. In fact, the young master only needed to send a servant with the prescription, and they would promptly gather the required herbs and present them to him. The implication was clear. If it were merely a matter of herbs, there was no need to leverage the situation against the Tao family. Lu Jing understood his meaning and smiled inwardly. For the Tao family, both money and medicine held little significance, merely a drop in the ocean. Given his status as Lu Biao's nephew, even without mentioning the Sun siblings, the Tao family would willingly part with their resources. Lu Jing had deeper intentions. Establishing a connection with the Tao family was far from a disadvantage. It is nothing. My personal visit is merely to express my sincerity, to convey that I and the Tao family are on the same ship. Both parties were speaking in riddles, and Lu Jing was subtly indicating that he was aware of the Sun siblings' situation but had no intention of exposing the Tao family. A silent understanding passed between them, and they both smiled knowingly. Lu Jing produced a prescription listing 6 herbs. In truth, the actual prescription contained over 30 herbs, with most being relatively easy to find. Only these 6 were somewhat rare, both in terms of price and availability in ordinary apothecaries. Thus, he could only turn to the Tao family for assistance. Cao Zhang took the prescription, glanced at it, and without further inquiry, nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, within 10 days, the Tao family business will procure all these herbs. You shall have as many as you desire. Thank you, Lu Jing said as he rose to take his leave. I apologize for the disturbance today. I shall certainly visit your esteemed father in Chaisang when time permits. At that moment, a steward entered carrying a tray of gold, 10 ingots, totaling approximately 200 taels. Cao Zhang personally offered the gold to Lu Jing, saying, "This is a small token of my appreciation. I implore you to accept it." Lu Jing understood that if he refused, Cao Zhang would likely lose sleep that night. He accepted it graciously, clasping his hands in farewell. Cao Zhang accompanied Lu Jing to the door, watching his retreating figure until his expression shifted. He immediately turned and commanded, "Prepare a boat. I must return to Chaisang at once." As night descended, Lu Jing found himself alone by the banks of the Han River. His period of intensive training had come to an end, resulting in a significant enhancement of his physical prowess. What lay ahead was the arduous journey of strength training, a process that would require no less than 3 years. Lu Jing glanced around. He stood on a gravelly riverbank west of Fan City, a desolate place rarely trodden by human feet, enveloped in profound silence, an ideal location for honing his skills. With deliberate grace, Lu Jing unsheathed his dagger and focused his gaze on a small tree a few paces away. He let out a thunderous roar and charged forward, his movement swift and formidable as lightning, executing a single, decisive slash that resonated with the sound of thunder. The tree, no thicker than a bowl, was cleaved in two by his blade. Lu Jing tilted his head back, exhaling deeply. This strike was the culmination of 10 days of relentless practice. Though it appeared deceptively simple, it encapsulated the essence of 24 distinct techniques. The nuances of power were such that it created an illusion, reminiscent of a sudden thunderclap, seemingly slow, yet too swift to shield one's ears from the impending sound. This was the profound meaning of the transformation of wind and thunder. The thunder strikes before one can react. This technique was incomparable to his previous martial arts. With it, he finally stepped into the ranks of great generals. Nonetheless, Lu Jing understood that this move paled in comparison to the 13 forms of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, primarily due to a lack of strength. He resolved that once he cultivated the strength of 1,000 pounds, this technique would be formidable enough to rival Zhao Yun. The essence remained power. He slowly approached the riverbank, preparing to commence his strength training. In years past, Zhao Yun's method involved wood chopping, a regimen that bestowed divine strength after 3 years. Lu Jing's approach, however, was to swim, an adaptation thoughtfully devised for him, acknowledging the abundance of water in the south. In both his past and present life, Lu Jing had excelled at swimming. He retrieved a pill of Yijin Dan, crushed it between his teeth, and drained a flask of potent liquor. Within moments, a searing fire ignited within him, igniting a relentless fervor. After securing his clothes and belongings along the shore, he leaped into the tumultuous waters of the Han River. 2 days later, Lu Jing was appointed to his first official position in Jingzhou, the supervisor of river patrols on the Han River, a role straddling the military and civil administration. Originally part of the Jingzhou Navy, this position had been reassigned to local governance, now falling under the jurisdiction of Xiangyang County. His responsibilities included patrolling the Han River, apprehending river pirates, inspecting merchants for tax compliance, and maintaining order on the waterway. There were 3 patrol stations along the Han, and Lu Jing was tasked with overseeing the second, which spanned from Fan City to Yicheng County, commanding 120 subordinates and over 30 vessels of various sizes. Wang Ji, the prefect of Xiangyang County, personally escorted Lu Jing to his post. In his 30s, Wang Ji possessed a moderate stature, handsome features, and an elegant demeanor. He was a cousin of the renowned scholar Wang Can and the son-in-law of Lu Biao. 5 years prior, Lu Biao's eldest daughter, Lu Wan, had married Wang Ji, and the couple shared a profound mutual respect and affection, raising a son and a daughter, the eldest named Wang Yi, who was but 4 years old. Wang Ji hailed from Shangyang County in Gaoping and had sought refuge in Jingzhou 10 years earlier with his brother Wang Can, earning Lu Biao's favor. Perhaps due to their shared hometown, Wang Ji extended a warm welcome to Lu Jing. In the span of over a month, Lu Jing has intentionally endeavored to learn the dialect of his hometown from Uncle Ming. Although his Taishan accent remains quite pronounced, traces of the Gaoping dialect have begun to emerge in his speech, which Wang Ji recognized with a sense of familiarity. The two rode their horses to the government office of the patrol station, where Wang Ji pointed to the nearby dock and remarked with a smile, "This is the eastern dock of Fanqing, significantly smaller than the western dock, but only official vessels are permitted to moor here. Do you see those ships in the distance? They belong to your patrol station." Lu Jing gazed at the water's surface, where over 10 decrepit boats lay anchored, and a slight frown creased his brow. "Didn't they say there were more than 30 ships?" Wang Ji chuckled softly. "The other vessels have gone out to patrol the waters. I specifically instructed that a few officials from the patrol station should be present." As they walked a few more steps, their attendants lagging slightly behind, Wang Ji's smile gradually faded. He cast a meaningful glance at Lu Jing and said, "This position is not as straightforward as you may presume. I can offer you but one piece of advice: speak less and observe more attentively." Chapter 51. The shallow waters of the minor official's office. Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the words. Just as he was about to inquire further, they arrived at the official office of the Tax Collection Bureau. The establishment spanned approximately 5 acres, comprising over 20 rooms and divided into 2 courtyards. The larger front courtyard served as a dining and resting area for the soldiers, which was rather vast and overgrown with wild grass, while the smaller back courtyard functioned as the office space. Upon entering the main gate, an official, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, approached them. With a respectful gesture, he lifted his robe and knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "I humbly greet the county magistrate. Everyone, please rise." Huang Zhong interjected, smiling as he introduced Lu Jing. "This is your newly appointed supervisor, Cao. I trust you are all familiar with the esteemed reputation of Master Jing?" The crowd rejoiced, once more kneeling to pay their respects to the supervisor. "There is no need for such formality, my brothers. Please, rise quickly," Lu Jing reassured them. In his previous life, Lu Jing was well-liked and had worked as a lawyer, adept at engaging with others, which facilitated easy communication with the lower-ranking soldiers. Shortly after Huang Zhong departed, Lu Jing seamlessly integrated with his subordinates. He had 3 assistants: Zhang Ping, who was in charge of capturing water thieves, Li Jun, responsible for tax auditing, and Lu Xing, serving as the secretary overseeing internal affairs. Zhang Ping and Li Jun took the soldiers out for patrol while only Lu Xing remained in the office, accompanied by a contingent of 20 soldiers on rotation. At that moment, Lu Jing's office was filled with laughter and chatter. The gathering felt positively inclined towards this young master, despite being the nephew of the provincial governor. He exhibited no airs of superiority. More importantly, his words conveyed a sense of warmth and understanding of propriety, akin to that of a kindred spirit. Lu Jing withdrew a 5-tael gold ingot from his pocket and tossed it to a burly man with a smile, saying, "According to custom, it should be your turn to contribute for the feast. However, as a new official, it is only fitting that I treat you all to a celebration. Tonight, the drinks and delicacies are on me. Let us indulge until we are inebriated." The crowd erupted in delight, perceiving their new leader's generosity as a promising sign for their future endeavors together. First impressions held immense significance. Had Lu Jing adopted a miserly attitude or exuded an air of superiority, the lives of those beneath him would likely have been fraught with difficulty. In contrast, his immediate display of magnanimity with 5 taels of gold and his camaraderie with the men fostered an environment of mutual respect and ease. Initially apprehensive about the arrival of Master Jing, the soldiers now felt liberated and at ease. Lu Xing gestured for the others to leave, stating, "I need to have a few words with the supervisor. You all may go. We shall toast to the supervisor later this evening." The room quickly emptied, leaving only Lu Jing and Lu Xing. One can only imagine how overwhelming it must be to mingle with such boisterous individuals, Lu Jing mused. Lu Xing, a man in his early 30s, possessed a scholarly demeanor, appearing refined and fair-skinned. However, having spent considerable time among the soldiers, he had adopted a certain rugged charm. "Not at all. I genuinely enjoy the company of these brothers. Their candid banter and straightforward nature make for a comfortable atmosphere, devoid of any treachery or scheming." Indeed, it is true. In fact, everyone was once a soldier of the Water Army, only transitioning to local governance last year. Did the supervising officer not notice the pronounced military demeanor among them? Lu Jing nodded, sensing the robust physiques and swift movements of the individuals before him. Clearly a product of military training. He pondered for a moment before inquiring, "May I ask what exactly my position as the Turing tax supervisor entails?" This was the matter Lu Jing was most eager to comprehend. He remained in the dark regarding the rank and status associated with this role. Lu Xing offered a wry smile, explaining, "This is somewhat complicated. The court does not officially recognize this position. It has been established by our Jingzhou. The title is Turing tax supervisor, which is quite similar to the local official's role, but its responsibilities are more significant, and its status is somewhat elevated. I would say it ranks half a level above that of local officials." "And within the military?" Lu Jing pressed further. "In the military, it would correspond to the rank of military marquis. Our predecessor, Ma Duzhao, was indeed a military marquis. The military marquis is akin to a battalion commander, much like the camp leaders of later generations." Lu Jing nodded in understanding, realizing that during his campaign with Liu Bei against Zhang Wu in Jiangxia, he had been temporarily appointed as a garrison commander, which evidently meant he had been promoted a rank. Lu Xing then rose to close the door, lowering his voice to add, "There is something I must disclose to you, young Master Jing. Our previous supervisor was murdered." Lu Jing was taken aback. "What happened?" Lu Xing glanced outside to ensure no one was listening before continuing in a hushed tone. "The position is a lucrative one. and the former Ma Duzhao amassed several hundred taels of gold in just 2 years. Ultimately, he was reported, with irrefutable evidence, and lost his head last month. Who reported him? Lu Jing began to grasp the gravity of the situation, realizing such matters typically required insider knowledge for evidence to surface. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Sheng lowered his voice further. Do you know about the background of the thief officer Zhang Ping? Zhang Ping was one of Lu Jing's subordinates, serving as a touring thief officer, currently absent from duty. Lu Jing recalled hearing Wang Ji mention that Zhang Ping was the most seasoned member within the touring tax division. Had he not assumed his position, Zhang Ping would have likely been promoted to supervisor, yet Lu Sheng's implication hinted at deeper intrigue. Are you suggesting that the former Ma Duzhao was reported by him? Lu Jing inquired, his expression reflecting dawning realization. Lu Sheng's expression turned to one of resigned acknowledgement. Indeed, you are correct in your assumption. Pray tell, what do you know of Zhang Ping? He is no ordinary individual. His cousin, Zhang Yun, serves as a governor and is the nephew of the provincial governor, while his sister is married to Cao Zhang. Zhang Ping himself is quite skilled in martial arts, particularly proficient in aquatic combat, earning him the moniker River Wolf. Lu Jing was momentarily speechless. So, Zhang Ping is Cao Zhang's brother-in-law. What a small world. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jing probed further. Given his formidable connections, why does he occupy the modest role of a thief officer? Lu Sheng silently shook his head, realizing that young Master Jing remained unaware of the implications of his newfound position. Some truths weighed heavily on his mind, but with the knowledge that he might soon be Zhang Ping's next target, he resolved to speak candidly. The Han River is home to 3 tax offices, of which only the second office oversees Fan City and Xiangyang. The immense interests at stake are evident, rendering the second office's supervisor, Cao, renowned as the most coveted position in Jingzhou. Have you not heard of this, young Master Jing? Lu Jing shook his head, expressing his ignorance. Pausing for a moment, he inquired further, what else is there? Lu Sheng, undeterred, continued, perhaps young Master Jing is unaware that Zhang Ping was originally the supervisor of the first tax office, who was only demoted 6 months ago to the position of a petty thief supervisor. Quite surprising, isn't it? A cold smirk escaped Lu Jing's lips as he mused. I suspect he had intentions of eliminating his predecessor from the very beginning. Indeed, at the time, we all believed he had erred and faced demotion. He was always rather discreet, but 3 months later, Supervisor Ma was arrested for corruption and soon met his demise. Only then did we realize that Zhang Ping had long harbored ulterior motives. Lu Jing began to comprehend the profound wisdom in Wang Ji's words, to speak less and observe more. It seemed that even a seemingly insignificant tax office was rife with internal strife. Logically, Zhang Ping should have succeeded in enjoying the spoils of Jingzhou's most lucrative position. Yet fate intervened, thwarting his ambitions and leaving him to grapple with his own resentment. Who, then, had maneuvered themselves into this position? What hidden machinations lay beneath? Lu Jing felt engulfed in a fog of uncertainty, unable to discern the truth. Furthermore, Wang Ji's enigmatic remark instilled within him a sense that the political waters of Jingzhou were far deeper than those of the Yangtze River. Previously, he had been oblivious. It was only upon crossing this threshold that he began to grasp the intricacies of the situation. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted in the courtyard, followed by a cacophony of curses. You bunch of bastards, how dare you shut the doors? Each of you licking the boots of the new master. Have I already been cast aside? The voice was coarse and fierce, akin to a clanging gong, jarring to the ears. Lu Sheng sighed in resignation. He has returned. Lu Jing was taken aback by Zhang Ping's crude and superficial demeanor. Despite his formidable connections, he had only attained the rank of a minor official, a testament to his inadequacy. Lu Shuzhua, go and see what he has to say, Lu Sheng suggested, with Lu Jing unwilling to engage. Lu Sheng had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. At that moment, a burly figure strode into the backyard. This man, with a face marked by excess flesh, bulging eyes reminiscent of a crab, and eyebrows resembling a tangled brush, bore an exceedingly menacing appearance. This was none other than the petty thief supervisor, Zhang Ping, a cousin of Navy Lieutenant Zhang Yun and the brother-in-law of Cao Zhang. At just over 20, he was a notable figure in Xiangyang. While the name Zhang Ping may not have held widespread recognition, the infamous reputation of the Water Wolf was known far and wide. Zhang Ping was singularly focused on seizing Jingzhou's most lucrative position, willing to lower himself to a lesser rank. Having just disposed of his predecessor, Supervisor Ma, he had believed his promotion was all but assured, only to find himself thwarted by Lu Jing, who snatched away the fruits of his labor. The indignation welled within him, threatening to explode from his chest. He had only just learned of the new supervisor's appointment and was seething with rage as he returned. Behind him followed more than 30 soldiers, filling the courtyard to the brim, their eyes a blend of tension and anticipation. "Why are you so furious, Bandit Cao?" Lu Sheng observed Zhang Ping's face, flushed with rage, his fury palpable. Never had he witnessed such an explosive outburst, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Lu Sheng, a former subordinate of the late Ma Ducao, knew he was next on Zhang Ping's list of targets, as Zhang Ping harbored deep-seated animosity towards him. And all of his ire was now directed at Lu Sheng. Without uttering a word, Zhang Ping lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch that struck Lu Sheng squarely on the face. As a mere bookish scholar, Lu Sheng was ill-prepared to evade the blow. He let out a wretched scream and was sent sprawling a yard away, clutching his face and writhing in agony on the ground. The courtyard erupted in gasps of shock, quickly falling into an eerie silence. This was utterly unexpected. He had actually struck a scribe. "I am targeting you, you wretched cur." Zhang Ping spat venomously at Lu Sheng. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Lu Jing, who stood at the threshold, coldly observing the scene. Zhang Ping dismissed Lu Jing entirely. A mere 16-year-old brat had audaciously usurped his coveted position. So what if he is Lu Biao's nephew? Zhang Ping sneered. "I almost forgot. One must consider the master when striking a dog. Lu Dog, shall I extend an apology to your new master?" Zhang Ping cast a disdainful glance at Lu Jing before returning to his vitriolic tirade against Lu Sheng. With a heavy huff, Lu Jing interjected. "So you are Zhang Bandit Cao?" "I certainly am. What do you intend to do about it?" Zhang Ping retorted, showing no respect and tearing down any semblance of civility. "Since you are Bandit Cao, why do you not kneel before your superior?" Lu Jing asserted. Zhang Ping appraised Lu Jing from head to toe, sneering, "You little brat. Don't let your connections deceive you. In the military, the strong are revered as masters. If you want me to kneel, prove your worth." Chapter 52. The prime position in Jingzhou. Although Zhang Ping held a relatively modest rank as a military marquis, his reputation in Jingzhou was formidable, earning him the moniker Waterwolf, synonymous with dread. Bolstered by the influence of his cousin Zhang Yun and his brother-in-law Cao Zhang, he roamed the banks of the Han River with impunity, leaving countless boatmen to rue their encounters with him. In the courtyard, dozens of soldiers stood against the wall, encircling a space with palpable anticipation. The prospect of Zhang Ping challenging the newly appointed supervisor Cao sent ripples of tension through the crowd. Both contenders were men of considerable backing, one a cousin of Zhang Yun and the other a nephew of the provincial governor. The onlookers were particularly concerned for Lu Jing. Despite his recent triumph over Kai Jin, which had stirred excitement in Xiangyang, that was merely a youthful contest. Faced with seasoned adult warriors, how many exchanges could he withstand? Should anything happen to Lu Jing, how could they face the provincial governor? Would they, too, bear the brunt of the fallout? As worry began to take root, all eyes turned towards Zhang Ping. Lu Xing, seated upon a large stone and pinching his nose, felt an even deeper anxiety. It was Lu Jing's decision to engage in this contest that placed Lu Sheng in jeopardy. If Lu Jing faltered, Lu Xing would likely be the first to suffer the consequences. He was acutely aware of Zhang Ping's ruthless nature. His heart was as cold as his methods, leaving a trail of injured souls in his wake. May the Buddha protect us. Let nothing go awry. In the courtyard, Zhang Ping and Lu Jing stood poised, each wielding a black and red two-tone staff, crafted from Zhuge wood, heavy and exceptionally durable, while not as lethal as blades or swords. A strike to a vital point could nonetheless prove fatal. Zhang Ping's gaze gleamed with malice, his posture slightly bent, reminiscent of a wolf that had caught sight of its prey, an unmistakable grin betraying his sinister intentions. He had witnessed Lu Jing's duel with Kai Jin firsthand. While Lu Jing had performed admirably to Zhang Ping, it was mere child's play. He was leagues away from being Zhang Ping's equal. Though Zhang Ping did not intend to take Lu Jing's life, he was determined to deliver a severe lesson, compelling Lu Jing to relinquish his position as supervisor Cao, while simultaneously appeasing his brother-in-law Cao Zhang, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lu Jing. Today presented the perfect opportunity for Zhang Ping to exact his vengeance. Conversely, Lu Jing appeared remarkably composed, idly twirling the dual-colored staff in his hands, while his mind raced to adapt his wind and thunder transformation sword technique for the staff. Suddenly, he realized it was entirely feasible, regardless of the weapon he wielded. He could apply that technique. By merely envisioning the staff as a sword, he could harness its power. He began to concentrate the strength in his arms, preparing for the imminent explosive strike. At that moment, Lu Sheng gradually approached Jin Shaoli Jun, a principal official responsible for overseeing merchant tax compliance. Having just returned, he was met with news of Zhang Ping's challenge to Lu Jing. With arms crossed, he coldly surveyed the duel unfolding in the courtyard. Jin Chao, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Lu Xing inquired with concern. While the new supervisor Chao may falter in martial prowess, it is Zhang Ping who will ultimately bear the brunt of misfortune, Li Jun replied. Why do you believe that? Lu Xing asked, perplexed. Li Jun cast a glance at Lu Sheng and shook his head, saying, it seems that Zhang Ping's punch was quite severe. Xu Zhua appears to be in a daze. Can Zhang Ping escape the consequences of his insubordination? Lu Xing bit his lip, pondering that perhaps Zhang Yun would argue they were merely engaged in a contest of skill, without any intent to disrespect authority. Zhang Yun would undoubtedly make such a claim, but what would he say about the one who appointed young Master Jing to take charge? Lu Xing fell silent once more, his gaze returning to the two combatants. His greatest concern was that Lu Jing might sustain serious injuries. Should that occur, Lu Jing would be unable to remain. And if Zhang Ping took charge, Lu Sheng would find himself in dire straits. His heart twisted with apprehension, fervently wishing for Lu Jing's safety. In the courtyard, Lu Jing had transformed. No longer languid and indifferent, he now resembled a leopard poised for the hunt. His gaze, sharp as a blade, was fixed on Zhang Ping. Every muscle taut with anticipation, his strength coiling like a spring, ready to unleash its fury. Zhang Ping sensed the shift in Lu Jing and was momentarily taken aback, as if facing a seasoned warrior. Yet, Lu Jing did not allow him time for contemplation. With a thunderous roar, he surged forward like a lightning-fast predator, his dual-colored staff slicing through the air toward Zhang Ping, the weapon in his hands transforming into a lethal extension of his will. A seemingly ordinary strike concealed profound martial wisdom. Come at me, Zhang Ping shouted, swinging his staff toward Lu Jing's left shoulder. His weapon, a hefty 40-pound bronze staff, far surpassed Lu Jing's in terms of martial prowess. Seeing Lu Jing wielding his staff as if it were a blade, Zhang Ping couldn't suppress a sneer. At that moment, Lu Jing's staff was still 2 feet from Zhang Ping's forehead, while Zhang Ping's weapon was already a mere foot from Lu Jing's shoulder. With a malicious grin, Zhang Ping taunted, "Down you go." But just as the words escaped his lips, Zhang Ping's eyes widened in shock. Lu Jing's staff seemingly appeared out of nowhere, as if a myriad of strikes were dancing before him, rendering him unable to evade. With a resounding crack, the staff struck him squarely on the forehead, the intense pain eliciting a scream as darkness overtook him, and he collapsed. Lu Jing retracted his staff, coldly observing Zhang Ping sprawled on the ground, his own emotions tumultuous. Regrettably, he wielded a mere staff, unable to summon the thunderous might of a blade. Yet, the essence of the 24 techniques had distilled into a single move. And even with a wooden staff, he had manifested its quintessence. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as every spectator struggled to comprehend the unfolding drama. The renowned water wolf had been felled by a single blow. How could a master of the staff be so utterly defeated? The stillness lasted but a moment before the courtyard erupted in jubilant cheers. Unable to contain their excitement, the crowd surged forward, lifting Lu Jing high into the air as if he were a triumphant hero returning from battle, their joy heartfelt and unrestrained. Meanwhile, several of Zhang Ping's loyal subordinates discreetly carried the unconscious Zhang Ping away. The supervisor's decisive blow had shattered Zhang Ping's reputation, greatly alleviating the soldiers' frustrations. In truth, everyone had hoped for the supervisor's victory. On a narrow street to the east of Fancheng, Lu Sheng led Lu Jing and a dozen subordinates to pay a visit to the wife and children of the former commander Ma. Lu Sheng was unusually elated. Lu Jing's recent victory had greatly relieved him, for he no longer had to fear repercussions from Zhang Ping. However, Lu Jing remarked coolly, "You shall draft an impeachment report to be submitted to Huang Zhong, stating that Zhang Ping has overstepped his authority and should be executed according to military regulations. Should the higher-ups refuse to punish him and choose to shield him instead, I will escalate this matter to the provincial governor." This situation was far from resolved, for Lu Jing could not permit Kai Zhang's brother-in-law to become a source of trouble on his very first day. He intended to seize this opportunity to expel Zhang Ping, as the charge of insubordination served as the perfect pretext. He was confident that Wang Ji would lend him support. Lu Xing was overjoyed at the prospect of removing Zhang Ping, which was precisely what he desired. He vowed to return and compose the necessary documents. As the group entered a narrow alley, Lu Sheng glanced back at his subordinates and chuckled softly. What a clever tactic it is to visit the family of Commander Ma. Everyone speaks highly of young Master Jing as being compassionate and considerate. In truth, Commander Ma was deeply caring for his subordinates, and his demise has left many heartbroken, unable to voice their grievances. Upon hearing that young Master Jing intended to visit the widow and orphans, everyone contributed funds. Lu Jing smiled in silence, and soon they arrived at a small courtyard, the entrance of which was dilapidated, with large patches of paint peeling away to reveal a mottled gray-white surface. Lu Sheng stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Sister-in-law, it is I, Lu Sheng." A narrow crack opened, revealing the pale face of a young woman, approximately 30 years of age, who was reasonably attractive. She wore a coarse cloth dress, with a brass hairpin adorning her hair, accompanied by two young boys who shyly peered at the large group outside. The young woman recognized Lu Sheng and, glancing at Lu Jing, hesitantly inquired, "What brings you here?" "Lu Shuzhua? This is our new commander Lu Jing, who has just assumed his position today and has come to pay his respects to you and your children." "Oh," she replied, her eyes dimming with sorrow as she opened the door wider. "Please, come in." Lu Jing smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. "I apologize for the intrusion, sister-in-law." He led the group into the courtyard, where vegetables were planted in one corner and several chickens roamed freely, alongside a modest persimmon tree. Despite the presence of poultry, the yard was remarkably tidy. "Please, take a seat inside." The young woman invited them into the guest room. Two of Lu Jing's subordinates set down a heavy wicker basket, and Lu Jing pointed at it with a smile. "This is a contribution of 10,000 coins from everyone. It is a small token of our goodwill. Please accept it." "Sister-in-law." Her eyes reddened, and she turned her head away, stifling tears. After a moment, she choked out, "Thank you, Commander Lu. Thank you all." With a sigh, Lu Jing settled into a chair, and Lu Xing joined him, while the dozen subordinates retreated to the courtyard to wait. At that moment, Lu Jing noticed 3 bags of rice stacked behind him and several bowls of water on the table, indicating that guests had recently departed. The young woman hurried forward to tidy the table, apologetically saying, "Some relatives came by to bring me a little rice. They just left. I will prepare some sweetened water for you." "No need for that, sister-in-law. Please, do not feel obliged. We will only sit for a while before taking our leave." "How could we let you sit idly? At the very least, allow us to offer you some warm water." The young woman hurriedly departed, and Lu Jing turned back to glance at the sack of rice, only to be startled by the discovery of the character Kuai printed upon it. A perplexing thought crossed his mind. "What is her maiden surname?" Lu Jing inquired of Lu Xing. An expression of embarrassment crossed Lu Xing's face. There were certain matters he preferred to remain unspoken. Yet Lu Jing's keen observation compelled him to respond in a hushed tone. "She is a concubine's illegitimate daughter from the Kuai family." The influence behind Master Ma is indeed the Kuai family. This unexpected revelation sent a tremor through Lu Jing's heart. It dawned upon him that the slain Master Ma was a son-in-law of the Kuai family. What of himself, as he assumed the role of supervisor in the transport office? Was it possible that Kuai Yu was orchestrating events from the shadows? Furthermore, what connection did Lu Qi have with Kuai Yu? For it should have been Lu Qi who proposed his appointment to Lu Biao. The fog that had shrouded Lu Jing's mind for the past few days began to dissipate. A single leaf could herald the arrival of autumn. Each modest transport office served as a reflection of the intricate power struggles within the officialdom of Jingzhou. Chapter 53. His appearance, brother, I do not wish to be expelled. Please, find a way to assist me, Zhang Ping implored desperately within the confines of the room. Seated before him was a man in his mid-20s, possessing a robust physique and an undeniably gallant visage. His elongated face, high nose, and a glint of cunning in his eyes rendered him somewhat untrustworthy. This individual was Zhang Yun, the nephew of Lu Biao, holding the esteemed title of Water Army Lieutenant in northern Jingzhou, though Zhang Yun inherently regarded his less savvy cousin with disdain. He recognized Zhang Ping's exceptional skills on the water and his obedient nature, which made him a valuable subordinate. "I am at a loss for words. How could you possibly be defeated by a mere lad?" Zhang Yun spoke slowly, his voice laced with a chilling tone that sent shivers down one's spine. He fixed a cold glare at Zhang Ping, recalling their previous encounter where Zhang Ping had witnessed Zhang Yun's duel with Kai Jing. "Surely, you cannot claim your martial prowess is inferior to his." Zhang Ping cast his gaze downward, overwhelmed by shame. "It was witnessing his duel with Kai Jing that led me to underestimate him. Everyone has their excuses for underestimating opponents. Kai Jing fell due to his hubris, and now you follow suit. Must you be so foolish as to not learn from others?" Zhang Yun's tone grew stern, his eyes boring into Zhang Ping with a fierce intensity, as if he longed to kick him out of the room. Zhang Ping remained silent, grappling with his thoughts. How could Lu Jing's strike have reached him so swiftly, when it had seemed a good distance away? He could only attribute it to his own overconfidence. "Very well. Let us set aside the matter of the duel. What do you intend to do about your insubordination? A letter of impeachment has already reached Governor Li, and I fear my ability to assist you is severely limited." This was the source of Zhang Yun's deep-seated resentment. He had exerted tremendous effort to position his cousin in the second tax office, intending for him to safeguard his business from taxation. But Zhang Ping's folly had provided Lu Jing with leverage against him. I was blinded by anger at the time, without considering the ramifications. Besides, he is merely a 16-year-old brat. Silence. Zhang Yun's voice erupted with fury. Arrogance leads to downfall. Underestimating him further could lead to your demise, you fool. Zhang Ping, taken aback, fell silent and wiped the sweat from his brow. Zhang Yun, suppressing his irritation, realized that the situation could not be ignored. Angry though he was, if Zhang Ping were to be transferred, all his efforts would be in vain. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. You must first apologize to Lu Jing, explaining that you have long admired his reputation and wish to engage in a friendly contest with no intent of insubordination. I understand. And what shall be done regarding the higher authorities? Do not concern yourself with those matters. I shall devise a plan. Focus solely on your own affairs. Thank you, brother. I take my leave. Zhang Ping bowed respectfully and exited slowly, while Zhang Yun remained lost in thought. Though the position of tax superintendent was not grand, its implications were vast. A small tax office could wield significant influence over the commerce of Fan City, serving as a pivotal wedge in the larger scheme of affairs. The position was initially under the control of the Kuai family. He exerted considerable effort to secure a place for his younger cousin, eliminating the Inspector Ma Tong in the process. He had anticipated that his cousin would surely ascend, but unexpectedly, today a certain Lu Jing emerged without any prior indication. Although Lu Jing is technically his cousin, he had never met him nor had any prior acquaintance. However, Lu Jing had only been in Xiangyang for just over 2 months and was unlikely to comprehend the significance of the inspector's role. This matter probably did not concern him. It seemed to be a deliberate arrangement by someone. Zhang Yun immediately thought of the Kuai family. After Ma Tong's demise, Kuai Yu had remained silent, which was rather illogical. Zhang Yun was almost certain that Lu Jing's appointment as inspector was indeed linked to Kuai Yu. If it were truly Kuai Yu, it could pose a significant problem, as he could not contend with Kuai Yu and would need to seek external assistance, preferably from the Kai family. After pondering for a long while, Zhang Yun rose and commanded, "Prepare the horses at once." Unbeknownst to Zhang Yun, his younger cousin Zhang Ping had just left the residence and subsequently sought out Cao Zhang. Zhang Ping, being Cao Zhang's brother-in-law, believed it only natural to rely on his brother-in-law for assistance in times of trouble. However, Zhang Ping failed to realize that this matter transcended his personal affairs and had entangled his elder cousin Zhang Yun, rendering him merely a pawn in his cousin's game. Within the Kai residence, Cao Zhang hurriedly led Zhang Ping to Kai Mao's study. Fully aware of the intricacies surrounding the situation, Cao Zhang was taken aback to discover that Lu Jing had assumed office today. He immediately recognized that the complexities involved were likely not straightforward. Lacking the authority to make decisions, he sought to consult the family head, Kai Mao. Upon reaching the entrance of the study's courtyard, he paused and turned to Zhang Ping, saying, "Please wait for a moment. I will speak with my elder brother first, and then summon you." Though somewhat naive and impulsive, Zhang Ping grasped certain social nuances. He had already sought assistance from his elder cousin, and now approaching Kai Mao for help might provoke his cousin's displeasure. "Brother-in-law, perhaps we should postpone this matter and not trouble the family head," he suggested. Cao Zhang shot him a surprised glance, suddenly realizing the implications, and replied with a smile. "Rest assured, the family head is merely assisting me. This matter does not concern you. It is perfectly reasonable for you to seek my help, and no one will hold it against you. Wait patiently. I will bring you good news." With that, Cao Zhang disregarded Zhang Ping's hesitations and entered the courtyard. Kai Mao had just returned from the official court and was seated in a study, engrossed in a book when he heard his younger brother Cao Zhang's voice calling from outside. "Brother, may I enter?" "Come in," he replied. The door opened, and Cao Zhang entered, kneeling to pay his respects. "Brother, there is something to discuss regarding Lu Jing." Upon hearing Lu Jing's name, Kai Mao, who had been reclining against the screen, sat up straight and inquired with a smile as he finally made an appearance. Lu Jing had been missing for a month, and Kai Mao found the situation odd, having presumed he had returned to his hometown in Shanyang after being expelled from the residence. Knowing that Lu Jing had no intention of marrying his daughter eased Kai Mao's concerns slightly. However, the crucial factor remained Lu Biao's stance. Should Lu Biao insist on Lu Jing marrying, Lu Jing would ultimately have to yield. Lu Biao, at present, does not mention this matter, leaving Kai Mao in a state of persistent unease. What is he currently engaged in? "I have just received word that Lu Jing has unexpectedly been appointed as the supervisor of the second taxation office, and on his first day, Numerous incidents arose. Cao Zhang then recounted the events that transpired within the taxation office today in detail to Cai Mao, concluding with, "My brother-in-law is just outside. He has already sought Zhang Yun's assistance and has come to me for guidance. I am uncertain whether I should involve myself in this matter. Hence my visit to consult you, elder brother." Cai Mao's brow furrowed. He was astonished that he was unaware of this situation. The appointment of the supervisor of taxation is a matter pertaining to Xiangyang County and does not require reporting to Lu Biao. Thus Cai Mao would indeed be uninformed. However, this situation involves the clandestine rivalry between Zhang Yun and Kuai Yu, and Cai Mao's ignorance of it raises a significant concern. He discreetly inquired, "Were you aware of the covert struggle between Zhang Yun and Kuai Yu?" "I had some inkling before," replied Cao Zhang. With a resounding thud, Cai Mao slammed his palm upon the table, chastising Cao Zhang. "Why did you not inform me of this sooner?" Startled, Cao Zhang trembled. "This matter bears no relation to the Cai family. So, you fool, is this a trivial matter? You only bring such crucial information to my attention now?" Cai Mao's finger trembled in anger, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Brother, I acknowledge my mistake," pleaded Cao Zhang. Cai Mao forced himself to regain composure. He recognized that if this situation were managed adeptly, he could completely win Zhang Yun to his side. Zhang Yun, being Lu Biao's nephew and holding a significant position within the military, could prove to be a formidable ally against the Kuai family. Before Lu Biao's rise to power in Jingzhou, the Cai and Kuai families maintained a peaceful coexistence, each occupying their respective territories. However, with Lu Biao's ascendance, both families gained prominence, leading to a fierce competition for greater benefits, resulting in open and covert hostilities between them. After a brief period of contemplation, Cai Mao quickly clarified his thoughts. The relationship between Wang Ji, the county magistrate of Xiangyang, and Kuai Yu is quite extraordinary. Lu Jing's appointment was likely a maneuver orchestrated by Kuai Yu to retaliate against Zhang Yun for the death of Ma Tong last month. Now that Lu Jing is in a position of authority, it is clear he intends to oust Zhang Ping, using this pretext to speak against him. Wang Ji would certainly acquiesce to this and would either dismiss Zhang Ping from his post or transfer him elsewhere. With this understanding, Cai Mao commanded, "Bring him in." Cao Zhang exited and soon returned with Zhang Ping, who knelt respectfully and bowed his head, greeting the strategist. "Do not stand on ceremony. We are all relatives. If you are in distress, how can I remain indifferent? I have already heard of this matter from my third brother. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you," Cai Mao said warmly, bringing Zhang Ping nearly to tears as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude, expressing his thanks. Cai Mao smiled and inquired, "Regarding this matter, how did Captain Zhang instruct you? I mean, after the incident today, you must have seen him." Zhang Ping appeared somewhat hesitant. But under Cai Mao's imposing presence, he divulged the details. "My elder brother instructed me to first apologize to Lu Jing, asserting that it was not an act of insubordination but rather an admiration for his martial prowess, and that I must strive for reconciliation." Upon hearing Zhang Ping's words, Cai Mao comprehended Zhang Yun's intentions. Zhang Yun indeed wished for his cousin, Zhang Ping, to remain within the Yaojia office. Consequently, the conflict between Zhang Yun and Kuai Yu is inevitable. Perhaps he could stoke the flames further. This matter was, in fact, an internal affair of Xiangyang County, in which Cai Mao could not intervene. However, Cai Mao possessed connections. Wu Qing, the chief of Xiangyang, was the son-in-law of the Cai family, and through him, he could secure Zhang Ping's position. Reflecting on this, Cai Mao smiled gently and remarked, "This matter is not insurmountable. After all, you were severely beaten by Lu Jing. Thus, although your initial conduct was disrespectful, your subsequent defeat mitigates the offense. Your brother is correct. You must go and apologize, humbly and sincerely. If you can manage to stay within a year, the position of supervisor will still be yours." This prompted Zhang Ping to inquire, puzzled. Cai Mao's eyes crinkled with amusement. As the nephew of the Lord, he would not remain in a minor position for long. Zhang Ping then experienced a moment of clarity, realizing the true reason his cousin insisted on his staying. At that moment, a family member reported from outside, "My lord, Captain Zhang requests an audience." Cai Mao and Cao Zhang exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Indeed, Zhang Yun had arrived. Chapter 54. Two proposals in the courtyard of the Yaojia Bureau. Zhang Ping respectfully knelt before Lu Jing, clasping his fist in salute. "I, the humble Zhang Ping, am coarse and ignorant, failing to recognize the hierarchy and inadvertently offending the supervisor Cao. I have come to seek forgiveness." Zhang Ping also bowed to Lu Sheng, expressing his desire to apologize to the scribe. Lu Sheng hastily returned the gesture, unwilling to accept his apology. Zhang Ping's contrition was anticipated by Lu Jing. From their initial meeting the day before, no matter how Zhang Ping pleaded, Lu Jing would not grant him clemency. However, upon the unexpected revelation that his appointment as the supervisor of Yojio was orchestrated by Kuai Yu, Lu Jing felt a tinge of displeasure. I can personally accept the apology from the thief Cao, but I have always been clear about my principles. Whether the thief Cao can remain in his position depends on the will of the prefecture. The matter of retention was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Supervisor Chao's reprimand had awakened me, instilling in me the importance of self-awareness. I had always believed myself to be exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Yet after witnessing the duel between Supervisor Cao and Kai Jin, I could not resist the urge to challenge Supervisor Cao, only to suffer humiliation. Alas, after over a decade of practicing staff techniques, I found myself unable to withstand a single blow from the supervisor. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Ping continued. I am willing to bear the burden of my transgressions and strive to serve Supervisor Cao diligently, committed to patrolling the waters. I beseech your benevolence. His tone was deeply sincere. It must be noted that despite his brutish appearance, when he softened, he resembled a subservient grandson, eager to prostrate himself and lick the feet of his superior. Such individuals can be truly frightening. They exemplify a lack of boundaries, devoid of self-respect and, consequently, of magnanimity. Once they gain power, their methods are likely to be ruthless and merciless. One must maintain vigilant caution against such characters, ensuring not to be beguiled by their so-called sincerity. Lu Jing smiled faintly. There is no need for Zhang the thief Cao to rush into action. Return home and rest well. We await news from the prefecture. The contention between the two concerned Zhang Ping's immediate course of action, whether to assume his duties in disgrace or remain at home awaiting word, a matter involving critical timing. Zhang Ping was determined to retain his position. If this incident were to fade into obscurity, it would bear little consequence for him. And it was quite likely that it would. Yet Lu Jing opposed his continuation in office, resolutely insisting that he return home. With the higher authorities entangled in bureaucratic inertia, no resolution would emerge promptly. Should Zhang Ping be absent from his post, Lu Jing could reassign personnel, and even if the impeachment were not passed, by the time Zhang Ping returned, circumstances would have irrevocably changed. Thus, the two remained in a standoff, neither willing to yield. Zhang Ping, forced to maintain a smile, remarked, "As we approach the year-end, it is the busiest time of the year. Water bandits are stirring and tax evasion is at its peak. How can I, in my humble position, rest at home?" Lu Jing replied with a cheerful demeanor, "Your dedication to duty is commendable, Zhang the thief Cao. However, by customary practice, it is indeed unwise for you to appear at the Yojio Bureau these days to avoid public censure. Return home to rest. I shall do my utmost to speak favorably on your behalf. As soon as I receive news, I will promptly inform you to return. You need not worry." Regardless of Zhang Ping's entreaties, Lu Jing remained steadfast, unwilling to yield. At this point, Zhang Ping dared not further offend Lu Jing. With no other recourse, he reluctantly took his leave. Once Zhang Ping departed, Lu Sheng immediately brightened up and remarked, "The supervisor is indeed wise. Zhang Ping is most adept at scheming behind one's back. Should he remain within our ranks, he would be a thorn in the supervisor's side, detrimental to the supervisor's control over the tax office." Lu Jing must surely comprehend this principle. Historically, a new ruler brings forth new ministers. And even this modest tax office is no exception. He has only just assumed his position and is already confronted by Zhang Ping's provocations. If he cannot handle this matter, who would heed his commands in the future? Where would his authority lie? However, the decision of whether Zhang Ping stays or departs is no longer within Lu Jing's purview. The report has been submitted, and the ensuing struggles lie beyond his influence. Nevertheless, he mused that he could still exacerbate the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jing instructed Lu Sheng to gather all the brothers, as he had something to convey to them. At noon, the soldiers were dining in the courtyard. Lu Jing hurriedly exited the tax office, where he spotted a young girl of about 11 or 12 years standing outside the main gate, his maid, Xiao Baozi. She timidly held a basket, occasionally stretching her neck to peek inside the gate. As Lu Jing swiftly approached, Xiao Baozi joyfully exclaimed, "Young master, I am here. Is there something you need?" Lu Jing inquired. "Young master, someone at home is looking for you. It is an elder, and he has given me this." Xiao Baozi produced a plain white paper from her basket and handed it to Lu Jing. Upon receiving it, he discovered it was an invitation, inscribed with the words, "Respectfully presenting, Lu Jing." Lu Jing was taken aback to find it was from Kuai Yu. He hastily asked, "Is he still there?" "He is waiting at home. It seems he has matters to discuss with you." "I shall return at once." Lu Jing hurried back to fetch his steed. mounting it swiftly to ride into the city. During his visit to the widow of the former tax supervisor the previous day, Lu Jing had finally unearthed the intricacies of the tax office, which were, in essence, a struggle between the Kuai family and Zhang Yun. Although Lu Jing could not fathom why they so fiercely contested a position that held little prestige, one thing irked him. Kuai Yu had treated him as a mere pawn in their game, utilizing him against Zhang Yun. In truth, Kuai Yu was a commendable person who had shown him considerable kindness. Had Kuai Yu directly requested his assistance, Lu Jing would have been more than willing to oblige. However, he was averse to being manipulated. He valued his own dignity, despite Kuai Yu being an elder and a senior official from Jingzhou. Lu Jing still hoped for a degree of respect from him. Thus, since learning the truth yesterday, Lu Jing felt a twinge of discontent. Nevertheless, Kuai Yu's personal visit to explain the situation dissipated his grievances. The elder has come personally. The younger generation cannot bear such a burden. Lu Jing called out as he entered the courtyard. Kuai Yu, sitting in the room and sipping tea, heard Lu Jing's voice, set down his cup, and stepped outside with a smile, saying, "Is it not permissible for this landlord to visit his tenant?" It turned out this was the residence of his elder. Lu Jing had not anticipated this. "Indeed, I came specifically to collect the rent today." Kuai Yu winked playfully, and both men could not help but laugh. "The chill outside is palpable. Dear uncle, please step inside and take a seat." Lu Jing graciously welcomed Kuai Yu into the guest hall, where Meng Shu served them tea. Kuai Yu surveyed the room and chuckled. "This residence is rather unrefined. Does my esteemed nephew find it to his liking?" "Quite well, indeed. I cherish the tranquility here. To be honest, I am indifferent to my living conditions. Even a humble hut would suffice. After all, it is far preferable to being dependent on others." "Dependent on others?" "Indeed," Kuai Yu replied with a chuckle. "My nephew is being too modest. The governor has arranged for your residence here in hopes that you can stand on your own. Otherwise, he would not have assigned you a position." Lu Jing wished to avoid prolonging this conversation, so he redirected the topic. "Uncle, you are aware of the matter concerning Zhang Ping, I presume? I submitted my indictment yesterday afternoon. I wonder if there has been any development." As the conversation turned to serious matters, Kuai Yu sighed with a wry smile and said, "I came today specifically to apologize. My nephew's appointment as the supervising official was not intended as a manipulation. I simply failed to clarify in time. And I regret that it led to complications on the very first day. Uncle, as an elder, cannot apologize to me, a junior. I am unworthy of such regard. And there is no need to dwell on this matter further. I harbor no objections and am truly grateful for your arrangements." Kuai Yu, observing Lu Jing's gracious demeanor, felt a genuine fondness for him. In truth, he had not only come to explain the situation but also to discuss strategies for addressing the issue at hand. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "This situation has inexplicably entangled Kai Mao as well." Lu Jing was taken aback. "Isn't Zhang Ping the brother-in-law of Kai Zhong? It seems rather natural for Kai Mao to be involved." Kuai Yu shook his head. "Though he is indeed Kai Zhong's brother-in-law, this incident has not disturbed the Kai family. Nor is it directly related to Kai Mao. However, I have heard that Zhang Yun visited Kai Mao yesterday, which prompted Xiangyang's long history official, Wu Qing, to ardently defend Zhang Ping. Wu Qing is, after all, the son-in-law of the Kai family." "And then what transpired?" Lu Jing inquired. "What was the outcome of the indictment?" "There has been no resolution. The situation remains stagnant. Wang Jun has been intent on dismissing Zhang Ping, but Wu Qing staunchly supports him. They are at an impasse. And Li Taishou has chosen to set the matter aside for further discussion, likely leading to an inconclusive end." Lu Jing fell silent. In truth, an inconclusive outcome might not be entirely unfavorable, as it would provide him with a rationale to deny Zhang Ping's reinstatement, and he believed he possessed that authority. The critical issue, however, was that Kai Mao had been drawn into the fray, clearly showing favor to Zhang Yun. This alliance between Kai Mao and Zhang Yun could very well have its origins in this incident. Noticing Lu Jing's silence, Kuai Yu assumed he was concerned about the repercussions and sought to reassure him. In reality, this matter is not of great consequence for the Kuai family. It is merely a matter of regaining our dignity. Our son-in-law has been wronged, and we find it intolerable. Frankly, we do not covet the position of a mere supervising official. My primary aim is to not let Zhang Ping off the hook. If my nephew feels uncomfortable, we can let it go." Lu Jing pondered for a moment before asking, "Why then does Zhang Yun contend so vigorously for this position?" Kuai Yu snickered softly. "It is merely for self-interest." Lu Jing strolled a few steps across the room with his hands clasped behind his back. The modest position of a supervisor held little allure for him. However, leveraging this situation to elicit a favor from the Kuai family could prove to be a substantial gain. Although sparing Zhang Ping might slightly tarnish his reputation, this minor setback paled in comparison to the potential goodwill he could acquire from the Kuai family. With this thought, Lu Jing smiled and said, "Uncle, I have two proposals. The first is to expel Zhang Ping from the second tax office. This is quite simple, and I could accomplish it by tomorrow. How can you manage that?" Kuai Yu inquired, perplexed. "Quite easily," Lu Jing replied. "I will assemble all the soldiers to collectively petition the county office, accusing Zhang Ping of abusing his subordinates. He should then be unable to return." Kuai Yu chuckled. "That is indeed a clever plan. In fact, going to the state office to file a complaint would yield even better results. Now, would you care to hear my second proposal?" Lu Jing asked with a grin. "Please, dear nephew, enlighten me." "I am all ears," Kuai Yu remarked. His curiosity piqued as he was eager to learn how Lu Jing intended to resolve the matter. "The second proposal is to allow Zhang Ping to remain at the tax office. I assure you that within 6 months, I will deliver his life into your hands, while simultaneously ensuring that Zhang Yun's reputation is utterly ruined." Kuai Yu's eyes brightened, and he regarded Lu Jing with a knowing smile. Fully aware of Lu Jing's capabilities and trusting his words implicitly. Moreover, Kuai Yu sensed Lu Jing's genuine desire to forge a connection with the Kuai family, which had long been his aspiration. From their first encounter, he had perceived Lu Jing as extraordinary. At this juncture, the question of whether Zhang Ping could be eliminated seemed less significant. What mattered was Lu Jing's sincerity towards the Kuai family. Kuai Yu nodded. "In that case, I shall choose the second proposal. I eagerly anticipate witnessing a splendid conclusion." With that, Kuai Yu rose and declared with a smile, "If you do not mind the simplicity of this residence, I shall gift it to you as a token of my congratulations on your promotion." Chapter 55. The arrival of the new year. On that afternoon, Lu Jing submitted a petition to the county office, clarifying the misunderstanding regarding Zhang Ping and expressing his willingness to withdraw the impeachment charges against him. Wang Ji, the deputy of Xiangyang County, received instructions from Kuai Yu and decided not to pursue the matter further. Consequently, Li Gui, the governor of Xiangyang, swiftly took action to dismiss the case against Zhang Ping and reinstated him to his former position. Although Governor Li had procrastinated in handling Zhang Ping's affair, he acted with remarkable efficiency in revoking the charges, concluding the matter within half an hour. Thus, the minor upheaval of the new appointment came to a close. That evening, following the customs of Jingzhou, Zhang Ping personally delivered 2 deer as an apology and conveyed Zhang Yun's regrets to Lu Jing. Lu Jing graciously accepted the deer. And with that, the incident reached a satisfactory resolution, the storm having calmed. At the first watch of the night, Lu Jing appeared by the Han River. It was during this time that he transformed into another person, a youthful dreamer striving to realize his aspirations. He could never forget the moment he first encountered Zhao Yun, the fierce prowess of his spear technique, and the indomitable courage that echoed the sentiment of charging forth despite the throngs of adversaries. That was his dream. He too aspired to be such a formidable warrior. With 2 years remaining until his appointment with Kai Jin and numerous challengers ahead, Lu Jing had never felt as fervently compelled to master the martial arts as he did today. More significantly, a master had guided him toward the path of becoming a top-tier expert, having opened the door for him, with the remainder reliant upon his own diligence. Water is the essence of all life and a source of power. While Zilong thrived in the mountains, harnessing wood as his weapon, Lu Jing would grow amid marshlands, wielding water as his martial foundation. Bare-chested and clad only in trousers, he gripped his battle knife, gazing intently at the dark Han River, his mind echoing the master's words. At that moment, he felt a chill at the tip of his nose and, looking up, he noticed snowflakes beginning to fall from the sky, gently swirling, delicate as down. It was but 10 days until the new year, and for the first time, snow graced the lands of Jingxiang. Snow was perhaps the essence of water. With a smile, Lu Jing crushed the Yijin Dan and downed the marrow-cleansing wine from a small vial. Soon, a blazing fire ignited within him as he bit down on his knife and leaped into the frigid waters of the Han. The splash enveloped him instantly, plunging him into a shadowy world where the icy currents obscured all visibility. He sank deeper, as if traversing a dark tunnel, evoking a sense of familiarity. Had not his soul traversed such a shadowy passage to arrive in this era over 2 months prior? If he continued to descend endlessly, would he not return to the future? The answer soon revealed itself. No, he had already touched the soft silt at the riverbed, not far from the riverbank. The water measured approximately 1 zhang and 7 chi in depth, roughly 4 meters. Just the previous morning, he had dived to the bottom and discovered a large stone. The buoyancy at the river's bottom was immense, necessitating the establishment of a fixed point. Soon, he grasped the stone, securing himself upon it as one would on horseback. At that moment, the elixir within him dissolved, igniting an unbearable heat that felt as though it would melt his very insides. As the coldest season of the year unfolds during the frigid days of winter, even in the southern regions, the river water remains painfully icy, as if it could freeze one's very marrow. Yet, the warmth within him shields him from this chill. The second phase of training assigned by his mentor requires him to immerse himself in the water thrice each evening, swimming 3,000 steps, followed by submerging himself to wield the blade, performing 1,000 strikes each time, with only 8 opportunities to surface for air. This means that he must endure at least 120 strokes while holding his breath each time, compelling him to execute his movements with utmost speed. Such a demand is unimaginable to most, yet it is precisely this rigorous regimen that will maximize his strength and solidify the potential within him. Only at this moment does Lu Jing grasp the rationale behind a month of grueling preparation. It was to enable him to remain submerged for as long as possible, effectively enhancing his stamina and lung capacity. At the riverbed, he grips a large stone tightly with his legs and begins to swiftly wield his blade underwater. The biting cold and resistance of the water render each strike arduous, yet he grits his teeth and perseveres, placing his faith in his mentor. He has cultivated a formidable warrior, and he is resolute in achieving success once more. In the murky depths, Lu Jing's blade slices through the water with remarkable speed, creating rippling waves on the surface, and he gradually acclimates to the challenge. After striking 120 times, he surfaces for a breath before diving back down to continue his relentless practice, time and again. With a splashing sound, he emerges for what he intends to be his final breath, determined to push his limits. Submerged, he exerts himself to wield the blade, his arms now aching and every bone in his body feeling as though it might fracture. In the boundless darkness below, he forces himself to continue, overcoming the searing pain in his limbs, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He has completed 120 strikes and is nearing his limit. Yet his goal looms at 150. Each cell in his body feels as though it is on the verge of bursting. 136, 137, 138, the pain becomes unbearable, his lungs nearing the brink of explosion, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness from lack of oxygen. 148, 149. As his legs begin to weaken, his body surges upward. Just as he is about to breach the surface, he executes one final strike in the water, 150. With a splash, he finally breaks through the surface, a rush of fresh air enveloping him. Lu Jing's body goes limp as he greedily inhales the revitalizing air. Slowly, he swims to the shore, his arms aching beyond measure. Despite a month of rigorous physical training, executing 1,000 strikes underwater has left his muscles in excruciating discomfort. Yet Lu Jing utters not a word of complaint, for this is a path he willingly embraces. Even in the absence of his mentor, he possesses the resolve to persevere. After a brief respite to regain his strength, he plunges back into the Han River to commence his second course, swimming 1,000 steps, which amounts to a mere round trip, a method of recuperating his stamina. He strives to relax his body as he glides through the water. Before long, he completes the round trip and takes a deep breath, plunging once more into the dark depths of the river to begin his second session of underwater blade practice. As dawn began to break, the wives of impoverished families started washing clothes by the riverside, the sound of their pounding sticks echoing against the stones. Lu Jing leaned against a willow tree by the river, turning his back to the opposite bank. He took a green elixir from a small porcelain bottle around his neck, a concoction prepared for him by Taoist Master Lualu of the Jingzhou Temple, which was akin to soaking in boiling water for a rejuvenating effect. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state, allowing his muscles to relax into a state of oblivion. His focus narrowed to a single point in his mind, letting the medicinal properties gradually permeate his body, and he felt his strength recovering at an unprecedented pace. The new year, also known as the Zhongdan or the Right Day, was first adopted during the early Western Han Dynasty, where the first day of the 10th month marked the beginning of the year. It wasn't until the first year of Emperor Wu's reign that the first day of the lunar calendar became the official start of the year, a practice that has continued to this day. During the Qin and Han dynasties, New Year's celebrations primarily revolved around rituals. The court would hold grand ceremonies, known in history as the Great Court of Congratulation, where the emperor ascended the throne and received congratulations from his officials as well as envoys from distant lands. For ordinary families, however, the focus was mainly on sacrifices. Preparations for this day began well in advance, with families brewing winter wine starting from the Upper Shinin Day in October. 3 days prior to the new year, families would select officiants for the rituals, which were presided over by the head of the household and the officiant. On the eve of the new year, at noon, Lu Jing was enjoying lunch at home when a series of loud knocks nearly shattered the old wooden door. Lu Jing furrowed his brow, wondering who could be so rude. Just as he was about to approach, Xiao Baozi dashed into the courtyard, exclaiming, "Let me handle it." The door creaked open, and immediately, a startled shout erupted from Xiao Baozi, "Young Master Hu." A tall, imposing figure rushed in like the wind, momentarily darkening the room. "Jing Di, are you still eating?" It was Lu Hu, his cousin, who appeared to be drenched in sweat as if he had run several dozen miles, panting as he said, "Jing Di, Uncle has called for you to return for the sacrifices." Lu Jing's heart eased at once. He had been anxious about the rituals for the past few days, wondering why Lu Biao had not come to summon him. Generally, the family would convene 3 days prior to discuss the sacrificial procedures. With the new year approaching, rituals were set to begin before dawn, and he was concerned about not being notified in time. This marked Lu Jing's inaugural participation in the sacrificial rites, a matter of significance concerning his formal recognition as a Lu family descendant. Thus, he had been feeling quite uneasy. The arrival of Lu Hu finally brought him a sense of relief. Despite Lu Hu's rough demeanor, Lu Jing found him endearingly candid at this moment. "Come, let us share lunch together." Lu Jing warmly invited Lu Hu to sit down. Having traveled from Xiangyang to this modest residence, Lu Hu was indeed hungry. He wasted no time, sitting down and swiftly devouring half of a scallion and lamb pancake. Xiao Baozi watched in distress, as it was she who had prepared the pancake for Lu Jing, feeling that there was no portion for this old tiger. Lu Jing chuckled and instructed her, "Xiao Baozi, please serve young master Hu a bowl of porridge and fry a few more pancakes." Little Baozi, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce and made his way to the kitchen. Uncle Meng then served a bowl of water to Lu Hu, who gulped it down in one go, letting out a long belch before widening his eyes and inquiring Lu Jing, "I heard you defeated the Water Wolf." The Water Wolf was the moniker of Zhang Ping. Although vanquishing Zhang Ping was an internal affair of the Yugeo, such news spread rapidly. Within a few days, it had circulated throughout the sword halls of both cities of Xiangfan, leaving Lu Hu envious. It had only been a brief period, and yet Lu Jing possessed the skill to triumph over the Water Wolf. Lu Jing let out as he was not keen on this matter becoming public, fearing it would only bring him endless troubles, with many eager challengers knocking at his door, especially since he only knew that one move. "Enough with the chit-chat, eat up. Once you finish, we shall head to Xiangyang. Were you not eager to go?" Chapter 56. Returned to the Lu Manor. After departing from the Lu Manor for over a month, Lu Jing found himself once again within its walls. However, his time spent in the manor had been brief, and he held no particular fondness for it. The dismissal by Lady Kai had severed any lingering nostalgia he might have harbored. Nonetheless, as a scion of the Lu family, it was only natural for him to return for the ancestral rites, no matter how deeply Lady Kai resented him. She could not prevent his entry into the manor before the new year. "Brother Jing, I wish to move in with you. What do you think?" Standing before the Lu Manor, Lu Hu could no longer contain his aspirations as the opportunity slipped away. This had been a matter he had contemplated for quite some time. Despite his years of martial training, his progress had been minimal, and seeing Lu Jing's rapid advancement had become an unbearable temptation. Lu Jing halted, taken aback by the request. Noticing Lu Hu's flushed face and the seriousness in his eyes, it was clear he was earnest. "But will your brother allow it?" Lu Hu's elder brother, Lu Qing, was his only remaining family, and both boys had lost their father, living under their mother's care in Xiangyang. "There should be no problem. I've lived at the Sword Academy for several years without him objecting. Besides, I am already 18. I can be independent," Lu Hu replied eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At that moment, Lu Jing felt a flicker of inspiration. He was seeking to appoint an assistant for Zhang Ping and, at present, could not find a suitable candidate. Lu Hu might just be the ideal choice. Although he was known in Xiangyang as a somewhat simple-minded giant, Lu Jing recognized that he was not truly foolish. He merely lacked guile. After all, hadn't Lu Hu advised him against accepting the duel with Kai Jin? With this thought in mind, Lu Jing smiled and said, "You may live with me, but I have a condition. I will arrange for you to take a position in the Yujiao Bureau, though not as a mere foot soldier. What say you?" Lu Hu scratched his head and chuckled. "You're worried you can't support me, aren't you? If you don't want to, that's fine." Lu Jing felt exasperated. This fellow was overthinking things. He urged his horse towards the manor gates, but Lu Hu hurried to stop him, grinning, "I was only joking. How could I not agree? Whatever you decide is fine by me." "Very well, it's settled then." As Lu Jing entered the main hall of the Lu Manor, he saw that the Lu family members were already gathered. Apart from a few familiar faces, there were also distant relatives seated around Lu Biao, each wearing a subservient smile. Lu Biao had 4 brothers. He was the eldest, while the second had died young. The third perished during the Yellow Turban Rebellion. And the fourth was Lu Jing's father, who had also passed away. The remaining branches of the family had dwindled significantly during the turmoil of the late Han dynasty, with those who survived seeking refuge in Jingzhou, aligning themselves with Lu Biao. However, most were of mediocre talent, scattered across Jingzhou, and had gathered in Xiangyang for the ancestral rites. Seated at the center was Lu Biao, with Lu Qin, his nephew, seated to his left, so close that Lu Jing deduced that Lu Qin would likely preside over this year's rites. Lu Qin bore no resemblance to his brother Lu Hu. He was in his early 20s, of average height, with fair skin, exuding a refined demeanor, the epitome of a scholarly gentleman. Ah, Jinger has arrived. Lu Biao, upon seeing Lu Jing enter the hall, smiled and addressed the assembly. It has been several years since we last beheld him. Let us observe the extent of his transformation. The moment these words escaped Lu Biao's lips, Lu Jing was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had nearly forgotten his true identity, perpetually envisioning himself as the genuine Lu Jing. By now, no one harbored doubts about his authenticity. This was largely due to the fact that most present had never encountered the real Lu Jing, unlike the clan members who had. It dawned upon Lu Jing that his true trial had only just begun to unfold. Suppressing his rising anxiety, Lu Jing respectfully knelt and bowed to Lu Biao, declaring, "Nephew pays his respects to his esteemed uncle." At that moment, he overheard whispers circulating around him. He seems to have grown quite a bit, appearing even darker and leaner than before, yet somehow more robust. These murmurs triggered a sudden realization in Lu Jing, providing him with an exquisite excuse. He too had undergone significant changes in the past month. Lu Biao, having not seen him for over a month, scrutinized him with a hint of confusion and inquired, "Jinger, did you not study artillery? How is it that you appear so dark and emaciated now? I can hardly recognize you." Lu Jing promptly replied, "In response to my esteemed uncle, I initially focused on studying artillery, but soon shifted my attention to martial arts, engaging in daily running and swimming, hence my appearance." Lu Biao chuckled. "Ah, that explains it. I was wondering how, after such a brief absence, you became almost unrecognizable. I suspect everyone believes you have changed remarkably." He then turned to a middle-aged man and asked, "Second brother, do you concur?" This middle-aged man, named Lu Du, was a distant cousin of Lu Biao and the uncle of Lu Hu. He was quite astute and had been appointed as the governor of Lingling County the previous year. Lu Du had only arrived in Jingzhou 4 years prior, so he possessed a vague recollection of Lu Jing. With a smile as he stroked his beard, he remarked, "Indeed, the transformation is substantial. For years ago, he was merely a mischievous young lad, and now he stands as a man. It serves as a poignant reminder of the passage of time and the flourishing of our family." He then inquired of Lu Jing, "Jinger, how is your leg faring now?" Lu Jing was aware, through Uncle Ming, that he had suffered a leg fracture in his youth, a fact he had long understood. However, he now grappled with the question of the middle-aged man's identity. Although Uncle Ming had informed him of the family lineage, he had never encountered anyone listed in the genealogy, rendering him unable to match faces with names. This man evidently recognized him, and if he did not, it would be puzzling. Yet, perhaps he could feign ignorance. Lu Biao had just referred to him as second brother, suggesting he was around 50, likely older than Lu Jing's father. Lu Jing resolved to take a gamble. He promptly knelt once more, offering a respectful bow. "In response to my second uncle, I am pleased to report that my leg has fully recovered. How is my esteemed second uncle's health?" Children who understand decorum are universally cherished. Lu Du immediately responded with a smile, "I am well enough. I can adapt to the climate in Lingling." Upon hearing Lingling, Lu Jing instantly recognized him. Lu Du was someone he had referred to as Zhongfu since childhood, not second uncle. He quickly corrected himself. "Zhongfu has always been robust. He can thrive anywhere. Might I inquire whether my esteemed second brother has arrived?" A young scholar seated below nodded and smiled. "I am here, Jing." At this juncture, Lu Biao interjected, "Very well, all the clansmen have gathered. It is time for me to discuss the specific details of tomorrow's sacrificial rites." Lu gently tugged at Lu Jing, guiding him to the last 2 seats on the right. A wave of relief washed over Lu Jing. He had finally surpassed the initial hurdle. Tomorrow, on the day of the ceremony, the rites would commence at the first hour, with me as the chief officiant and Qing heir as the assistant. We must gather in the ancestral hall by the 5th watch, and tardiness is not permitted. I will reiterate the responsibilities of each participant shortly. Lu Hu leaned in and whispered to Lu Jing, "You missed the first discussion yesterday. The family head mentioned that since this is your first time participating in the rites, you would not be assigned any duties. Just follow my lead. The etiquette is quite straightforward. Whatever I do, you do as well. Lu Jing held Lu Hu in high regard. Such understanding was commendable. Hu claimed he was foolish. If this cousin managed things well, he would undoubtedly be of great assistance to him in the future. With this thought, Lu Jing smiled and said, "Brother Hu, let us share a room tonight and discuss martial arts." "Absolutely," Lu Hu exclaimed with excitement. "I will practice with you." As night fell, Lu Jing presented Lu Hu with a unique sword technique known as the wind and thunder transformation. The reason I was able to defeat the water wolf was due to this move. It consists of 24 strikes, however, it ultimately hinges on a singular technique. This is a closely guarded secret, and I entrust it to you with the hope that you will not divulge it. The wind and thunder transformation had been specially tailored for Lu Jing by Jingzhou and bore no relation to the Falling Phoenix sect. Thus Lu Jing felt no qualms about passing it on to Lu Hu. The critical matter was that the techniques of the Falling Phoenix must remain undisclosed. Yet, Lu Jing had a different perspective. Mastering the wind and thunder transformation necessitated a basic understanding of the Falling Phoenix techniques. He resolved to impart a portion of the Falling Phoenix methods to Lu Hu, recognizing the need for a capable assistant, unbound by the sect's restrictions. Lu Hu was rendered speechless, astonished by the idea of a singular move comprising 24 forms. "Jing Di, can I truly master this? First, familiarize yourself with the movements, and then I shall teach you the techniques. There is no rush, practice at your own pace. Once you master this move, Kai Jin will no longer be your match." Overjoyed, Lu Hu leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "I will practice immediately." Lu Jing seized him by the arm, gazing intently at him. "If you divulge this matter, you shall forfeit any further instruction from me." Seeing the gravity in Lu Jing's expression, Lu Hu solemnly nodded. "Even if it costs me my tongue, I shall remain silent." Lu Jing then stood and smiled. "I will make a quick trip to the West Xiang River, ensuring that I arrive at the ancestral hall by the 5th watch." The Lu family's ancestral hall, situated in the west courtyard, enshrined the revered ancestors beginning with Lu Yu, the Duke of Lu. This was Lu Biao's family shrine, spanning 20 acres and comprising numerous structures, representing the most sacred space for the clan. Before the 5th watch arrived, the men and women of the Lu family had already begun to assemble at the male and female dressing rooms flanking the main entrance. They needed to don black ritual robes and wear flat-topped ceremonial caps before lining up to proceed to the main hall for the rites. The men led the way, followed by the women. Daughters who were married could not partake in the ancestral rites, but would instead perform them in their husbands' households. Lu Biao had already donned his ceremonial attire and was quietly observing his kin as they changed. Suddenly, a frown crossed his brow as he inquired of Lu Hu. "Where is Jing'er? Why is he absent?" Lu Hu stammered. "He is feeling a bit unwell and will be a little late. He will arrive shortly." As soon as the words fell, Lu Jing silently appeared in the room. Lu Hu, filled with joy, pointed and exclaimed, "He has arrived." Lu Biao nodded, instructing, "You will teach him to change into ceremonial attire. Today, you must accompany him without any mishaps." The nephew understood. Lu Hu hurriedly approached Lu Jing, murmuring with slight reproach, "Why did it take you so long? Wasn't the time not yet due?" Lu Jing smiled apologetically. "The 5th watch is indeed the time to set forth, and I still need to change into the ceremonial robe. Alas, I forgot to inform you. Let us hasten." In a flurry, Lu Hu assisted Lu Jing in donning the black ceremonial robe and adorned him with the flat-topped crown. It was Lu Jing's first experience wearing such attire, and he was acutely aware of the significance of the ceremony. Participating in it would formally acknowledge him as a member of the Lu family. With the resonant sound of the ceremonial bell echoing, over 100 members of the Lu family, led by the head of the household, Lu Biao, lined up to proceed towards the main hall for the ceremony. On this day, the sky was clear, heralding the arrival of the 7th year of Jianan. Chapter 57 Farewell to Friends. The sacrificial rites did not linger long. They concluded within half an hour. Lu Biao was to hasten to the prefectural office to receive the morning salutations from the officials of Jingzhou, while the remaining family members engaged in various activities, most congregating to converse and prepare for the grand family banquet at noon. However, attendance at this banquet was not obligatory. Lu Biao, for instance, could not partake, and Lu Jing naturally wished to depart, for the longer he lingered among his kin, the greater the risk of exposure. Yet, despite his eagerness to leave, Lu Jing was unfortunately detained by relatives who inquired about his well-being and engaged him in several rounds of the game of Liuobua, which he had recently mastered. The game, featuring 2 sets of pieces, black and white, relies on the tossing of sticks to determine moves, requiring players to toss chopsticks into a pot placed 10 paces away to gain the right to play. The allure of this game, with its blend of chance and intellect, has captivated many, leading some to forsake their duties, neglecting sleep and nourishment in pursuit of victory. In the heat of competition, disputes often erupted, occasionally resulting in infamous incidents. For instance, during a drunken game of chance, the courtier Lao Ai clashed with the nobility, declaring, "I am but the false father of the emperor," which incited Qin Shi Huang to purge the Lao Ai faction. Similarly, in the waning days of the warring states, the valiant Jing Ke quarreled with the man of Lu. Go Jian, fabled for his patience and resolve, leading to a shameful retreat by the valiant assassin. Another notable altercation occurred when Crown Prince Lu Qi, in a game against Prince Liu Bai of Wu, struck Liu Bai dead with the gaming board in a fit of rage, igniting the turmoil known as the Rebellion of the Seven Kings. To forge a bond with the soldiers, Lu Jing also took up this game of chance. Although the soldiers primarily played for gambling, and none dared to win against him, finding ways to ensure their losses, Lu Jing understood the soldiers' mindset. For he too felt similarly today. He patiently endured an entire morning of gaming with a dozen Lu elders, ultimately losing over 30 taels of gold to them, yet earning their praise, who extolled him as the true scion of the family, possessing the admirable qualities of their ancestors. As noon approached and the Lu family banquet was about to commence, Lu Jing, wishing to avoid encountering Lady Kai, prepared to depart. Just as he exited the hall, he was called back by Lu Qi, who hurried up from behind. "Jing, wait a moment." Lu Jing quickly bowed and replied with a smile, "Elder brother, it has been a while." Lu Qi, appearing apologetic, said, "I have been so preoccupied with the preparations for the sacrifices that I momentarily neglected you. My apologies." "Not at all. I too have been quite busy," Lu Jing reassured him. "By the way, I almost forgot that you have taken on an official role." Lu Qi chuckled. "How's your position at the Yujia supervisor's office treating you?" With a wry smile, Lu Jing shook his head. "Every day brings a plethora of matters that leave one quite overwhelmed. Just organizing the New Year's duties has led to endless debates. And this is merely a small office. I cannot fathom how to manage an entire army. Every position has its own set of challenges, yet they are not dissimilar." Lu Qi remarked, shifting the conversation. "Do you have time today? I would like to take you to a banquet that I believe will pique your interest." Eager to leave the current gathering, Lu Jing readily agreed. "I am prepared to depart at any moment. Please wait a moment. I will change into another garment. And then we shall set off," Lu Qi replied. Lu Qi hurriedly turned and left. Lu Jing patiently waited by the flower bed in the courtyard when, at that moment, Madame Kai approached in a flurry, surrounded by a throng of maids and servants, and they unexpectedly crossed paths. Both were momentarily taken aback. Although Lu Jing had hurried away precisely to avoid her, fate intervened, compelling him to step forward and bow in respect, greeting the lady. Madame Kai regarded him with a gaze laden with complexity. Just days prior, an agreement had been reached between her husband and the Kai family to postpone the proposed union for a year or two, citing that Kai Xiaoyu was still quite young and that discussions of marriage would be deferred until she matured further. While this outcome was not ideal, it alleviated the immediate crisis, granting Madame Kai the opportunity to orchestrate Lu Tsong's marriage to a daughter of the Kai family. Conversely, Lu Jing had made it unequivocally clear that he would not wed Xiaoyu, which temporarily diminished Madame Kai's animosity towards him. However, the root of Madame Kai's hatred for Lu Jing lay not in this marriage arrangement, but rather in the sorrow of her child's miscarriage. She firmly believed that Lu Jing was the cause of her loss. This hatred, like a venomous thorn, festered within her heart. And each encounter with Lu Jing elicited a pang of grief, reminding her of the child she had lost. "I hear you have taken up an official post," Madame Kai queried icily. "Indeed," Lu Jing replied. "Ah, well, that is commendable. Young men must strive for advancement and not rely solely on their family as legacy. Your uncle is quite busy. You should endeavor to disturb him less." "I understand," Lu Jing responded, his tone equally frosty, devoid of even a feigned smile. This woman repulsed him to the core. Every additional word felt like a torment. "Do you harbor disdain for me?" Madame Kai sensed his coldness and retorted with annoyance. "How could I possibly disdain the lady? It is you who despises me. Which is why I wish to vanish from your sight as swiftly as possible and speak as little as I can, to avoid disturbing your pleasant disposition." "Humph. At least you possess self-awareness. Additionally, allow me to inform you that your engagement to the Kai family has been annulled. You need not worry about it any longer." This news brought a sudden surge of relief to Lu Jing, lifting his spirits as he bowed once more. "Thank you, madam, for sharing such good news." "Humph." Madame Kai scoffed, mocking him. "Now you may pursue the daughter of Cao Cao or the sister of Sun Quan. Our Kai family cannot aspire to such heights." With that, she turned and strode away, leaving Lu Jing momentarily stunned. This was a sentiment he had previously expressed to Liu Biao, and it seemed that Madame Kai had somehow learned of it. Clearly, Liu Biao attached considerable importance to those words. Was it possible that this was the reason he had urged Lu Jing to move out? Being young. Lu Jing occasionally lacked the maturity to consider the implications of his words, and he sometimes spoke impulsively, inviting suspicion from others. It was evident that his mention of marrying the daughters of Cao Cao and Sun Quan had aroused Liu Biao's suspicions. Perhaps Liu Biao was now questioning his ambitions. Lu Jing felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he had displayed too much brilliance too soon. In just over 2 months in Xiangyang, so much had transpired. As Lu Jing quietly lamented, Lu Qi hastily arrived, dressed in a regal purple robe and adorned with a golden crown, exuding an air of elegance. Jing Di. Let us be off, he urged, though Lu Jing pondered whom he was to meet today. Regaining his focus, Lu Jing followed Lu Qi outside. Rather than riding a horse, he took a seat in Lu Qi's carriage, which sped towards the western part of the city. Today, a friend is embarking on a journey, and several of our classmates from Lumen Academy are gathering to bid him farewell. Coincidentally, it is also the dawn of a new day, providing us an opportunity to convene. Among the attendees, there is someone you will find quite intriguing, Lu Qi remarked, piquing Lu Jing's curiosity. Who is it? Lu Jing inquired, intrigued. Lu Qi smiled mysteriously. You shall find out upon our arrival. The carriage came to a gentle halt beside a tavern near the western city gate, remarkably. The same establishment where the horse theft incident had occurred. With the dawn of day, most families were gathered at home for meals, leaving the streets eerily quiet. And the tavern itself had only a few patrons. Lu Qi noticed 3 carriages parked at the entrance and chuckled. They have already arrived. Ascending to the second floor, they found only 2 or 3 other customers present. The tavern was spacious, lacking conventional tables and chairs. Patrons sat on the floor, each with a low food stand before them. The seating arrangements were casually separated by fences, ensuring a semblance of privacy for each gathering. In more upscale establishments, one might encounter screens for separation, or even gilded white partitions in the halls of nobility. In one corner, a group of 5 or 6 young scholars were gathered, all clad in scholarly robes and wearing headscarves. Among them, Lu Jing recognized Kuai Qi and another, by Mei Liang. A sudden thought of Zhuge Liang crossed his mind. He scanned the group, but did not see him. Instead, he unexpectedly noticed a young woman among them. She wore a veil that obscured her face. Clad in a light green short top and a flowing purple-red long skirt, cinched at the waist with a wide white sash, her figure slender and graceful. Behind her sat a young maid, who appeared quite charming. 2 others nearby were deep in conversation, oblivious to their arrival. Here they come, Kuai Qi exclaimed upon spotting them, prompting everyone to rise. Lu Qi quickly approached and clasped his hands together in greeting. I sincerely apologize for our tardiness. Thank you for your patience. Ma Liang chuckled. We were just discussing. You must first drink 3 cups as a penalty. Indeed, indeed, they replied in unison. At that moment, the 2 others approached, bowing respectfully. Young Master Qi, it has been far too long. The 2 individuals, one older and one younger, were dressed in scholarly robes and exuded an air of refinement. Lu Qi smiled as he introduced them to Lu Jing. These 2 are the esteemed guests of today. We are here to honor them. The elder, Cui Jun, known as Cui Zhouping from the illustrious Cui family of Boling, had once rallied Yuan Sha to oppose Dong Zhuo and was held in high regard. Lu Jing, having heard of his reputation, was taken aback by his middle-aged appearance and quickly bowed. I am Lu Jing, honored to finally meet you, Mr. Cui. Cui Zhouping chuckled. Having heard of the esteemed name of young Master Jing, and inquired about the renowned Lu horse he had acquired. It remains at the Lu residence, unmounted for now. But next time, I shall ensure Mr. Cui has the opportunity to try it. Cui Zhouping smiled but refrained from further comment. Lu Qi then introduced a young man, Su Yuanji from Yingchuan, who harbors great ambitions and possesses remarkable talent. Lu Jing regarded him with deep respect, having realized that this was Su Shu, whom he was meeting for the first time. Su Shu stood approximately 7.5 feet tall, with fair skin and a handsome countenance, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. So, you are the renowned Su Shu from Yingchuan, Lu Jing remarked. Su Shu was momentarily taken aback and replied with a smile. Young Master Jing has also heard of me? The name of Brother Yuanji resonates like thunder, Lu Jing responded. Having previously expressed admiration for Cui Zhouping and now showing a clear inclination towards Su Shu, Lu Qi, sensing the need to mediate, introduced the final guest. A remarkable woman of intellect and talent, Huang Zhong, the daughter of the Huang family. Today, she has come specifically to support Zhouping and Yuanji. Lu Jing's attention was immediately captivated. This was indeed Huang Zhong, who had bravely stepped forth for the sake of friendship. Such courage is indeed rare. Regrettably, her face was obscured by a veil, preventing him from seeing her features. He promptly bowed deeply, expressing his long-held admiration for her exceptional talent and wisdom. Feeling fortunate to meet her today. Young Master Jing is too kind. Huang Zhong replied softly, your courageous rescue of Zhao Yun, coupled with your intelligence and valor, speaks volumes of your loyalty and righteousness. Even my father speaks highly of you and wishes to invite you to our home when you have the opportunity. Lu Jing felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that his act of saving Zhao Yun would have spread, likely conveyed by Zhao Yun to Liu Bei, and subsequently circulated. While not an ill thing, he preferred to keep such matters private. He quickly offered humble words, assuring her that he would visit the Huang residence when time allowed. At that moment, he inquired with a smile, why has Brother Coming not joined us today?